That's it! Live at Nick's place, the Christmas party. Y'all got to come out. If you're in your car now, you're late. Let's go. Get here. I've already lost my voice.
I see that.
Yeah, I'm already coughing because of you.
I know.
He's been coughing all weekend, all right? And so don't kiss him. Don't start making out with him.
Don't.
You guys.
Don't.
And
if not, it's obviously fair game.
But he's
sorry,
sick.
guys.
You guys do not want to make out with him today.
Sorry, guys.
So we are here at Nick's place for yet another Christmas party, our last show of the year. It is always awesome. We got a nice crowd here, but there's plenty of room for you to get on over here. Nick's got food, but I see you guys brought some food. Nick's real happy about that. You guys brought a whole tray of food. Nick's thrilled. Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, good. Maybe Damaris can cater too. What are you guys doing? So we're here, but you eat and drink, and I want you guys, I got buckets up here. Just walk up and take your beer. Come on, we're buying your Coors Lights up here. Look at it. You don't even just walk up and grab a beer at any time. You guys are more than welcome. Jared, how about Jared brought me this hat?
I saw that.
Jared brought me this hat from Caney Creek High School in Conroe. Came all the way from Caney Creek in Conroe. Now that's dedication. But you know who's really dedicated? The guy who brought it best this year, Marcus back there, he conquered cancer this year. Yeah, he spent 4 months radiation and chemo, 5 days a week with the radiation.
Yeah,
and this show helped him get through it.
Attaboy, Marcus.
Yeah, and so it's a good thing we're not funny, otherwise it would have hurt every time he laughed. So
I'm glad we didn't turn it the other way on you.
Yes. So Marcus, congratulations, man. We love that. He's been coming to the Christmas party for years and years and years. So that is great. We got Game Day Men's Health here. All right, we got Jarrett and Paul and Sean Paul, and they are right here. Anything you guys, we got shirts that we're going to be giving away. We got. Why don't you talk to these guys? If you get up in the morning and you want to drink, maybe they can help you with that.
Can they put peptides directly into your beer?
I think they possibly could.
Do
Let's
you
see.
do that?
Let's see. But
do you do a peptide shot in a beer chaser?
Why not? So they'll help you get to any. And I see some of us, we need, maybe, to get slimmer.
Testosterone up.
But that's what they're here for. And if you guys want to talk to them, they're awesome. I've been doing testosterone for a long time, and this is just better. It's just better the way that they do it. So we got that going on. Of course, we're going to talk about how about them Texans, everybody. Yeah. Bobby. I wish he'd throw another bubble screen because we didn't see that enough. Good Lord.
0 for 4?
0 for 4 minus I don't know how many yards, and just put him in a bad hole all the time. We're watching the game. I'm watching with JT. He's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? He was going nuts. He's like, what are we throwing that for? It never works. What are we doing? And now
it works for other teams.
It does.
It's half of the Longhorns' offense.
Well,
I see other teams do it all the time, and it works.
But a lot of times we have a 160-pound guy blocking in front of that guy. So
no, that guy's out.
That guy's done now.
That guy's done.
Yeah. Lance was blaming Tank's knee injury on his 160-pound frame.
Well, just small guys get hurt. He came into the league.
Big guys get hurt too.
Okay, that's fine. Injury. That's fine. All I know is he's a pro for 2 years.
He's 0 for 2.
That's all I know.
Well, let me know when he finishes the season.
Well, that's all I said.
Well, he also
160-pound guys get hurt. That's going to be the thing. And they last longer, the injuries.
Because strength goes into tears. No. The afternoon show told us they got smaller bones.
Because he's got smaller bones.
I guess then I'm expecting Tank back this year.
Yeah. Well, not with that. That was. I never saw a guy react quite the way CJ did.
Jared Wayne apparently did as well, because there was a question of D'Amico.
Did you have a chance to talk to him? He was very distraught. So I didn't see that on television. So apparently Jared Wayne was broken up as well, the receiver who was on the play. And then you had, obviously, CJ, who's best friends. I mean, look, I'm not bothered. I saw some people, say some stuff about CJ was upset. Have I seen that before? No, I probably haven't seen it before. But was it something where with like a pretty serious injury. Yeah, and that's CJ's best friend on the team. And I mean, CJ processed it however he processed it. I don't care. It hurts the Texans now. You lose two of your top three receivers for the year are gone. Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell. Tank started off with a pretty good game. I think anytime that Tank gets going, you're a better team. So now two guys are gone. Diggs is gone. Tank is gone. You lost to the Chiefs, and I'm not this guy. I'm never this guy. But you lost to the refs too, and I don't believe in saying it's always officials and referees, and that's a cop out to me. But what in the world? Like, there was stuff that was so bad on that. The offensive pass interference was terrible.
Yep.
The fumble that should have been a fumble in a.
Not if it's Mahomes.
I mean, how is that not 7 instead of an incomplete pass?
Yeah.
So the ball was knocked.
Well, now he did hit him
free.
in the face. He did hit him in the face.
Yeah, but the ball was knocked free. They didn't call it a fumble. It would that
either
have not,
way with the shot.
Well, he still miscalled it.
Yeah. Well, they said no about a quarter. It was roughing the quarterback. They got a penalty on top of not getting the ball.
Well, yeah, but it was called an incomplete pass.
Right. But either way, it would have gone the other way because of the roughing the passer.
Yeah, which I guess.
Yeah.
The Derek Stingley play.
Oh, good. More food, Nick. We just brought in more food.
The Derek Stingley play was not a defensive hold. It was ticky-tack stuff. So the officials did a piss poor job. As people mentioned, too many bubble screens at wide receivers. I mean, you still had your shots. The Texans still had their shots to beat an overrated Chiefs team. I don't even know at this point if it's overrated. No one even considers them the best team in football.
No.
Nobody. I don't know anybody who thinks the Chiefs are the best team in football. So they've lost one game, and everyone says, "Yeah, they're not as good as the Lions, or not as good as the Bills." I'm not sure. Although the Bills struggled yesterday, I'm not sure if they're as good as the Vikings at this point.
The Vikings are pretty good. Sam Darnold looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, and Brian Flores' defense steps up. So
it changes every week because the Bills didn't look very good yesterday. The Eagles didn't look very good. Now Jalen Hurts is in concussion protocol. The Vikings look good. Hey, this is up for grabs this year. That's nice. It's not going to be just the Chiefs. It looks nice. Now, you know what's going to happen, though? The Chiefs are going to be in the Super Bowl again. As lucky as they've been this year.
I
don't know. I
can't see it.
They just get it done for somehow, some way. That dude just gets it done. And Nick gets it done here at Nick's place.
Yeah, by the way, Mahomes' ankle sure looked bad.
Yeah,
when he was sprinting when he was running for about 50 yards in the first series.
Well,
where's this? We don't know if Pat Mahomes is even going to play. We don't know if he's going to even live through this. Yeah. And then Pat Mahomes looks like there's no hitch in his giddy up at all. He was running easy
from the opening intros.
I'm convinced that was just gamesmanship from Andy Reid, that he knew he was fine by about Tuesday and was just saying that.
Yeah, could well be,
because he looked fine to me. I say fine them $400,000 for lying.
Well, who you
getting our hopes up?
Who are you going to get ready for? Carson Wentz or Patrick Mahomes?
I don't care.
I think the Texans were getting ready for Wentz. That's what.
Is that what it was?
That's what happened. And look what happened.
All that Wentz game planning you have to do.
Yep.
Threw them off their game.
Yesterday, apparently, Will Anderson Jr., Tank Dell, obviously, Foley, Fatukasi, Shaq Mason, Juice Scruggs, and Jimmy Ward all out. So we'll see what happens. They're playing again Wednesday. All right. That's because the NFL doesn't care about people. So they're playing again Wednesday, and they got to play the Ravens.
You hear D'Amico's answer? He said, "What do you think?" Somebody asked him, "What do you think about playing on Christmas? I know you're a big family guy, and what are your thoughts on that?" And it was a setup question, and D'Amico's answer was, "I think it's great for those families who get to see the Texans and watch the Texans play. It's great for those families." I'm like, I mean, yeah, if y'all's offense is better, I mean, that'll be better. But I don't think D'Amico's real happy about it. I don't think anybody in the league is happy about playing on a Wednesday.
Not with this. No, 4 days rest.
This is ridiculous. You got 4 days rest. You got the injuries. Ward is actually. There's another guy, Jimmy Ward. Let me know when Jimmy Ward can finish the season too. By the way, and I'm glad he got an extension. A guy who can't finish the season.
3 days rest, not 4. So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then you play Wednesday. So this is unprecedented. How ridiculous this is, but this is what they're going to have to do. So I'm hearing a lot of, hey, go get Deontay Johnson. Go get Odell. Okay, no, thank you, and no, thank you again.
My man Marcus has beat cancer. We're not going to beat a couple cancers as a whole team like Deontay Johnson. Are you kidding me?
Awful.
Why don't you just pour hot grease on your face? He's screwed every team he's been on.
Yeah.
Every team he's been on.
He's good.
Even the Steelers, the home of the diva wide receivers, finally said, this is enough. This is enough. The Carolina Panthers went, ooh, this isn't good. The Ravens went, ugh, what does this taste? This is terrible. Let's get rid of it. No, thanks.
No, thank you. No, thank you. So we are live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer. I think Eric Layden might stop by. I played golf with him yesterday. Eric can go now. Apparently, he's got a lot of time not making movies because he can play some golf. All right, dude is good. He is really, really good. So that was fun. And we got you. And if you guys want to come up, we don't have a mic for everybody right this year, right? No. Dell's like, forget you guys. I got a mic. You don't.
Just talk loud.
You can't hear?
Just talk loud. That's all you got to do.
They can use mine. I'm not talking during this show.
You're not. Yeah, you don't care about this show.
No, not at all.
No. Last year, wait a minute. Like, this is a different show.
Exactly.
Right. It's
I'm
the
consistent.
same as every day.
I'm consistent. I don't care.
You don't care about this. And especially at Nick's Place. Did you get the billboard today?
Of course not.
You weren't on the billboard?
No. Troubled men meeting here later today.
Later. Closed on the weekends.
That's right. Not a sports bar anymore.
Nick, Dell just closed your bar on the weekends, okay?
Troubled men.
I hope you couldn't hear that. Lost license. Thanks, Nick. All right. We're going to take a quick break live from Nick's Place. We want you to come on in. We got a nice crowd, but there's plenty of room for everybody. Come on in at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. In the meantime, why don't you talk about another sports bar?
Yeah, Aranda's Sports Bar. As a matter of fact, Taquerias Aranda's. I don't even consider that. It's a little different than what we're doing with Nick's. For example, I'm stopping by tomorrow, 3 o'clock, to Aranda's Bakery to grab chicken tamales and pork tamales, and we're getting the conchas. And so we'll have the pan dulce, we'll have the tamales, and I've got all the members of my family coming, and extended family coming to my house. We're cooking for them, and so we're going to have some tamales in the morning, and they do it better than anyone. Man, their tamales are fantastic. Award-winning by the Houston Chronicle for how authentic they are. They're delicious, perfect blend of the masa and the meat, the pork, the chicken. I can tell you this much, though. At Aranda's, anytime you go to Taquerias Aranda's, you're going to get an authentic Mexican food experience, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And maybe more importantly it's a new place for you to go watch your games, the Aranda Sports Bar. Inside of a Taquerias Aranda's at the bar, they have basically turned it into a sports bar with a bar menu with TVs on that are going to be on the games that you want. You can ask them to turn it to the games you want. Get what you're looking for at Aranda's Sports Bar. The food, the fun, the sports, and, of course, get your tamales at Aranda's Bakery. Find an Aranda's Bakery near you and get by there so you have it for either Christmas Eve or Christmas morning. It's Taquerias Aranda's.
season. Nick is going to be. Are you open Christmas? You are. How about
Open
the
Christmas.
Texans? Come watch the
I
Texans.
didn't-
Yeah. Nothing says Christmas like a calzone to die for at Nick's place.
Christmas calzones is what they're
Watching
called.
the Texans and beat the snot out of the Ravens.
What's the saddest Christmas? So you watch The Bear.
Yeah.
So that episode of The Bear where they're at Christmas and they're cooking and it's real tense.
Yeah.
And then
That was
eventually,
my house every Christmas.
yeah. What's your? My dad was at University of Cincinnati, and they played in the Motor City Bowl. So it was like Cincinnati versus Marshall, and that's when Byron Leftwich was actually there, and we were there on Christmas Day, and me and my brother went to a casino there, and we went because we didn't have we're not from there, we didn't have anything else to do. The game was going to be played the next day on the 26th, so we're in the casino in Detroit.
Feeling good about yourself.
And I mean, I didn't care. I mean, but all the people who live there, the people who are coming to the casino, and they're talking about, what are you doing? I had to get away from my family. Man, my drunk brother was there, and he took it, and he threw it on the ground, and he threatened to kill my dad. And like, oh, my God. This is the saddest Christmas I've ever seen. And they're getting worked at the craps table where I was. They were just getting demolished at the craps table because you know how bad energy at a craps table will derail a craps table. But it was just the most sad sack Christmas ever. I'm like, good God, Christmas in a casino is the worst.
Yeah. My saddest is we had a wonderful Joy to the World. It was almost angelic. And because Christmas is always great. What is wrong with you? What's your worst Christmas ever? What?
You never had a bad Christmas?
Cheer. No.
You said
I've never had a bad Christmas.
That whole episode of The Bear was terrible.
Yeah.
You said that was like your family.
That's fun.
That's
when
fun?
everybody's yelling at each other.
Somebody drove through the actual house.
No one ever did that.
And then somebody else got stabbed with a fork or whatever.
Right, but that's a show, Lance. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah. Well, then don't compare yourself to the show.
No. Dell, didn't your brother get deported one Christmas?
No, that was in the middle of March.
That was
It was my worst March ever.
March Madness.
Yeah.
No, so that didn't happen.
No.
You
Despite that story, very
March
well-adjusted
You
home.
are? Yeah,
Christmas
right.
was fine, yes.
Christmas was great.
Yeah.
See, and Lance, everybody's Christmas is great. You're in a casino with a bunch of people smoking cigarettes. Okay,
Yeah.
that's bad.
Oh, yeah, they were.
They were. Oh no,
They were.
at
And
that
it wasn't full, so the ones that were in there were really hand-picked lousy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
not lousy, but hand-picked miserable.
Well, Courtney's making this a great Christmas. All right, what is this, free throw basket? Yeah, all right, so it's trash can basketball. What are we playing for? Gift cards? Oh, how about that? To who? Agricole, hospitality, mezcal. I'm in. Brunch, garden to table, tacos, patio hang, dancing, ranch water, bourbon, $50 gift certificates for. Okay, it's easy. This is the easiest one. Okay, it's trash can basketball. All you have to do is make the most into the trash can, and you win the gift card. Who wants to play? Come on up. Whoever wants to. We need 3 people. Come on up. Who wants to play? Come on, Jared. Let's go. That's it. Okay, come on up, and we'll see who can win trash can basketball.
One.
Now, get ready for
Ass up here, Jared.
Jared.
You
get
see her?
your ass.
Get
up
your
here.
ass up here, Jared. I know that.
They're bossy.
Sister.
They're bossier than wives.
Oh, sisters are the
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
That's right.
They're bossier than anybody. And here we go. And we got 3 now.
Yeah.
We got 3. Here we go. We're gonna play trash can basketball, and whoever wins, Agricole. Agricole is who we got a gift certificate for.
Yeah.
So
it's
let's do that.
restaurant group here.
Yeah. No, they got a lot of good stuff. It looks like, including ranch water. And so you got to tear them up, ball them up, tear off the pages, ball them up, and make as many in how long, Courtney?
Hey.
What's the time? 90 seconds. It sounds like
We got to
it's good.
move. We got to give her a shot. Don't block her pathway. Let's find out who the Fred VanVleet of this group is.
Yeah. 0 for 15 again. Let's see. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Trash can basketball. That's terrible, Jared. Jared is an assistant golf coach. Apparently not basketball coach.
Ball it up tight so it'll fly.
That's awful.
A little bit more, sis.
Okay, I think one might win.
Fred VanVleet.
Let's go. Man, we're bad at this.
Oh,
we got one. We got one.
Oh, there's one right there.
Congratulations. This is really, really a.
One. There's one.
Oh no,
we got 1, 1, and 1.
All right.
We got 1, 1, and 1.
Jared, dude, this is terrible.
Is that 2? We got 2 over here.
There's one. Jared's got one. Right
No,
here.
that's his second
right here on
one.
the floor.
That's the second one.
Yeah.
Stole my magazine.
Oh, how much time, Courtney? 20
2.
seconds. Let's go.
2 for Sis.
Let's go. Sis is kicking your ass.
Roll it up
oh,
tighter,
there it
Sis.
is. There's 2. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it.
All right, let's find out how this went.
5 over here. How many did you get? 3, 2.
2?
Jared, you're the worst.
Good. Oh, don't tell us. Oh, I'm a golfer.
yeah.
I can't possibly throw a piece of paper in a trash can.
It's awful.
Can't possibly. Those two sports don't cross over.
That just proves how we're not athletes. Congratulations. Thank you, Jared. Thank you for that. So here we are. We got a donut eating contest coming up. Okay. We got the eggnog chug still ahead. All right. So we want y'all save your space. All right. Oh, look. Carson Wentz didn't play yesterday. He just decided to come over here. All right. Does he not look like Carson?
He does look like Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Carson Wentz. And
it looks like Carson Wentz after the Chiefs cut him.
Yeah, right.
Upcoming.
When
the Chiefs cut him.
They might have cut him yesterday.
Down on his luck, Carson Wentz.
And Irv has got the best shirt on of anybody. Nobody brings it like La Raza.
¿Qué pasó, La Raza?
He's got a picture of me flipping everybody off. He's got you loving food, and he's got Dell hating everybody on his shirt. Okay, those are Hall of Famers on the front of your shirt there.
What did you guys think of your great college playoffs? What a great set of games this was over the week. What a miserable sack of turd games.
Well, like
these games suck.
I don't know if you remember the BCS, the semifinals.
Be serious though.
Been terrible.
No, be serious. There's a real question. Do we have too many teams? Because there's some teams that we have too many teams.
We seeded them wrong.
No, receding or not, we have too many teams. There's some teams who should not have been playing against good teams.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. You know what? In the BCS era, go look at how many blowouts there were.
Yeah,
in the
but BCS is only 4. What? Like, you got to really work your way in to be one of the top 4.
But they still got blown out.
To be 12.
Well, wait a minute. Your point is the blowouts have made it bad.
Well, now there's like 5 blowouts now this week, and all 4 of them were blowouts.
Yeah, but we've had 2 before.
We got bad, but SMU did so much damage. They really did.
So did Indiana.
SMU and Indiana
did Tennessee. Wait a minute. Tennessee and the SEC is supposed to be great, and Tennessee got blown out.
They got crushed. But no one's going to question an SEC team. This is the difference. There's never going to be a referendum on SEC teams. Well, there's never going to be.
Wait a minute. If you're going to criticize Indiana and you're going to criticize
Tennessee got blown out, and frankly, I put that on Ohio State. Penn State didn't play great. Ohio State played great.
Yeah.
Penn State didn't play great. SMU sucked. Kevin Jennings had the worst performance I've literally ever seen in a postseason college football game. It was the worst. And the funniest thing is the kid's dad is begging for $3 million from the team before the game because the Tulane quarterback supposedly got that at Duke. And the dad's holding De'Aaron King and the team hostage. That's the funniest thing. He's literally telling them, I need $3 million for my son.
Dad,
and then he plays that bad? The worst timing in history.
The dad might have waited. That might have been a better thing. Dad
knew, I better get it in now.
Well, he didn't get it.
Just in case.
He didn't get it yet.
Regardless, they're going to say,
what do you do with him
no.
next year if you're SMU?
I don't know. What do you do with any of these kids
holding you hostage? Well, the kid got you to the playoff. He played great all year.
I guess you just got to give him his money or he's going to leave. I mean, you got to give Jimbo his contract.
Yep. Yeah.
You'd hate to go find another quarterback, which, other teams do.
But it ain't that easy. Fact of the matter is, it was a blowout.
You say it ain't that easy, but let's see. Ohio State, new quarterback. Notre Dame, new quarterback. Who else? I'm trying to think of the other teams. Was Rourke a new quarterback?
Wait a minute.
Well, Indiana's quarterback was
Wait a minute. You're talking about Indiana. SMU. You're not talking about Ohio State. SMU's
a playoff team.
SMU is not bringing in the
SMU's
same
a playoff
guy.
team. They can now. They're a playoff team.
Well, not
They got
just like
embarrassed in the
TCU
playoffs.
Just like TCU got in the playoff, and ever since then,
You can go find quarterbacks. Duke just pulled the Tulane quarterback.
Well,
Duke's
Ohio
had some
State's
big
quarterback's a Kansas State quarterback. So the thing
Yeah.
is SMU willing to pay to go get
that's
a quarterback?
it. That's it.
If they
No,
want to do
just
that, and
pay-
they got all the money in
Oh,
the world.
I just pay for Jennings. This is what you pay for.
Well, I wouldn't pay for Jennings.
Pay for Jennings.
But if they want to go get another one, they could. SMU can pay.
Give
to
that
go
kid
get another
$3 million a year. Give that Jennings kid $3 million a year. It looks good.
I mean,
It's good stuff. And no, legitimately, I think Indiana and then specifically SMU, because you took SMU over a blue blood in Alabama. It just looks so bad. I stand by the fact that I think SMU is more deserving. But the fact is, is it about deserving or the best teams? And I know Josh Pate has made that argument the entire time. It's not about deserving. It's not about deserving. Well, college football's playoff committee said we're doing deserving. And they put a deserving team in there in SMU, and they got the doors blown off of them. They weren't even remotely close.
They
now.
cared more about wins than they did about a quality of team.
it's a comfortable place to be if your bias was SMU didn't belong or Indiana didn't belong because that was confirmed. We have no idea how an Alabama would have done in that environment. Penn State's environment was remarkable. And we don't know that. We saw them walk in Oklahoma in an environment and got their ass kicked. So we don't know, but you can play the game because you don't know. Alabama would have done better. I don't know that. Jalen Burrow is an awful thrower of the football. And him on the road, he's been bad too. Yeah. We saw him throw how many picks did he throw against OU? Why couldn't he have done that at Penn State?
No, that's true. That's true. In Cold, it's hard to imagine anyone being worse than SMU.
That's true.
But here's the deal. We need to seed them better. It was the seeding created a problem with mismatches
with blowouts.
Blowouts. So you got to have an even more evenly matched team.
No. The seeding didn't bother. Didn't bother Penn State.
Back there. Boise should have been back there.
Yeah, but SMU was going to be back there regardless.
But they
were still going to face
Boise
a point.
Or
well, what were they? A 12? They were a 12.
SMU was an 11.
SMU was 11.
Clemson was a 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so Clemson would have been. I mean, that is what it is because they didn't get the automatic top 4, and then SMU still would have been an 11. It wouldn't have mattered.
Right.
SMU would have been 11 and still would have got whipped by.
They would have gotten a 6.
But maybe Ohio State's not playing an 8-9, or maybe Penn State's not the 6. Maybe they're ahead because we're moving Boise and Arizona State down.
Well, you would just got beat by Ohio State. It wouldn't have mattered.
Or we see SMU versus
SMU's
Boise.
getting blown out by anybody.
Well, I don't know if they get blown up by Boise in Boise or Arizona State in Tempe.
Did this do damage for? And I'm saying smaller schools.
It only does damage
non-Power 4 conference.
There's already SMU isn't a Power 4, but the bias is they didn't belong, so it confirms it. But people, as you mentioned, will ignore Tennessee. But did Tennessee look like they belonged?
No.
But like you did, you gave all the credit to Ohio State as opposed to giving credit to Penn State and their defense.
I do think there was
a
big difference between how Notre Dame played pretty well. Penn State didn't play that well. Penn State defensively was just way better than the tackles of SMU.
So if you did it just by rankings, Notre Dame would have hosted Clemson. Ohio State would have hosted SMU. Tennessee would have hosted Arizona State, and Indiana would have hosted Boise.
So you might have got two better games because you got two lesser teams playing each other, but you still had a couple blowouts.
SMU would have got.
Well, that was on that day.
Beaten.
We saw them not be able to handle the issue, the moment against Clemson early, and they fought back.
Look, I'm not sure anybody's beaten. Tennessee's offense is not very good, and then having Sampson get hurt didn't help. But Ohio State looked really, really good that day, and that's a good Tennessee defense. And Travion Henderson looked fantastic, and Smith looked absolutely unbelievable. This was a great comeback win for Ohio State against a good SEC defense. It was really put them back on the map in terms of, hey, don't forget Ohio State now, because if they get it back, forget the loss you just got done watching. Ohio State's got some juice. Now, they're not playing at home anymore. They're done at home.
No, but everybody's done at home. It's all neutral.
Yeah, and the home mattered a lot.
Ohio State gets Oregon again. If they don't mess up at the end, let's see. Well, Will Howard, I don't know that anything would have happened if Will Howard doesn't take a dive. But he still messed up.
Well, the roster, no one's questioned Ohio State's roster. It's always been about Will Howard, and then they were upset with Chip Kelly for whatever that game plan was against Michigan. But Ohio State they beat Tennessee for a reason. They went all in on that roster, and that's why they were so upset.
I'll tell you who better watch it is Georgia. If Stockton is playing,
he is playing,
and Notre Dame it's Notre Dame. I'm telling you what, Notre Dame can beat Georgia.
No, they can beat Georgia. It's now it turns into Kirby versus Riley Leonard, but I don't know. I think Riley Leonard has a little bit more. I think he's got a little more internally than Quinn Ewers does. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, Notre Dame has played better the second half of the season. They got a team that I do think they have a real chance of beating Georgia. It's not that Notre Dame's great. It's that Georgia's not as good as they have been in the past. And I think Notre Dame can play a more consistent brand of football. So I give Notre Dame a real chance there. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. I like them. All right, we got a break. We're live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge in Westheimer. We got a full crowd, but we need more. Let's go. If you're in the neighborhood, stop on by and let's get our drink on. We got Coors Lights up here, guys. You're more than welcome to come and grab them anytime. Game Day Men's Health is sitting right here. If you want a consultation over here, they didn't bring their labs with them. Every single one of them has labs, but they didn't bring them today. You'd have to go to one of their locations to get their
They don't have a mobile lab outside?
They don't have a mobile lab for whatever reason. Let's pick it up, Game Day. Time to take a break. Talking Craig the Surf right now.
Yeah, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, the difference, the leader in terms of car sales. You know why? Because they're great to get along with. It. Right after this, I've got to go switch out the loaner car they gave us. My wife had work done on her vehicle, and I got a loaner vehicle, a truck, a Chevy Silverado, which was absolutely awesome. What a great truck to drive. An unbelievable ride, very, very smooth. And we're going to switch it out. And I said, look, I don't have time to get out there to Angleton today. So they're going to come up, and they're going to switch it out with me directly, Jeff is. So this is a great opportunity for me to be able to get the stuff done I need to do because of their customer service and the way that they go about their business. Great trucks, great SUVs, great vehicles at a great price. Trade-in value that's off the charts. It's all out in Angleton. You can stop on in to Angleton, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, or start the car buying experience online at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Oh, my God. We have to have rejoins on everything?
Yes.
Here on ESPN 97.5.
No one hears him.
And 92.5.
Is it pizza?
And we are live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky
Is it
Ridge.
pizza?
Chase made this for us. No.
Let me see.
They're home plates. We got to open it up.
Oh, I thought they were
It's
pizzas like home
pizza.
No,
plates.
they're home plates, and I have a feeling they might be special. And, oh, my God, Hall of Fame.
How
Wow.
cool. Wow, that's cool.
Gartano.
You spelled his name wrong?
Gartano.
No.
John Gartano.
Well, you aren't. They're trying to.
Hall of Fame. The level of disrespect.
Hey.
Oh, I bet yours is misspelled too. All right.
You got to
what's
be.
your German name?
They don't want to be able to find you. The people of Chicago are looking for you. You don't want them finding you. This
No,
isn't
that's
better
true.
this way.
I hope they misspelled your German
John
name.
Gartano.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it's spelled right.
They got
They
it
spelled
right.
it right. They spelled it right.
So it's not on purpose. It's just disrespectful.
Chase, thank you. And Wayne, thank you. And a matter of fact, Wayne's daughter is here right now. Amy, right here.
Gartano. Somebody's got a new nickname.
Oh, no, Herb, every time he calls.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Johnny Gartano. Okay.
Lance
Lance
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel.
Johnny Gartano.
You just started something, Chase.
I know.
You just started something.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you for both.
Love it.
Mine and Gartano.
Love it.
That's fodder for years.
It's made it more memorable, Chase. It made it more memorable. All right, so we got blindfold, spatula, ribbons, something.
Flipping
Christmas ribbons.
Yes.
Wrapping ribbons. And you got 1 minute? What do you got? 1 minute to scoop as many as you can into your pan, and whoever has the most wins a $50 gift card to Charisma.
Please don't make any jokes about spatulas
And the
and
women, doing it.
and stuff, John.
And what's your name? Amy
Please
is
don't.
taking on, what's your name? Morgan. Amy's taking on Morgan. And here we go. 2 women with spatulas in the kitchen. Okay. Hey. Oh, a little disrespectful.
That's his alter ego, John Gartano. You can't blame this stuff
No.
on Granado.
No.
That's Gartano talking.
Ready? Marks. Set. Go. All right. Put them in there. Add it,
Oh,
girl.
she can tell.
She can. Oh, okay. We're doing pretty good. We got a couple in there. Go,
Better than
Amy.
the
Go.
shooting.
All
Better
right.
than the shooting.
All right.
Easy, not so hard.
Yes.
Relax.
Actually, it says blindfolded.
Easy.
Blindfolded is better than Jared shooting baskets. All right. That's not hard.
Paper
though.
trash can shots.
All right. There it is. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Wow.
1.
That's a good battle.
That's it.
Wow, look
Oh,
at that.
Amy, congratulations. Well, yeah, count them.
Count them out
It's
first.
not even close.
It's not.
I mean, I could see by a show of hands.
It wasn't that. Who won?
8? That's all you got is 8?
See, you were going to give her the
2,
win.
4, 6,
What's
7.
wrong with you?
You're going to give her
Oh.
the win. Morgan won.
Oh. I'm like a referee in a Texas
Not even
Chiefs
close.
game.
I know.
All right.
Easy, ref.
Okay, I'm like a referee in a Texas
John's
Chiefs
like,
game.
that's offensive pass interference. Look at Tank manhandle that guy. Tank is falling to the ground, crumbling. That's offensive interference.
Oh.
Tank's 120 pounds, getting blown by air to the ground.
I'm sorry, Wayne. I tried to get her the gift card. I'm sorry. I apologize. We are live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge for another Christmas party here. Our last show of the year.
My man got up looking for Coors Lights.
Coors Light.
They're empty.
Well, hey, let's go.
He got up. He's like,
Hey, Gartano, get some more Coors Lights up here.
get your people to get some stuff
Hey,
on her.
Nick, we need some more Coors Lights. That's it. The people, look at.
Listen, once
you
again-
think the people don't love Coors Light? Is that what you thought? That's right.
Hey guys, if you're listening in the car and you're on your way here, make sure you bring as much food as possible. We're trying to stock this place with food so Nick doesn't have to work too hard back there and make money. So bring your food here.
Yes.
Apparently, just bring a lunch pail.
Hey,
just bring a lunch box.
And maybe a case of Coors Light.
Yeah.
Just
bring your own stuff.
Bring your own Coors Lights with you.
Nick got all dressed up for nothing. Look at him.
Yay.
He's like, what's with the food back here? I brought my own sausage and peppers. What?
Trying to pay for my kids' gifts. And look at what you are doing. Anyway, we are here live at Nick's Place, 2713. Oh, by the way, Rockets win yesterday.
Yeah, Rockets win.
Hey, how about our Rockets?
114-110. My son is just like you. The first thing he leads with is, so I flew back from Savannah yesterday so I can get to watch the Rockets. And he goes, Dad, 1 for 10. Fred VanVleet.
0 for 5 from 3.
And I said, you and Granado are going to kill yourselves worrying about shooting percentages and not wins because it ain't getting better. You know, Fred in his last 10 is shooting 32.8% from the field. 32% from the field in his last 10 games. That's a pretty big sample size.
That's not even from 3.
That's just shooting. That's from 2.
Hey, the champ.
I see.
You
the champ?
He beat me last night.
He beat me. Good.
He beat me last night.
Good.
Because So, Tony, congratulations. Tony is the Pool and Weed Eater Fantasy Football Champion. He beat me last night. Yeah.
He beat me.
Yeah. Beat Gartano. Oh, it was a good one, though. It was a good match. 154-147. And it came down to Baker Mayfield's last quarter last night. Jerk.
Baker Mayfield was the quarterback for the championship game.
Yes.
That's how fantasy football works.
But Baker was
just a total pickup. No, I know.
Yeah.
Waiver wire pickup.
Yeah. Waiver wire pickup, yeah.
Waiver wire pickup wins the league.
Josh Allen, 11 frickin' points yesterday.
Oh, good for that.
Yeah.
John was smashing everybody.
Yeah.
You're like the Patriots.
I know.
The undefeated Patriots, and then they lost the championship game.
Yeah.
Neat stuff.
Yeah.
Neat stuff. Yeah.
Good. Congratulations, man.
Can we go over all y'all's rosters? Good to see you, buddy.
All right, we got a break live at Next Place, 2713.
By the way, Tony was at our very first ever public appearance when John and I, back in 1997, at that brewery across the street from Compact Center.
Oh, yeah.
The Summit Compact Center. Yeah, Brew You.
Brew You.
And Tony won a contest.
Brew You.
We did an imitation contest, and Tony won with his Charles Barkley.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if he won, but he did a Charles Barkley imitation. And Sean Pendergast did. Sean was a listener, and he did Lou Holtz. And Tony was a listener and did
Charles Barkley.
And then that year, I started a fantasy football league. I got Sean involved with it, and then Tony was a listener. Pat O'Neill, Mr. Ash, was a listener, and then we had Dennis Lindsay in it, who ended up being general manager of the Jazz. And we've had several. We've had about 8 divorces in that league. We had 1 heart attack, 1 felony, but got out of it.
Wait, either it was a felony or it wasn't.
Well, it was a felony, but
charge.
It was a reduced. I think it was a reduced crime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was like a win.
Hey, try harder next time.
Now, that was his last year in the league.
Yeah.
That guy was not in the league anymore.
Okay.
It was tough to stay in the league after that one.
All right. We got a break. Hey, it's time. Let's go. Cheers. Cheers. Merry Christmas, everybody. Let's go.
There's a lot of beer being drank.
And I got to talk about Gulf Coast windows. I bet your house is breezy, right? All right. You need new windows. If it's warmer near your windows when you walk by your window, then you need new windows. You need replacement windows from Jim Fiume, a guy who's been doing it for over 40 years at Gulf Coast Windows. You're looking for the best way to get replacement windows. This is the way. Or if you're building something, a business, you're building a new business or you're building a house, Gulf Coast Windows. It's the way to go. They're the best windows in the market, and it's not even close. You don't have to get hurricane windows. You just got to get the best window ever. But he does have hurricane windows. You can get the aluminum windows. You can get the wood clad, whatever it is. It's going to be the best in market, the best in show, because it's Jim Fiume, and that's the way he does business. You're looking for windows. There's one place to go. Tell Jim Fiume you heard it right here. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Now back to John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at Nick's Place.
Leave that man alone.
Welcome back live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer. We got a full house. I love it. You guys are awesome, but there's plenty of room for anybody else who wants to come in. And listen, I want everybody to go over here. Mikey's in the corner with Pick Me Events. Take your pictures and then put them on Twitter and show everybody what they're missing today at Nick's Place. It's what?
And tag ESPN 975.
No, tag us. Tag ESPN Houston. What is our
ESPN 975?
ESPN 975 at ESPN 975. Tag us. Put it on Twitter. Come on, everybody. Gartano. My name's Gartano. Please put some respect on my name. Okay, my name. That's right. And see, I've already seen it. We already got some pictures up there. It's awesome. Jared did it already. Congratulations. Let's go. That's what I want to see. Everybody put your pictures up. Tag us. Tag me and Lance in ESPN 975.
Who's Lance? I don't see a Lance.
I know. What is he doing?
No.
Like we're not doing a show anymore.
He's got one more show to do. One more, and he can't get through it.
I know. It's the last one
Yeah.
in 10 days.
Yeah.
And he can't
do it.
Can't
even sit down in a
can't
chair.
be professional.
Yeah.
Can't be. He did show up on time. That was right before the show.
Right before the show. He said we were lucky to have him.
Who's good at Flip Cup? Who's good? Oh, you're good. You're good. How long ago was your daughter's liver transplant? 2022. 2022. And then how old is she now? 14. Congratulations, man. Liver transplant. Just a couple of years ago. And you went to an event with his mom. His mom was there for him. It was for him. The daughter's mom. It was a girl. It was the daughter's mom. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, congrats. Where are they from? Did she got the liver from? Where? Monroe. Got the liver from Monroe, Louisiana. What a world we're living in. That's awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations. So you're gonna play? All right. Who wants to play Flip Cups? How many we got? Need two? Two people. We need anybody else any good or you suck? You suck at this or what? Oh, we got a Jay Alexander's gift card. Let's go. Jay Alexander's, very nice restaurant. Who can play? Who can flip cups? I remember when we did this. Let's go. All right, here we go. Hayward's coming.
No, not this time. He got.
Oh, no. Here comes Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers is playing. All right. All right, let's go. You can play? You any good? All right, who can flip them over? And remarks. Get set, go. You got to drink and flip them. Oh, I love it. I love this game. Yeah, there's a lot of drinking involved. Go. Hey, Quinn, you suck at this.
You surprised? It's Quinn.
Hey, Quinn. Hey, Quinn. Let's go. All right. Apparently, he just likes to throw to short cups. He doesn't like to throw it down the field. All right. You're really not great at this, Quinn. All right. That's it. That's good. He is good. Remember his daughter got the liver transplant a couple of years ago?
Oh, did she?
Yeah, his daughter.
Oh, his? Oh, yeah. I know he's a pro at this game.
Yeah, he's good.
He's in the first game. He's drinking game he's played here.
No, did you play last year? Didn't you win last year?
Yes. He's a big favorite every year.
Oh. Nice handshake.
He's minus 600 every year.
Long hair Quinn Ewers sucks at this.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? He came out here and competed. That's all that matters.
All.
You got some free beer and you competed.
That's it. That's it. We got all kinds of gift cards, great stuff given away. We want you here at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. Bring your own food, bring your own drink, and have a big time. Back to that Texans game.
Yeah.
Okay, what positives can we? I'm a positive guy. It's Christmas. I know you like to think about Detroit and Christmas. I'm a positive guy. What's some positives?
I would like to say, CJ's interceptions were not good.
That's okay. That's a positive for you.
For Trent McDuffie, they're positive.
No, you know what? I thought the offensive line, especially for as banged up as they got, I thought they actually held up okay.
Yeah.
Against a good pass rush Karloftis is a powerful guy. Chris Jones. I thought they actually did a pretty good job, to be honest with you.
Kendrick Green had to come in, and
Green came at the right guard spot. Shaq Mason's hurt. Juice Scruggs, we're not sure when he's going to be back. It doesn't really sound super positive right now. So you had so Titus Howard. So you had Blake Fisher down. You had Shaq Mason gone. Your left guard spot's gone. It was who was playing? By the way, so I was watching in a bar called the Black Rabbit in Savannah. I found out that everyone in Savannah is not from Savannah. Everyone just comes there and they just start living there, but no one's actually from there. It's kind of it's a weird, but everyone's really cool and nice.
It's the opposite of Wisconsin, where no one ever goes there.
No one ever goes there.
Right.
Everyone comes. The people we met were from New York, New Jersey, Boston, Virginia. Like no one was actually from there. I had a Uber driver who had been a COO at a logistics company in New York, and he moved because he just got tired of this crazy drive to work he had. He got tired of the pace.
So he decided to Uber drive?
And he
moved just in time.
Okay. No, he moved
People
and
get
then
shot up in your
he lost
CEO.
his
your CEO.
Yeah.
7 years ago he moved, and then but anyway, we were watching in this sports bar of locals who aren't really local, but it's where all the locals go. And I couldn't hear, and I saw who was at right tackle at one point.
Zachary Taylor, was it?
Yeah.
No. Zach Thomas?
Zach Thomas.
No.
Zachary
there was
Taylor.
somebody.
No, Zach Thomas.
Well, Zach Taylor Thomas looked like he was out.
Yeah.
No.
I think it's Zachary Taylor. I think.
Well, there's a Zach Thomas from San Diego State who came in the game, but there was somebody else who was like
Thomas.
Number 59.
Yeah, I didn't know who that
Who was that?
I don't know.
There was somebody who gave up an easy sack.
Well, and I was
I
like,
didn't even know who he was.
hey, yeah, and no, I was like 14.
Zach
too.
Thomas is a white guy. This was not a white guy. I don't even know who he was. I'm like, whoa, how far are we down now? I don't even know who this is.
Whatever the case may be, yeah, they're down to.
I don't know. I guess the offensive line played better is my bright spot. I guess that's where it is. I don't really have, the Texans looked like they're limping in. I mean, the first half was a solid first half for them, but you're not going to be able to fade this. This many injuries is going to start to pile up. You got 3 starters on the offensive line.
Zach Thomas, 74.
74, okay.
Yeah, 74.
That's not who
Zach
I'm thinking
Thomas.
of.
Yeah. But he was in the game, too.
He was in the game.
Yeah.
And I saw somebody else like number 59. I'm like, who is this? That's not Zach Thomas. I actually thought Zach Thomas hung in pretty good.
Whatever. They give up 1 sack against a good defensive line. They didn't get pushed around. They didn't run the ball great, but they did what they had to do.
This is not going to be a good run blocking unit. They're not built for that.
Well, what the question is what? Hey, I'm going to double or triple Nico now, and who's he going to throw the ball to? That's the question.
Well, this is what happened at the end of last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Mechie hurt. Shaq Mason hurt. Tank Dell hurt. Juice Scruggs hurt. Cade Stover hurt. Bolu is hurt. I mean, look how many. Jimmy Ward hurt. Look how many injuries there are right now to starters or near starters. It's an astonishing.
Well, but the most important one is actually getting the ball to somebody. How's he going to get? Is Xavier Hutchinson going to have a huge role with this team?
And there's no Noah Brown who filled in great last year. You don't even have him.
Well, Robert Woods is getting some catches now. I mean,
we know they're in trouble.
He's got to.
This is going to be. That's to me the biggest story is who the hell is he going to throw the ball to? And
gotta be careful now. Who's going to block also? You don't want that to get too deep on you because, you're starting to run out of guys.
Well, I don't know because the guys, the starters weren't all that great, and you know what? These guys did an okay job.
But you need Blake Fisher to get back. You need him to get back, but I don't know. There's not a lot of bright spots to that one. You got to finish. It's not. It wasn't any better. It wasn't any better than.
Oh, Dr. Dre. Coors Light, you giving that to Nick? He needs a beer, son. What are you doing? That's for me? How about that? My wife will love it. I'm going to put it in the living room. That's awesome, right here.
No, I don't know. Well, what are you gonna do?
The question is, who's
I just
he
think
throw
you just
to?
to me, you're just going to play it out. You'll get beaten in the first round, and you move on more than likely. I don't see anything changing drastically. You don't have difference makers changing anything.
No. Odell? Do you want Odell?
No, you do not.
No. I mean, I'd rather have Deontay Johnson than Odell. Deontay Johnson actually can get open.
Yeah, right.
Odell's super slow. Odell's done. He's done with football. Deontay's still got football left in him. It just depends on if he wants to be an ass and a hole. Does he want to be that anymore? Because if he does, I don't know that D'Amico. Now you can get rid of him quick.
Oh, look. Coors Live. Hey, John Garnado. Oh, clean, crisp, refreshing. Coors Light. Coors Light.
There's Sam. She
Dr.
captures
Dre.
all the moments we don't want captured.
Dre. That's a good listener.
Aaron Glenn is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Chase brought us something. What you guys do? Nothing. I expect a gift every time you come, okay?
Oh, mafia ties.
All right.
He just wants you to give him an envelope.
On the day of my daughter's wedding, you come to my house.
Just bring him an envelope.
You did. You look at it. Brought me my wine. John Granado wine. That's right. Thank you. Oh, no. Jason did, and Garrett. Jason and Garrett. They've been here forever.
Yeah.
And
Wine Spectator gives it a 64.
At my golf tournament, I was giving away John Granado wines, and I didn't have any left, and he still had one.
Oh,
so he brought it for me. Yeah.
Oh, is that where that's from?
That's where that's from. All right,
he re-gifted something from a golf tournament?
Yeah.
That's next level right there.
And I've got to tell you, it wasn't the best of wines. Just wasn't the best. No, they put my name on it. It could not have been that good. Could not have been that good. We're going to break live
These
at this
tannins.
place.
I'm getting the flavor of these tannins on the back end taste like butt. Yeah, that's the Garnados.
That's a Garnado.
That's a Garnado.
Wine.
What variety of grapes is it? It's a Garnado grape. Don't worry about it.
We got a break live at next place, 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer. Come on by. Welcome back live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge.
Yeah.
Rocky Ridge and Westheimer. Hey, I'm serious too. Game Day Men's Health this year. You need to go over there and talk to these guys. I'm telling you, you're going to feel better. If you want to look better, feel better. They've got everything that you could possibly need. Free consultation, locations all over the city now. I think they just opened one in front. They on-site labs. They opened one in. They're coming to downtown Friendswood in the new year.
And the owner lifts.
Oh yes,
the owner lifts now.
Well, they're all owners. They're both of them. The both of them.
Hey, there's no skipping. There's no skipping chest day.
No, they skip leg day to lift though.
I don't know. I don't think there's a leg day skip.
Come on. Who cares about leg day? What woman ever looks at the legs, right? Her legs. That's different. That's different. Yeah, we haven't even mentioned Christian Walker yet. Hey, what? Okay, I want to hear. Are you guys happy about signing Christian Walker?
That's more positive than I expected.
Okay, are you not happy about signing Christian Walker? Okay. Are you okay with Bregman being gone? Let's see. Okay, who wants Bregman to stay?
About equal.
It's about equal. I'm going to tell you, Bregman's 250 average really has people, and the way he starts and everything else. It's not a lock that everybody's like, oh no, we got to keep Bregman.
I think it's a lot of it is because people don't think. I think a lot of people don't think Bregman's going to stay, so they're kind of on the like. If you thought there was a legitimate chance Bregman was going to stay, I think you'd want to keep him.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think most people realize he's gone, so you've already moved on from him.
It.
Yeah.
So, but I've seen so much. But nobody whines like Astros Twitter. Nobody.
Right.
Nobody whines like Astros Twitter and Jeremy.
Jeremy who? Branham?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Why?
What?
Why?
What's he whining about?
Oh, about everything. About all these moves. You know what? Christian Walker was a nice signing. Now, everybody's bitching about they don't sign players. Blah, blah, blah. They just signed a $60 million guy who's a pretty good player. You filled a real need at first base. He's a Gold Glover.
He's a high strikeout guy.
He's a high home run and RBI guy.
He's a good home run guy. He's not a high home run guy.
He's a good home run guy.
He's solid. He's solid.
And
he's going to strike out a lot. He is not. He's on the backside of his career. It is what it is. Like, let's not make it into.
His numbers haven't been going down.
Not like Arenado's.
No.
Not like Arenado's. No.
And then you got.
But we're not getting the best of his career. Let's be real about this.
No, but
no one's at their best at age 34 in baseball.
No. But
except Verlander. Maybe.
He has not been. He's not been declining. That's the good news.
Well, you gotta.
The other good news.
You gotta field a team.
The other good news is that in the ice box, Paredes is going to hit like 55 homers. Okay. Did you see his numbers and where his balls land? And if he was playing at the ice box,
the Deadpool left hitter,
he would have 50 homers last year.
Deadpool hitter.
Yeah, that's right. So I like this team. Could be the best year ever.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Let's stay away from that.
You better stop saying stuff like that.
Could be the best year ever.
Let's stay away from that.
Best Astros team ever. Thank you.
Big upset.
Who's with me on this one? Was that not the best Astros team ever?
Greatest season ever is what you said. You said greatest season ever.
Greatest season ever.
Did it feel great?
What about the comeback, y'all?
What comeback?
Where they started out really crappy, and then they turned it on.
You're making.
I don't. Yeah, you're right.
You're making him have to sell this.
You're right. Go ahead. I want you to do it in front of a live audience. Go ahead. Do it. Sell that Astro season.
I'm selling it as hard as I can. That's it.
So you got Paredes. You've got Walker.
Oh, by the way, wait a minute. The Texans were going to win by 2 scores. 10 points.
They should have. The refs took it from them.
There it is. There it is.
And who's with me? Who's with me?
There it is.
Oh, Tank Dell. Nice interference. Beat it. Oh, not a fumble. Okay, whatever. I mean, you can't win.
But you just said earlier that was a personal foul anyway. You just said that.
I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I don't care what I said earlier. It's what I'm saying now.
All right.
I never care what I said about what I said earlier. Okay?
Swivel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Pivot,
swivel.
Hey, they were close to winning by 2 scores. Okay.
Yeah,
They were up. They were winning in the game.
18 points away. Very close, yes.
And how about missing another extra point to put you in a bad spot? He
was brokenhearted.
He had tears in his eyes, so he couldn't see the ball. Was everybody crying?
Yeah,
apparently.
Practically,
apparently,
yes.
Kaimi don't care. I mean,
why doesn't Kaimi care?
No, he don't care. He's a kicker. He never sees anybody. Nobody talks to him. It's not like he was close to Tank. Nobody talks to him. He's a kicker. He talks to Weeks, and that's it.
So the Astros going to get an outfielder, or no? Are we done now? You spent on the corner fielders. Is that it?
You're right at the CBT again.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you're right at the
Jake. Jake.
And look what happened. And look what happened. Because of the competitive balance tax, you're not going to get a second round. You're going to lose a second. Signing Christian Walker, you lose a second and a fifth. Okay, so because you're at the competitive,
and you're like that.
What?
You like losing a second?
No, I don't. No, I don't like it. You're the one. Spend more. You're not spending enough. When he spends money, we lose draft picks.
But you just told me Walker was a great pickup.
It was a great pickup.
Then he's worth the second.
No, you don't want to. But you don't want to.
Well, which one is it?
No, you don't want to be over the competitive balance tax.
Well, you got to field a team.
Yeah, I know. Oh, other teams, all of them are? No, the Astros are because he spends money.
Unlike
what everybody says, he's cheap.
Hold on. Why are you always trying to, Jim Crane doesn't care about you?
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Jim Crane got this made for you. He called you Garnado.
No, Chase did that.
But he went to Jim Crane's company.
No, Chase did. It's not Garnado. My name's Granado. Okay.
I'm sorry, Gartano.
Gartano.
Not Garnado. It's Gartano.
Gartano. Whatever. Kent Jones is here tonight. Everybody, there he is. You need a mortgage? Go see him. All right. You're buying a house? Let's go. Go see my man over there. All right. Everybody's in the house today. All right. Rhino, there's Des.
Hey, did you see, by the way, how about you didn't even mention Tiger's son with an ace?
Yeah.
And Charlie.
He looks like a player now.
Yeah, he
Looks
does.
good.
His swing looks just like Tiger.
Yeah. We must not be very funny. I haven't heard Des laugh the whole time.
It's not funny. She's a Steeler fan. Nothing's too funny now.
There's nothing funny. Hey, how about that? Double rods.
There it is.
She's giving you double rods.
There it is.
Double rods.
There it is. Who do you come away? So you think these teams had to play this week in college football playoffs? Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Because their season is stretched out. Like they're going deeper than ever before. College teams on this level. Is it going to be an advantage or a disadvantage playing that extra game when they go into the team with the bye week? Because the bye week teams have not played football for a little while now, but they're also should be as healthy as they can possibly be.
Yeah. Relatively
speaking, obviously Georgia's probably not going to have Carson Beck the whole way.
I think that playing might not hurt him. I mean, but playing in these games might not be bad for him.
Yeah.
I think it could help. We'll see. The better team. No, I say that the better teams aren't waiting. Boise's waiting. Arizona State's waiting.
No.
Yeah, the better teams are not waiting. I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see chalk advance again, though. You're going to see the better. All chalk advance. All chalk.
Man,
they were just better.
Every single chalk pick won. I mean, frankly, I thought the Longhorns outplayed Clemson. You had the stumble in the third quarter that made it close to the number. Obviously, Texas had to score again to get a cover, but it was a 7-point game. I mean, in theory, you were one disastrous play away from, screwing the pooch in that game. But, I don't know. I just never felt like Texas was in any real danger. But defensively, I would be concerned with that pass coverage. Those corners did not look good in that game.
Nope.
I'd be a little concerned after that game.
We got a break right now. Taquerias Arandas is another sports bar you could go to other than Nick's place.
Arandas Sports Bar. It's located in the participating Taquerias Arandas. They're turning their bar areas into sports bars. Really cool thing to be a part of. You can go there, enjoy these games, enjoy your food, the drink specials, authentic Mexican, but also they've got a great bar menu as well. But, it's not just that. You also have the opportunity to stop in and grab awesome breakfast tacos, for example. lunches, a heartier breakfast. You've got lunches, you've got dinners. And, of course, the Arandas Bakery. Find a location because they're doing homemade tamales right now. They're doing the chicken, they're doing the pork, and they've got all the sweetbreads that you can possibly imagine. It's available at every Arandas Bakery. So Taquerias Arandas for your breakfast, lunch, dinner, for your sports, and now for your tamales and your conchas and all the treats that you really love. It's Taquerias Arandas. Find a location near you or Arandas Bakery. It's Taquerias Arandas.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
There's only two. It's Irv and Garrett. Yeah, we already got them. Welcome back live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer. Irv, let's go. Garrett, come on. We're going to have a donut eating contest. Who can eat the most donuts?
Those donuts look good
in 20 minutes?
20?
No.
Morgan Wallen. Oh, he can let his hair go.
Irv. Man, clean it up.
La raza. Hey.
Yeah, those of you who can't see him.
He looks like a Utah guard. He looks like a guard at University of Utah.
Right.
The Polynesian dudes.
When did you turn Polynesian? Yeah. Oh, I know you're. Stop already.
What's he talking about?
The tight
end.
The tight end. Yeah, you doing
the tight end.
Nah,
his homeboy Luke.
We ain't doing that.
No, we ain't doing that. All right. So, as many donuts as you can eat in 2 minutes. You ready? 2, not 1.
Wait. We got drinks.
We got drinks. We got Coors Lights.
If you need to wash it down, or
wash it down with Coors Lights. Ready? Marks.
All right, they're
Get
all
set.
made up.
Go.
And they're starting the donuts.
Oh, look at this. Garrett's go. Hey, I might go with Skinny Garrett on this one.
Yeah, it's possible.
He's Irv's already struggling.
Nah, Irv's fine.
Struggling.
Irv's fine.
All right. $50 gift
Look
card.
at him.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at him.
To J Bar M. Irv.
One of us.
You're embarrassing your eating habits. Okay.
Wallen. Garrett looks like a skinnier Morgan Wallen, so they're yelling Wallen at him. Wallen. Irv's got his Hall of Famer shirt on.
All right.
A picture of me with tamales and John doing double rods.
Yep.
Dell's on the back.
Yeah. That was when I got at the double rods. He captured it when you two were ignoring me.
Oh, that's right.
When my stuff didn't work in L.A.
Yeah.
And he captured that, and then he's got the classic Dell
Now,
look.
I wanted to actually have this thing go a whole segment to see who could finish a whole box.
Don't let us down. La Raza, you suck at eating.
Do it for la cultura. La cultura por la gente. I'm a Southern man with a bag full of donuts.
Nobody would have guessed you suck at eating, Irv.
Abigail can't believe you just said that.
Have you met this man? Of course he said it.
Yeah.
30 seconds. Let's go. All right, Garrett.
Oh no! Oh
no! He's making a comeback. Here comes Irv. Here comes, and down the stretch they come.
Oh, he was sandbagging.
Making a late run.
Morgan.
Let's go. 2, 3.
Oh, no.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. How many? Who wins?
Someone get the bucket.
Give it to Garrett anyway. They tied.
All right, eat off.
All right, wait. Let's see who's got more in their mouth right now.
Oh, no.
Let's see.
La Raza.
He wins. Yeah, he wins. Garrett beat him. La Raza's got a full mouth.
He's got like 3 donuts in there. He's been squirreling that thing. He's like a squirrel with 3 donuts in there, bro. He didn't swallow 1 donut.
I'm telling you. If you
Stop it, chipmunk. Órale, chipmunk.
Hey, Shipley Donuts.
Coño,
Thank you,
wey.
Shipley Donuts. Thank you for the donuts.
Órale, güey.
All right. Nice job. We appreciate it. I'll bet there's nothing like listening to this show in your car.
Oh, it's got to be a good listen.
The worst show of the year.
I haven't even checked.
Everybody's
It's just loud sounds throughout.
That's it. Once again, Mikey, we got to get everybody taking pictures.
Play-by-play of people.
Everybody, take your pictures of Pick Me events over here. And then let's put Lamont is here. Hey, Lamont, what up, brother?
Chuck D is here.
Let's put the pictures on Twitter and at us, okay? We want to get everybody's picture on Twitter through Pick Me events. Let's go. Right there. Camera's right over there. Take your your Christmas photo.
How are there so many people on stream watching this?
How many?
What is wrong with you people?
What,
the only reason to participate in this is to
It's
watch
like a regular day.
Yeah. Why would they listen without the video?
Here's Sam. Everybody.
Hey.
Right there. Right in the.
She likes mustaches. And Jesus.
Cowboys and Jesus.
Cowboys and Jesus.
Yes.
My goodness.
She likes mustaches.
She likes mustaches. That is
awful.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be.
But she liked Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. She didn't know Village people.
She didn't know better.
She didn't know about the Village people.
Yeah.
And she had there was a mistake made also with her processing at a culture map.
Our ambassador? Yeah. Ambassador Fertitta. Mr. Ambassador.
Oh, yeah. Here's our ambassadors now. We got Tillman Fertitta. We've got the guy who did Trump's TV show.
Yeah, he's the executive producer.
Yeah, the executive producer of a TV show is now an ambassador.
Right.
We've got, who's the other one? Not the
Well,
pillow
we did
dude.
have Woody Johnson.
Yeah, not the pillow guy, but there's another one.
I don't know.
Who?
Oh, Trump's son's girl is an ambassador.
Oh, yeah.
Ex-girl.
Guilfoyle.
Yeah, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Kimberly Guilfoyle.
She's scary. She is, and then you have one other. No, but there's somebody else who's an ambassador who I was like, there's no way this person could be an ambassador.
Why not be an ambassador?
It was somebody.
Well, here's the thing about Tillman. Hey, Tillman, how much Italian you speak? Nah.
No,
really.
None of these people know anything about where they're going.
Oh, Tillman's Italian.
It's just a swamp move.
No.
It's just a friendship thing. Like, you're my friend, you can go there.
Yeah, well,
like it's not real.
No.
If any ship goes down, it's not going to be great.
No.
Tillman's like, huh.
If
we start having problems with the Italians, Tillman's like, we don't out of here.
Listen, that's the cushiest
Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker, that's
Herschel
the other
Walker's
one.
the other one. To the Bahamas.
Herschel Walker is, yeah.
Perfect.
Get him out of this country.
Perfect.
Bahamas.
Listen, now there's what problems do we have with Italy ever? We're not going to have problems with Italy.
I mean, it was the 40s, but sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Long time
It's been
ago.
a long
time ago, yeah.
Yeah, we like the Japanese now, too.
Yeah,
and
that's true. Allies, that's
and
true.
The Germans.
That's true.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
we're all
We're
they're all our friends now.
And we used to partner up with Russia. We ain't doing that no more.
It's been a while since we were partnered with Russia.
Since the 40s.
The 40s,
Yeah. It's been a good long run since we were pro-Russia.
Right. Well, it's a long time since we've been anti-Germany. Your people.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. So stop doing the atrocities and we're good.
We stopped the atrocities, okay?
Okay.
We learned our lesson after a couple world wars.
All it took.
That's all it took. You taking on the whole world.
This time we mean it. Stop fighting the world, Germany.
Germany.
Germany reminds me of you. You're always trying to fight everything, just take on everything, just start stuff.
Oh.
You're like Pearl Harboring everything, although that was the Japanese. But somebody will be sitting there minding your own business. You just machine gun them. They're like, what? What the hell?
I love the people. You want to arm wrestle? You want to go? We got my arm wrestling guy, Gilbert's brother.
I saw.
Let's go. All right. Should we arm wrestle? Abigail was there.
Should we arm wrestle?
What a question.
Should we arm wrestle?
You want to go?
I've already had a beer. But I need a few more. I need a few more. All right, and then we're going to go. Hey, Madone. Madone. All right, we're going to break it here. Lance and I are going to talk. I think Billy Brown is coming here today. Nick, how are your toilets? They stuffed up? Anybody clog them up yet?
It's only 8:30, John.
Oh,
it's only 8:30.
We're just off a donut eating contest.
Irv just ate all those donuts. You never know.
Yeah, give it time.
Give him some time. But if you got any plumbing issue, Billy Brown is here for you. Billy's coming today. He's going to hang out with us here. We got a few clients here today, and Billy's going to be one of them. And listen, Billy's the guy that you need this holiday season because your people are going to come to your house and they're going to clog your toilets, okay? And then what are you going to do over the holidays? You got to have a number, 281-488-6238. Make sure you have that number in your phone, and you tell Billy, well, Billy won't answer the phone, but you tell them, hey, we heard John and Lance said, when I call you, you'll come to my house and fix my toilet. And you will, and he will. We promise you. And he won't charge you to go there.
Make sure that you go there. And it's not just for toilet issues. You can also do it for leaky faucets, hot water heaters, tankless water heaters. You want that installed. Leaks under your foundation. So it doesn't have to just be a toilet issue, guys. You can have any issue, and it's going to be aqueductplumbingcompany.com. aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place.
All right, welcome back to Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. Hey, how lucky are you guys? Last year we had Jeremy Piven. This year, Jennifer Reyna has come to hang out with us here at Nick's Place. She's a lot prettier than Jeremy Piven.
Yeah.
Yep. Jennifer, thank you for coming.
Get her a drink. No. Gilbert is not a traveler.
Yeah.
Gilbert's days of traveling are over.
We do have a go.
There's a Gilbert here, but it's not the Gilbert.
Stay away from her anyway.
Gilbert by proxy.
Gilbert. No. All right. Is Gilbert on a mobile here today? That was awful. You were terrible. No, that wasn't you. Jennifer, thank you for coming. Good friends with Garrett and Jason over there for years and years and years. She came to my golf tournament before, too. Cheetah used to come. Yeah, Garrett, he can draw some women now. All right. He got.
They want me to
get some pull.
They said, LZ, get Jennifer Reyna a drink. So Jennifer, if you want a drink, it's on. It's on the show.
Yeah. What do you
want?
Want,
mimosa.
Jennifer?
I'll take a gin and tonic because I already saw they don't have Maestro Nobel. If you have Maestro, I'll take a shot. But if you don't, I'll just drink a gin and tonic.
Hey.
Yeah, she is.
We are at Nick's Place and all kinds of man, this is awesome, you guys. You guys are so good. This is so much fun. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you guys. It's our last show of the year, and you guys always show up great. This is awesome. It's great to start the holiday season just ship-faced. I said ship-faced.
Or buzzed. Or just with a nice buzz where you can function the rest of your day.
I like it better the other way.
La Mancha's drinking Gatorade Zero. What is this world coming to?
Who is?
La Mancha's having a Gatorade Zero, just nice and smooth.
Lamont.
Huh? Oh, okay. Never mind.
I told you.
That's clear. That's not Gatorade Zero. That's clear. Oh, there's some aid. Yeah.
Well, we did say bring your own.
Yeah. Well.
So Lamont, he took that seriously. Okay.
What flavor is that clear flavor, Lamont?
All right. We had our little Braves fan come up and said, what did he learn this weekend in one sentence? And he learned that the Cowboys, now that they're out of the playoffs, look like a Super Bowl contender. Yeah. How about just going home for the holidays? Okay? Because you ain't gonna be around come playoffs, right? Yeah. But hey, you look good now though. That's great. Congratulations. Yeah, that's right. We're crying for our teammates because we care. We love our teammates, right? Not like the Cowboys. That's all you do is talk about each other on podcasts and insult each other. But we are close. We're a tight-knit group. I did find out that one thing I learned, CJ he's got a sensitive side. He really does.
Man, don't mess with that man.
I'm not messing with him.
That's his best friend.
I just said
if your knee got torn up, me and Dell would either laugh or cry, one or the other.
I know
it'd be the first option.
It'd be an emotion of some sort.
What do we do every time you hurt yourself?
Laugh.
That's right.
Laugh, joke about it.
That's right. So CJ is more sensitive than I am.
Yes.
Surprisingly.
Yes.
What else did we learn this
weekend? They couldn't make extra points after it. No. The wide receivers were done. CJ was done. Yeah, it was done. They were an emotional squad.
Did we learn anything else this weekend? In one set, we learned that the college football playoffs suck so far. We learned that.
So far, so bad.
Yeah, so far, so bad. Hasn't been good, but I hope it will be.
I do think you are going to see, they will reseed for – look, there's going to be a call to make it smaller. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think they'll take – it's
going to actually expand.
Which is a bad idea. But what they should have done is maybe gradually gone to 6, gone to 8, maybe just gone directly to 8. Let that play out, see how it gone, and then if you wanted to expand, you could expand. Because now you don't go backwards. So now they'll go 16. You have a bunch of teams who don't deserve to be there, maybe even worse games. The season will last even longer physically. I am a little bit concerned. Hold on, your conversations. Yeah, you hitting on Abigail. We could.
I was actually asking about something else, but that's cool.
I'm joking. I didn't do it. We break Dell's ball sometimes, like
all the time.
Me and Sam.
Yeah, sometimes. What's sometimes?
Yeah, all the times. Well, you're so hateful. Maybe if you acted nice to the show,
perhaps I'm responding to the hate being given to me.
No, it's not it.
Perhaps.
John and I are Hall of Famers. We don't treat people that way.
Hey,
Gartano.
John Gartano.
Put some respect on his name. Put some respect on the Gartano name. No, I think with the you're going to have too many teams in here. That's what worries me a little bit is you saw Williams, the right tackle for Texas, get hurt, and all I could think about is what's going to take is a Jalen Smith incident again. Remember at Notre Dame,
Smith or Willis McGahee.
Yeah, all it's going to take is for people to start calling. Is for people to start calling for these guys need to stop playing and how do you think we're going to get to a point where the players say I'm not playing in the playoffs unless I get a different paycheck?
No, Jalen Smith happened.
I hope
not. And Willis McGahee happened.
And everyone stopped playing in bowl games.
No, not in championship games.
No. But now you have it's not just going to be 2 games. It's going to be like 4 games.
Well, go ahead and opt out.
The McGahee thing happened in 2002, and then McCaffrey was the one who started that much later.
They didn't have a BCS
McCaffrey was the one. That was much later.
But not in the championship.
No, it was a bowl game.
It was just a regular bowl game.
Yeah.
It was McCaffrey and what's his name from LSU.
A bunch of guys from LSU.
Why the big running back?
Fournette.
Yeah, Fournette. They ducked out after the injury to Jalen Smith the previous year. But I am a little bit worried that guys start ducking out of those games. I don't want it to happen, and I hope it won't.
Listen, the NFL is going to look if you opt out of a playoff game in college.
Yeah,
the NFL is going to look at you sideways.
It's a bad look.
It's a bad look. So is that all we learned?
How about this? So think about this. This is the era of football we're in. Oregon. Okay, let's go through Oregon. 1-year quarterback. Right? Transfer in. Ohio State, 1-year quarterback. Notre Dame, 1-year quarterback. Texas and Tennessee, well, they're homegrown for the most part. You've got, who are the other ones? Boise, I don't know.
Indiana was 1 year.
Indiana was a 1-year quarterback.
I don't know how long Madsen's been there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Boise.
The Arizona State quarterback, Levis.
That's a 1 year.
No, he was there last year.
He was there last year.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And he'll be there next year too. He's an Arizona State.
Will
guy.
Howard was another 1-year guy.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing some
Ohio
teams.
State.
Penn State.
Jennings has been there.
Penn State's been there. Jennings has been there.
Yeah, so it's a mix.
But the best teams have 1-year guys.
Well, because they're unwilling. If they don't hit on their guy in recruiting, they're unwilling to wait.
Georgia's homegrown.
Yeah, they're not going to allow a young, inexperienced guy to keep them from competing for a title. Ryan Day couldn't have done that. He couldn't have rolled out Devin Brown this year and said, "We'll see how it goes." He needed to go get a guy, and they went and got him.
Yeah, it's funny because one of the concerns is that you're not going to have the same development of college football players because when you jump from program to program, you don't have the continuity of coaching. You go from system to system, offense coordinator to offense coordinator, and now you have young players who should be playing who aren't getting to play because they portal in. Because you don't want to, go at the unknown. And same way you have guys who are not being recruited from high school who are having to go, secondary routes because they're not signing the portal as you're not signing as many high school recruits anymore. It's had some unintended consequences, but it is instant free agency and it can make you relevant very, very quickly.
Well, the scholarship limit's going to go up to 105. It'll cut out walk-ons, but teams are going to be able to hand out 105 scholarships if they want to.
And more high school kids will be signed.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah,
more high school.
They should literally put numbers on it so that you do protect the high school player.
All right. If you haven't come up here and seen the guys from Game Day Men's Health, get on up here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They got T-shirts and shirts and wonderful stuff for you. They got locations all over the city now, opening up in Friendswood and downtown. And so let's go. Get on over there and just feel better and look better. And if you need a mortgage, my man's right there. Right there, Kent Jones. Even if you're thinking about buying a house, You ask him, in his head, he'll be able to calculate how much it'll be monthly for you. Okay? That's how good he is. And Mikey over here at Pick Me Events, get on over there and take a picture. Take pictures over there at Pick Me Events. It's great. Great. Billy's coming too. What is this? You missed it. What did it say? Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Kyle's in the house, everybody. Kyle
from
is here.
1560.
1560 Kyle is here.
What's up, brother?
What do you say, pal? Good to see you.
I see you're still drinking.
Yes, you're a little late.
You're still drinking beer.
You're a little late. And Lance, right now, I want to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. I want to talk about
Good.
you.
Go ahead.
You
don't need my permission.
No, I just wanted to ask, okay? I wanted to ask if you need new windows. I want to know if you got to have new windows, and Jim Fiume is here for you. A guy who's been doing it for 40 years, a guy who is a Pinnacle Award winner. If you're not, if you are somebody that is got windows that are not up to spec, that are not up to snuff, Jim Fiume's are the best windows ever, okay? The best windows in the history of windows is at Gulf Coast Windows. And that's not an exaggeration, okay? It is not an exaggeration. They're the best. Jim Fiume has been doing this for 40 years. He's won the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. You don't get that unless you're great. You don't get that unless you get the best in service, the best product, the best of everything. You're looking for the best way to get those new windows in your home, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. This holiday season, if you need new windows, this is the place to call, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back live at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. Steph Stradley just walked in, everybody. Steph Stradley, everybody. She has been the number one Texan fan forever. You won a Texan fan or NFL, right? Award for Fan of the Year twice. NFL Fan of the Year. And she's got. Oh yeah. So on Wednesday, huge tailgate. She's gonna have a band. What lot are you in? Oh, of course you're platinum. Steph Stradley, platinum lot. So get on over to the platinum lot. You'll hear it because you got a band coming. Texan Santa, a band, food. For Christmas. Christmas Day, tailgate at the Texans. Go find Steph and tell her you were at the bar. Tell her you were here and say, and I want some turkey. I want some fried turkey for Christmas. That's awesome. Have fun. Okay. What do you think? What do you think of this team?
I love this team, actually. I think that they're kind of ahead of schedule. I know that that's not like what people are talking about, but like it's so ambitious what they've been trying to do with their offensive line, and obviously it's not as good as they want it to be. But like this is relevant football in December, and there's teams that are great teams that didn't get the Super Bowl, and then there's teams that are worse than this Texans team that won the whole thing. And the Super Bowl is in New Orleans, which is the best place to do a Super Bowl, I got to tell you.
So what? But the loss of Tank is that's a bummer.
Well, of course it's a bummer, especially after how hard he came back. We still don't know details about it, but there's been all sorts of really horrible looking injuries where people came back from, like Connor Barwin back in the day. But then there's some things you can't come back from. So all we can do is just hope for the best for them. But like actually some of the players that they have that haven't yet stepped up, they've shown some things in training camp, and now with a whole week or not a whole week, like a couple days of practice.
3 days.
Yeah. That's
now with 36 hours of practice.
Yeah. Now with 36 hours of practice, maybe that they can show some things. It's going to be a tough battle because the Ravens are playing for stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but it's at home, so it's at home. It'll be fun. It's going to mean it's going to be. I think people who are in the stadium, it will be an experience for them. They're going to want to be there.
Well, I hope that it's not going to be half Ravens like it usually is.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think Baltimore. So. They're not going to travel. They're not going to travel like that.
I think. Well, you're going to have some Lamar Jackson fans just who became Ravens fans. He's one of those dynamic athletes where people become a Ravens fan because of Lamar. So you're going to have some that are there, but I don't think it's not going to be like Steelers or Patriots. It's not going to be one of those things.
No, but you know what? You go to Steph's tailgate, she can flip you.
Yeah,
she can flip you from Raven fan. To Texan fan.
I'll take some food.
That's it.
Some food and karaoke.
Fried turkey. No, they got a band coming out there. It's going to be a big event.
That'll be
good.
So
get to the Platinum lot and see Steph. Thanks so much. She's been here forever. We love Steph. She knows her ball now. I don't know. She said, is this team ahead of schedule?
Is this team ahead of schedule? No.
That's what she. Oh yeah.
The Texans?
Yeah.
See, I don't think so because they reset the schedule last year. If you wanted to ask me, are they ahead of schedule from my expectations 2 years ago? Maybe so, but they hit reset after last year.
Yeah,
so
but when you look at them 2 years ago,
my expectations were like this.
You look at them 2 years ago and say second straight division. They're easy.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it in totality. I'm looking at where they are right now, and I think where they are right now, even when healthy, they haven't made as significant a jump as I expected with a second-year quarterback, the addition of Hunter, who, frankly, Hunter's been good, but he's not been any better than Jonathan Grenard. Grenard's had a really good season over there for Minnesota. So, but you didn't have Christian Harris for almost the entire season. So, you've got two really good rookie defensive backs. That should be a big positive.
I think the biggest disappointment is CJ's regression.
Oh, yeah, without question.
Yeah.
CJ's play, if you look at his stats, I can't believe this, but he's got, I think the stat is like 16 touchdowns and 11 interceptions since he came together with Caleb. Since he came together with Caleb Williams, and did the big brother thing.
Yeah,
he's been like 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions since then. That's just not that's not what we expect. And a lot of it has not been just bad luck. It's been bad decisions. It was bad decision making the other day.
Well, that was bad. Yeah, he threw a couple of balls that were.
So I mean, I'm not definitely not giving up on CJ. I think this is just what happens when you're a good quarterback. Teams, they start game planning for you, and they do it in the off season. By the way, they start going after your tendencies during the summer, and they say, okay, when we play Stroud, go find his throws that he makes. Go find his best throws, his worst throws, and they start coming up with a profile of you that they don't do in season, but when they're out of season. And I think now it's up to CJ to counterpunch. It's like boxing. They've changed their game plan, right? They're throwing straight rights now. It's going to be up to CJ to circle left and throw hooks. He's got to come up with something new, which is maybe he dinks and dunks. Maybe he starts to, I don't know what it's going to be, but he and Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, and the wide receivers, they got to get on the same page and do something different. I don't think it's really going to happen this year. It's hard to make it happen in a single year to make those changes, but you can have big changes in the offseason. So we'll see what happens.
I don't know who he's going to throw to now. It's going to be there. What is that?
I don't know.
Say hi to her fans.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Jennifer Reyna fans.
Jennifer Reyna.
How are you, Jennifer Reyna?
How about Jennifer Reyna said she could make it happen to bring Gilbert his steak? From Jennifer Reyna? Are you kidding me? And he's not quick enough anymore to catch her, so she's safe.
Yeah. That's all.
He has poor lateral movement now, I can promise you.
Jennifer, one step.
Bad short area.
One step, and you're ahead of Gilbert. No problem.
You dump it off, and then you move back a little bit. Yeah. It's kind of like bears.
Yeah.
You just throw it in the bear cage. Yeah.
Young Alyssa's in the house.
I know.
She destroys you every time.
Yeah, but she's gone after you, too. She gets on the
radio. No, she's never
gone after you, too.
Never.
I'll just tell her, let me see your report card, and it's over.
That's over. Her. She's got a mouth on her, this one, okay? No, she does. No.
And here's another thing,
Look, it's already.
See, she's already like.
She's already started. She's already started.
Okay. There you go.
And apple juice. No, we don't have apple juice here. Have a beer. How old are you? 15. Get 2.
No.
Oh,
no,
John. No, John. No, that's not the jokes we make.
No.
Old enough. My kids were drinking at 15.
No.
Right. I was drinking at 13.
No.
We know. You don't have to tell us.
Don't follow
and
your.
Look how I turned out.
Look how great you are. Yeah.
Look how I
great
turned
example
out.
for Alyssa.
Hall of Famer. Hall of Fame.
That's true.
He made a Hall of Fame.
All right. We got a hide and seek game that we're going to play next here on ESPN 97.5. Oh, the Cowboys suck, by the way. I don't know if you heard.
Crystal.
I don't know if you heard. The Cowboys suck.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But they won.
Oh,
they did win, though.
My fantasy football team lost last night because your defense sucks. Because Baker Mayfield got off on him, went off on him.
Not really. He just had a garbage fourth quarter. He picked up garbage time fourth quarter.
Josh Allen lost it for me. Yeah. That's what lost it for me. But I still got to beat.
Josh Allen versus the Patriots. You thought you had to win.
You know what caught me in? Brandon Aubrey had 23 points last night.
Oh, yeah.
Remember how
long field goals.
And that listener was giving me the business about Brandon Aubrey? Yeah, almost won me a championship. So there. We're going to play a game here. We want you guys to play. Courtney, we'll get it together. We have
I still don't have a drink, I see.
Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, Nick, Lance needs a drink. Maybe you could open a bar around here. Be a great place to open a bar.
Did one of you bring a bottle of Maestro Bell or some gin and tonic? Let me know.
Since
everyone's bringing stuff in.
Gin and tonic for him. What kind of gin you want?
Yeah.
Whatever.
You don't have Maestro Bell, right?
Yeah.
Hendrix is fine.
Yeah. All right.
I would have Maestro, but they don't have it here.
Yeah.
We can shut this place down if we need to.
Disrespectful.
Disrespect.
All right, we're breaking it here, and I'm talking about Chastain Ford. I'm talking about you guys. I'm talking about the holiday season. It's going to end on January 2nd, where you get 1.9% financing. Listen, for 60 months, 1.9 financing is ridiculous. No payments for 90 days and a $1,000 cash bonus at Chastain Ford. This is happening for the Escape, the Explorer, and for the F-150. And I'm telling you, you're not going to find a better deal, but you're not going to find better people. That's the thing about Chastain Ford. You're not finding better people to deal with. You're not finding more honest people. You're not finding people that are going to give you the deal that you want, not something that they want to sell you. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They're the best in the business. I love them. I've bought 4 cars from them. I will continue to buy cars from them because I believe in them. You will believe in them too, especially when the first thing you're going to ask you is, what are your payments have to be at, right? And that is so important because you want to have the best car buying experience that you can have. All you need is Chastain Ford. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford. Thank you, John B. What up, brother? Man of the people. Do you see the people recognize?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if you say it enough times, they'll just repeat it back to you. Doesn't mean it's true.
Man of the people.
At this point, it's an ironic comment.
Yeah.
All right. Who's daring? Who's daring? You got a little dare, or are you boring and you never take any chances in life? Well, right up here, we got 8 cups. You come up. It's Russian roulette.
Whoa.
There are 4 gift cards to restaurants. Nico's included. Eric Agricole, and who else? Those 2. Nico's, but there's 4 of them. 4 of them in there. And then there's 4 things that you would have to eat if you don't get a gift card.
Oh, horse dong. Like Fear Factor.
It's not so bad.
Well, one's pretty obvious.
What?
That one's pretty obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Don't pick that one.
It's a whole sardine can.
Yeah, don't pick it.
Oh, if you get crackers and mustard, it's not bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
the right color bow. Okay.
Oh, you picked the bow. You don't get
So
to pick
turn
the cup.
around and reach back.
Okay. So who's going to come on up? Come on up. Who wants a gift card? Let's go. Yeah.
Turn around and reach backwards. Turn around and reach backwards. There we go.
Reach in there.
Just reach and grab something.
That's it. All right.
What do you got?
Got a pink bow.
What do you
Let's
got?
see.
What's that
Gift
mean?
card.
Gift card.
Gift card.
Nice job. Okay, let's go. Come on up.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh,
let's see what it is.
Right
That
here.
one right there.
Right here. Let's see what it is. Oh, you're liverwurst. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Whoa!
Oh
my God!
Oh my goodness!
She parties.
Say, wait. You gotta be.
She's not afraid, though. We know this about her.
We know this about
Yeah.
you.
She's not
We
afraid.
know this about
She
you.
parties.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
right,
Crystal.
Crystal. Uh-oh. I hope a Cowboy fan, I hope it fares well for you.
I hope John doesn't say
Okay.
anything here.
Yeah, I don't want him to.
I'm so worried about this one.
What? All right,
Come
let's
you.
see. Let's see what you got. Oh, hot pepper.
Oh!
Pepper. That's nothing for her. That's it.
Nothing
All
for
right.
her.
That's nothing.
Let's stay here and just see how it goes.
Now, come on.
Oh, my God. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah. Get her a beer. Coors Light. I know. Make it worse for the Cowboy. It can't be any worse. All right. You had this season, and now you got the hot pepper. Poor Crystal.
Man, that sucks. I ain't gonna lie, that one sucks.
Come on, Des. You got to do it.
I like that people aren't punking out on this.
You grab a bow, and you get what the gift prize is underneath it.
You get what you
Des
get.
is going to do it. Des is going to do it. Oh, here's this guy first. Here we go. Oh, you got a green bow. Green bow. Let's see what it is. A gift card. Congratulations.
Gift card.
All right, Des. There's still a couple gift cards left. All right, let's see. Des is next. Right over there. Now let's see. They're grabbing bows, and whatever bow you match up with, you get that can. Okay, let's see. Let's see what you got, Des. Oh, gift card.
There's one left.
Look at that. There's one gift card
There's
left.
one gift card left.
And
Who's brave?
Now, this is true Russian roulette.
This is real Russian roulette.
This is real Russian roulette.
Here we go.
Clarence.
Oh,
Clarence.
sardines.
He's got sardines. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. They're good, and they're good for you.
They are really good for
They're
you.
good
That
for you.
boy, Clarence. There we
Clarence.
go. Give him a beer. Give him a beer.
They're salty, aren't they?
They're not that bad.
No.
They're
No.
not bad. Sardines are actually pretty good.
Rhino wants the other sardines.
No,
Get
he's
'em.
just trying to get. Oh, Rhino,
he's
grab
trying to
the
get a beer.
sardines if you want.
All right, there's one gift card and one food left. Who's going to do it?
There's one gift card and a ghost pepper.
All right. Oh, let's see. Oh.
What do you get?
Cat
What
food.
is it?
Oh, potted meat.
Potted meat. That's
get it.
fine.
That ain't so bad. Put it in your mouth. Yeah. There's one gift card left. Who wants it? Oh, Mikey got it. Attaboy. Oh, sorry.
Oh, wasabi. Oh, it's wasabi.
Oh, we miscounted.
I thought it was.
We miscounted. Sorry, Mike. Wasabi. Okay. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, squirt
Let's
it
go.
like that.
Hey!
Yeah. Give it a second and then boom.
Oh.
Yeah. Wasabi goes away quick, though.
Yeah, nice job. Russian roulette.
Wasabi's got that hit it and quit it heat. It's not that
Hey,
bad.
yeah, no bathroom. That's actually Crystal with that hot pepper.
Yeah, let Crystal.
Yeah. And Billy Brown will be here to clean it up,
But
too.
Crystal's a real one for that, though. She
Yeah.
didn't even blink.
No. Yeah, except after she ate it, she did.
The two women who did it didn't blink.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Kent's girlfriend went.
She went.
Wow.
She kind of set the tone.
Are you still? It's still hot.
There's a tone setter. Yeah, it's still hot.
Crystal's hurting. Crystal's hurting over there. Next place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. She's open for Christmas to watch the game, everybody. So get on over here. This is a great Cowboys. Are you guys even a? Are you? A,
hell's wrong
you even
with you?
still play? Why even play anymore? Get on over here. 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer to watch the Texans on Wednesday on Christmas Day. Open Christmas Day. How many bars and restaurants are open on Christmas Day to watch the Texans?
Hey, and how about let's give it up right now for Courtney, who's setting up all these games. She got the prizes. She's setting up games. She's a mom. She deals with John. All this.
Oh, you're the one that was calling her out.
What do you mean?
How bad was it, Del?
Oh, that's because she wants us to be safe with the eggnog, and we want to be as dangerous as possible.
Well, I mean, you were giving.
I said she wants us to go with these little quarter things, go full gallon until people are puking.
I think
it's supposed to be a no-win for them.
That's right.
It's supposed to be a no-win.
Well, no.
Yeah.
We don't want to put it like that.
Oh, well, I want people to keep doing it, but I know. Did you notice it got harder and harder for us to get people to do it?
Yeah. Well, we already got one contestant. One guy has already said he's going to do it.
We got one.
One guy said he's going to do it. We got Coors Light, and we want to thank Coors Light as well because everybody's been drinking that Coors Light. How awesome is that? Let's go. Gartano. Drinking beers. Johnny Gartano. Right here. Thanks, Chase. Chase, I appreciate you. All right. Now every time Irv calls, Johnny Gartano.
Okay, so real quick, for those of you who listen, and you guys listen pretty voraciously, going to give you a heads up on who some of the people are. As we said, Alyssa is our teenage caller who tries to rag on me all the time, but it's all in good fun. Dr. Dre is
on 290
right there. Our old school listener Lamont and caller Lamont is right here as well, who's been around forever. We've got who else, John? Rhino, well, he's
Clarence,
in the chat.
Rhino,
Clarence,
Jason,
Rhino.
Garrett.
I think I saw Machine
Jennifer
over
Reyna
there.
listens every day. Steph Stradley is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tiger.
Where's Kyle?
Tiger brought he brought a win to this city in a cover because he brought Gilbert his steak after John and I had.
Yeah.
That man did the Lord's work. He did
It's all gone. It's all gone. He said we were going to win. He got his steak and he got his hat. We still lost.
Yeah. I'm going to go back and snatch up Gilbert's hat and tell him,
Dez
you don't
is
get
here,
this until
long-time Steeler fan.
Yeah.
That's
Gilbert, La Raza's here.
Pinche La Raza.
Well, Gil.
Mame's way.
Other Gilbert.
Pinche La Raza.
We got our chatter.
Chase and Wayne are here.
Chase and Wayne are here. Jenner Bean from the chat room is here.
Yep.
A lot of people from the chat room. Crystal, a.k.a. Queen Bee.
I forget your name. What's your name? You.
Tony Prock.
Tony Prock is here. Tyler's here. Tyler, he competes every year.
Every year.
Eggnog? You doing eggnog? He will. All right, let's go. Yeah, I love that. That's good. We're going to have a good eggnog this year, chugging beers, and she got half gallons this year because you called her out.
Oh, yeah, good.
Half gallons.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
No, but we got eggnog light, so it's going to be easy.
But you got to eat some. Let's get a calzone out here. You eat half the calzone first. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, it helps promote Nick, too.
No, I don't.
It helps promote Nick.
And Jared brought me a hat. Yeah. Oh, I like that. With his sister. And the Coors Light sign. And a bottle of wine from Jason. All right? Yeah. Hey.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
And I also want to say thank you for all my gifts, guys. And go F yourselves. Okay? Thanks for all my presents, you F-wads. This is good enough. Dream rate. Dream rate.
Dream rate. On Dream Rate Mortgage. All right, and our game day guys, game day
That's
men's
right.
health guys. All right.
Push-up contest now. Let's go.
And where's
You're
Nick?
going to lose to both of them.
And where's Nick? Because I've never seen a sillier outfit than what Nick has on today. I'm surprised
It's pretty strong.
He's still married.
He's got a red matching top and bottom.
I know.
It's a pretty strong outfit.
I mean, Cindy must be tied up because there's no way she'd let him leave the house like that.
She's been married to that for a long time.
I know, but not like this. I don't know what the hell happened to him. All right.
You're acting like that's new to Nick.
No. I'm starting to think that Dell might have been right about this place. Troubled men.
Nick's the most troubled of the men.
He appears to be. Breaking it here, Takarias Arandas.
So let's do it again for the third time today. And if you don't get the hint by now, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now about their tamales. They're award-winning tamales. They won the award from the Houston Chronicle. They are authentic and legitimate. I've got some tamale snobs in my house. My wife's the biggest tamale snob, and she loved it. Perfect blend of masa and meat. When I say meat, you got pork, you got chicken, and they will have that for your holiday. So if you got a Christmas Eve, you do something. You got Christmas, you do something. You want it really just because you love tamales. They have amazing tamales. Stop by an Arandas Bakery. At Arandas Bakery, stop by and enjoy their tamales and get yourself some sweets, some conchas, some elephant ears, and I don't even know the names of them. I just know when they brought the box full of them, we absolutely loved them. Christmas cookies, so much to choose from. Arandas Bakery. I can tell you about Taquerias Arandas. I can tell you about Arandas Sports Bar, but I want to make sure you guys know, get the best tamales you're going to find in the city of Houston before Christmas at Arandas Bakery. Do it today, do it tomorrow, really do it anytime at Arandas Bakery.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at Nick's Place.
Club.
Hey,
Ooh, how about that?
Yeah, why don't you tell people what the prize is?
LSU Baylor club tickets for the winner of the eggnog chug. We got 3 already.
All right.
Tyler's going to do it. Who's doing it? We know he wants it. So
it's at 9:30.
So get this.
It's during the next break.
Get this. He was an intern at 610.
You were? Alan, come here.
Wex.
Kel,
who else who was doing the show?
Here, let him hear.
And Matt Jackson and Adam Wexler were doing a show here.
Show. The night
show. We're doing a show here. It was the day I quit. So they told him, don't talk to that guy. It was here at Nick's Place.
Oh, wow.
Don't talk to that guy because he just quit the station. Just ignore him because he's an a-hole. He's leaving 610. And it turns out I'm a great guy. Turns out.
Okay, so, here, put these headphones on. So he was an intern back at 610. Right now, this is Alan. Alan is the one who's an intern for me and John and Dell and for everybody for the entire, I don't know. How long were you there, Alan?
Like 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months, every day.
Every day.
At 7 o'clock. And he's the one who already said he'll go to his grave with anything that was said off the air from the station. So he's a stand-up guy.
Yep.
He knows to keep his mouth shut.
Of course.
Never tell anyone anything.
No.
Don't rat on your friends. All that stuff.
All that.
Yeah.
And he's learned a lot. And he's obviously learned a lot at the station.
He has. No, he's
learned a lot.
Alan, you've been the best. The
Thank
best.
you.
You and then Juby and Frankie, right?
No.
Yeah.
Just him.
No.
The people
Just
you
me.
bring are the worst. Alan's the best. And Alan just
Thank you.
graduated from U of H.
Yeah, I just graduated.
On Friday. How about that?
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's start drinking. Come on.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm good.
You're
I'm
good. You're good.
It's too early. It's too early.
Hey.
No.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it. I can't.
You're never going to make it in this business, Alan. If you
Joe
don't start
George
drinking.
is drinking
Look at
already.
Dell.
He's
I
from
can't do it.
Chicago.
I can't.
Oh, Crystal, are we
See?
doing okay?
Oh, my God. She's not doing
No.
Are
I
you
know
all
it
right?
hurts. Oh, my
Oh, my
gosh.
God. We heard her. Hey, congratulations. He broke.
Marcus.
He beat cancer.
Yeah.
Beat cancer. Yep.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Marcus, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Marcus beat cancer. Marcus is heading out, everybody. Beat cancer this year.
That's a blessing.
Yeah, screw you, cancer. Yeah, Marcus. Marcus is better than you. Every day, he said for 4 months he had
Listen to the
radiation
show.
5 days. Oh, well, 5 days a week for 4 months, and he listened to the show,
That's great.
and it helped him. So
That's why
That's why we're
honestly we talk about the Hall of Fame induction stuff, but it's stuff like that we've heard these stories over the years, and it's why we love doing the show is because we know that for as stupid as we're being and all that you know we give people a chance to get away from the tough times in their lives. So we appreciate you guys listening, obviously participating, coming out to events like this means a lot to us. It's our favorite day of the year, so hopefully you guys enjoy it as well. There's less physical activity. We used to have onside kicks in the parking lot. They got a little messy. We had offensive pass protection drills where a guy once broke his wrist. We can do it right now. Okay. Somebody give me. I got a defensive player. Somebody give me an offensive lineman, and we'll go run it after the eggnog contest. We can go run it right now. It's not a problem. I just need one guy. Now I can tell you, he's going to bull rush you.
All right.
Cam Hayward is going to bull rush
Oh,
you.
yeah.
So you better be able to sit down, have a strong anchor, inside hands, okay? You don't want tight hips. You want loose hips to sink, and you need to fire your glutes. Anyone with flat ass, you got no chance. We need a bubble butt out there trying to handle this big man trying to bull rush you, all right? Inside hands, and we're going to snap him in there, all right?
Yeah. And it ain't
Yes,
Gilbert's brother. He can't even beat me in arm wrestling.
Oh, that guy. What are you talking about? He
He
laughed the entire time you were trying to beat him.
Oh, he's the Kenyon Green of linemen.
Now he's trying to bait you into it. He's trying to bait you.
Okay. Yeah, he's Kenyon. Yeah, he's too easy for you, Cam. He's too easy for you, Cam. Don't
I
worry.
noticed no offensive lineman stepped up yet.
No.
This is why
Who
it
can stop
became.
Cam Hayward?
I got one. I got a center over there.
Wait. Let's go.
Who's got a football? If not, we just
hike.
We'll just throw a bottle of water or something.
No.
Throw whatever Lamont's drinking.
There it is. Oh, wasabi.
Here's the new football.
There's the snap. Well, we got to do, when we come back, eggnog chug. Highlight of the year.
What are they eating first?
A
donut. 2 donuts.
2 donuts each.
2 donuts.
2 donuts each.
Bring me the boar worms.
Yes. 2 donuts or kolaches, whichever is left.
Oh, yeah, or kolaches. Your choice.
Courtesy of Shipley. Thank you very much.
Somebody bring a box up here.
Half a gallon of eggnog. All right. I wish we had those peppers were hot. We used to do peppers.
I don't remember peppers.
Yeah.
That's not even fair.
Yeah.
Crystal's drinking milk now.
Oh, my God.
Or a White Russian. I don't know.
I feel a lawsuit coming. I feel a lawsuit.
No, she's tough.
She's got an ulcer now because of that.
She's Gen X. We don't sue.
Right.
Gen X does not sue.
I don't know. She's a Cowboy fan. All right. She got to get.
Hey, they've been through a lot. She's weather tested. She's been through the Cowboy season.
She'd like to sue Jerry.
She's tough.
She'd like to sue Jerry, but I imagine all Cowboy fans would want to sue him. All right, when we come back.
You got a sleeve attached. You've been through some pain. You're fine.
When we come back, eggnog chug. Right, you get to
2024.
Get to your laptop because we got it on video. What's on Twitter? On
go
X?
to X. You can do it on X.
YouTube.
You can do it on our stream. Go to ESPN on the YouTube page. Find us on X, on the ESPN page on X. We've got 652 people streaming right now. Let's get it up to about 800 if you're listening. Get your phones ready. But we do need to we need to get those Shipley's donuts. Bring us a box up because you got to finish a couple donuts first. That's the way it works.
All right. I got to tell you right now, hey, this holiday season, it's a time to be at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They got the 12 days of Christmas, and every day there's a promotion going on between now and January, between now and December 30th. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid, we got 5 NBA games, an NFL doubleheader on Christmas. MyBookie is your home for sports betting, but it's also casino. Okay, you got that as well. And they just started doing 50,000 monthly giveaways. $50,000. 250 winners per week on BetSoft casino games. All customers need to do is spin a 50-cent wager. You're looking for the best place to get this holiday season to get your bet on? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. They're giving money away at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. What did he win? Oh, who won this week? Oh, we got to see. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back live at Nick's Place, the event of the year. Okay, so here's the deal. For those of you that don't know anything about it.
Oh, he's flexing.
He's a
been
defending
lifted.
champ.
He's been lifted.
He's a defending champ.
I know he is. He got new tats this year.
Oh, my God. All right.
Pittsburgh Penguins, just like last year, he represented Pittsburgh. I remember.
That's it.
Yeah.
So it's Jamie, Fish, and Justin. Justin came all the way from Atlanta? All the way from Atlanta.
Wow.
He's the former intern at 610.
Yeah.
And he's here, and he said, first thing he said, I'm in the eggnog truck. Okay, so you got to eat a donut, and then you got to chug. What?
You can do it.
Yeah, you can unscrew it. So here's the deal. This is if you're in your car, you got to get somehow, some way, you got to get to a laptop or use your phone to get to YouTube and watch Eggnog Chug 2024. Jamie, Fish, and Justin. Are we ready? With that what? Justin. Oh, Dustin. I thought it was Justin with Justin, but it's Dustin. All right, Jamie, Fish, and Dustin. Marks, set, go.
Okay.
Oh, there's a strategy.
So so Fish is just doing mostly donut first. The champ is going donut, and he's got the red icing. He's got red glazed icing. Just a little bit of a handicap for the champ.
Del, glazed donuts, your opinion.
Trash.
Del don't like glaze.
No, I don't. It's not the time for that, John. Go ahead.
Just.
All right. Uh-huh. Oye, Mari.
Right, so we're done.
Oye, Mari, ven acá. ¿Por qué no? Mi hija.
My daughter's here
Ver.
very carefully watching this. She
Mari.
hasn't been to one of these for a while. So, wow, Dustin is already
killing it.
knocking it back.
Dustin
didn't fly from Atlanta just to.
He's drinking it like it's chocolate milk.
The hands are shaking. The hands are a little shaky.
Hands are shaking. The knees are weak.
The knees are buckling a little bit. Look at Fish.
Fish.
Show.
Oh, go, baby, go. Go, baby, go.
Whoa. Hold on now, Fish.
Jamie's close. Jamie's close to blowing.
Whoa, Jamie. That's Fish, right?
Jamie.
That's Jamie and that's Fish. Okay.
Jamie, go. Oh, look at Jamie.
Oh, Jamie is going for it. He's decided to kick. But it's hard.
Oh,
my God. No, there's a little bit left. Hurry.
That's it.
It's over.
Uh-oh.
Barely got the W.
Yeah, who's second? Second is Fish.
Fish. Oh,
Justin.
wow. What a contest.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Hold on now, Fish.
We're ready to blow.
Hold on now, Fish.
They're ready to blow.
Hold on now, Fish. Hold on now. Hold on now.
That's it.
You can see there's very little movement.
Well,
there's very little movement.
That is true.
He's got none on his shirt.
None.
He's got none on his shirt.
None.
Do we have a ruling?
He's got it all over.
He's got it all over. What about him?
They don't want to move.
None.
They don't want to move.
So
there's no movement.
How do we make a decision?
They didn't get that much, to be honest with you.
All right. Uh-oh.
It's on the floor. Look at him. It's
Jamie.
He's spotless.
Jamie,
hold
stay
on.
Close.
Hold on. Jamie doesn't want to move.
Stay close.
He's not moving.
Stay close, Jamie.
Just be careful.
All right.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
Jamie's got that look.
But we got to make a decision. He's spotless. There's nothing on the floor. There's nothing on him. There's on the floor at their feet.
Whoa.
Yeah. Our first puke of 2024. Our first puke is in the books.
The champ.
The champ.
How does winning taste?
Oh, watch this.
Whoa!
He's shaking, though.
He's drinking over your misery. You won the battle, but did you win the war? Did you win the war?
Uh-oh. Jamie's hurting.
Oh, he's got his hat backwards. He's fine. Jamie's fine.
Is he fine?
Oh, rally. It's time to rally, Jamie. Rally. Get him a beer.
Yeah. No, beer's always good when you're puking.
That's a champion.
There it goes again. There he goes.
That's a championship pedigree right here. Let me tell you something. But what he did was
it's still going.
It's still going. But what he did was he made a decision. This is a competitive nature. His competitive nature said, I'm kicking the entire way. Vomit be damned. And that's what he did. He knew what he was in for. Mariana, are you watching this? Are you proud of your dad? Are you proud of your dad? This is what I do for a living.
Oh, my daughter said,
Mason, this is what I do.
Officially my worst favorite event of the year. Uh-huh.
Attaboy. How about a round of applause for these guys?
Yeah. Love it.
I tell you what, now this is the best. Now, hey, this used to be a full gallon of eggnog. It was literally 5 people competing, and it was 5 for 5 people vomiting.
Yeah.
And they were just trying to win relatively inexpensive earrings at the time.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, the high school kid who got buried. This high school kid was laying up against the side of his car. Like, it's eggnog. It's not a bottle of tequila. It's not a fifth of bourbon. Audio's out.
Jennifer Reyna said, I ain't coming back to this.
He's got it.
All right.
Got it. Yes. All right.
I think it's because I kicked something.
Nothing classier than the eggnog.
Exactly.
I knocked this off the air. I kicked something.
For about 35 seconds, he kicked something and knocked us off.
But
the air.
AJ's got us
we're
fixed
back.
up. We're back. Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Didn't we have a guest that did that one time?
All right, my kids are here. Sebastian and Mason.
Oh, yay.
Who fought each other in the driveway over basketball. Mariana. My daughter who's a Puritan.
Quinceañera. Her
Her
quinceañera.
quinceañera's not now.
What are you talking about? She's 14.
She's 14. That's not 14.
I thought it was 14.
It's 15.
Oh, it's 15. Next year? Quinceañera? Yes. Yes. How come she's taller than you? She's 15.
Genetics.
She's standing next to her dad. Look.
Genetics.
She said, that's how come.
I'm invited. Oye, Mari, ¿por qué no?
Are we on the air right now?
Yes.
Yes.
John doesn't care, but yes, we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like we're on the air.
Well, it hasn't for about an hour. Yeah.
What? I haven't cared.
Yeah.
Are we doing a radio show?
Kind of. Yes. Yes.
Not really. Huh?
Do we
Nick
go to
is here. Wait. Let's get Nick in here. We got to get Nick. Give him your.
Here.
Don't take Lance's. He's sick.
Oh, yeah.
All right. He's breathing and talking into him. Whoever gets those are going to be sick now. Nick. Hey, Nick, everybody. How about
Hey, my people. All right. How's everybody doing today? Oh, this is awesome.
So, hey.
Oh.
You don't own a mirror anymore?
Yeah, I got a mirror. Why?
Why? Because you didn't see yourself this morning?
Why, you little
No,
jealous?
you look great.
Oh,
you look great. You
What
got
are you
a nutcracker jacket that looks great.
Hey, Scrooge, what? You couldn't put on something red? Your wife did not dress you, obviously, this morning. No. You come in with gray.
I can tell you
on a Christmas party, you wearing gray.
I can tell you this.
Very nice.
She would not have let me leave the house like that.
I know that. This is true.
I know that. I can tell you that. So, how is the college football playoffs? Is it good?
Oh my gosh, this has been love this year. Love this new playoff format. Been fantastic.
Yeah.
Love that we got UT noon on the 1st. It's going to be great.
So
and then all the
you're
other
going to be
games.
open all day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
You know, listen, we're open all the time. So
Right.
we'll be here Christmas Eve, New Year's Day. Anytime there's the games on, we're going to be here for that on. And then we got the weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, we got bucket specials. We got $10 half-pound burger with fries. We got all sorts of stuff going on.
All kinds. There's always specials going on.
Always.
Yeah, at Nick's Place, always food and drink specials going on. Daily lunch specials, Monday through Friday.
Right.
Create your own pasta, crispy chicken salad, fiesta salad.
Oh, wait. And all day today, $4 beers, $4 Jaeger. I'm just saying. $4 Jaeger.
Remember when we used to do that?
Jaeger bombs. That sounds terrible.
Oh, you know what we need to do next year? Jaeger bombs, then eggnog.
That's the play.
Jaeger bombs, then eggnog.
That's the play.
Yeah.
I remember when I came here in 2007 for 1560, and everyone's buying me Jaeger bombs, and I end up laying on my patio eating Whataburger like David Hasselhoff.
It's good stuff.
Terrible.
Back in the day. We used to drink so many. So it's Red Bull and Jaeger and Jägermeister.
Yeah.
I'd pass out, but then you wake up at 2 a.m, can't go back to sleep because all the Red Bull.
Terrible feeling.
Yeah.
That's right.
The worst. So 30-plus years.
We just had our 31-year anniversary. 31 years. Same place. That's right. I knew Granado. We both knew each other. We had lots of hair. Remember that? Remember that back in the day? Yeah.
I still do, thanks to Doc Linville.
Oh,
975hair.com. 975. I'll never miss a spot.
No, that's good.
Never miss a spot.
That's good.
So, been a good year? Was it a good year?
Thank God. Everything's been great. Look at it. Hey, everything's been good. The sports in Houston hasn't been too shabby. Astros, we could have had a little bit more. But Texans are doing okay. The Rockets look like a team all of a sudden. So This is good. It's going to be a good year. That, and, it's fun. I mean, we got March Madness right around the corner.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So Nick's Place is the place to come. If you've never been here to watch a game, it's the best. Got all the TVs, and they know how to put a game on.
Hey, you go to another sports bar and you go, can I get this on? And what happens? I don't know. Let me get a manager. And then you wait 30 minutes and you can't watch. Not here at Nick's Place. I'm here every Saturday and Sunday. You go, Nick, hey, put this game on for me. I got people from Montana State wanted to watch a game. I got Montana State. Don't worry about it. Don't matter how big, how small your school is. You come here, you look for me. I won't be dressed like this all the time, and I will put your game on, all right?
That's it.
It's like a wrestling promo right now.
Thank you guys so much for the last 31 years. It's been fantastic.
That's it. That's Nick from Nick's Place.
Thank you guys.
He's got a trellis in here. A trellis, ladies and gentlemen. You know who's been in here?
Norm Macdonald,
Louis C.K., Jim Jeffries, Bill Burr, Patrice O'Neill, all in here.
I remember I was here.
All in here.
Yeah. Billy Brown is coming here today. Is he here yet? Where's Billy? There he is. There's Billy. All right. What will Brown do for you? Okay. All right. Let Billy Brown put it down. Bring it down. What was your saying?
Make the Brown go down.
Make the Brown go down.
Yes, that's what
all
he
right.
said, yes.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's the number. All right. You need Billy Brown's number in your phone. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. Because when you got a problem, how many people? Hey, what's
Is this a spot?
What? Yes.
Okay.
What's the plumbing company that you guys use?
Aqueduct.
And you need them right away. You don't need me. I don't even look at Twitter half the time. No. So you need to have that number in your phone.
Put the number in your phone.
281-488-6238.
Yeah, I mean everything. He came out and did my. He came out and resealed one toilet. He found out what was going on that I had done wrong on the ball cock there, and then he also he cleaned on my hot water heater.
Yeah.
He can clean hot water heaters. He can clean tankless water heaters. They do everything. You got a plumber now. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios at Nick's Place.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our final segment of the year. And we really, really want to thank you all. And this has been as good a party as we have had. It is so much fun. And we are going back. This is old school right here. Lance is in the parking lot with two listeners who are going to do offensive line drills.
Yeah.
Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
Who's Cam Hayward facing?
John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can barely hear you, Lance.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so
yeah.
Who's protecting the quarterback? Nick. So do you have any football experience? I do. I played center for 4 years in high school. All right, he was a 4-year center in high school. He didn't tell me if he started or not, but I'm going to assume he did. He's got a broad barrel chest. He's got good definition. He's a Marine Corps guy, too. I'm feeling safer. Okay, now the pass rusher is wearing a number 97 Cam Hayward jersey. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. All right, what's your name? Willie, you are coming to try to get the quarterback. Do you have any football experience?
Nose technique and outside Kempner High School, 05.
Uh-oh, he was actually played nose. So we've literally got a battle between a nose and a center.
Nose and a center.
And he's a zero technique, ladies and gentlemen. So we got a zero technique versus a center. We have a container of wasabi will function as the football. I'm going to get a snap. From Fish, who was in the I'm sorry, no Uber Eats can come here. You're going to have to back up. Okay. Now, John, hold on. I need somebody to comment. Where's La Raza? La Raza!
He wants you out there.
Hold on 1 second.
No, he's in here. He said no, he's in here. No.
Hold on. Raheel, I need you to comment. Raheel's my guy. Play-by-play. All right, here's what's happening right now. We've got Cam Hayward lining up. This is the big annual pass rush. All glory is on the line. We've got two dudes with mid-sized butts ready to go. All right, they're going with a wide stance. There's a wasabi on the floor. I don't know who brought the wasabi. All right, Lance is in shotgun formation. Shotgun. 3rd and 14 from the Nick's Place parking lot. Ball is snapped. The wasabi is out. Good pass rush. Oh, my God. His offensive line is holding up. And now Cam Hayward does not get land.
Offensive line wins.
Hayward does not get land. The center held up.
That's right.
Oh, my gosh. What a moment. 3rd and 14. Lance completes the pass.
I saw it.
All right. We're going to run this back. Lance's team is still trailing right now. That's considered a win for the offense. That was a win for the offensive line.
It's round 2.
We're going to see if we can find one more rusher. It's going to be Cam Hayward again. 1st and goal. 1 play left. No tush push allowed. Lance is looking like he wants to do the tush push, but he will not do the tush push. All right. 1st and goal. 1 play left. The snap is off Cam Hayward with a big push, and the offensive line is holding up. Cam Hayward sacks Lance. That is a sack. It's 1-1. A bull
One
rush.
more.
Just stay upright.
A bull rush.
No one hit the ground.
Well, they already had Cam hit the ground already. So here we go. Round 3.
It's 1-1.
Round 3, Heezy.
We got the first one. Hold on. Let's talk to the quarterback. All right. This is did a great job of protecting me. I felt safe in the pocket the entire time. The second time, the bull rush really got after it, and I felt very unsafe, like C.J. Stroud in the pocket. All right. We've got one more snap. There was a flag on the play, so one more snap. Yep. One untimed down. One untimed down for the game. Lance is motioning out. Are they going to run a trick play here? He's motioning out.
This is wonderful radio.
All right, here we go. We've got two offensive linemen
anyone listening
ready
in
to
their
go.
car.
The guard is Cam Hayward's lined up right over the guard. Lance is going under center and now back into shotgun. 5 seconds on the play clock. Will they get the snap off? The snap is off. Cam Hayward breaks loose, and that is it. Oh, my God.
Oh.
Lance gets sacked.
He fell again.
Lance gets sacked. With his butt crack showing, Cam Hayward with the sack. That will do it for Nick's play. What a moment. Back to you guys.
Back to us, John.
All right. We're back. That's just a terrible radio. That is just the worst radio.
I've been saying it for 3 hours.
You could possibly have. It just doesn't get any worse. With 4 minutes left in the show. But here's the deal. Game Day Men's Health. Well, this is for everybody in here, right? I just want to thank Game. We'll do it during the break. We'll
hang up the phone. Thank you.
But I want to thank Game Day Men's Health out here. They got 6 locations. They got 2 more coming like this month. In the new year, they're going to have like 80 of them here around the city in the next couple of years. Game Day Men's Health is the way to go. I love them. I've been doing testosterone forever, and this is the way to go. Trust me. Game Day is just better. So we'll give away all kinds of shirts here. When everybody gets back in, Sean, we'll announce who the winners are. All right, and we'll do that. But want to thank Nick. Nick, thank you. All of you listeners, thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this show, for being for being participatory throughout our careers here. It has been awesome. We're not done. We'll be back on January 2nd, but we want to thank you all. Have a great and safe holiday. Dell and Sean are up next. We're doing this all day long at Nick's Place, so it's not over. All day long at Nick's Place. It's the Christmas party. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We love you, and we really, it's never, because of you, it's where we are. Todd Farquharson, want to thank you for giving us a great year, for making us Hall of Famers. It's been a great year. Have a great holiday season, everybody.
When he drunkenly left us. Fire station will be out here till 6. I imagine it'll be a little less chaotic, but I can't guarantee that. Gallant George will follow us, and then the Killer Bees. Sean,
yes,
you got here right around, what, 9 or so?
about 9, yeah. 9:15.
Were you indoctrinated to the chaos of the Christmas show today, or were you out here last year?
No, this is my first time here at it. Normally, I'm in AJ's position back at the studio, just hearing the debauchery, but seeing it, it's really something else. I got front row seats to the eggnog chug. That was lived up to the hype, worth every penny, which was 0 pennies for me. But it's a great time.
We had talked pretty much the entire 2 weeks leading up to
The
it about
entire
how
time we've been doing the liner for it.
Nuts this was going to be, and if you could not get out here, then don't listen. I don't know how it played out over the air because, well, we were both here, so yeah. I hope everyone who came out here enjoyed it. Obviously, I hope anyone who was able to listen or watch, most importantly, enjoyed it as well. I want to thank John and Lance for, as always, kicking this thing off, and, of course, Nick Rencuso of opening up his doors early and allowing us in here. And, of course, if you guys are still on your way, there are Coors Lights, probably for a limited time only. I think that might be a John and Lance experience, but there's still a couple buckets here. If you want a Coors Light, you can come out here. And, of course, there's food roaming around. Michael from Pick Me Events is out here as well. So come out here and enjoy the entire festivities at the Christmas party here at Nick's Place. So now that the logistical stuff, the promo stuff is out of the way, we did have a game on Saturday, a game which we talked about leading up to. I don't know if we thought it would change our opinions on anything, and the most that came out of it was the Texans probably suffered 2 devastating injuries. I don't know where Shaq Mason is as it stands. We know in the practice report that popped up yesterday, he was a DNP. Now, that is just an estimate because they weren't going to practice. We know the Tank Dell thing is at the forefront. A lot of conversations about how a quarterback should react when his best friend is lying in a heap. I'm not sure I want to get involved in that conversation.
No, that's the entire first hour.
Oh, you want to talk about, have you ever seen a quarterback cry and then go win a Super Bowl? You want to do that?
Is he a good leader because he cried?
Yeah. Is
713-780.
Is he too emotional to go win a Super Bowl? I never saw Peyton cry. I didn't see Tom Brady cry.
Brady never cried.
Yeah, so while we do that tongue-in-cheek, it was actually a conversation. Of course, the bulk of Texans media was pushing back on it. But as far as the game, offensive line woes continue. The Bobby Slowick stuff is still a concern.
Yes.
The screens that were called out, I think by Robert Mays of The Athletic, this was prescient. I think Joe George had it ready and retweeted it. He said the health of your offense can be based off how you block and how you execute screens, because it talks about timing, it talks about guys being where they're supposed to be and executing. And if that is any indication, the Texans are a bottom-of-the-barrel offense. The numbers won't say that. They're not great.
No.
But I think the one thing you take away from it, maybe don't ever run a screen again.
Yeah, because at this point in the season, you proved that you're not any good at it. Yeah. And it makes logical sense why you'd want to try to run screens, take pressure off this offensive line, which is also not great and doesn't look to be getting better this late in the year. And what Robert May said was, I think, correct, was the overall point that it's a shorthand for how in sync, how good, how sustainable your offense can be. But this Texans team just can't do it. And I think it does speak to like the larger issues, because now they can't do the thing. They have a weakness, which is their offensive line, and they can't do the thing to help hide their weakness, which is run screens. So what exactly are we doing here?
Well, the screen is supposed to, as you mentioned, alleviate pressure. I don't know if they have a real plan other than hope CJ's great. When CJ is great, they can move the football, and he made a great throw to Tank. He made the great throw to Dalton Schultz. He made great plays to keep them in that game.
Was that a great throw to Tank? Into Tank's season.
I'm not blaming the quarterback for the injury.
Okay.
It was a spectacular throw that led to an unfortunate event. Definitely. I will grant you that. But as far as the play,
no, it was a great throw.
It was a great throw. I mean, you want to blame the other receiver more than CJ?
I do actually. Blame Pie on that play. I think Jared Wayne?
Yes, I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice to know we're running out creative players.
Yeah.
In week 16. Jared Wayne number 1, Chiefs defender number 2, CJ number 3. Tank Dell for his knee being there, number 4.
Yeah, and those are slivers, like 0.001% for CJ.
Yeah,
and obviously Tank, and mostly it's just football. We can blame football for about 99% of that. That's just football.
Football happened on Saturday, no matter what. No matter what you want to say.
Yeah, no matter if you think Tank's frail or that happens when you're so small. It's football. Because Tank, the thing about him coming out of UH was he never missed practice. He was always available. And then the moment, he played at a higher level of the NFL, he has consistently not been able to finish here. That's 2 out of 2. It's not. You don't want to be 100% on that, not being able to finish the year.
And the thing is, with that, both these injuries, they're pretty freakish injuries.
Yeah.
Where this one especially freakish. The one last year when he's down by the goal line, basically gets rolled up on. I mean, that happens to offensive linemen, once a week. If you're watching the full NFL slate, that's going to happen once or twice on a Sunday. So they're both plays where, if he was 6'5", they probably still happen the same way as they did in real life.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't get pushed into someone when he's blocking around the goal line, but I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do? That's your offense. That's the way you run. We have not seen much of Tank being a guard, as John Granado would put it, after last year, but it's just they're at where they were last year, where it was Nico and no one else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't even have a Noah Brown who came up big in a couple games. You don't even have that. You just have to depend on a Hutchinson and Robert Woods, who a lot of people thought shouldn't have even made the roster.
Yeah.
I thought that was never going to be the case because the veteran stuff, and you always love a veteran, at least a head coach will. So that's where we stand. You're 9-6. You're at this point an okay football team who seems to be losing top end talent consistently, and you just have to hope you can survive. This was brought up on a podcast I was listening to on the way in. Is winning a playoff game maybe not only the most that you can expect, but just at least you do that, it's a sign you didn't take a step back. Because this was a season about expectations, and through injuries and a lack of an offensive line, the whole we're a real Super Bowl contender stuff feels off the table.
Yes.
So,
I mean, the whole win 2 playoff games seems pretty off the table.
Which felt like that would be progress.
Even winning 1 playoff game now with the injuries they sustained. I think last week we kind of settled into we can pretty much stamp it. This is a win in the wild card round, probably lose the divisional team. And then they lost their second best receiver, really their second receiver, just full stop. I know you brought up Hutchinson and Woods, but in the playoffs, you can't really roll into a playoff game thinking those are our 2 options because they're going to try to take away Collins no matter who you're going to play. And it gets way easier to make that commitment to just double Collins every single time when you're not scared of the guy on the other side being Robert Woods beating you. So I think it really does take out any, I guess, high-level playoff expectations you can have for this team. It probably takes away a lot of the mid-level playoff expectations you could have. I feel like this is a version of TJ Yates in 2012, 2011, where it sucks. The circumstance, you win your division, but just due to circumstances going into the playoffs, there's a pretty hard ceiling on what this team's going to do.
And you start to look around the AFC at the contenders. You could say that, well, are the Chiefs that impressive with their weapons? How they did get Hollywood Brown back, and he made a couple plays on Saturday. We know the Bills don't exactly have a wide receiver core that's going to scare anyone. And then if we give the Ravens the division because maybe we say the Steelers' path to winning the division is a little bit harder because they do have the Chiefs coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the Texans can do something to the Ravens' chances with that game coming up here as well. But the rest of those teams outside the Steelers have like superheroes at quarterback. And while CJ superpower can be his accuracy, his calmness in the pocket, he ain't a superhero, at least right now. Lamar, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, those guys are a different breed right now. So they can certainly make up for, if you would say there's a lack of talent on the outside. Of course, the Ravens are so explosive because of Derrick Henry, and that you have to pay Lamar. So it doesn't really matter. Rashad Bateman's having the best year of his career, and no one's exactly saying Rashad Bateman's a star. Zay Flowers is their most consistent player, and of course, Mac Andrews. So they still have guys. But if we're dropping those guys into this situation, that one difference would be they can do things right now that CJ can't do, and it's just more about physically, just different physically and how they win on the NFL level. So yeah, it's tough. They they keep taking hits as far as star players, and now you're down to Joe Mixon and Nico Collins, and maybe that'll be enough to play the Steelers. You got to hope. It's weird to say, but it'd be best for them if they're talking about winning a wild card round game is to lose to the Ravens, so you can see the Steelers. I think you'd rather see the Steelers. Now the Steelers are tough, and Mike Tomlin's a thing and all that stuff. But if we're talking about winning a playoff game, I don't want the Ravens coming here. Of course, if you surprise and got the 3 seed, then of course maybe you're talking about the Chargers or the Broncos. That might help. But the realistic path, it feels like we're playing the AFC North loser.
Yeah, that definitely seems like that's what this is setting up for. And yeah, like you said, I mean, I'm kind of so beaten down that I don't even really think that your matchup matters.
I get it.
I can see a Steelers team, especially if they get Pickens back, if Watt is healthy, like that Steelers team probably should keep you from scoring at the very least, and that's gonna be hard to win a playoff game if you can't score.
Yeah, the Highsmith, Watt.
I don't love that.
Those edge rushers against the tackles, not great. Not a great feel.
Yeah, so I mean, yes, you're right that on paper they're probably the easiest matchup that the Texans could hope for, but even then, you're swimming upstream pretty hard.
Definitely. We will hear from D'Amico Ryans. He had a Tank Dell update yesterday. We'll talk more about Tank's injury, and we know how big of an impact it'll be. We have the CFP this weekend. Reminds you of the CFP semifinals, the previous iterations where no games or rarely a game was competitive. So as much as people are talking about, that expansion's bad and we need to change things up as far as seeding and automatic bids, whatever. I mean, I'm used to it. I was born in the fires of semifinal playoff games that are terrible. I watched Washington against Alabama. I've seen these games go poorly. So what happened on Friday and Saturday, not a big shock to me. So we'll get into that. And of course, we'll continue to talk more about the NFL. We had a big weekend and some seeding issues. We talked about how the Steelers or the Ravens could be the Texans' opponent. So we'll get into that game yesterday. And we have more from Crash Out Spider-Man, Sean. Crash Out Spider-Man's at it again. We have Crash Out Spider-Man. We've got the internet bullying Travis Hunter and his fiance into deleting their social media accounts. So it's a lot to get to here at Nick's Place. The Christmas party continues. We are out here till 12. The Christmas party itself is out here till 6. John and Lance kicked us off in a remarkable way. You can take that however you like. When I say remarkable, take it however you like.
It is remarkable. You will remark about it.
Yes, and the Coors Lights keep flowing, so it doesn't just stop because they're gone. So if you want a Coors Light, come on out here as well.
I hope this is on Granado's tab.
Yeah, I don't know whose tab it is. It's just not ours.
Mine,
I know that to be the case. So come on out to Nick's Place. Join us for the Christmas party. We're just getting started on the show. We will be back. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's get to Monument Chevrolet. I think you're pointing out our camera and our phone dying, so I'll try to take care of that during the break. But Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to if you need a car. It's a big purchase, but it's Christmas time. Maybe you want to do something special for someone. You head out to Monument Chevrolet and get them a vehicle, a great Chevy, whether it be a Trax or Silverado or Colorado. It's all out there for you. And the best part about Monument Chevrolet is when you go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, the price is going to be the price. It does not change. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. So what you expect is what you're going to get. And the people out there are friendly. William is their salesperson of the week. William is a guy who will greet you, who will walk you through the process just like all the salespeople will do. And the best part about them is they want to treat you like a family. It's a family time of the year, and they want to welcome you to their family. They've been in business for 50 years, and they are celebrating that fact by offering deals across their inventory. So check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. And, of course, you can go on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, Monument Chevrolet. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's Del Olaleye.
Yeah, first like start with update with Tank. Right now he's flying back to Houston. As of right now, we'll be evaluating to see where he is. Still meeting with doctors to see what's next for him. But it is a significant knee injury, and our thoughts and prayers are definitely with Tank at this time.
That's D'Amico Ryans on Tank Dell. He was hospitalized in Kansas City after the game. Dislocated kneecap. We don't know about ligament damage quite yet, so if he gets away without that, that's a real win.
I'm going to guess if you dislocate your kneecap, some ligaments are damaged.
I would assume.
Something.
I don't know why that wasn't
detached.
figured out at the time, but they're holding off on that to not say that. But it feels like what we saw and where that knee was as he was. Wow, I guess no better word than writhing on the field after the touchdown. You would imagine there's some serious issues with that knee, and I think the drastic thing that caused the tears from CJ and the wide receiver Wayne was you see a guy, not only your boy and your teammate, and the knee is in a place it should not be. It hits you like an ACL. That's tough, and you're going to be out for a significant amount of time. But I think football players are kind of callous to that. They get it. That happens. It sucks for your boy, but you understand. But when you watch a part of his body in a place it's not supposed to be,
you can see it.
Yeah, you can see that. ACL, it's bad, but you cannot see it. But the knee out of place, real rough. So Tank Dell, who I think he tweeted out like a broken heart, and then a little inspirational thing when he was back in Houston, is done for the year. And I wouldn't say the Texans' hope rested on him. I think that's more of a bigger issue around the team. But it's just another hit to a team that had felt like they had a surplus of weapons, and now they're down to Nico and Joe Mixon. And if you can hope that Dalton Schultz plays better than he has, although he did catch a touchdown pass on Saturday. So that's where we are as far as the Texans offensively are concerned. The defense, I don't really have many complaints about them. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about why the Chiefs benefited from calls, because at some point it feels like maybe we just come to accept it. I think they're tied for the fewest amount of penalties called against them. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure why the NFL would decide that the Chiefs are the team they're going to benefit. They've already won a couple of Super Bowls. You would think they go, you know what? We don't want to be too obvious about this, but look, everyone has their opinions whether that Derek Stingley thing should have been called. I'm not sure. The teaching tape is you're supposed to have your hand on the nameplate of the receiver. Now, if there was a hold, it was minimal. I never saw an angle from the other end if he actually grabbed.
Yeah, or if you saw a pull.
So I get why people are upset, because yes, DeAndre Hopkins stumbles, but you don't see an actual grab. But I mean, Derek Stingley's hand is around the back while he's still in front of the receiver. What did he do to restrict him? We didn't see that. But the Tank Dell offensive pass interference, not great, not a great call. I don't have a big issue with the personal foul, not a fumble, incomplete, whatever you want to call that. You brush the quarterback's head, they're throwing the flag. I feel like that's the rule, and maybe you think that's a Mahomes rule more than anything else. Maybe it's a quarterback rule.
They call that. They call that down in college. They'll call that for.
I don't think it matters
for anybody.
Yeah,
it just sucks. It's a rule that sucks. I think we can say that. But yeah, that one's not a not something that I would say is a Patty Mahomes special. That's more of just a NFL points of emphasis, the letter of the law kind of rule that ends up in practice being I guess not miscalled, but just you hate seeing it called every single time.
Yeah, AJ was over here asking me, we're taking calls, and because I don't have his number on hand, I'm going to answer. Yes, AJ, we will take calls. So if there's someone on hold or wants to get on, let us know. Oh, Julian, look at that. We'll get to Julian here before we go to break. Julian, a fan of the 49ers, in a game where two teams were 6-8 and had disappointing years, my team came out on top. But maybe Julian wants to talk about something else other than his personal misery. What's up, Julian?
So, first off,
personal misery. Man, Jalen Moore gets hurt. Then Aaron Bates goes down. If it can happen, it will happen as far as injuries are concerned. I was just waiting for Debo to dislocate his elbow or something. Now I do like the way he was running, but now to y'all's misery, I wanted y'all to win. Definitely wanted to win. But then I remembered how many Texans fans, because we do live in Houston area, how many Texans fans banged on me about crying about the referees, and now looky, someone's crying about the referees. It's pretty much music to my ears. It almost covered up losing to y'all. Sorry, so.
Oh, you mean losing to the Dolphins? Sorry, selves. Oh, okay. Well, we appreciate the call. Your season is over. We appreciate that. We're glad.
I don't appreciate the call.
Yeah, he's calling on the holiday show. I don't mind it, but I do appreciate him calling in and reminding us that the 49ers season is over. Another year without reaching the mountaintop, and you guys are going to get worse and worse and worse. But that's for us to taunt you. As far as complaining, look, you don't complain and you make fun of other people when they complain until it happens to you. And Texans fans feel like what happened against the Chiefs was egregious. I guess the rest of the football world would say, welcome. This is what we've been dealing with. It was the calls weren't great. I get it, particularly in a game like that. You're looking for a call because we feel like the Chiefs are going to get every call. You're down, but I think there may be two that I blatantly disagree with. The others, I think you could have seen that and been reasonable and said, okay, those are penalties on the Texans. We already laid them out. Stingley ticky tack, Tank Dell offensive pass interference, not a thing. And then the personal foul that resulted in it was going to be an incomplete pass anyway, according to the review. I think that's a personal foul by letter of the law. We talked about it. Maybe it's not a real personal foul, but that's what it is right now. So the Texans got what everyone else gets. Welcome. We will get to a special guest when we come back. And as we let you know, if you do want to call in 713-780-3776, Raheel Ramzanali will join us. I imagine it won't be anything that is generic or about sports. Although he is a horn, so maybe we'll get into the CFP. If he does want to talk about that, we'll certainly get into more college football. We have not talked about it enough yet. I mentioned Crash House Spider-Man. When a actress who was actually, ironically, if that's the proper use of the word, was in another Spider-Man movie, calls you effing weird publicly, it's rough.
I think she called him a effing weirdo, which is worse.
She did give him the label of weirdo and said it was weird.
Boom.
Yeah, she stamped him with weirdo. That's worse. So we haven't heard from his co-star who got after him, Haley Steinfeld. We have got after a woman he spent a little time with who's called him a weirdo. We'll get into that. I think we'll have AJ clean up the sound because effing weirdo I think needs to be heard. So AJ, I'm going to send you that sound. Hopefully you'll clean it up. We'll get that done at the back in the back half of the show. But we'll go to break here. We'll hear from Raheel when we come back. We're out at Nick's place. Sean and I taking you till 12, and then we have Gallant George till 3, and then the Killer Bees after that as it's the Nick's place Christmas party here on ESPN 97.5. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We are here at Nick's Place. Sean and I here, and we got a special guest. Raheel Ramzanali joins us.
Hey.
What's up, man?
What's up, boys? How are you?
Doing good.
We're good. So you made a special request just to join us. You didn't want to join John and Lance, which I understand.
Yeah.
It's a bit chaotic. Although you did actually make an appearance on the show.
Lance just handed me the phone and goes, hey, do some play-by-play. How did it sound? I don't know. I couldn't hear anything.
It was better than if Lance would have did it.
Yeah.
I think you did a good job. You have some
you.
experience, so you did a good job.
Yeah.
Impromptu, didn't even get to study. All you could go was, hey, Cam Hayward's rushing the passer.
I didn't know the guys. And he only had a Cam Hayward jersey on. That's why.
Well, I think he wears that jersey every year, so we just call him Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
I don't know his real name.
You should get some new pants next year.
Yeah, that was
a lot of butt crack.
Yeah, that was pointed out by our promo team. They were out there and said there's a lot of butt crack out there. He hit the ground a couple times too, I think. But
I think every time he hit the ground.
3 times.
He left it all out in the parking lot.
Did we give him anything for that?
No,
they didn't win anything.
Some pats on the back.
I thought it was a gift card thing at least.
A free Coors Light. That's what we got.
Give those out.
Everyone's got that.
Yeah,
It's
all
so
morning
cold.
long.
Yeah, it's an ice pack. You can put it on. And
There we go.
And if you want one, they're still out here. So, Raheel, do you want to do serious stuff? You want us to do CFP, or you just want to hang out?
I wanted to do a game with you, put you on the spot. And it's a game that you and I used to play a lot on the Raheel and Del show, and it was towards the end of the year, usually the final show of the year, without using Google.
You know how I know this is a lie? We weren't on long enough to do it at the end of the year.
Right. We only got 6 months. Yeah. But on the
end of the summer,
John, Raheel, and Del show, we did that.
Yes.
So it's this game called Without Using Google. Tell us your best moments from the year, and we'll see how memorable these moments actually were. Because usually we'll go like, oh, yeah, this happened. And then Del will be like, no, that was like in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? So, or 2023, sorry, because you have 2024 now. But, let's play that game. Memorable moments.
Memorable moments of the year.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
I think a recent one. Travis Hunter and his girlfriend will forever be known for this run here towards the end of 2024.
Yeah, they made their mark. They made their mark late.
It's
a late run.
That story, there's something new every single day. For those of you who don't know, Travis Hunter's girlfriend is very anti-Travis Hunter. Is that like the best way to put it?
It feels like
there's
that's
a lot
accurate.
of bad tape. A lot of bad tape out there.
Yeah.
We don't know their personal lives, but what we see,
the front
she doesn't
facing
seem like a
the front facing thing for the fiance is she's not that into her fiance.
No, and that's the front facing stuff. Imagine how it's behind.
We're not
the
sure what actually goes on when there are no cameras, which they're pushing back against. They have deactivated their social media because of the hate they're getting. Look, Travis Hunter is going to do a lot of interviews, and a lot of the old heads are going to be like, hey, man, what are you doing? It started with, of all people, I forgot the name, Godfrey, the comedian, was yelling at him about it. And he told Godfrey
Gilbert Godfrey?
No, he's dead. A different Godfrey. He went
that's where you know he's not for the culture.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. He went after him, and he said, hey, old man, shut up. What's wrong with your life that you're commenting on me? He went on like the Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder podcast, The Pivot, I think is what it's called. I forgot what it's called. And you could tell in the tone of Channing Crowder's voice that he was like, so you're going to marry this girl? And Travis Hunter was like, yeah, as soon as I get my contract. He was like, all right, okay. And so it's been a monsoon of people going, what's going on? And now Shedeur Sanders just popped out and said, hey, if you really want to get to my boy, you know his number. You can talk to him. I don't know why you guys doing all this on social media. That is a memorable moment. Let's ask you this, Raheel. Let's ask you a question. Are they together at the draft?
No, they are not going to be together at the draft. There's no way this relationship survives. I think enough people get in his head to save him. And I'm not talking bad about this young lady, but there are too many red flags and too many powerful people around him where
what's their issue? The young ladies have an issue with what we're talking about.
What happened? Why
their team Travis Hunter's girlfriend.
She gave you a look, and then Abigail did the thumbs down.
Boom, straight thumbs down.
Why? Wow. What's the problem?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's just
they don't even know what we're talking
haters.
about.
Just
they don't even know what we're talking about. Don't worry about it.
But I would say they're not together. What else from 2024? Hurricane Beryl. right? Like for
It
the
was
city?
memorable. Yeah, it was
memorable.
memorable for the city. Not in a great way, but memorable can be good or bad.
Yeah.
Personally, let me see. I would go Cam Ward. If I'm talking about the best sports moment, now obviously it didn't end well because Mario can never put a complete team together. But the fact that Cam Ward decided to play at Miami and he changed the trajectory of that program and
you guys
made
are
them
CFP
very
team.
They were for a time. They were.
So how did they change
They're in the
trajectory?
they're in the projected bracket.
No, because they were irrelevant. Miami hadn't been relevant since
They were relevant
2017.
for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was for all year until the final week.
Yeah.
No, until they lost.
To Syracuse.
The last week of the season.
Yeah,
so
the
they were a
last
CFP
But the
team
CFP
until the last week.
Yeah.
CFP came out the first week of October,
And they were
They're
relevant
right
until
in there.
early
until
late
like
the
6
November,
They're in
December.
every single CFP ranking until the last one.
Yeah, until they lost.
Syracuse.
And they were a 7-win team last year, and they went to one of the a top 5 team in the country.
Yeah.
Until they finally had to play Kyle McCord and prove it.
Is that who they lost to? I didn't even know who. I just saw
Syracuse.
that. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, they lost to Syracuse. Oh,
So
sorry.
I'm not taking anything from the guys who
Yeah.
lost to Gunnar Stockton. I'm not taking that from you.
Cam Ward's
You lost,
gonna be.
you lost to Gunnar Stockton. I'm not listening to you.
Yeah, but we weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
You weren't ready for what?
Yeah, we weren't
Handing
ready.
it off and scrambling? You weren't ready
We
for it?
were ready for a good Georgia quarterback.
Yeah,
You still didn't get a good Georgia quarterback.
We got Gunnar
No,
Stockton.
he was good. He was
a
good.
gamer.
No, stop it.
gamer.
He's a
He
5-star.
He threw that awful interception. Stop it. You saw
Yeah,
the game.
man, that was-
Cut it out.
It was our offense that sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't the defense.
All right, Sean.
Go, Sean.
Sorry. I couldn't pick Cam Ward a Heisman finalist. Nope. Go ahead.
He was a finalist?
Yes. Yes, he was actually.
He was right there next to Travis Hunter's girlfriend.
Did he stand up?
He stood up before she did.
Everyone in the building stood up before she did.
Man.
I'll go with the one that I was in person for. I'll go with the 60-yard touchdown run that Arch Manning had against UTSA. Best moment of the 2024.
What a crappy
for
year
me.
for you. Man, nothing else was more memorable
I don't know.
than a 60-yard run by Arch. Man.
He loves him some Arch.
Yeah, he
It's
loves
been a
the
year-long
new
thing.
generation loves Arch.
Love Arch.
Yeah.
Gen Z.
I like Arch too. I
There we
think he
go.
should have started. Throw Quinn Ewers away.
I think it is very 2024 to be like, yeah, we've seen this guy. Get him out of here.
Get him
Get
out.
him
We
out.
know what's gonna happen.
I want to see the new thing when they are playing the toughest games of the season.
We know
Show us
what's
the new
gonna
guy.
happen.
Is Sark going to stop with the Arch package where they run the football with him? That doesn't work.
I
but
think
you got to keep him
Not
happy.
a good any team.
I also
who
think
are
it's very
good.
interesting that they treat him like he's Tyrone Swoops and
Oh, yeah.
cannot throw the ball. Even Tyrone Swoops was also a quarterback, but they treat him like he's like the tight end that comes in. It's like, no, you can just
He's a belldozer.
yeah, you can just run.
That's what he is.
You can just run the offense with
So
him.
I was at the Texas A&M game, and I was on the sidelines, and when Arch walked by, dude, he looks like a tight end. There is a physical difference between him and everybody else. Like this kid, and he's what 19 right now.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I think
Dude,
he's 19.
he
Turns 20 this year.
That dude is going to be a monster. It's scary.
Yeah, I hope he can get more carries.
Yeah.
Get that quarterback power stuff going because he ain't
They
throwing the
got
football.
to do the jump pass one time. Just
or just let him drop back. Let him
that too, because
He
he's
can
going
throw.
to be the starter next year.
Wait till
Like,
2025, fellas. That ain't happening this year.
threw for 5 touchdowns. Right?
Do you
You're
think
like,
it's
come on, he
because
can do
they're
it.
like, we can't have him go off too much? Because that
No.
Sark is like, that'll just be a headache for me.
Sark is definitely afraid of that kid playing. He doesn't want. No, he would have already made the change if he thought he was good enough.
That's what I'm saying. He's
No,
like,
I've heard you say this. I don't think it's that. I think there's too much to protect with Quinn.
What is there to protect?
And also future
if Quinn's
QBs.
going to cost you a national title,
No,
what do you
no,
mean to
but-
protect?
Okay, if you take Quinn out, what happens to his NFL draft stock? Like
You're
it's already bad
But
right now.
your goal isn't to protect Quinn Ewers. If you think Arch can win you a national title, you got to make the switch.
No, it's not about that though, because he's coming.
It
from the
has to
same-
be about
no,
that.
It's not, though.
Then Sark
There-
is
yes,
Sark's
there
the
is
wrong
that.
guy.
No, no.
If that's not
Yes,
what it's
that is
about,
important, but he's coming from the Saban class or Saban school of recruits where you got to develop,
Saban
get
benched
into the NFL.
Saban benched his starter in a national title
Well,
game.
that was like the obvious thing to do.
I thought Quinn being bench is obvious too.
Yeah, no.
Is
That
it not
one was
obvious?
that was more obvious.
That was
okay.
way more
Okay,
obvious.
that's more
that was
obvious.
way more
Okay, you
obvious.
guys have been yelling about how bad Quinn is all year. Wouldn't it be obvious now to go to
Quinn,
Arch?
Quinn hasn't been back. We just know
Exactly.
Quinn's not going to get you there.
yeah.
And if you bench him now, that's
Is
it. His NFL draft,
the question is Arch going to get you there?
Yeah, Arch will get you there.
Then play. You got to play him. This is a ridiculous
But
conversation.
then no other quarterback will come here because like, oh, then we're
Trust me.
benched.
If you go, hey, you make the brave decision to play the younger player and it works out, of course quarterbacks are going to come here. Stop it.
Who's going to come after Arch then?
The next guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Texas has a problem recruiting.
Yeah.
I was unaware. I was unaware. Texas couldn't pull guys.
Yeah.
I didn't know they couldn't do
Unlike
that.
other schools, we don't pay people. That's why.
Yeah.
We come here straight for the
That's
players.
Other
right.
people just pay the
Trust
players.
me.
To
If Sark,
our guys want to be
if
there.
Sark bench Quinn for the younger 5-star quarterback and he balled out and won a national title, he could tell the entire world it doesn't matter how long you've been here. It doesn't matter even your status, because we always forget Quinn Ewers was the next one before Arch was. We will play who's best. That's the recruiting sell. What are you talking about?
And then Arch is out. And then you're left with who? Just
Arch has another year. What do you mean Arch is out?
No, he's going to enter the portal. Because then if he says that, if he makes that move, then Arch is like,
Come on.
So basically,
he won't have my back.
Yeah, I'm
Stop it.
expendable.
It'll be Trey Owens next year is going to take
Look,
my job.
I heard a lot of dumb stuff from 7 to 10.
Can't do it.
This is dumb.
You cannot
This is
make
dumb.
the move.
Stop it. This is
There's
dumb.
too much on the line.
This is dumber than watching the eggnog challenge.
There's too much on the line, Dale.
Yes, winning a national title. That's on the line.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that should matter.
You'll win 2 more down the line.
Yeah, the 2
Based
years
on what?
The 2 years that Arch starts.
Based on loyalty.
So you don't want to win 3.
Yeah.
You only want to win the 2.
It's fine.
Don't
is
be
fine.
greedy.
He gets 1 national title. He's set for 20 years. He's good. That's
He's set for
Texas,
the rest of his life.
Yeah, we're good.
Ogeron wasn't set for 20 years.
No, I'm saying Texas. At Texas, you're set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Texas, you're set, right? You got Mac Brown won 1 national title, and they finally had to force him out.
He got 5 years of stinking it up.
Yeah. Well, they forced him in a coach of waiting, so it wasn't 20 years. He got 5.
But he could come back, shake hands.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Get honored at halftime.
2005, and then he got fired in 2013.
13 was his last year.
Yes, but he was good in 09.
He was good in 09.
09. And
09
then
was a good team.
And then 5 and 10 the next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or 5 and 7.
Yeah, and then never just found it. Okay, what else?
I'm glad
do
you
we got to hit break.
Not really,
I
but
don't wanna
sure.
respect your
But
breaks.
sure, breaks. We don't respect our
Okay,
breaks.
go.
But we'll
What
go
else?
to break now.
Oh.
We'll go to break now. Raheel, thank you for it. Turned into a football segment that was still nonsense.
Yeah,
but I'm glad Sean was rubber stamping everything you said.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about, is it creepy that I follow ESPN
What are we?
workers on Instagram?
Oh, we ain't got time for that.
I mean, we can't.
Sure. What am I doing?
Yeah,
this is the last show of the year. What are we doing?
Here's a question I have.
Well, you save it for the other side. Raheel will have a question about how creepy he is. The answer is probably yes. He's very creepy.
Yes, very.
Yes, that's the answer to all your questions about how creepy you are. So we will come back with more of the creepy Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast from Nick's Place. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place, here's Del Olaleye and Sean Mapes.
You heard the man. We are out at Nick's Place. The Christmas party going on. Still a big crowd out here. And, of course, if you want to come out and join us, you can. We will be doing this up until 6. Following us will be – don't put your arms around me, Raheel. Following us will be Gallant George and then the Killer
Twitch
Bees.
Camera.
Yeah.
I thought someone was taking pictures.
No, either way, don't put your arm around me. And you hear picture, and then they both turn around like, oh.
Are we taking pictures?
No, we're not taking pictures. No, we're not
we'll
taking
take
pictures.
Come on, let's take a
Please
picture.
don't touch me.
This will be on the ESPN Instagram, right? Oh, hi. Yeah.
Oh, there's don't.
Oh wow, there's a lot of pictures.
There's a lot of pictures going.
Great for on-air content.
Yeah, I appreciate all.
That's our nod to the morning show.
I appreciate all of
keeping
you.
the radio audience in mind.
Speaking of pictures, let me ask you a question I have, all right? Oh, wow, that's a terrible picture,
Yeah.
Abigail.
She's not.
Abigail,
She's not great at it.
Abigail,
no.
listen to this conversation. You'll love it. So, I've never met Abigail before in person. This is our first time meeting each other, right? I've heard of her on the show. You guys talk about her very positively. She was tagged in an ESPN Houston post or something. So I followed her on Instagram, having never met her. Is it creepy that I follow her on Instagram?
Well, you saw the tag. It's not that creepy. You didn't seek her out. You happened to be on an account that you follow.
Just browsing,
and then she was tagged. Now, of course, we can ask what prompted you to follow.
Because I've heard about her so much.
Okay.
You guys always talk about her in a positive way. So I was like, she sounds like a nice person.
Okay.
Is she also an attractive person? That was the next question. And when I saw the account, I was like, I'm going to click on it. Okay. Just natural. Like,
Sure.
Yeah, like,
understood. We're men. We get it.
Let me rephrase it. What does she look like?
Yeah.
Is a better question, right?
Yeah.
And then I followed her.
You wanted to know what she looked like.
After all the talk, you always want to hear. Once you hear it, you want to see what people are talking about. Sure, I don't think it's that creepy. I think it's a natural reaction on social media.
Second part of the question.
All
Having
right.
Never met Abigail before.
Okay.
Is it weird that I respond? Like, I'll sometimes respond to a story and be like, "Oh, that's pretty cool," or something like.
But I met you. What are you talking about?
No. Before I met her.
He said before he met.
Before I met her.
I don't think it's
Is that creepy?
I don't think it's creepy. It is. I think it's all about your motive. And if your motive is it's just, hey, I'm responding to someone who is part of a family I used to be part of. All the things, all the connections.
Yeah.
Part of a family I used to be part of.
ESPN 975.
I used to be part of this family.
Is that what people do though? After you.
Well, not him.
Let's say you
he did
separate.
He did burn it all to the ground at one point, but now he's back.
I'm back. We're good.
But do
I
people
went to therapy? We're fine.
follow?
Yes.
Do people follow their exes?
Oh yeah,
new people. Okay.
The videos I watch online, there's a lot of stepsister exes going on. Like,
okay,
there's a lot of positive family interactions on the videos I watch.
Very loving families.
Yeah. So was it creepy? Yes or no? Abigail, let's just find out.
Yeah,
was it creepy? Let me ask her. I'll give her the mic. Okay.
But she's an influencer, so you got to remember follows are good for her. So the question is, after Raheel explaining that, was that a creepy thing he did?
Okay. To be completely honest, I've known about Raheel, so I feel like it's not as creepy as some people tag me in posts about Del would not like this post. Del would not do this. Literally, I get so many comments saying that.
I would tell you Del doesn't care what she does. It's not my life. Let her do what she wants.
Del's apparently worried about it.
I am not.
Right. No, it wasn't creepy.
I don't think it is either.
Del followed
I
will say he gave some points back when you said, "Oh, because I knew Raheel," and he went, "Of course, I'm Raheel."
Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know who he is. What do you mean?
He did lose some credibility there.
I would say for anyone who has talked to Abigail about what Del would like, trust me, Del is not thinking about anything. Just let her do what she wants. It's not my.
Right, he's so worried about my inspirational
Trust
quotes.
me. Trust me, that was a bit on air. Trust me. Most of the time, all I'm thinking about is a nap, which I'm thinking about right now. That's
TikTok,
all.
he has a lot of gym content. on
I've
there.
told you that we can play this game if you want. If you do want to have this fight, we can do it. Sure? Are you sure you want to do it? Are you sure?
I definitely could.
Because
win,
once you
but-
take off that headset, I've got an hour.
No way he's doing that.
I don't. This is the last show of the year. I don't care. Trust me.
It's because I took a picture of you and you didn't like
Well,
that.
you are a creepy photog. You take pictures when people aren't looking all the time.
You were looking the entire time.
Not at you when you did it.
Oh, you were looking at the guy.
Because I was having a conversation. That's what you do when you talk to people. You look at
He
them.
was put in a corner right here.
Doesn't explain away why you're taking pictures of me when I'm not looking. Why do you have candles of me on your phone? That's weird. I don't.
What do you mean?
And the thing is, you know what's not? You would think as the guy, I'd have weird candles of her on my phone. I don't have a one. I don't have a one.
True. That is true.
But we needed them for social media.
You don't need weird candles of me when I'm not looking for social
For your
media.
playing cards.
Cut it out. Thank you, Abigail, for contributing to the show in some way, shape, or form. There it is. I'm less creepy than him and her, which is remarkable.
Yeah, upset.
Yes. She's actually the creepiest of all.
I can't even imagine the messages.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't. Working in radio as a woman.
Yeah.
It is not a good place to work.
She's doing a brave thing.
Yeah.
Anything else for us?
Our
for
strongest soldier.
Yeah. We have decided you are not creepy. You got anything else?
Let me think. What else do I have for y'all? The Houston Rockets.
They got a nice win, although they almost threw it away against Toronto last night.
I hear about this NBA ratings decline.
And
we've talked about it via text message a few times. Basically, me just chiming in, them not responding.
Sure, because it's the NBA and the ratings.
Yeah,
and,
NBA rate, no one cares. But the NBA has a serious problem in illegal streams. Like, it is out of hand now.
You would know.
I actually, like, it's the reason so many people illegally stream it. A lot of the local channels are not available on YouTube TV, and a lot of people have YouTube TV. You got to upload.
I have YouTube TV. Yeah,
I can't watch Space City Home Network.
It's very true.
It's hard. So I got to watch the games the next day, and those don't count towards the ratings.
Mm-hmm.
And if I watch it live, it's usually on,
streaming.
I'm not gonna say which side,
whatever it might be. Whatever it might be.
I'm just internet gives you stuff.
Just throw things out at you. Yeah, you take
Crack
advantage.
stream,
Click around.
Front row sports,
whatever.
Have to block or exit out of all the pop-ups that come up.
The pop-ups.
Hope you're muted when the pop-ups
Not
come
for
up.
me. I got something called. I'll let you guys know. As you can see.
Oh, you got a pop-up blocker?
Oh, definitely. Doesn't have any problems when I stream
mean, just
games.
use DuckDuckGo. That's what I use. It's safer.
Okay.
Don't use
I'm
Google
learning
Chrome.
some stuff.
You will get your information stolen so fast on Google Chrome.
Well,
even on incognito mode.
Might be too late for me.
Yeah,
it's a little late.
I've literally had 3 credit cards replaced this year because it got stolen.
I went to HEB and forgot my debit card, so I used my credit card, and 2 days later, there were like 5 transactions from Shein.com.
No way.
I hadn't used that credit card in months, and 2 days after I used it at HEB, like I was like, wait a minute, I just checked. I was paying whatever, the monthly, and I looked at it like, what is this? I had to get a new car. Just 2 days later, they're on it.
Wow.
Did you use Apple Pay or Swipe?
No,
like
swiped.
physical? Okay.
Physical, yeah, physical.
Wow, at HEB. Man, come on, Howard Butt. That's his first name, right? Howard?
Yeah.
All right.
If
Howard
you say
Stark?
so. That is a different Howard.
Different Howard.
Different,
No, but I'm saying
different universe altogether.
Trailblazers are named
Howard.
Stern?
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
Howard the Duck.
Less of a trailblazer.
No, he's more of an a-hole.
Yeah.
Yes. He's not the same.
No.
What else do I have for you guys? The Texas Longhorns.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We haven't. I don't think we've mentioned the Texas Longhorns.
No,
not once.
No, Texas Longhorns basketball.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about the football team now. Arizona State taking on a Big 12 team? Come on. This is SEC country now. Which, by the way, the biggest issue OU and Texas will have in the SEC is that we won't root for SEC teams.
Yeah, having to fall in line is going to be hard.
We're not going to do that.
Are you guys going to fall in line?
No, I got so much joy
No.
out of Tennessee getting their pants pulled down.
I loved it. That was awesome.
Yeah, I don't like giving you Texas compliments, but I say Texas is not an SEC team.
We're
They
not.
happen to play in the SEC, but they're Texas.
We're a mercenary.
They're not an SEC team. They're not one of them. You guys aren't one of them.
Yeah, if you want your conference to be lifted up, you call Texas. We come in and we lift your conference up.
Ratings boost. And we bring along OU.
Yeah.
We'll ruin the conference by beating Alabama.
Well,
in a bad year for OU.
Yeah. That's what we'll do. We'll just ruin the conference because it could have been one more extra team. But no, OU's messing it up. Because I saw somebody online, an OU fan, say, oh, I am rooting so hard for Clemson. And I said, you should be rooting for Clemson. But the rest of the SEC would have been like, no, we're rooting for Texas because they're one of us. It means more here. We're not going to do that.
No.
And we'll never chant SEC
Only if in derision,
Only
maybe
sarcastic.
at the Aggies or something like that, you might
Yeah,
do that. Yeah.
Sarcasm-wise,
Yes,
we would
yes.
do that. Yeah, definitely. Okay, Texans. Last one.
Okay.
Which Beyonce song should Beyonce open with on Christmas Day?
Will she do one of her country songs?
It has to be country.
Yeah, it'll probably be a country
Texas
from her
Hold'em.
latest album.
Yeah, probably Texas Hold'em.
Texas
probably,
Hold'em is the favorite, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. The newest, her newer stuff. Texans.
Will Beyonce be a forward-thinking artist and bring out Jay-Z with all the allegations going out?
Is forward-thinking the words you want to use to describe that?
Yeah, because
Do Bonnie and Clyde?
She's like,
all I need in this life is sin. Oh wait,
no.
okay.
In this life of sin. No, not this life of sin.
Not
No,
this one. Not the Diddy life of sin.
I'm going to say Jay-Z doesn't even get shown on television, even if he's in the building.
Jay-Z won't even be in Houston.
No,
I'm going to say.
If he did want to support his wife, he's going to make a call. Don't put me on television.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
Yeah.
No,
He
he will not be at the game.
No.
There's no way.
Because
he
someone-
probably should just lay low.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, then you got Busby and his boys out there.
Oh,
There's been lawsuits filed from Rock Nation with Busby, and you don't want to meet in the suites and this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tension.
you don't want to see Tony Busby in a back alley, is what you're saying?
Tony Busby has a tank in his front yard.
That is true. You know what? That is. I forgot about that.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
We talked about. He has a tank.
Yeah.
In his, you
Yeah.
want to mess with that guy? The River Oak streets now.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, now that I think about it, Jay-Z is going to stay in wherever he's staying, if he's even in the country
Yeah,
at the
stay-
moment.
Stay at his private island.
Yeah,
Don't ask what's happening on the
yeah.
private island.
Fight the lawsuits. Call Tony Busby a liar. Not so many words, and keep it moving. But yeah, don't make an appearance in Busby's hood. You're
No.
asking for it. Yeah.
You cannot step into Houston like that. Last question. Would you
I
rather
thought
be
it was the last time. Oh,
for real? Last question.
Okay.
2024.
Sure.
Current day, would you rather be Jay-Z
No. What?
or Kanye West?
Well, Kanye's a pariah. What if I know?
He's just had the number one out when he dropped that album. It was number one.
Understood.
But
The name
Vultures
still.
2, yeah.
The name
Okay.
still means something. If I know that I did nothing wrong and there's no path for them to railroad me, I probably want to be Jay-Z. Not at this current. Not at what time is it?
No,
Not
right
at
now.
11:05
No,
on
right
December
now.
23rd.
3 weeks ago, I'm Jay-Z without a doubt.
Yes,
No,
and
we
maybe 4 months from now, I'm gonna want to be Jay-Z. But for this set time period, as long as Kanye doesn't do anything else,
Yeah.
I'd rather be Kanye.
Let me just quickly Google Kanye news.
Has
What's
he
the
said
latest?
anything? I mean,
Was he on a podcast that went up this morning?
I know his wife's walking around
Yeah.
with transparent
Bianca
clothes on. Yeah, but
Yeah.
sure. Probably right now, and probably for the next 4 to 5 months, I would rather be Kanye West.
Right?
Yeah.
I think for the
What
rest
an upset.
from here on out,
Here on out,
because the allegations that were made, those aren't even if they're found to be untrue, those allegations always stick. Like the Jay-Z jokes
I don't
are
know.
gonna fly.
Yeah, but Jay-Z he's too high up there where the jokes are going to matter. I think this is just a legal thing, an embarrassing thing, and it may hurt his business. But once it's over, and if he's found
Yeah.
to not have done anything wrong, he's going to go back to being Jay-Z.
Yeah.
And I would rather be Jay-Z. I would say be Jay-Z in 2026. Maybe Kanye gets all of 2025.
2025. It's
2025 year of Kanye.
Year of Kanye, yes.
He's dropping a new album, supposedly a solo album. So
Okay.
yeah, new music is coming out again. So all right,
Vultures 3.
can't
no,
do
happening.
it's not Vultures 3.
Okay.
It's a solo
All right.
album.
You can't do one more because they're waiting.
No, guys, thank you so much.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year. Happy
Absolutely.
holidays to those who celebrate Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Of course.
To you, Del. I don't know what your faith.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well, Sean.
I keep the
Banks.
Christ in Christmas. We both do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't.
Yeah, we're aware. That's why I said it.
It's just a day off for me. So shout out to y'all.
You love
Day
the
off.
holidays. Maybe you
Do
call
y'all-
it something else.
Yeah, Chinese food. Yeah.
I'm gonna watch Elf on the 24th. And
Not
that's
me.
it.
Throw some bad Santa on the television.
Illegally
Yeah.
stream some NBA games.
I can't watch Bad Santa yet with my oldest daughter. She's
Of
9.
course.
Maybe 12. I think 12 is a good age.
I don't know. That dwarf is a little edgy.
He's
I don't
so
know.
aggressive.
Yeah, he's aggressive as hell. I don't know if 12 is the year. It's going to be a clear classic by the time she's old enough to watch. Thank you, Raheel
Right.
Ramznali, the host of City Cash. You can find out wherever you listen to your podcast. Thank you, Raheel. We are way late. Thanks to Raheel. Does not matter that much, but we're out at Nick's place. We will come back with more. You guys should come out here, too. There are a lot of people still here. The bucket is still full of Coors Lights. If you want to take part in that, Sean and I will take you till 12. And then Gallant George are up next. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We're out at Nick's place. We'll be here this show will be here till noon. And then, of course, the rest of the lineup will be out here until 6. So we didn't talk a lot about the CFP other than some Texas nonsense from you and Raheel. You heard me.
Breakdown.
Nonsense of why Quinn Ewers is playing and why Arch isn't. So the games themselves that happened over the weekend, I can't say that I'm surprised about what happened in any of them. I do think, and it's weird to say because of how big the spreads were, as far as the end of the game and how they went, that there are times in, let's just say, the first two games we saw where the underdog had a chance to maybe not make it a game, but make it so the opponent didn't run away. Like SMU, their defense played well early.
Yeah.
They played really well early, and we know Kevin Jennings threw the game away early. The 2 pick sixes gave Penn State their first 2 touchdowns. And then even Indiana, down the sideline, they make a play to get into the Irish territory. The next play is a bad interception. He threw into a crowd that included the referee. So you can say there were like 3 defenders, maybe, and if you include the guy who picked it off, a 4th one behind him. And then the next play is a 98-yard touchdown. So, sure, Notre Dame ran away with that. But I think in moments like that, particularly when you're the underdog, you can't miss on those chances. And it's small stuff early, and then because there's a snowball effect, no one's thinking about it. But I just remember the early parts of the SMU-Penn State game and thought to myself, play for play, SMU's playing with this team, at least defensively. And they're moving the ball to the point where at least one of the pick sixes, how many interceptions did he throw in plus territory? Like, obviously
he threw 1 pick 6 in plus territory.
And then another interception.
And then another one. And then he had the 4th and 1 where he threw it behind the tight end where he could have ran. He was rolling out to the right. He could have ran for the first down. And he tossed it to
so there were several plays in that SMU game where you think to yourself, if only Kevin Jennings was a better decision maker.
Yeah, like 3 better throws from Kevin Jennings, and it's a close game going into halftime, or at least in the second quarter, because it went bad so fast that I don't even think it was to halftime yet. But yeah, to me, there is a world where SMU at least makes Penn State sweat.
And who knows what happens if the game flow is going SMU's favor, and how that builds the anxiety in that building for Penn State. Instead, they got to play from ahead because of their defense, and eventually their offense, like, you know what, we can start pounding them. We can get some stuff. But Drew Aller early was not great either.
Yeah, Drew Aller didn't do anything to impress me at all. And the SMU just couldn't get into a spot to where that mattered, where they could just hand it to Singleton and to Allen and just hand the ball off, control, play a turtle up Penn State game that they've played against every Big Ten team not named Ohio State. They can do that very well. SMU, again, 5 plays away from, and 5 very
big plays,
very manageable things to do to make that
just don't
more
throw.
interesting.
I mean, you've been
throw the game away.
You've been a good decision maker all year long, and maybe as it happened in the ACC title game, the moment was too big for them, and the quarterback at least, and you saw how destructive that was to their chances. And of course, I mentioned the Indiana play where you are in the red zone, first down, and then you do that, and of course, Jeremiah Love takes it 98 yards for a touchdown, and that got Notre Dame going. So we can get to the talk about it, but frankly, I'm exhausted by who should be in, who's not. That should have been done 2 weeks ago. The fact that Kurt Herbstreit did it and Sean McDonough did it in the middle of the Indiana Notre Dame game, I was like, okay, guys, I get it. It was a point of contention, but at this point, what's going to change? And you are operating from a position of clear strength when you have this conversation. If you thought another team deserved it, because, well, you know what? I have no idea how Alabama would have reacted. You just assume they're going to be better, but Alabama on the road wasn't good. Alabama against a bad Oklahoma team was awful. So how about we don't assume that Alabama would have played better just because they're Alabama?
The team that lost to Tennessee, and Tennessee
got smoked,
lost the worst, not the worst, but got smoked by Ohio State.
42-10. Was that the worst? Was it 42-17?
I forgot what the SMU Penn State final was.
Yeah, I think that was a 28-point game. I think. You're right. At some point, you just stop paying attention to the final score. But it was part of Lane Kiffin's mantra throughout until he stopped tweeting because Tennessee was getting their ass kicked too. So no matter where you came from, what conference you played in, what credentials people thought you had, if you were on the road in the CFP this weekend, you got your doors blown off. So,
and I wonder how much of that is the road environment playing a part where I think
time to prepare for those home teams too.
Yeah, I think SMU, Penn State, I think the crowd definitely in State College played a factor there. Notre Dame, Indiana, I'll give it a slight. I think the crowd made it tougher on Indiana. I think probably Ohio State, Tennessee. The funny thing is all we heard about the week before was how many Tennessee fans were going to be there. And even then, I feel like the crowd had the least impact. Like that was the game where I thought I was thinking about the crowd the least. I was mostly thinking about, oh my God, how did this Ohio State team lose to Michigan? It almost makes the other game worse. But now, they're up there with the favorites to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that came out of the games that weren't football related was Kirk Herbstreit. AJ, I put a response from Shannon Sharp to Herbstreit on there. We'll try to get to it here if you let me know when it's ready. I just throw it on the rundown. Kirk Herbstreit called the Ohio State fans the lunatic fringe because Chris Fowler asked him about, are people still going to be upset with Ryan Day? He goes, well, the lunatic fringe probably still will be. And he mentioned that it's now up to like 15 to 20%. And, of course, Ohio State fans weren't thrilled with their former quarterback talking that way. A lot of people are pointing to how he's hurt by the way Ohio State fans treated him. And he also mentioned First Take. He went after First Take, goes, look, Ryan Day's still here. I know those guys on First Take fired him and said he should get fired, but he still got his hat on. He's still coaching. So that was what you get to when you're done with the game, because there's nothing to talk about with the game. So Kirk Herbstreit started to just fire at people, from Ohio State fans to his own, I guess you would say, his own teammates at ESPN. So Shannon Sharp has some thoughts on it. Shannon Sharp, a member of First Take, he responded this morning to Kirk Herbstreit and his thoughts during the Ohio State-Tennessee game.
Even I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to let it slide. Everybody's at ESPN, because had you not taken the route you taken, I would have lit their ass up. I'm going to let it slide. You know what, guys? Congratulations, Ohio State. You won the game. But, hey, if we're going to be on the same team, if we're going to work for the same network, don't do that. Kurt, Chris Fowler, I promise you, if you ever mention anything, any platform that I'm on again and talking about, I wonder what they're going to say in negativity, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough bosses to keep me off y'all for what I'm going to say. So I'm going to let y'all slide today. I'm going to turn it over to D.O. before I get myself in trouble. But don't play with me. Go ahead, D.O.
Damn. I got to follow? Go ahead.
Hey, Dan Orlovsky, jump in. That's who D.O. is.
I was sitting there thinking, like, D.O.?
Yeah, I had to figure out D.O. First Take, Dan Orlovsky. What is Shannon Sharp going to do? Is he how would he attack their professionalism on play-by-play? Is he going to get personal with Kirk Herbstreit? I feel like that's a bit of an empty threat. I'm not sure what he would do.
I guess he would just call out the pretty blatant and obvious SEC bias.
Maybe.
Weirdly, it is so funny the knots that we've twisted, or just this all has been twisted into with college football, where a Ohio State alum quarterback is calling Ohio State beating the absolute living hell out of an SEC team, and Kirk Herbstreit has spent the entire week and even that morning talking about how much better the SEC is than everyone, and the game he's calling is a 10-2 SEC team that beat the 9-3 SEC team that got left out and is all of a sudden the best team in the country, Alabama, and he has to be in the position where he's defending the SEC again during a game that he has time to talk about this because his alma mater is kicking that team's ass so badly.
And at the end of the game, he discussed why the committee made a mistake. He said, you guys honored wins, but you should be talking about the best teams. And he didn't, I don't know if he mentioned any teams as far as who were the best teams by name, but he mentioned how Indiana didn't play well. And then he also mentioned clearly SMU, about the committee needs to pick the best teams going forward. Of course, that was a different tone than what he had a couple years ago, maybe now 7 years ago, when Ohio State, who had an awful loss to, I think, Iowa at the time, I think they were elevated over Alabama. Was it 2017? I got to remember the year, but he talked about how wins should matter. And despite the fact that Iowa's, I forgot who he sided with. I can't remember exactly the scenario, but in that scenario, he talked about wins mattering. This time, he's talking about the best teams matter. So I don't know if you want to say hypocrisy or he doesn't remember what he said 7 years ago, but the arguments always change depending on what your biases are.
Yeah. I would ask, Kirk Herbstreit, who's calling the game, how would you measure, theoretically, if you're to find a way to line up all the best teams and find out who's best? How would you do that? How would you get the best football teams, and how would you decide who's the best out of them? Would you have them play football? Huh. And maybe you keep track of who wins and loses, and then maybe the team that wins the most is a better team. I mean, we're talking about a 9-3. I thought that the talk would at least be less. I don't know, annoying because I figured it'd be just as annoying, but I figured people would have a little more shame when they're like crying because, like you said, 2017, you're deciding between like a 10-2 Ohio State team and a 11-1 whether Georgia or Alabama or I forgot Oklahoma. Like you're deciding between teams that have either lost twice or once or 0 times. We're talking about a team in Alabama lost to 6-6 Vanderbilt, lost to 6-6 Oklahoma by 3 touchdowns, lost Ole Miss lost to Kentucky. It was their Kentucky's only win against a Power 5 school this year or Power 4 school this year. Like guys, have some shame with the team that you're gonna be pumping up. Like these teams are not like. Don't sit here and tell me that these teams are good. They are not that good.
No.
And again, you're like you don't have to sacrifice your credibility for these guys for a Lane Kiffin coach team. Come on.
Yeah, you can mention teams that are flawed and say who you think is better, but this thing where we got to take a stand when all these teams are flawed, what are we doing? I mean, to have such a strong opinion on this particular core of teams, it's like, really? You feel that strongly that Alabama should be playing in this game?
Yeah.
Really? You watched them play all year. Even in the games they won, they didn't look good. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Also, the 2017 year, as an example, wasn't that the UCF year also? So like UCF was undefeated.
They're undefeated. Yes,
we had 10-2 Ohio State and an awesome SEC team to decide against. Here we're talking about South Carolina, Ole Miss, Alabama, who are all 9-3 and have proven again a few times this year that they're not on the level of a 10-2, 11-1 team.
Yeah, the original tweeter for what I was referencing said Ohio State was 10-2. They weren't 10-2. They were 11-1, but they did have the bad loss to Iowa. So they had matching records with Alabama. And Kurt Herbstreit,
just a worse loss.
Yeah, Kurt Herbstreit said the losses matter. To lose the way Ohio State lost to Iowa, it sent a message that the committee couldn't forget. So they put Alabama. At least they agreed with putting Alabama in. So the records are similar, but he talked about the losses and the way you lose mattering. Well, Alabama lost Oklahoma by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So in this case, in the same way you lose matters, and except that the records weren't even in this case. Alabama had 1 extra loss. So like I said, it's all about your biases, and maybe he doesn't even remember what he said in 2017. But look, this is what it is. And I didn't have a real complaint about who got in. If Alabama would have got in, I would think it's funny because of the SEC stuff. But if they got in, I said SMU, so sad. It's how they treat all teams that like you. That's how it is. So that's where we land. Not a great weekend for playoff games. We hope, January 1st, we get better games. We'll see how it is once that time comes around. Okay, we will exit here. We will continue to talk. Well, we'll get to a lot of things. I think we still want to get to Crash House Spider-Man. AJ's done a good job cleaning that stuff up. We will remind you about what we talked about earlier, and there has been more from the man who lost his potential girl to Josh Allen. And I say potential because it was all in his head.
I was going to say, that's doing a lot. His hypothetical.
His hypothetical girl.
He would. Is he SEC Spider-Man? He's undefeated in hypotheticals?
Kind of.
On the field?
Kind of.
Actually, on the field, he might have less losses than Alabama does.
He's 0 for 2. I don't know about what's going on in Crash House Spider-Man's life beyond the 2 women we know about, so he could be 0 for 5. But right now, we know he's 0 for 2. We'll get to that. We are out at Nick's Place. Sean and I will take you till noon, and then, of course, Gallant George followed by the Killer Bees. John's still here eating pizza with a couple of the listeners, and certainly some people are out here as well. You can come out here and join us. You may be out of Coors Lights as far as the bucket on our table, but Coors Lights is still flowing. You can get some if you come out here to join us at Nick's Place for the Christmas party. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place, here's Del Olaleye.
You heard the man. We are out at Nick's Place. We got a couple more segments about 30 minutes ago before we're out of here. And then Gallant George will follow us. I saw
no Gallant on Gallant George, although Paul is here.
He's just hanging out?
Yes, Paul is just hanging out, but he will not be on the show. So if you want your Paul Gallant fix for 2024, you have to come by.
So if there's no Gallant and there's just a George, who's helping?
Me.
Oh, you're doing another 3 hours. Okay.
Yes.
So would it make you feel a certain way if your co-host showed up at an event you were at with the only intent of to drink and watch you, well, not even watch you, just be around while you're working? Would it come on? I mean, not to say that you're not a mature person and you would let it go, but would it? He's gonna leave me out here for?
I understand he has to use up all of his vacation days.
Did he have to do it today?
Well, he could have maybe done it earlier.
I don't want to sow discontent, and I'm sure Joe won't be bothered. I am just saying, maybe I'm projecting a little bit. I would just say, wait a minute. If you aren't going to work, don't come out here and play in my face. That's all.
Okay.
I appreciate you getting the free Coors Light on if you want that, but don't come out here and get a free Coors Light in my face while you're hanging out.
Well, we got to talk about Tank Dell's injury.
Yeah, and you out here I see you walking around drinking.
Yeah. Got a Christmas sweater on, having a good time. Great mustache.
Maybe spend some time in Syracuse on this day if you aren't going to work. That's all. That's just me. And I would let it go immediately, but my initial troublemaking thought would be, hold on. What is this? But then I let it go and do my job. So I'm sure you and Joe will be good, and then the Killer Bees will follow them. Okay. Eric wants to talk Longhorns. The Longhorns get a win over Clemson. We didn't actually talk much about the game, but the Longhorns, after making it a little hairy, but Clemson never had a chance to tie the game. Right? They got within a touchdown. Then I think next possession, Texas touchdown, put the game away. But Eric wants to talk Horns. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I know the Longhorns won, but if they do win the national championship, if they don't play Georgia, will it still be the same kind of feeling, or would it be like, because I wanted to play Georgia and beat them, but if they don't play Georgia and Georgia loses, and let's say Texas play Boise or something, is it still going to be the same? And I appreciate y'all being at Ojos Locos. It's a great bar. I hang up and listen.
I didn't hear that name. What did he say? What he said? So I'm not the Texas
Ojos
fan.
Locos.
Ojos Locos. Okay, thank you for that, Eric. Not yesterday. Well, they did suck, but they won. Someone was yelling at me about the Dolphins. That's fine. I'm aware. I've been a fan all my life. Thanks. Enough misery being yelled at about the Dolphins. So you're the Longhorn fan.
Yes.
Does it matter? Does it matter the way you win a national title, even if Georgia has? Because some Georgia fan will, of course, say stupidly that, hey, we beat the national champion, transit property, all that stuff. We beat them twice. Doesn't matter. You haven't won a title since 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter how you get there. Forget about the Georgia thing. Forget about getting your revenge. If you don't see them and you beat Arizona State and somehow upsets happen and you play a team that people don't believe is one of the best teams in the country, does it even matter?
They will have to play the winner of Ohio State, Oregon at some point. If both teams get past this round, they'll play the winner of Ohio State, Oregon, the winner of Texas, Arizona State. So there will be at least one. And then I like how he threw Boise State in the title game.
Uh-huh.
I think it would mean a little bit less if they beat Boise State. I'll
Really?
be honest. If it isn't Notre Dame,
so
Notre Dame, Penn State.
So if it's not Notre Dame, Penn State, or Georgia, and Boise goes on a miracle run and wins a quarterfinal, semifinal, and you play them in a national title, what if they're dominant? What if they're dominant on their run? What if they wipe the floor with Penn State and whoever they see next?
Maybe, but I mean,
so you
you said since 2005. The one we're talking about is beating Pete Carroll,
supposed to
Reggie
be
Bush,
the best team ever. Yeah,
Reggie Bush.
I understand.
So I think it's fair to say it means a little bit less if it's Ashton Jeanty and the boys.
I don't know, man. It's
just a little less than
you're going on almost
the greatest team of all time.
It's almost, but you were.
I was
yes. I'm not you specifically. I mean Texas as a program. You had been. I was knocking on the door the right word. You in the Rose Bowl the year before.
Yes.
Maybe, so I guess you would say knocking on the door, and I guess you would say the
They're
same about
the
this
playoff.
team.
The
this
real
team.
playoff last year.
You know what? I'm not a Texas fan, so I can't speak to it. You are one, so if you're telling me beating Boise State would mean less, then I guess it means less.
5% less. If it's Boise, although it would be very funny because the entire nation would be rooting for Boise State.
So it'd be it would be horns against the world. You could
okay,
lean into
know
that.
What? Now it's leaning. I'm falling back into like that would actually be.
I'm trying
so
to
much fun for me personally, just to be the biggest a-hole in the world.
Well, it is fun sometimes. Trust me, I know. If you look at it, of all the teams that could make it, because your bracket, as you laid out, would include beating
first got to beat
Ohio State or Oregon,
Arizona State, Big 12 champions,
of course.
Okay. So if Georgia can say that they beat the national champions, Texas can say that they beat the Big 12 winners this year. They beat the SEC winners last year. So they've won, 3 conference titles? If they beat Arizona State, they would have won 3 conference titles in the last 2 years?
I hope Texas people don't try to get that off because
I will if they beat Arizona State and then lose. I will get that off.
I would say quiet, pipe down. I would say keep that to yourself. It may be something you do.
That'll be my spin zone.
Do it. It may be something you do in your group chat because it'll make your boys feel better. But keep that to yourself. It ain't a great stance that we beat. We are the Big 12 champs. Yeah, you guys did that last year. We know.
Yeah,
we know.
And the SEC last year.
I hope you guys
and SEC finals.
I hope you guys print a banner. 2-time defending Big 12 champions. I hope you guys do that. Yes.
And 2023.
Did you just say SEC finalists? Is that what you just said? All right.
2023 SEC champions.
Congrats.
2024 SEC finalists.
You're comparing yourself to the Colts. Congrats. That's the place you want to be.
And then what bowl game are they in? Peach Bowl winner.
You actually do get to say that. Invited to the Peach Bowl.
That's like even Peach Bowl.
You get a trophy. Put one in the case.
I did see that if they win the Peach Bowl, they would have won every New Year's Six bowl game. So that's something.
So the Infinity Gauntlet of
New
Year's Six bowl games.
Get ready for that
graphic.
Graphic.
Oh, there definitely is a graphic ready to go.
The SID is working on it right now.
Definitely. So it's a little sad what you're talking about as far as being the Big 12 champion, SEC finalist. But I think you're going to be the Peach Bowl champion, which is the most important thing going forward. I think, unless there's something more important.
Second most or third most.
No, as much as you can accomplish right now.
Yes.
In the next week.
Yes.
Or
I was going to say, then I would
so.
want to be the whatever bowl game's next champion.
Yeah.
And then the whatever bowl game, or I guess it's just the final next.
Yes. So
isn't that in Atlanta too?
There's
a chance Texas plays 3 times in Atlanta.
I believe the title game is in Atlanta. So
Atlanta 2-1 all time in Atlanta in the last 6 weeks.
As long as you don't see Georgia, I think you'll be fine. But Ohio State and Oregon awaits if you get through Arizona State.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
That'll be tough.
I don't love what I saw from Ohio State. I mean, I like what I saw. They're good. I don't like. For me, I don't want to play Ohio State.
Understood. They look like the team we thought they would be coming into the year. All that talent, the all-in stuff they did to try to get to this point. They look like it. But that was a home game. You never know.
Do it on a neutral, Ryan Day. That's what I've always said.
Against the team who came out there shirtless saying, look how tough we are in the cold. I would say for Tennessee.
Tiger, Tennessee.
I would say for Tennessee going forward, those aren't the guys you want to send out there. It looked like they hadn't been in the weight room at all. Look, they're linemen and there's more fat there. I understood.
Yeah.
But as far as the imagery, and then you get your ass kicked that way, they're the wrong guys projecting the image of being tough.
No, it wasn't that one Baylor picture from a decade ago with the guy with the full shredder mask and he's all absolutely shredded up.
Yeah.
Next to 2 smaller guys. It's not that. It was the opposite of that. It looked like someone that I would know, personally. Some good old boys.
Someone in the YMCA locker room.
Yeah.
If you happen to go to
but
the
they're
YMCA.
Tough. They're tough. It doesn't matter that they lost by what, 30 points.
Impervious to the cold.
They're tough.
Impervious to the cold. Not
SEC teams can go up north, and they're not. The cold doesn't affect them.
Yeah, impervious.
The 15 NFL players does.
Yeah, impervious to the cold, not impervious to the scarlet and gray. Let's get to Lamont before we go to a break. Lamont wants to talk some. He wants to talk. What's up, Lamont?
Man, I'm kind of sad right now, man. Ankle. I'm so disturbed.
I can't hear. All I heard was I'm kind of sad. I didn't hear anything else. You're breaking up. Yeah, we can't hear him. Sorry about that, Lamont. All we heard was you're kind of sad. So if you want to get back in our final segment, AJ, I guess put on hold, and if you can hear him a little bit better, we'll get to him. Sorry about that. We got one more segment to go here. We are out at Nick's Place. The Christmas party is still in full effect. Full table, people eating pizza, hanging out with John and others. So you can come out here and join us all day. The Christmas party here, 97.5 and Nick's Place. Okay, before we go, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is the place you go to if you want to put a bet down. There are sports going on no matter the holidays. It doesn't matter. Whether it be Christmas or New Year's, they're going to be sports. You can take advantage of it at MyBookie. And they tell you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. They match up to 50% on your deposit up to $1,000. So the simple math of this is if you put in 200, they're going to throw in another 100 just to get you into a spot where you can win. Whether it be the NFL, college football, basketball, NBA, or college, it's all there for you. Maybe you're into the NHL, soccer, it's all there for you. Also, they have the casino option where maybe you want to take your chance at playing some cards. They have that live dealer option where you get to see the cards dealt to you on the screen. So from sports betting to the casino, it's all there for you. Remember promo code BET975. Use that on that deposit as well. MyBookie.ag is a website. And remember this, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After Friday's bounce, stocks are mixed this morning as we go into a holiday-shortened week. Dow futures are down nearly 100 points, but the S&P and NASDAQ are ticking just a little bit higher. Fair amount of economic data due out this way in the form of durable goods orders and some other numbers that will probably not influence the markets all that much, given that it's going to be probably a fairly thinly traded week, given that Christmas falls right smack in the middle of this week. We have interest rates moving just a touch higher this morning. The yield on 10-year note, 4.54%. The dollar continues to rally against key foreign currencies. Oil is down about 17 cents, just under $70 a barrel, and gold's off $13 to $26.31 the ounce. NASDAQ, of course, doing a little bit better on the strength of some technology stocks, and while we have Bitcoin holding at $96,000, down sharply from the 108 target that it hit just a few weeks ago. So a relatively quiet start to the day with Asia and European markets mixed in overnight and midday trade on the continent.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place, here's Del Olaleye and Sean Mapes.
And Sean Mapes will be the co-host with Joe George for Gallant George starting at noon. Okay, let's talk Crash Out Spider-Man. Crash Out Spider-Man, his name is Shameik Moore, but he is the Spider-Man who is probably the most embarrassing Spider-Man for the things he's doing off the screen. He, if you don't know, he is the voice of the animated Miles Morales in the Spider-Verse movies. The next one is, I think it's coming late 2025 or 2026. We think if he keeps up his act, they may either recast him or shut down the whole project.
I will say we can feel however we feel, and we'll get to what he's doing. It's not a fireable offense.
No, you're going to hear from a certain woman.
Wouldn't want to be his friend.
It's just weird.
I just wouldn't want to be around.
It's weird. So the setup here is this: Laura Harrier is actually in the first. Was it Homecoming? Is that the first Spider-Man? Was
that
Tom Holland?
Yeah.
In Spider-Man: Homecoming, she plays Peter Parker's initial love interest before Zendaya shows up and steals his heart, I guess. So she has some experience with losing Spider-Man. She doesn't want this Spider-Man anywhere near her, apparently. So here's a clip of Laura Harrier responding to a video that Shameik Moore put up on his Instagram.
Hey, so I never talk on this thing, and I don't think I've ever actually spoken to camera on this app. And I'm a really private person, so I don't really like to talk about my relationships publicly or anything really personal publicly, to be honest. But I keep seeing all these videos that I'm being tagged in with another actor, and people speculating what that is. It's really annoying me because I'm literally engaged, and that's important to me. And
I would hope so.
I'm in Hollywood. I get it. People do
That's
PR
weird.
stunts, whatever. People like to get attention. But when he first posted that video, a friend sent it to me and was like, "Did you know that he put this up?" And I was like, "No, because that was taken a year ago at a party when somebody asked us to take photos together, and I guess somebody was filming it. And not sure why you would post that now." And so I texted him. We're not close, I know him just from around. And I texted him, "Hey, can you take this down? I'm not sure why you would post that. Also, I'm literally getting married, and I don't like this insinuation that there's something going on between us, if that was your intention." And it's still up. I'm sorry. So
What you did hear was her calling him an effing weirdo. She called him an effing weirdo, and I don't know if there's a bigger soul-stealing insult for a woman to call a man. There are things that maybe are tougher, but for someone who has any pride, having a girl, whether you're interested in her or not, call you an effing weirdo is tough.
That is a tough one to wear.
Creep is not great either, but effing weirdo's tough.
Yeah. They're probably on the medal stand, at least for this genre of insult. But yeah, effing weirdo. It's tough. It's tough with this body of work, especially as
got a
we've laid
history,
out
yes,
on this show. Unfortunately for Shameik Moore, he has become a character on this show,
and not because of his work.
Really, never a good thing.
Not on this show. Don't be a main character on this show.
The guy we always bring up.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's tough. That's another Spider-Man love interest. That's also tough. Just for the
theme.
Yeah, I don't love what I'm seeing out of it. You know what? 2025, year of Shameik Moore.
He's got bad film.
Yeah,
I would say.
But wipe the slate clean.
Yeah.
January 1, new year, new Crash Out Spider-Man.
You deactivate your Instagram. You kept the Twitter up.
I would delete that too.
Yeah, because I don't think he should have.
I don't think they'll be nicer to you.
I don't think he should have.
X.
I don't think he should have his fingers near a keyboard. I don't think he should be posting anything. Mostly because of this. Now, Shameik Moore responded to the Haley Steinfeld backlash. Now, she has not said a word, but people found his initial actions with her weird. He put up a video that Sean watched while I was playing and could barely get through watching it.
It's so uncomfortable.
Yeah. So he is back at it again. Here is
another response.
He responded to Laura Harrier, the
Oh
one
my
who just
God.
called him an effing weirdo.
So he's had to make 2 responses.
He has made 2 response videos in the matter of a month to Spider-Man love interest. Here's his second, and he blames pretty much us, not him, for his issues.
This is all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, it's public. It's really the fan fiction, man. It's the commentary. It's
with this family.
That's what's, but I mean no harm. I have no ill intent. It's about art for me. The video had the aesthetic of the song. That's it. Wasn't insinuating no relationship. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I do.
He's apologized a second time. So let me ask you, Sean, before we wrap it up for the year, who's having it worse over the last month? Now, Shamik Moore, I don't know what he's done. I think he's putting out music, at least in clip form. I'm not sure he's selling anything. But who is right now? I mean, not that he can't sell. I'm just saying he's not put out anything for sale or download or whatever.
Throwing a CD
stream,
into
whatever.
a car's.
I don't think he's there yet.
Want a mixtape?
So Travis Hunter has won a Heisman.
Yes.
But he also has the fiance, and he has deactivated his Instagram. And she has deactivated her social media as well. So we got Crash Out Spider-Man versus a Heisman winner who everyone in the world is questioning their relationship. So a man who's getting nothing and is being questioned versus a man who has a girlfriend and is being questioned. But throw in a Heisman. Who would you have in the leaderboard of worst month? Shamik Moore or Travis Hunter?
Shamik Moore. we don't talk about him in any other context other than this. Well, Travis Hunter at least won the Heisman.
Is a really good football player.
Yeah. You can say what you want about him, but he's a Heisman Trophy winner. He's probably going to be the number one pick, or if not, he should be. He should be at least the number one non-quarterback taken. And Shamik Moore, we're calling him Crash Out Spider. You have to explain who he is every time we talk about him.
We're not on us. Well,
There's
we're not on
no wins. There's no wins.
Other
for
people.
Shamik Moore.
Yes, we're speaking to a general sports audience, so I have to explain it every time.
He's the voice of a teenager, and he's acting like one.
That's a problem. He's
like 30, isn't he?
He's
no,
around.
I think he's in his 20s.
He's in his late 20s, but he is acting less mature than Miles Morales.
He is. He's 29. You're basically 30, dude.
Yeah. So I would agree. Travis Hunter's got a Heisman. He may not have a relationship for very much longer if the internet has this way. But Shamik Moore may not have a career if he keeps this up.
This is also a tough first picture to have.
Yeah, that's from his movie Dope. I think he had that haircut
okay.
I think it was like a movie set in the early 90s. So that's why he has that haircut. But either way.
Ooh, 5'7"? Yeesh.
Yeah, that's what we talked about this.
I guess I forgot.
He wanted Haley Steinfeld. She picked Josh Allen, the exact opposite in every way possible from him.
Yeah.
He's considered a Superman on the NFL field, and this guy's 5'7", putting stuff on Instagram.
Playing
and
the
Twitter.
other Spider-Man.
Yeah, not even the main Spider-Man he's playing. He's playing
the cartoon other Spider-Man.
He's playing the alternate Spider-Man. AJ, let's bring you in here. AJ, who's done a great job producing the first 2 shows of the morning.
Thank you.
AJ, Travis Hunter, I appreciate you acknowledging and saying thank you. Travis Hunter or Shamik Moore, who's having a tougher month?
Oh man, that's hard. I would say Shamik. I say Shamik because he's getting called an weirdo. Getting called an weirdo by a girl is the ultimate indictment.
This is what I said.
Yeah,
you can't get past it.
I think to have the college football playoff conversation again, he doesn't have the quality wins that Travis Hunter has,
right.
and he has way worse losses.
Yes,
the losses are terrible.
But Travis' situation is kind of bad too. I saw something else. I don't know if y'all seen it, but his girl was twerking on some guy. I don't know if it's recent, but I don't know. Yeah. It's bad.
What AJ didn't want to say with his chest, because I understand, he said the girl was twerking on some guy.
Well, we all have a past.
Yeah, at a party.
It looked recent though. I don't know. It looked recent.
We all have a recent past.
And she's in a music video with some guy, and someone said Travis probably dropped her off and waited outside. So it's all
my God.
It's all tough. All right, we are done. We like to end with some nonsense. We appreciate everyone listening to us all year long. Appreciate everyone chiming in, whether they're calling or tweeting. I thank you for that. It's been not a full year. It'll be a full year in February, but certainly the show started way back in late February at Republic Boot Company. And I want to thank everyone. I think it was then, right? And I want to thank everyone for hanging in with us and joining us throughout the year. So, Gallant and George up next, which will be Sean and Joe George, and then the Killer Bees. After them, I want to say Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays. Whatever you celebrate, I hope you have a good time with family and friends. I will talk to you next year.
Welcome in to Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes broadcasting live from inside of Nick's Place. Been a fun morning so far. We saw an eventful eggnog chugging contest. I see a picture of Dell on the back of a T-shirt. I already asked for the T-shirt. I need my own.
Need a. Is that an original? I assume that's an original.
Yeah, but I need one very badly.
A second printing.
Yeah, second printing. I think we all need them, honestly. Really, I think the best part is John with the double birds. on the front is pretty great.
Yeah,
Like
sets the tone.
Yeah, to get that moment right there is perfect. So we'll talk about the Texans today. We'll talk about the Astros. We weren't on Friday because of Texas A&M, so we have not had a chance to really discuss the Christian Walker signing. The two of us. We'll hit on that. We'll talk about the debacle that we saw this morning a little bit. DJ Bieniemy will join us at 2:00. We'll do a Christmas movie draft because why not?
It's the last show before Christmas.
It's the last show before Christmas. So
by law, as an American radio show host,
yes.
we have to do one hack Christmas segment.
Yeah, it's just the rules. It's the way we play by. I mean, we have to do something.
Yeah.
We'll talk about what's going on in the NFL this weekend. Kind of a weird weekend in the NFL. They're showing highlights of Josh Allen being picked off by the New England Patriots. And then some guy in a Grinch costume.
Grinch with a chicken wing on his head.
I was like, I didn't know.
Buffalo wing.
I thought it was a turd. But like,
I think it was a buffalo wing.
A buffalo wing makes way more sense.
Makes so much more sense than a turd.
I
yes.
couldn't tell what it was. Like from here, like I'm not blind.
It would have been a bad color for a turd too. It looked like it was not.
Yeah, for sure. So the Texans lost on Saturday. Not a lot of fun.
No,
tough game. Tank Dell, which like is a whole conversation we'll kind of have within itself throughout the show, but just obviously we're waiting on more news, I guess. Like all we have on Tank Dell right now is that he dislocated his kneecap, which the first time I saw the replay, I was very confused. Like as it was happening, he's pointing to his knee. I was like, what just happened? Mm-hmm. And then they show it and you kind of see it move.
It get dislocated.
Yeah,
it's
gross.
Located and then dislocated.
Yes, not great. So obviously like that happened, but the game itself was not great. Look, they had a chance to tie it. Kaimi misses that extra point, and then things really just kind of fell apart from there. I'll be honest, Sean. Like I don't think I feel any different about the Texans after that game. Like it's kind of what I expected in a way.
Yeah, that is the kind of game that we're envisioning. It was 8 points, which I guess still is a one-score.
It's a one-score game. Yes,
we thought it would be more field goal on the field goal side of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, once Kaimi missed because that was on the touchdown. The extra point that he missed was on the touchdown that
Tank scored.
Tank Dell scored. So you have that kind of stoppage, and then they miss the extra point. And in my head, I was like, "There's no chance that they're beating the Chiefs with the last two plays that just happened. You don't then re-rally the troops
to be honest,
and get back in this.
I'm not going to dog CJ for being that upset. But, like, as soon as he was crying on the field, I knew there was no chance they were winning that game. Like, you could just tell, like they were
less about the crying, more that the other receiver that they have, his knee is or his kneecap is in the wrong spot.
It's not even about the crying. It's just, like, the amount, like, how emotional the team was. Like, you could just tell, like, they were not going to be recovered from that. Like, there are bad injuries in sports. Like, obviously, like, we would not have expected, like, the Buffalo Bills if they would have continued that game with DeMar Hamlin. Like, these severe injuries that we see in sports, like you do not expect teams to recover. Like I just had no expectation that the Texans were going to be able to handle that with the way they reacted. I mean, they were rightfully so like a mess. Like I think anyone dogging CJ to me is like a little out of pocket.
Yeah,
with the way like what happened, like their relationship that they have, but it's just there was no prayer. Like without, I mean, look, John Mechie's not even active because he's hurt, which like. With like the holidays and everything, missed that totally. When I saw him inactive, I was so confused. I was like, oh, okay, no Mechie. But then you're rolling out Xavier Hutchinson, the guy who hurt Tank,
Jared Wayne.
No clue who that guy was.
Can I say, cut this guy?
I think so too.
just vibes for the rest of the season when he's out there and be like, that's the guy who hurt Tank Dell.
Yeah,
and he's an end of the bench wide receiver.
We're getting yelled at. That's a terrible take. They should cut that
guy. cut this random 7th string receiver.
But like, I feel bad for that guy. But like, didn't even know who that guy was. But like, look, this is. You think about like what happened in that game. It's before the Tank injury, after the Tank injury. Like it is kind of like what is expected. It's a good defense. Your defense was fine. Like you had some moments. Like you held Pacheco. You held Travis Kelce. Like, for the most part, you did fine. The reality is, it's just like you lost Tank Dell. He's out for the season. I have long-term concerns about what that means for Tank Dell. You've lost Jimmy Ward.
Yes.
Which, like,
we haven't gotten to that, but yes.
The reality of this weird Desmond King thing that's happening. Like, immediately as soon as Jimmy Ward gets hurt, when Jalen Petrie got hurt, my thought was bring in Desmond King. When Jimmy Ward got hurt, my thought was bring in Desmond King. But he's out there clowning you on Twitter because he doesn't like D'Amico Ryans for whatever reason because he's not a D'Amico guy. So, like, you're kind of screwed in that department. Like, Texans are in a bad spot. Like, there's really no other way to put it. Like, they're play on Wednesday without their right guard, most likely. Shaq Mason looks like he's going to be out. Things are bad.
Yes. No, it is it is a loss that on the field, just, watching the game or, 10,000-foot view, you're just like, yeah, that's about what we expected in this spot going to Arrowhead against Kansas City. I think they played about what you expected. Maybe, honestly, I was a little encouraged. Like, if you could take out all the discouraging things that happened, that injury related, it was a relatively encouraging game.
Yeah. Besides
for the
CJ.
Texans. Yeah. Yes, CJ was bad. But then you throw in the fact that everyone got hurt on your team, and now you're looking at this team, and it's something that last week we were talking about. Can this defense win a playoff game for you? And we're thought so, yes. But anything past that was more referendum on the offense than the defense. And the offense just got way worse. Way, way worse last game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where they go from here, to be honest. Like, I didn't love D'Amico's comments yesterday when he met with the media that, like, they're not in, like, aggressive pursuit of a wide receiver. I think you have to put a claim in on Deontay Johnson. I don't think he'll make it to you. I think it was like Rap Sheet or maybe Schefter was tweeting about how, like, they expect, like, lesser teams to put a claim in on Deontay Johnson. And I know what just happened with him, right? Like, I know he didn't practice. I know he didn't enter a game. But, like, you're literally talking about playing the Baltimore Ravens on Wednesday with Xavier Hutchinson, Nico Collins, and maybe John Mechie.
Well, he's not going to play on Wednesday no matter what.
Honestly, you might need to.
Oh.
Like, that's where they're at. Like, last week, I thought all the, like, aggregators and people out there who are like, bring in Odell Beckham Jr., idiots.
Yeah.
This week, I hear you. Like, this week, I'm like, maybe. Like, that's how bad it is.
It definitely becomes a more palatable option, I'll say. It's more of a, okay, now I understand. Where, yes, before, absolutely not.
Yeah, oh, they're trying to get Dell. Oh, no. Oh, Dell's getting chanted for. Dell's being chanted for. Take a shot right now. He's rejecting this nice lady. Dell doesn't drink. I mean, even like Granado is the one encouraging it. I hope people can hear this. Oh, that's very funny. Oh, Dell's with a headset on.
Dell, do you want to?
Dell hasn't done enough radio today.
Yeah. Being led by their drunk, degenerate leader over there.
Well, John's got a flight at 5 o'clock, he said. So he's got to,
He ain't the one flying, so I guess he'll be fine.
Yeah. We might be like, can he get on the flight territory right now?
Wheelchair? You think he gets wheeled around?
So you're saying John's old?
No, I'm saying he won't be able to walk.
Oh, yeah,
because he's too inebriated, yeah.
But yeah, look, this was not great for the Texans, honestly. Like, I mean, I thought Joe Mixon was fine. Honestly, it's just it's so discouraging, all the injuries that happened in that game.
And I think what makes it worse is that you play on Wednesday again. And I think no one, I don't want to say no one on this team, but definitely no one in this fan base is like itching to have another game after what they saw on Saturday. It's really like, it's almost a disaster scenario for how these games could have gone. I guess they beat the Dolphins, so it's not a complete disaster, but it is like what you would think is the problem with playing all these games in back-to-back succession. And they only got the short week where they go from Sunday to Saturday. They don't even have to make the quickest turnaround of all yet. And I think that it's just, I don't know. I hope people have a good time with the Beyonce concert because I'm not sure if the football game's going to be that much fun.
No, because even like I guess Baltimore's pass defense isn't that good, but like it's just Nico.
Oh, Jared Wayne.
Yeah. Did he have any catches in this game?
I don't know.
think so.
Caught a body. I know that.
Yeah, he caught a body. No, not even any targets. But it was nice to see Andrew back out there. I just see him on the box score here. That he had one target.
There we go.
Honestly, had no idea he was on the practice squad. No clue. No idea that he was even still relatively a Houston Texan. before this game. All right. What is the long-term impact of Tank Dell? Should they sign a wide receiver? More on the upcoming game versus the Ravens, because I guess we're already ready to turn to the next week. It's so weird with the schedule.
It's weird because we also don't have a radio show until then, or until afterwards. So.
Yeah. I'm doing a show on Thursday and Friday
It's a
and Monday
very
from 12 to 3.
abbreviated week.
Yeah, this is a weird week. I will say, I hate this schedule. I hate that the NFL did this.
Oh, I thought you meant the 97.5 schedule.
No. Well, yeah, I don't love that I'm doing a show on Thursday. Shout out to me. I'm going to give myself
shout out to you.
Pat on the back.
Teammate of the year.
Teammate of the year for the second year in a row for helping out Jeremy Brand. There's no vacation days left. Helping him out doing shows the next couple days. But we'll talk more about the Texans game here in just a little bit here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Joe and Sean here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from inside of Nick's Place. Having this conversation earlier with Des, resident listener and Steelers fan. She really wants the Texans to win on Christmas.
Yeah, I bet she does.
I'll be honest with you. I think I want the Texans to lose on Christmas.
Okay.
I want the Steelers in the first round.
Oh, okay.
Not the Ravens. So, since Paul's not here on the show, he's in the building.
I can look at him right now.
Yeah.
He's having a good time.
I would like to declare myself as pro Texans losing on Christmas Day. So that way they get the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs, so they have a chance to win a playoff game. That's going to be my stance.
They have a better chance to win a playoff game.
Yeah, Russell Wilson versus Lamar Jackson, a little different.
Yes.
And Mike Tomlin, while he always finishes above 500, they don't have great success in the playoffs.
Yes, that is true.
So I'm officially pro Texans losing this next game.
I don't know if this is just the fallout from the game on Saturday, Tank Dell getting hurt, Shaq Mason getting hurt, Jimmy Ward getting hurt, where I might be so beaten down that I'm like, I don't think it matters if they're playing the Steelers. I think the Steelers could probably beat this team anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm at the point where, sure, the Steelers give you a better chance. I'm not sure if you are going to win that game anyway, because TJ Watt against that offensive line. I have some thoughts on how that will go. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Spiritually, I mean, I guess I'm in a position I don't care if they win or lose now because
Yeah.
I'm pretty resigned to this is going to be one and done. So sure, rest everybody. You know what? I don't want to see Davis Mills in the playoffs. Maybe rest CJ Stroud because he might get killed out there.
I definitely think CJ is going to play this week.
He'll definitely play for NFL reasons. For
Yes.
NFL Netflix game reasons.
Yes, you cannot have your first Netflix partnership in which the Texans, Ravens, Steelers, Chiefs are not playing their starters.
I mean, although at least the other teams, they're in different situations.
Yeah.
For the Texans specifically, there really isn't a reason to play these guys.
Yeah, the Texans and the Chiefs have really no reason to play their guys this on Wednesday. They're going to.
Well, the Chiefs they still need a win to get the 1 seed.
They do, yeah, they do.
So they need to play one of the last 2 games, basically.
Yes. So I get why they would. Honestly, if the Texans decided to not play CJ, going into this game, I was like, no, you play your starters. Like, they need it. But then watching Tank
all
get
your
hurt,
starters
I'm like,
get hurt. Yeah.
But even then, like, at some point, like, there's not enough guys on the roster.
Honestly, that is true.
I mean, when Blake Fisher went down.
Andrew Beck time.
Yeah, when Blake Fisher went down and they didn't put Titus back at right tackle, and I think Zach Thomas came in at right tackle.
I believe so. I believe it was Zach Thomas.
Yeah, it was Kendrick Green.
Yes.
Wasn't even Kenyon Green at right guard, who I think we'll see Kendrick again at right guard on Wednesday, which I guess he was fine. Like,
I was going to say, I that is, again, I'm very down on the game experience that I saw on Saturday.
Yes.
Performance from the offensive line, another one where I sit here and go, not bad.
No, they were fine. Like they were not the worst part of the game for sure. Like
by far, not the worst part of the game.
I mean, Joe Mixon didn't have a great day. Like, he was solid on the ground.
I'm resigned to this team can't run the ball without Kenyon Green. And Kenyon Green puts CJ Stroud at risk. So
what a world
you're
we live in.
You're in a catch-22 there. But, I think running the ball. Also, going against the Chiefs' run defense, they're top 10, if not top 5 run defense in football going into the game. Probably higher now. But I think overall, the offensive line, you should be as encouraged as you can be.
For sure.
I don't know. That's about it.
Yeah, no,
that's all I got.
Dude, 100%. Like,
encouraged as you can be.
Yeah, like watching the game, like I was like when they threw the touchdown pass, and also the other thing about this game from this weekend that I want to talk about here just for a second, I don't care about the refs. Like the amount of coping and angry tweeting and everything about the referees, like they were terrible in the first half. The pass interference that was not called on the Tank Dell could have been touchdown, was a disaster. Like it was very clearly they pulled Tank Dell down. But the reality is that when Tank Dell scored, you should have tied the game.
Yes.
That even if he got hurt, Kaimi should have made that extra point. It should have been a tie football game, and the referees were fine the rest of the game. I do not care. I'm not here for that. I do not need to hear about how the refs screwed the Texans. The Texans were not good enough in this game. They were not able to handle the injury, and they were just a mess on offense the rest of the game. I just do not care about the referees.
Yeah, it is the nature of the beast.
Yes.
I think it's a little bit, we've talked about this before with Texans fans veering into Daryl Morey Rockets era with ref ball that they're watching. Probably not entirely because of the Azeez Al-Shaair hit, but I don't think it helped.
No.
And the fact that a lot of these fans that are tweeting about these games were also Rockets fans in 2017, tweeting about the Warriors. So
100%.
It being the Chiefs also doesn't help. It's a lot of things, standalone game. So everyone, it's a national thing because it wasn't just Texas fans that are in on it.
No, everyone realizes.
But
the Chiefs have gotten a lot of calls. They have a very low amount of penalties this season. I understand all of it.
I will say with the Chiefs, though, the Chiefs have gotten a low amount of calls this year. I'm old enough to remember when the Patriots got every call back in the day. I think just these really good teams, they play a lot of primetime games. You watch their games more than you watch Carolina and Arizona, which I'm seeing on one of the screens right now.
Yep.
You're watching that with more intent. So you're looking at every single play is under so much more scrutiny, where I think the truth of the matter is NFL games, refs blow calls all the time. And the teams that are good, it seems like they benefit more because they win a lot because they have Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady on them.
Yeah, like, and there are calls that happen in these games where like it's so blatantly missed, but like it's the NFL, like we were saying, like it's just the reality. Like the referees are not good, and like it's amazing that like we have not gotten to a point where the referees have made any improvement. They honestly only get worse as the seasons go on. They make terrible calls time and time again. They miss very obvious calls time and time again. In the NFL, like you want to make them full time, they're part time, whatever. They don't have an answer. Like they don't have a solution for it. Like these games are excruciatingly long. Like it's the NFL does not care about what baseball cared about, which is like our product is rough because of how long it is. Baseball fixed theirs, I think, very intelligently with the pitch clock. The NFL doesn't care.
Yeah,
their games are only going to get longer.
Well, and as of right now, America doesn't care either.
Yes, exactly.
Like just the fact of the matter is they're not going to change anything until they have to, and they don't have to change anything. So yeah, the games are going to be just as long. Refs going to be just as bad because people complain about it, but they're watching still. So at the end of the day, they have no real incentive to make any changes.
No, there's no reason.
Like why? I mean, they did the one change after the Ravens Rams Saints game back in 2018, and that's like the textbook example of a call probably swinging who's at least going to a Super Bowl. That is the biggest one that you can draw up of, yes, this will change officiating. And they tried out the review or you could challenge PI. They did it for 1 year.
Disaster.
And then took it away.
Yeah, it's just the reality.
So
of
like
what it is.
There's no need for them to change, and I have no belief that they will change.
100%. And that's why
so you're just wasting your time complaining about this.
100%. Like just complaining about referees. Like we see all the time in the NBA, in Major League Baseball, in the NFL. People just complain. Nothing's going to change. And honestly, like I just think if you could just get over it, like people will enjoy sports more.
Yeah.
Like if you just like kind of accept the reality that's in front of you, like just deal with it.
All these
sucks, but
you sit down for a NFL Sunday and you know that of the 6-8 game slate, half of them are going to come down to the wire anyway. So it is, like Bill O'Brien said, it's an 8-8 league. It is a league that every game is going to be a coin flip. So honestly, the refs are going to it's going to even itself out over the course of a year. You're going to get calls that go against you. You're going to have calls go your way. People aren't going to say, oh, we really got away with them. They're only going to bitch about the ones that win against them.
100%. You think the Texans make a move at wide receiver?
They should. I mean, they should sign somebody.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is making a move getting Johnson or Beckham, or is it just getting another Jared Wayne who you hope doesn't break someone's kneecap?
No, I think you have to at least like try to get
a guy.
Like hope there's something left in the tank. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I would take a flyer on 2 guys right now. Like, if you could, like, I'd be very pro.
And you hope to go 50% on decent NFL,
dude. Like it. This sounds crazy, but like, would you sign Michael Thomas?
That is crazy, but we're in no bad idea zone.
Yeah.
So
like, at least
Michael Thomas probably won't get Johnson, but whatever. Try for Johnson.
Odell.
Like, I mean, this is a sick 2019 team that
you're
building.
It's a great 2019 team. But like honestly, like it's kind of where I'm at with the Texans of just like at least try. Like you can't just, especially if Mechie's shoulder injury is bad. Like we don't know the extent of it, I guess, at this point. But like I would be fine. I'd be pro them signing that name to at least try to improve the wide receiver core because it's a disaster. Xavier Hutchinson has like 10 catches on the year.
Yeah.
Like they're in a terrible spot. It is the worst time for an injury, and that's what's unfortunate about the Tank Dell injury the most. And also like long term, I'm gonna talk more about later. Like I have like real like recovering from this type of injury for Tank Dell.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. There's no need. We've already been pretty down so far. Let's save that for later.
Okay. Well, I don't know if this next segment's gonna be an upper or a downer.
What? What's next? I'm not looking at the rundown. What could possibly be next?
Christian Walker, 3 years, $60 million. 3 years in a row, Gold Glove, first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Sounds great. What's not to love?
But it means the end of the Alex Bregman era in Houston. So we were not on the air on Friday when the news broke. So we got to talk about it next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, I want to talk to you guys about LaBerge in Lake Charles. ESPN Bet is your go-to place when you leave Texas to bet on your Texas teams. They got a 24-foot video wall, incredible food. Chef Lyle, always killing it. B-Mac, who's back in the studio right now, he'll even tell you about the Death Burger and the amount of milk he had to drink that last time we were there. Very funny. Not as much milk, I think, as Crystal drank this morning when she had some kind of ghost pepper during one of the challenges this morning, but very funny. Look, it's a great place to go to. The food's great. You have the ESPN Bet app that you can use, the 19 betting kiosk, and, of course, like I said, the 24-foot video wall. I cannot even imagine what it was like this weekend with the college football playoff and all the NFL action going on. So when you live in Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside Le Berge in Lake Charles.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
Joe George and Sean Mapes here on Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and joining us on the HRMP in-person guest line, Paul Gallant.
I had a few too many drinks. I heard Sean Mapes quote Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, I had to. Someone on the show had to.
And then there was wide receiver, let's sign one talk.
There's those sign everybody talk. We
Is
were
it sign everybody or sign anybody?
Anybody. We're saying just flood, Michael Thomas, Deontay Johnson,
Odell Beckham
Odell
Jr.
Beckham. I mean, if those guys say no, we might have to start scouting flag football. Get Paul Gallant
that's
out
what I
there.
mean.
Yeah,
this is
I just want
moment.
one NFL game check so I can afford to send my family gifts for Christmas.
Paul Gallant.
Number 42 out there running
Oh,
around.
yeah. The worst number at wide receiver, for sure.
Paul's vacation is canceled because he's suiting up for the Texans and Ravens on Wednesday.
That would be funny. Like, I just sub in and I tear my ACL immediately.
I mean,
vacation well spent.
Achilles. Ow.
Speaking of torn ACLs, D'Amico just announced that Tank has the dislocated knee, torn ACL, other damage. Jimmy Ward is having foot surgery and is out for the season. Shaq Mason is week to week. So things are bad.
That's bad. Oh, Patrick Mahomes was week to week last week, and he looked fine.
I think they were just full of it.
Oh, okay. This is real week to week with
Yeah,
Shaq Mason?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Mahomes scrambling through our friend Tim Settle.
Oh, yeah.
That was
for
bad.
the touchdown.
That was bad for the Tim Settle fan base that he's got.
I still like Tim Settle in his quotes, but you got to tackle quarterback Patrick Mahomes when he's running through you.
Honestly, I feel like that's like exactly what you talked about last week.
Yeah, I was going to say
Where it was like,
that's a W, straight
shouldn't-
W for Paul Gallant.
Yeah, like you shouldn't say those things and then let that happen.
I don't want the W. I mean, how mad are you guys after? I'm still mad about Saturday. I'm mad that I wasted a Saturday thinking
Yeah, it was
that they had a
frustrating.
chance.
Yeah, it was just a frustrating game where,
Yeah.
and then everything that happens in it with the attrition that you go through.
I know.
Now, and like I was telling Joe, he was like, I want the Texans to lose to the Ravens so
yeah.
they play the Steelers so they have a chance against the Steelers. And I'm like, I don't think you have a chance against anybody right now. Like I understand what you're saying. I just don't think they're going to beat the Steelers either.
Are you still going to cover the game on Christmas?
I made a commitment. I don't break plans.
Good for you, Paul.
Now I think I'm going to cover the Beyonce concert.
Yeah, that might be the pivot. That
I
might be
wonder,
the pivot.
do you guys think they're doing odds on like the first song? Like do they for Super Bowl?
I think they do. When we had Raheel on with Dell a couple hours ago, he mentioned that I think one of her newer songs is the favorite to be.
Yeah, see, I mean,
first song.
The problem is that she just put out like a country album. She's just gonna like play the country album for halftime.
Of course, you know how these
Yes.
artists
but then,
work.
like-
and it's at a Texans game.
Yeah, but like,
it's-
is anyone going to see Beyonce in her country album?
No,
they did.
Like
they will.
Like they already did.
They went to see her speak before a president candidate.
That's a good point.
She didn't even sing. I think everyone was mad about that.
That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot that was a thing like a month and a half ago.
What wouldn't you watch Beyonce do? I think is the real question. That's loaded. That was not meant to be as loaded.
Yeah.
Stand by her man. Maybe at this point. So we were off on Friday. There was a Texas A&M game.
Yeah.
Christian Walker signed with the Astros. 3 years, $60 million. He'll be the new first baseman for the Astros. 3-time Gold Glove winner. 3 in a row the last 3 years. So that's where it feels a little bit different. But like kind of back to our conversation we were having last week, where like they won't sign Alex Bregman until he's 37. But Christian Walker will be 36 when this contract ends?
Yes, he's 34, I believe, right now.
It's the 6-year rule
Yes.
that they were not willing to step over, and now you lose a franchise all-timer.
Yeah, and I saw your tweet that now you hate the Kyle Tucker trade.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
I think that's fair. Like, it's like you have no Tucker, you have no Bregman. I mean, like, I see the coping from some Astros fans right now online about, like, the flip has happened where now everyone's trying to be like, oh, well, Alex Bregman's not that good at baseball.
Yeah. Look up the F war.
Okay.
The P war.
Whatever that means.
Congrats. You're way worse this year than you were last year.
There's a world where it works, but you had the worst outfield in baseball.
Yes.
That's the sacrifice
But
you
you're
made.
literally banking on the Crawford box.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's the whole strategy is Christian Walker and Isak Paredes pull the ball like hell, and they're going to go into the Crawford boxes 15 to 20 times each at home. Like that's what you're banking on. You're not thinking about road games. Like they're building this team to be good at Minute Maid. And I can't remember if we said it or I heard Jeremy and Joel say it when the news broke. But like they are Dyken Park, good call.
Dyken. Thank you. Forgot we're Dyken now.
What did Joel call it? The Big Dyke? And I was like, I don't think you can say that. Like I just said it too.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say you just said it.
I know, but like, well, but
I like that. No, he used Joel to say it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can.
It's an old radio trick.
I credited Joel Blank for saying it.
Yeah.
So if I get in trouble, Todd listening to the car, Joel Blank started it. He said it first.
No,
multiple times.
Joe's becoming a radio veteran before our eyes. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you. Joel said it.
Yeah,
He didn't
Joel
say
said it. I'm just repeating it.
say
Look,
it.
I got in trouble on Saturday at my other job because I read verbatim what Signetti said before the game.
Oh, beat the S out of.
Yeah, I
teams.
said it. And they're like, "You're not supposed to cuss." And I was like, "I didn't know that."
Yeah.
On the internet?
Yeah, dude. I
Yeah,
don't know.
What?
But like,
Notre Dame
I said it, and there was 3 people doing the show with me, and they all looked at me like I had like 3 eyes.
Cheer,
and I was like,
cheer for old Notre
we'll talk about Notre Dame.
Flagellation.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Hey, Indiana, closest margin of defeat against this weekend. So Indiana, not that bad. But like, yeah. So I don't know how I feel about this move. I like Christian Walker, the player. I think it's good replacement at first base. Like defensively, you're great at first base versus being great at third base. But they're probably done spending money, and they have the worst outfield in baseball.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I don't know how to feel.
And it's this.
You know how to feel about it. You say you're saying how you feel about it right
Well, they're going to win the division.
Yeah, it's the AL West.
And they're probably still exactly. Jake Myers is terrible.
Listen, just get to the playoffs and
Jake
figure
Myers
it out.
Jake Myers fan
Or
club in
something.
the house.
Yeah, probably like a fan club of 3 at this point. But I prefer Jake Myers over Chaz McCormick. I would say that. But yeah,
I don't care enough to have a favorite.
They'll be okay. Like they'll be fine this year. But I mean, the Mariners are probably going to get objectively worse. Like they're still talking about trading one of their starting pitchers.
Yeah, they're poor.
The Rangers added who did they add last night? Jock Peterson.
Yes, at like 3 a.m, I saw I woke up and I saw that 4 hours ago. Jack Aston tweeted something. I'm like, wait, he tweeted this at like 4 a.m. What?
You know what?
Why the hell? Dude?
Maybe Woj was right. Like, why are these guys breaking news at 3 a.m? Like, are they waking up to
Peterson
phone calls?
1-year deals?
Jock Peterson.
Like, I don't.
Young Jock?
What a miserable experience.
He
that
won a
life
World
must be.
Series once, maybe.
That's true.
Right?
He did with the
Cubs or Dodgers?
2020
Braves.
No,
Braves?
he was on the Dodgers. Or no, he was on the Braves for one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was on the Dodgers when they lost to the Astros.
Yeah, and
that's championship pedigree
And
added
I
to
think
the
he
Rangers.
was on the Braves when they beat the Dodgers. I don't know. Him and his giant like puka shell necklaces.
Oh, he's a puka shell guy? Those are great. I'm going to bring him back.
You know
I'm
what?
going to bring him back next year.
2025?
2025, puka shells are back. I'm going to go to Target right after this.
I'll
hammered, just walk up, there's your puka shell.
I'll buy a mustache trimmer so I don't accidentally shave it off every single time.
Is that what happened again?
Yes. I went even to like a lower millimeter or whatever.
What are you using?
A face razor. I thought it would be fine.
Wait, you've been using a razor this whole time because like you've done it.
No, like an electric razor.
Does it have guard on it?
It does. It's not good enough.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't know.
So I told my wife, I was
I'm kind of asking.
She was like, "What do you want for
one
Christmas?"
time,
I was
shame
like,
on me.
Yeah, no, I'm an idiot.
This is what is the third time?
At least I'm dumb. I understand that.
Yeah, but like, what brand are you using?
A Walgreens brand probably.
Oh, that's why
okay.
Remington. Yeah, you gotta go $50 for something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
probably true. But yeah, so maybe next year we become the mustache show with puka necklaces.
Yeah, that'd be
we just bring it back.
Some people would have a different word for that, but
Yeah.
they call me that. I'll just save it for me.
Yeah, but Sean and I, if Sean and I join you, then
Yeah, no, that's a trend.
yeah, we're
Sean doesn't
starting a
want
trend.
it. Sean's
I feel
already
like
out.
Come on, why not?
Sean's already out.
Well, we're headbands.
I like that you.
I did the mustache for a month. I'm good.
Oh, that's all we got?
I don't think. Yeah.
Not gonna do it again.
I wouldn't say it was rave reviews with the mustache. I wouldn't say it was a critic's choice.
Were you scaring children like Paul was?
No,
just
no.
my godson.
What?
Just my godson.
Yeah, just your godson.
It's fine.
Yeah.
See him twice a year.
children. I was scaring people my own age, which is worse.
But that's way worse, actually. Honestly.
See, that's the problem with your mid-20s is that there are people that are going to hate on it and be like, "You look old."
Yeah,
but they don't get it. They don't get it. Although this doesn't help. Weekend one of this has not helped. It hasn't helped.
Wait, people think you're older now?
No, I think people think I'm something.
Oh,
but not that
Village
thing.
people.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh man. So you missed the eggnog chugging contest.
I saw the end of the eggnog chugging contest.
Yeah, Sean and I were about 5 feet from where we're sitting
we're
right
right
now.
there.
And
Did
so
they
we have
get
like
rid of the trash can? Is
I'm
it still here?
I'm hoping it's
Is
gone.
it
forever.
fermenting?
At the very least, it's outside.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was. This is the first time I came early specifically for that.
So did he finish?
Oh yeah,
The winner ejected most of it.
Yeah,
if not all.
Like a
He-
2 gallon?
It was a half
gallon. Okay, thank God.
He would have won. He lost on a ruling of there was too much on his shirt and on the ground. So he got second place.
Oh, okay.
Who?
The guy in the Andre Johnson jersey won, I believe.
Yes,
the guy in the
and
Andre.
not a drop of eggnog on that Andre
Yes.
Johnson jersey.
Yeah,
Respect for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, unlike Cortland Finnegan's face, nothing on the jersey. Okay,
but yeah, it was pretty gnarly to see that in person.
Gnarly.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that will steer me away from dairy altogether. I haven't had eggnog yet this year.
Honestly,
I'm not sure.
I kind of thought that, like, as he was like losing it, I was like, I think I'm out on eggnog this year. I think it ruined it.
What alcohol do you mix with eggnog?
Rum.
Is it rum?
I think traditionally it's rum.
Okay. Did you ever drink in college the pre-mixed alcohol and rum in a plastic bottle?
I just gagged
because I did. Terrible idea.
Was it at least refrigerated?
When we started,
at some point, yes.
No.
Okay.
When we finished it, yes. But we drank some as soon as we got it. Terrible idea. Don't recommend. Maybe if it didn't come in a plastic bottle, I would have felt better about myself. But like any alcohol in a plastic bottle, like is like
no. You know what
not
you're signing
great.
up for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now I will say, having talked to one of our listeners for a little bit of time, this man believes strongly that you don't want to buy liquor from anything that if you drop it, the bottle will break. For shots, which means he's into the plastic bottle.
Oh, for shots.
I know. I do not subscribe to that at all. I respect his liver.
Veto.
I hope he hasn't died from cirrhosis in the hour or so since we last talked.
No, can't do that. No, I don't want to be taking shots.
Is he slumped over somewhere?
No.
Okay.
He was like he had quite the tail.
Okay.
It was a tail. He was like, yeah, I took today off and I haven't told my wife. So now he's got to figure out how to come back in. I think at like 5 or 6 o'clock with.
So he's going to spend
wife noticing
next 5 hours sobering up
and then
sleeping
coming back.
in a car. Perhaps?
Well, I think that is the move. I think a lot of people they come, they drink early, and then they leave, sober up, and then come back. At least some people.
As one does.
Yeah, I mean, you just rally.
Who hasn't done that before?
I mean,
I actually haven't.
I hope our eggnog participants are rallying right now.
You've never done like a full rally?
What?
Like a tailgate in the morning before a game? And
I've taken a nap and come back.
Oh,
down.
yeah,
for sure.
Okay.
But generally, the nap's like 5 hours, and I wake up like on another planet. I don't know where
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
been, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I should just stay.
Yeah, we always want to go back out. Like that's the problem. It's you don't ever want to be like.
No, that's the danger with our party, which started at 7 in the epic morning.
I know. I was even trying to explain to Dana, my wife, like, she's like, "Where are you going this morning?" Because I had her drop off the kid, and I was like, "I'm going to the Christmas party." And she's like, "Why?" And I was like, because I want to see the eggnog chugging contest.
You wanted to see it?
I'd never seen it before.
Well, I saw the afters. I'm totally fine not having seen the beginning.
It was, you would not have enjoyed it.
Yeah, last year I was on from 3 to 6, so like there was like the party was way over at that point.
Okay.
And then the first Christmas party I was not invited to in like 2018.
Oh, damn.
When they came back. So I was a network loser. So I was not invited to the Christmas party.
I remember those days.
Yeah, where like we didn't it's like 97.5 pretend like we didn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, now they don't. So
Damn.
That is true. But
so
we exist.
So are you ready for Mexico?
Yeah.
Is your liver ready?
Well, this isn't helping, but like
this
is a
it's like
it's a
tune-up.
It's a preseason
dress
game.
rehearsal.
It's marathon training.
It's the 3/4 dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
All right. We'll take a break here. We'll talk some more Astros. Or I don't know. It's the Christmas party. We'll figure it out here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Happy New Year. Bye.
broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you till 3 o'clock. Ian Rappaport has tweeted the obvious, but the start of the 2025 season is definitely in jeopardy for Tank Dell, which we'll get into more later. But any other thoughts on the Astros with Alex Bregman leaving?
It's poor. It's a good recovery, I'd say.
I agree.
Paredes and Walker. I would say it is poor process. I think that their plan B for Alex Bregman, who they don't want to sign to a long-term deal. They don't want to pay for his 35, 36, 37-year-old seasons for Alex Bregman. But their plan was to pay for Nolan Arenado's 35, 36, 37-year-old season. And now and that didn't work out. And now they get to pay for Christian Walker's 35, 36, 37-year-old year. So they are still paying for a 36-year-old at some point. It's just the 36-year-old will be on your team next year instead of 5 years from now.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like we're going to take a quick photo.
Quick picture.
Awkward radio pause.
Hey.
All right. I think so there's like two parts to this. I think Alex Bregman is, with the way the market is gone, is going to sign for a lesser deal than what the Astros offered him.
Okay.
Which then makes me think better about the Astros process of this. You trade for Arenado, he says no, and then 48 hours later you sign Christian Walker, less than that, like 24 hours
Friday
later.
at noon.
Yeah, you get Christian Walker. So I like the process in which the Astros pursue this, because I think in the end Alex Bregman's going to be wrong. I think he's going to be wrong about the deal that he got.
But then if you're the Astros, couldn't you have just waited it out and signed Bregman for 6 years? Let's put it at 25 a year.
Yes,
instead of paying 3 years for $20 million for Christian Walker.
Yes and no, because you could make that same exact argument for Carlos Correa. Why didn't the Astros just sign Carlos Correa to the original deal he got with the Twins, which was 3 years,
opt-outs,
$90 million with opt-outs, right? Well, you pay him a lot for 1 year, and then he leaves, whatever, gets a new contract. Fake signs with the Mets and Giants, all that nonsense that happened.
Yes.
So for the Astros, I think it's you can't risk the idea of having Isaac Paredes as your opening day third baseman and John Singleton as your opening day first baseman. That's not going to work. So that's why I'm fine with the process in which they got.
So it was a timing move. You don't want to be musical chairs, music stops.
Yeah, when spring training starts and Alex Bregman still is not on a baseball team, it means the Astros made the right decision. It still sucks. I think Alex Bregman would have been the better option, honestly, with Paredes at first and Bregman at third. But making the decision to go with Walker at first instead of waiting for Bregman to sign until February is probably the right decision in the long term. The biggest thing I disagree with is the people who are trying to now flip on their takes about how great Alex Bregman was and now say how awful he was. And that's all over social media. And I'm fine with the pivot. And it really was probably the best decision they made. My biggest issue with it now is you have the worst outfield in baseball. They're clearly not going to spend any more money.
That is bad that at the end of the shuffling that is the cost for having a good infield. When you line it up,
for sure.
Walker, Altuve, Pena, Paredes, not bad. But yes, the outfield is going to be either Dubon, McCormick, Myers, or
DeZenzo,
or some lottery scratch off free agent that you sign.
Yeah,
Jason Hayward. You hope to have a Jason Hayward type stint on the Astros. Ben Gamel, shout out to Ben Gamel.
He signed over. He's playing in Japan now. I think it is.
Really? What's his posting fee? Can we
get
him over? Get him over here to play.
I think
left
I would
field?
have preferred Ben Gamel.
Yeah. I think I would like it more if they could find a way to get a Jurickson Profar, a Santander, Teoscar Hernandez. If they could make that move where they put another, because those guys 15 to 20 million per year is probably what you're looking at.
Yep.
Maybe whoever is the highest out of those guys, probably eye of the beholder, probably gets over 20 per year. But you're not talking about breaking the bank. The problem is that would send you. There's no way to do that and stay under the not luxury tax.
Yeah, and
whatever.
Yeah,
that
you
competitive
lost
balance.
your second highest pick and your fifth highest pick by signing Christian Walker. I don't care. I would rather have Christian Walker than a second round baseball pick. Like
Yes.
just the hit rate on those
Yeah.
is so low. The fifth overall pick that you have is even less. Like I know some of those guys hit, and there's good stories, and there are guys like McCormick who are drafted in late rounds. But like I would rather have Christian Walker than those guys.
Yeah.
Frankly. Like because we literally don't know who they are. You're talking about 18, 16-year-olds. Like don't care about losing draft compensation for Christian Walker. So I'm fine with the end result. I still personally think they should trade Fromber. Like if you're going to trade Tucker, I think you should just might as well go all in and roll with Hunter Brown, Luis Garcia, Wisniewski, Ronald Blanco. Like that's your core of your rotation, and you trade Fromber for maybe a bullpen arm and an outfielder. I think the thing I'm going to hold out hope for at this point, though, is that at some point you flip Ryan Presley's bad contract for a bad contract elsewhere, and that's an outfielder. And at least it's a better option than what you have. It gets an improvement. It won't be a great option.
Yeah.
But I think you can trade Ryan Presley for an outfielder and at the same time improve your outfield.
Oh yes, you can take someone's scraps and have a good outfield or have a better guy to stand in left field. Like that's really all we're asking for here is just someone so Jordan doesn't have to play left field. That is an option. I'll be honest, with all the whirlwind of moves and almost moves with Arenado, I did kind of forget that Ryan Presley's still sitting out there. Probably won't be on the opening day roster.
Yep.
Maybe not. I guess it's more likely now. It feels like it gets more likely the longer it happens, but maybe it was just lower on the to-do list with his he has a full no trade, I believe.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, so any move that you make has to be approved by Ryan Presley. That's why I also think it's harder to get something back for Ryan Presley to get that, bat in the outfield.
Yeah.
Because now you're limiting teams not just to teams with a bad contract outfielder to send back in return, but it's a team with a bad contract outfielder to send in return that Ryan Presley wants to go to.
Yeah, no, and that's complicated. But I think for the most part, like this is it for the Astros. Like this is their off season. And overall, like I think they did a good job. I think trading Tucker was the right move. You get a high level prospect. You get Paredes at third base. You get Wisniewski, who can he's got some stuff. And with your pitching staff, maybe can
back
be
into
better.
the rotation kind of guy.
Yeah,
at least for this year, we'll see. But probably fourth starter.
Yeah, fourth or fifth starter. And frankly, wouldn't shock me if he just starts in the bullpen. The amount of depth you have, not everyone's going to be in the rotation. I mean, he might just be a Sugarland guy. Wisniewski and Cam Smith might just be in Sugarland to start the season. So I think they did a good job with adding Christian Walker. You got elite level defense at first base, which I think you need when
that is one of the hidden improvements, especially with all baseball defense, where unless you're making the wow plays, it kind of goes under the radar. But to improve where they were at first base defense from last year with Singleton and especially Abreu being out there, to get to from below average to bad to really good, Gold Glove good. That is an improvement that will probably save you a couple runs here and there throughout the year.
Especially with Pena, the way he throws that ball into the dirt. You got to scoop it. We saw that with Yuli.
Yeah.
So I think that is a positive. And Walker will make a lot of the similar diving plays that Bregman would make at third. He'll make it first. Overall, I think it's a good offseason. Not great, but it's good. All right, let's talk about the college football playoff. All the games that happened this weekend, the long-term, short-term implications of it. We got betting odds with the final 8 teams of who is favored to win the national championship. We'll get into all that over the next 2 segments here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here from you at noon to 3. Hanging out, one of my favorite places to watch UFC fights. I've watched a lot of Conor McGregor fights here. Don't think I'll watch the Conor McGregor-Jake Paul fight in India here, though.
No.
I think I'm over that Jake Paul. I think when we were at La Berge and we watched Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, I think I retired from watching those fights.
It has to be a situation like that. Where it's on at a place I'm at for me to ever watch another one of those Paul brothers fight.
Yeah, no,
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going
I know
anywhere
what's up.
intentionally.
I'm out.
Yeah. All right, so college football playoff action this weekend.
Yes.
Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, all win this weekend. Who's the other team?
Texas.
Duh.
I thought you were doing that on purpose.
No,
I was ready for something to happen.
Honestly, just like told my blank.
No, it's okay. I feel like it's the one that people have talked about the least.
Yeah, because it's the one that, like, I would say, obviously, the Tennessee one's the one that's go against the biggest narrative that was painted. Like, it was funny watching, like, Lane Kiffin, that clown, tweeting all weekend about Indiana and the committee and everything that was going on. And then as soon as Tennessee started to get their ass kicked by Ohio State, he didn't tweet anything.
No.
He went 0 dark 30 on that moment. Like, he had no interest in acknowledging what Tennessee was doing in that game against Ohio State because it proved all the narratives wrong about what was happening for them this year. Honestly, I don't know why people are shocked, Sean. Like, the first 4 games, the semifinal games in the college football playoff weren't overly competitive in years past.
Yeah, I think it was something. I think was 18 of the 30 semifinal games, or maybe it was total college football playoff games. Like, the average margin of victory was like over 17 points.
Yeah.
Like, most of these games are 3-score games. And I think unintended consequence or another factor that people forgot about is that these games are probably more likely to be blowouts, not because of who you're letting in, although that plays a part in it. It's also like you're giving a team home games. Like, a team is going to have to go on the road and beat a top 10 team or top, 8 team?
Yep.
And in a lot of cases, especially this year, all the teams that hosted were probably top 6 teams. Like, with just given how the seeding broke out, that I don't know who's the worst team that hosted a playoff game this week was. Like,
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Like, it's so tough to say, but I think that's part of it. Of like, you watch SMU go into Happy Valley, and you have Jennings throwing the ball all over the place.
He looked lost.
You have him cupping his ears every time. You're like, you forget that this is a bigger spot than they've ever played in. Like, no disrespect to anyone, the American or the ACC, but they don't have a stadium that's going to be as rocking as Happy Valley is on a playoff Saturday.
I think that my biggest takeaway was besides, like, I think that the seeding got proven to be wrong, which I think they're going to change.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy fix. So just go to 14 and top 2 get buys, or you do the just top 4 seeds no matter what, regardless of if you want to conference.
Do you think we'll see one of those changes next year?
I would say that the 12-team fix is more likely for next year, just because of like the TV contracts.
Yeah,
they're not going to add playoff games and to still be under the old contract. Like, they're going to want more money if they're going to expand.
I'll be honest with you, I think I'd rather just go to 16 than go to 14 because my biggest takeaway is that I loved the home playoff games. Like, if you're going to expand to 14, just go to 16. Eliminate the buys
and all 8 home games.
Yeah. Like, if you're going to do it, just go all in, because it was really fun to see games in Austin, and Happy Valley and South Bend.
I will say, because we agree on this, but I'll just, whatever, devil's advocate, the pushback. So now you want a 1 seed to play a 16, and
100%.
Like,
I know.
So you're just signing up for more blowouts. I just want to make that clear. You're
100%.
signing up for more blowouts.
100% signing up for it.
Okay.
Like even you expand to 14, it's not going to change, because the reality is what they actually should do is they should go in reverse. They should have tested 8 before they went to 12.
Yes.
They should have, because if you talk
12,
about,
I was always surprised that they jumped to 12.
Yeah.
I remember, because the conversation was always 8, and I was always, honestly, you could get this done with 6. Like,
Yes.
you could get this done with 4 conference winners, 2 wild cards, boom.
But if you look at the 4 teams that won this weekend and the 4 teams that haven't played, you could argue that all 8 of those teams have a reasonable shot to win a national championship this year. There is no one this year in college football that has great quarterback play, that stands above the rest. Like, there are major flaws on every single team, and you really could have gone to 8 and really just done a better overall system.
I do wonder, though, how much of that is because of the widespread, the transfer portal, NIL.
Yeah.
So the talent is just more spread out
Which
than
is
it
great.
normally is.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if we can call that quite yet, or if it's just a 1-year blip. And if Georgia got a Carson Beck that they thought they were getting coming into the year, if even if like Dylan Gabriel was a little bit better, more like toolsy number 1 pick kind of guy, as opposed to just a good college quarterback, which he is.
Honestly, if he was Bo Nix.
Yeah, or if he was Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Like if they got Cam Ward instead of Dylan Gabriel, you're looking at a completely different monster with this. So I think some of it's just the top players in the or the top quarterbacks. You look at, none of them are in the playoff, really. I mean, Dylan Gabriel's probably the best one in the playoffs, and then who knows who's number 2?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the problem. It's like, and then it just also shows you where the quarterback position is in college football. It's not good.
Yeah, I think some of that is just like, it's a weird, bad year, weird year. These kind of things happen where I don't know if it's some larger. I don't know if you can draw some larger like quarterback development in this country. I think it's just like, it's just a year where all the guys we thought of before the season maybe taking a step up.
None of them did.
None of them did. They, if anything, they took steps back.
Yeah, like we're gonna see 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round this year.
Yeah, and they both were on 9-3, 10-2 teams.
Yeah, like I don't think we'll see a third quarterback. Maybe Dylan Gabriel. Like I think there's a small chance that like he sneaks into the end of the first round.
He seems more like day 2, day 3.
Yeah, the only reason why I say this is I saw Lance tweet like 2 or 3 weeks ago, like that he has to keep an open mind to Dylan Gabriel. Like I wonder, like in a quarterback desperate league where
could he be the Bo Nix?
Could he be the 30th pick in the first round? Like I'm not even talking about a top 15 pick.
No, I just mean like the Bo Nix in that.
Oh yeah.
We at no point during his career in college did we think he was going to be a first round pick. Even I think in the lead up to the draft, we didn't think it would be a first rounder. Definitely not top 10, top 12, whatever he was. So I just mean that he could be the surprise like that.
100%. I mean, because like this year it seems like,
or Quinn Ewers, go on a run.
And we'll mention it here in the 10-minute drill, but just ahead of time, like the Giants now firmly hold the number 1 pick in the draft. That feels like that'll be Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, and then someone will be trying to trade up with the Patriots to number 2 to take another quarterback, and
then someone at 3 is going to get the best player in the draft when they draft Travis Hunter.
Yes. And I was like, maybe, and then I don't know, like
single Travis Hunter.
I think this is a weird draft. Like I was just thinking about, like I've been looking at mocks and stuff because the Bears are trash. So
yeah.
And everyone's like talking about like Kelvin Banks as like the number 9 overall pick. I'm like
played well yesterday or Saturday.
I'm like, are we sure? Like a top 10 pick? Like maybe. Like we'll learn more. But like it feels like this is a weird draft year for sure. But what do you think? Like just overall, like before we kind of get into the individual games in the next segment, like what do you think this weekend says more about college football? Is it that the top 8 were just so much better than the next 4 teams, that they got the, because of the scheduling, they got the seeding wrong? Like big picture, what do you think this weekend meant?
I think it was, it says a lot about just, I guess because this is new for everybody.
Yep.
And it's how we react to new information, where we try to make these big sweeping, like we need to fix the sport thing. And like, to me, I thought it was a good weekend. The games weren't, but I think it was a good weekend because of the atmosphere, because of all that. And my whole thing with the 4-team thing, like being pro expansion, is like, no, like you don't want SMU to sit there and think, what if, whatever, like we didn't get our chance. Like the UCF thing from a few years ago. And now we get to know, like now there's no, Arizona State will know, Boise State will know.
Yep.
And so I'm generally pro that. You're going to get the blowouts like you would any other time. I mean, honestly, if like Tennessee showed up, if Clemson was a little bit, if like the ACC had a good team, we would have one less blowout.
Yeah.
At least in theory. I guess they would have to bye maybe. But I think that in general, I like it. I would like another year of it just to see what's up. We have our tweaks and things like that. But I think overall, I think it was a good weekend despite no real good game.
No, yeah, I think what we learned more was about the teams that were winning these games. Of like they're on a different level.
Yeah, so you want so the 4 teams that won, and then the 2 teams that got, or 2 teams that won the Big Ten SEC. So Georgia, Oregon, Notre Dame, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State. Like you think those are that's the 6 Cut off. Do you think all 6 can win?
Yeah. I don't think Boise State and Arizona State have a chance this
No,
weekend.
but
the national championship.
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think those 6,
Yes.
like all of them, can win?
Yes.
I'm not sure about Penn State.
God, man,
I'm not convinced.
There's something about Drew Eller I think I kind of like. I'll be honest. Like I don't know what it is.
He didn't have to do anything.
I know
on Saturday.
I mean, I think
all he had to do was not be Kevin Jennings.
I think the other team with the most questions were like, I'm going to pick him this weekend because I'm a homer. I get it. I don't care. I've already placed a wager, a significant odds on Jeremiah Love to win the 2025 Heisman. I have questions about
Wow, that's a homer pick. That's a more homer pick than picking Notre Dame.
I'm telling you, he's a superstar.
I know.
I know Arch is the runaway favorite, but my gut tells me Arch will not win the Heisman next year.
Whoa.
Just because when it's someone who's such a favorite, like it never happens
no one
that
goes
way.
wire to wire.
Yeah, it just never happens. He opens as like a plus 200 favorite or whatever it was to win the Heisman next year.
Even I saw that. I was like, whoa,
I was like,
whoa.
That's a name brand recognition here. But my biggest question about Notre Dame, we'll talk more about in the next segment, is if Georgia can score, what will Riley Leonard? How would Riley Leonard handle a game? Like that's still I think the biggest question. So of the 6 teams, Notre Dame would be the one I have the most questions about. I would say.
I'd say Penn State over Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Or like I have more questions about.
No,
Penn State.
you're probably right. Yeah,
I think
Penn State and then Notre Dame.
I think Penn State's kind of like a worse version of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like I have the same questions about the quarterback. Like he didn't answer. The best game he had was the Oregon game, and you'd think that going up against SMU, he would have a similar production. Maybe some of that's the weather. Obviously, we saw what the other quarterback was doing.
Yeah.
So maybe some of that was game plan, and you just can't have that kind of performance again outside of the dome in Indianapolis in Happy Valley. But I agree though that those 2 are probably the ones on the shakiest. I mean, shoot, Notre Dame's an underdog. Like they're projected to lose. I think,
which is weird because
I think they'll beat Georgia.
You know they opened as the favorite.
Did they really?
Yeah, they opened
That is
as soon as they opened at 2.5. It moved to when the game ended against Indiana to 1.5, and then by the time Saturday was over, they were plus 1.5. It flipped. Look, it's such a marginal flip. Like it's not like the Texans Chiefs flip from like -3 to +3. We're like,
no, that is interesting.
It's just interesting the way it's flipped a little bit because like nothing changed with Carson Beck.
Yeah.
So all right, we kind of did this in reverse. We talked big picture. Let's talk about
Small
the games,
picture.
the actual what happened this weekend, what we saw, what we learned, and how we think. Because since we don't have another show, you don't have another show.
I don't have another show.
I do, but you don't have another
Jeremy
show.
will be previewing all those games.
You don't have another show, so we'll kind of preview these games for you as well next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
back to Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place.
Joe and Sean here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll start with Friday night. We'll go in order now. Notre Dame wins 27-17. Garbage time points mostly for Indiana. I had to remind myself what the spread was in the fourth quarter. I was getting a little nervous there.
What was it?
7.
Oh.
So they covered
They
still.
covered.
But I was like, I feel like we're going to get a backdoor cover here.
Yeah.
I mean, Notre Dame really –
All the favorites covered.
yeah, and pretty easily, honestly. I thought Notre Dame, like, this is kind of what they've done since the NIU game. They run the ball really well. They have a stifling defense, and they're just beating the crap out of these teams. Like, they're really not – they've not been challenged, I would say, since the Louisville game, and even that game was not that competitive.
They
So,
were they were leading that entire game, or they were dictating that entire game.
Now, what's interesting going forward for them, I would say, is Riley Moss, one of their best defensive players. He got hurt. He's going to be out for the season that Marcus Freeman announced today. So that's something to keep an eye on. And then whatever's going on with Jeremiah Love between now and then New Year's Day, because they're the last game on New Year's Day. I think they're like the 7:45. I think it's a 7:45 kickoff.
I knew one is just
Bro,
like stupid late.
It's late.
That's what Texas Washington was last
It is going
year.
to be lit.
Because
in
it's
New
also,
Orleans.
I mean, Ohio State Oregon's probably going to run late. I'm just going to.
Yes.
If it's a close game, goes to overtime.
Yeah, I'll be doing a post-game show for that.
Gonna be hammering coffees.
I'll be
probably get a coffee during the fourth quarter of the Oregon game.
I was crushing a coffee the other night. Like I had a coffee as the post-game show was going on because I needed it. And I think this next one coming off of New Year's Eve that next day at 7:45.
So
yikes.
Would you rather be New Year's Day 7:45 or New Year's Day at noon like Texas and Arizona State?
Honestly, because I have a kid, I'd probably rather the noon game. Like
that is true. That is
but
true.
obviously it makes sense why Notre Dame Georgia is the prime time game.
Yeah, and because Ohio State Oregon is in the Rose Bowl, so they have dibs on the 4:00 Central start.
Yeah. So which makes sense. Which is, I mean, I think it's still stupid. That
it is stupid, but also I'm cool with it. For the Rose Bowl, I'm cool with it.
I get it. I cannot believe that when we talked about playoff expansion, that the thing was holding it up
Yes.
going to 12 teams was the Rose Bowl.
Yes, no, that I agree with you on that part.
Yes, I can't believe that that was a thing that was happening.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame really controlled that game. Like Jeremiah Love, like that first, that 98-yard touchdown that's what he's done all year. He is absolutely electric. I do think he is maybe he won't. I don't. Obviously, like I said, I bet on him to win the Heisman. Doesn't mean that he will. Obviously,
But
I think
he's awesome.
He's next year's Ashton Genty. He will be the best running back in college football next year. But what they showed in this game that between Aeneas Williams and Jadarian Price, they can go 3 deep at running back, and it doesn't really matter. So I think they're going to beat Georgia personally. I do think with Carson Beck being out, that might be better for Georgia because now they have a running back who's mobile and
a quarterback back there.
Yeah, who can not throw 3 interceptions in games.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
I'd feel way more confident if it was Carson Beck at quarterback for Notre Dame, but I think Notre Dame's going to win that game, to be honest. I know I'm biased, but I think you said you agree with me.
I do agree with you. I think that this one has the chance to set football back a decade. The spread for this one is 44.5 points.
That's it?
Or no, not the spread. The total.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
44.5.
Yeah. I think Notre Dame's going to play for the national championship this year.
I agree with you.
All right.
I do. I'm high on Notre Dame. They
well, I think some they'll play Penn State in the next round.
I was going to say some of it's path and some of it is what they showed on Friday. I get it's an overmatched Indiana team, and the level of athletes that you're going to see on New Year's is going to be on a different planet than what Indiana's got. But you can just get a lead and sit on it. That's what they've proven time and time again all year. Is that if you like Indiana did spot them 10-0.
Yep.
Boom, game's over.
And I think Riley Leonard can make enough throws.
I like that he can run. I like
it's a huge, and he
You
barely.
I realize you said. I believe he can make enough throws, and I immediately went in with he can also run.
Yes. But
that's more my thinking is at least he can move a little bit against Georgia.
So we'll skip around a little bit then, because my gut feel right now is that it's going to be January 20th We'll be doing Gallant George.
We will.
And then you and I will be previewing Notre Dame versus Texas in the national championship.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Did you watch Ohio State?
I'm not honestly.
State.
I know I can't get the Michigan game out of my head. Like I know what they did. And I know
Michigan
Ryan
ain't
Day.
walking through that door.
I know they're not, but like I can't think the team that lost to Michigan that way.
I don't know.
And Kyle McCord was a better quarterback this year for Syracuse than Will Howard. Like
No,
I
that is
can't.
true.
I
That is
can't.
true.
I just can't get it out of my head.
Maybe it's a little bit of Tennessee wasn't as real as we thought. Maybe it's some of that their offense getting bogged down against every good team that they play, but they put up 70 against Kent State every time. 4 times a year they can put up 70 on Kent State. So all their numbers look inflated. But you look at how they do against Oklahoma, against Florida. These aren't even good SEC teams. They're just SEC teams, and the production comes way down. Even beating Alabama, production on offense comes way down. So maybe Tennessee wasn't the hurdle that we thought it was.
Yeah.
I still think Ohio State, Oregon, there's a good chance that that's your national champion. National
Really?
champions coming from either Ohio State, Oregon, or Texas, and the winner of Ohio State, Oregon. I agree with you on that front. Where that I feel like those two games, assuming Texas gets past Arizona State, which they're 2 touchdown favorites. In Georgia for that one. So I think that those 2 games is really where the bracket kind of hinges on, is those 2 games. Assuming that it is Texas. If it's Arizona State, then I guess the national championship game was Ohio State, Oregon. But I think that's what I'm looking for. I do agree with you though that it's looking like Notre Dame, Penn State should be a good game. I'd pick Notre Dame again. So that's the projection I'm doing, is I'm projecting them to beat Georgia, and then I'm projecting them to beat Penn State.
Which I think is fair. Like, you look at the spreads this weekend, it's funny. The first 2 games are so different than the second 2 games. Because, like, Penn State is
10.5,
which this is where I think, like, they have to look at the playoff decisions and the way they handle it.
Yeah, because you're basically signing up for 2 more blowouts.
Yes, and it's teams projected to get the blowouts are 2 of the teams that got auto buys.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the way this is supposed to work. It's not supposed to be Penn State is the away team versus Boise State, who's had a bye and is 10.5-point favorites. Texas is 14-point favorites versus Arizona State. Like, it's just the seeding, the buys, all of it. That's what's wrong. Like, I'm fine with the 12-team format. I'm fine with the 12 teams that made the college football playoff. I don't need to hear from Lane Kiffin. I don't need to hear from Alabama. Like, don't score 3 points versus Oklahoma.
I agree that the seeding, like, although I will say, and this is when we talked about it a couple times. I'm glad we actually didn't like devolve our show into debating this over and over again, because I think it's something we disagreed on. Is the 5 seeds the place to be?
Yeah.
When it comes to the seeding, and I agree as far as matchup goes. Where I disagreed was the actual toll of playing a football game is actually bad. And Texas had a 2-play stretch where they had 2 offensive linemen and a running back get dinged up. I think pretty positively on at least 2 of those 3 coming back. The funny one of them is the center who got concussed on a blindside block on the interception.
Yeah.
And I'm doing the math of like, well, he has 10 days to recover from a concussion. It's also college football. It's also the playoff.
It should be okay.
I feel like he's going to come back in 10 days and play.
Yeah.
The running back probably could have gone. I think that was more precautionary with Wisner. And then the tackle, Sark said today that he's optimistic, but who knows about that. So they're not terrible, but that just goes to show you that, hey, yes, you are going to play the 12 seed. You are going to play the worst conference winner. But at the same time,
you're going to have injuries.
Yeah,
like,
you can get nicked up against anybody.
Yeah, like Notre Dame loses Riley Moss. Texas has their injuries. I think Penn State came out relatively healthy.
Yeah, nothing that pops to mind, although I did kind of stop watching in the third quarter. So
See, yeah, that's where, like, it was fun this weekend. I did enjoy having the college football playoff games. It was a bummer that none of them were competitive. I will say also, though, I don't think
Texas Clemson was competitive.
Yeah, it was for a while. Yeah.
I think just the state of the game where it was a blowout at halftime.
Yeah.
And then it was like slowly clawing back. Clemson never had the ball with a chance.
But
to
it felt like
anything.
Clemson was coming back aggressively.
They kept me interested.
Yeah, it's easier to keep a Texas fan interested.
I was like, oh my God.
And I will say too, like, I don't think that, like, this is also a reflection of what would happen every year. Like,
no,
college football is cyclical. Like, things change, and when they change the seeding, maybe it will get worse for a little bit. But I don't know. I don't think we'll see these blowouts all the time.
Yeah. I think that it'll probably be less than the 14 playoff, which is like a 50% clip of absolute laughers. Actually, it's probably higher than that, but absolute laughers versus competitive games. It being worse teams, it being at home for like the 5-12 every year probably will be a blowout. So some of those I expect to be blowouts, but I don't think we'll go 0 for 4 on good games going forward.
No, definitely not. If you had to pick one, Boise State or Arizona State to win their game?
Arizona State.
Really?
I'm just saying that in case it happens.
See, I
don't look like a moron.
I think the answer is Boise State.
I think the answer is Boise State, but it's a tough match. It's a tough matchup for both of them.
I mean,
but
I'm just giving the ball to Ashton Genty. 100
times. I hear that works in the college football video game. I think it's a little different.
It is working well for me in our dynasty league right now. Just like
only one. That's first mentioned. Hour and a half into the show. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is actually, honestly, because we've been playing like crazy right now. Are you really not going to take your PS5 to San Antonio?
I mean, I might now.
I think you have to.
Now.
I think you have to.
I will. I'll try to play today, and then I'll load up and play.
The online dynasties are fun, but my God, getting to a bye week is brutal.
Yeah,
I sat on a bye for like 3 days, and I was
Yeah.
like, "This sucks." I just kept checking because I also don't want to be that guy in the group chat.
Yeah,
of like, "Hey, Josh, you gonna play?"
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't want to be that guy.
I especially because I know, you guys have families.
Yes.
You have children that
Yes.
depend on you that
play-
need you to father them.
Here's the thing.
I have none of that. I'm just sitting alone in my apartment most times.
Here's the thing. I played my game last night at 1:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Because the wife and kid go to sleep, and then that's my video
That's what
game
I
time.
figured. That's what I figured. Like, and that works for me too. I'm a bit of a night owl. Is that at 12:30 there'll be a flurry of activity, and then Josh will play at 5 in the morning. Apparently,
And so did my buddy Zach. Like he texted us like 7:30 this morning, being like, "Oh, I'm ready to advance." I'm like, I guess that's what like being a cop in North Carolina does. Is you don't have to do too much these days.
I guess.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know enough to comment on that.
I don't either. All right. When we get back, 10-minute drill. What's going on in the NFL? Bunch of teams officially eliminated from the playoffs and more next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you till 3 o'clock, broadcasting live from the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Christmas party inside Nick's Place, the Killer Bees. Joel and Jeremy will both actually be here. And they will be on from 3 to 6 today, as usual. But time for the 10-minute drill this weekend. So, Sean, we saw a couple teams get officially eliminated from the playoffs this year. The Cardinals, 49ers, Cowboys join the list of teams that are no longer in the playoffs. My only takeaway from those teams mentioned is I think Mike McCarthy saved his job.
Yeah, I think it did. It was trending towards saving his job. But I think getting the win helped solidify it. Like, just ending the year on a long losing streak doesn't help. But I think that everything that we heard from Jones before the game or before this week made you think that it was probably more likely than what we talk about him keeping his job. And something we know about Jerry Jones is that as much as we talk about all of his coaches on the hot seat, and he's going to make a reactionary decision. I mean, he kept Jason Garrett around for almost a decade. Like, he keeps guys around. He keeps coaches around. He doesn't actually want to fire coaches once he finds a guy I guess he likes. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think McCarthy probably starts 2025 back on the Dallas Cowboys sideline and probably back on the hot seat conversation in September.
Well, but the thing is, but Jerry doesn't fire guys mid-contract.
That's true. He is a lame duck right now.
So if McCarthy gets like a 3-year deal, like you would assume he's going to be the coach of the Cowboys for the next 2 or 3 years at least.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, they're 7-8 this year. Like I think you got to give them credit for not quitting. Like we're seeing teams all over the NFL right now are on full-on quit watch.
Yeah.
I watched it yesterday with the Bears defense. They are total quitters.
It's bad. I don't know if I blame them, but that's bad. Don't quit, but I understand.
Yeah. Well, the offense hasn't quit yet, at least part of the offense. But the New York Giants now firmly hold the number 1 pick in the NFL draft at this point.
Control their own destiny.
They control their own destiny. The Raiders won their game. Antonio Pierce said today they're not here to lose games. They don't care about draft picks, which, like, if I'm ownership, I agree with in terms of not quitting. Mark Davis was celebrating in the locker room apparently after the game, so he also doesn't care.
It probably feels good to win. I mean, that was the 3rd win. I can't imagine that it's been I imagine it's been a while. So it is nice just to not go on oh my God, they won week 4, and so they've been on what's that? They've been on a 10-game losing streak, 9-game losing streak. I think it's just good not to lose 9, 10, 12 games in a row. So I think it's natural to celebrate. Did Antonio Pierce save his job?
I'm going to say I don't know what they're going to do with him.
I have no idea either. I was hoping you would.
My gut tells me they're going to keep him.
I would believe so as well. If you're going to hire him, you would think you would give him more than 1 year.
But this is a weird organization. Like they have, Rich Bisaccia a couple years ago takes over for Gruden. They make the playoffs. They don't keep Bisaccia. They hire a new head coach. They fire him. Antonio Pierce comes in. They win a couple games. They're smoking cigars in the locker room. They do keep Antonio Pierce, and then he's immediately on the hot seat because they're terrible. But their quarterback play is awful. And while it's fun they won yesterday, there's 2 quarterbacks in this draft, and they now currently hold, I believe it's the 6th pick in the NFL draft. Because there are 10,
they're number 6.
There are 10 teams
according to
with 11 losses or more.
Which, by the way, what the hell? What the hell, NFL?
Like this is
9 teams with 11 losses.
Yeah, it feels like a lot. And I know it is a.
It's a quarter of the league.
8-8 league.
That's what I've heard. A lot of smart people have said
it's
that.
really flipped. It's a
it's a 2-13 league.
It's a 33% of the league is doing something. You've got 33% of the teams are basically 10 wins or above. You've got a third of the league 7 to 9 wins.
Yeah,
and then you got a third of the league at basically 4 or less.
Yeah,
like the league is what it is, and like I guess it's good parity in a way because like you have all these teams, but they're all a little bit different.
Yeah, I guess that's a version of parody, but it is more like NBA style parody where you can kind of chop off the last. I mean, here 8 teams, but normally it's like 6 or 5 or 6 teams.
And I will say, it feels like the playoffs, at least in the NFC, are like largely locked.
I feel like that's true on both sides. We got the
AFC
this
for
is
sure.
This is probably the 7. It's just a matter of ordering them. I feel like we got that super early, and that's probably due to the fact that there's 8 teams that have no chance.
I think the only hope is that And now the problem is it's going to be up to Carson Wentz.
Uh-huh.
But the Bengals beat the Broncos this week, and they will be a game apart going into Week 18, where Carson Wentz will likely start for the Chiefs against the Broncos, and the Bengals will play again. I'm really pulling for Carson Wentz because the Bills don't play defense and the Bengals don't play defense, and that would be the first round of the playoffs.
That'd be
Joe
the 2-7.
Burrow, Josh Allen, the first round of the playoffs. Please.
Yeah, sign me up. That'd be awesome. That'd be worth the price of admission. This whole year we've kind of been waiting. After every Bengals loss, we're like, this is probably the one that knocks them out of the playoffs. And then after every win, we go, oh, actually, the path is still there.
And it's like if you just didn't lose to the Patriots in Week 1, like you'd be in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many what ifs with the Bengals, but yeah, if we can end up, after Week 18, we're locked into a Buffalo trip for Joe Burrow and the Bengals to face the Bills. I think that's all worth it.
Yeah.
I think no matter how much we're like, a quarter of the league has 11 losses. I think it's fine if we get that. I mean, especially the day after, 2 days after the college football first round. If we get that one, that's like the opposite of what we got in the first round of the college football playoff.
Yeah, and then in the NFC, you got 9 teams still alive. The Seahawks are 8-7. The Rams are at 9-6. So that's the battle for the West. And then you've got Atlanta and both Tampa Bay, both at 8-7 with 2 games left. So like that still be decided. And we are on a path to where Week 18, while like the Chiefs are going to be sitting their starters, the Lions and the Vikings will not be.
Yeah.
Because the winner of the game will likely have the number 1 seed in the NFC, and the loser will have to go to Atlanta the next week, which isn't the worst matchup, or Tampa Bay. But that Week 18 game between the Lions and the Vikings is going to be incredible.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to make that the NBC game, just because normally I feel like
I think there is one NBC game. Yeah,
normally for that one they go, it's a win or in is kind of what they or win and in, I guess, do or die, where it's an elimination game. They don't normally do it for seeding purposes, but it's going to be the two of the best teams in the NFC going at it.
Yeah, I think that's
I think that's the best game you can make. I mean, I don't have the full schedule.
So Seahawks Rams play that day too.
No thanks.
And that will decide the West potentially.
I care about that so much less.
Exactly. Like, yes, the Cardinals will probably lose. The Rams will beat the Cardinals this week on Sunday or on Saturday. The Seahawks will likely beat the Bears on Thursday Night Football, making it I believe an all-in game for that last week as well. The Rams did win that first game 26-20. So I don't know what all the tiebreaker stuff is, but that can be a 325 game.
Yeah,
but it doesn't need to be the prime time game.
I'm good. I'm good on that. These two teams are two. I mean, if you get the 1 seed, like you have a very good chance of at least going deep in the playoffs. And Minnesota, for as much as we doubted them, and kind of, I think we spent the last 6 weeks being like, so this Sam Darnold thing. When is this Cinderella story running out?
But now it's like it feels like it has to flip. Isn't the question now are you paying Sam Darnold?
I think that is the question. I've always been on
keeping JJ McCarthy.
I've always been on team. Thank Sam Darnold for his service. You got 12 good games out of him, but at a certain point, if he gives you 15 good games, you kind of have to think how.
I mean, you're the 1 seed, and you're going to move on for a guy who's just coming off a torn ACL, who's never played a snap in the NFL.
Yes, this is the same organization though that. They made the NFC title game.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas. They made the NFC title game and replaced Case Keenum with Kirk Cousins. This is the same franchise that did that.
Yes, but Sam is playing. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL this year.
He is playing very well.
It's very different than Case Keenum.
No, that is correct. I'm just saying they've made the difficult choice where there's a lot of teams that would not have made that
You
choice.
think Darnold's getting $40 million this year in the offseason?
I think he is. I think because Baker was kind of the example
him and
I
Gino,
was using, and Baker got $100 million for 3 years, so more than 30 a year. I think Sam Darnold's probably played his way to 35, 36 at least, and if it becomes a bidding war, it's going to get to 40 very easily.
$36 million for Sam Darnold or $50 million for Brock Purdy. If you're the 49ers.
Sam Darnold.
I think so too.
I was going to ask, am I Kevin O'Connell or Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, I think
if I'm anyone else, no thanks on both.
I think Brock Purdy's going to be on a different team next year, and I think Sam Darnold's going to be the 49ers quarterback. Ooh. Like I don't think that they're going to keep. I think they're going to go Darnold. Hell, they might go Cousins, dude.
The thing is, if you're the Vikings, at the end of the day, you can just, if you really want Sam Darnold, you can just franchise tag him.
You think they've tag him and trade him? I saw someone suggested that, and I was like, that'd be a wicked move to franchise tag Sam Darnold and then trade him. I mean, like a first round pick.
Yeah, the game. That's the game's the game.
Like, are you trading him for a second?
You're not
rounder?
trying to do him any favors. You're trying to get the best situation. I think franchise him is probably the most likely outcome because of what we're saying with, like, it could be a bidding war with San Francisco. And at a certain point, if you want him, you franchise him. You might have to franchise him to keep him on your team. If you don't want him, you can franchise him and then trade him. So I think either way, to me, it seems like the move is to franchise Sam Darnold and go from there.
Yeah, and like I'm not normally one for like feelings and emotions, and like I'm trusting my front offices, but I just don't know how you sell to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison.
Yeah, this guy that's had the best season that you've ever had, Jordan Jefferson, at least you've ever caught passes from. Yeah, we're actually going with someone else.
Yeah, like I don't know how you sell that.
I said Justin Jefferson.
I think you combine Addison and Jefferson together.
Oh, and his Jordan Jefferson was quarterback at LSU.
Gotcha.
He's brothers, I think, brothers or cousins with
Gotcha.
Justin.
Yeah. I just don't know how you sell that to a locker room of like, hey,
no,
we're the number one seed. Now,
is it as simple as, does the locker room like Sam Darnold? If so, bring him back. If they're like, I mean, it's a Carson Wentz situation.
Part of me kind of just wants to like go how like. If they go to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game, like, don't you have to trade McCarthy?
NFC title game, yes. NFC title game at least. If they,
Well, you think you have to?
You know what? I think the answer is as simple as how far do they go in the playoffs?
Yeah, if you lose in the first round of the playoffs or like the divisional round,
it's still tough. But I understand moving on.
But like, if you go to the NFC Championship game and lose by a field goal, how do you move on?
And you're the Vikings.
Yeah, how do you move on? Like
no disrespect to the Vikings, but it's not exactly playoff. A long playoff track history of success.
Bears fan Joe wants JJ McCarthy to be the quarterback of the Vikings.
That's all. That if I am because the Minnesota Brain Trust, that's all I need to hear.
I'm scared of Sam Darnold.
Yes,
all of a sudden.
that's all I need to hear.
I see everything he was supposed to be at USC, and like I'm a believer.
But on the other hand, you drafted JJ McCarthy obviously because you think he's talented, at least on some level. You draft him top 10, and if you think Kevin O'Connell can get that out of Sam Darnold, what do you think Kevin O'Connell could get out of JJ McCarthy?
And what they got out of Kirk Cousins and how bad he's looked this year and has been benched.
So it is more complicated than that, but I at the end of the day, I do fall on, like, he's been so successful. And like you said, like, how do you look guys in the face? How do you look Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman in the face?
I know.
And go,
who else is there? There was another one, wasn't there? A linebacker?
Oh, yes. Oh, gosh, I'm forgetting.
I don't know his name either. He was a nobody for the Texans, but he made impact plays.
Was it Hansen?
Nope.
Hansen?
No, he's currently a Texan.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna take a timeout.
I'll look up that random linebacker for the Minnesota.
We both believe the Ravens are gonna beat the Texans on Wednesday. Is it gonna ruin your Christmas? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Early on in the 2 o'clock hour, because Texans availability just sent DJ Bieniemy will join us here live at Nick's Place. So we both think the Texans are going to lose on Wednesday.
Yes.
To the Baltimore Ravens. Go check in with them. That they will lose to the Baltimore Ravens. Is there any chance it ruins your Christmas?
I don't think so, because I'm already resigned to it. Like I said earlier, like on Saturday, I was the Chiefs game wasn't even over, and I was kind of resigned to the fate of what the rest of the Texans season's going to be. So I don't think it'll ruin it. It'll be a downer for sure. But I think knowing what you're getting into going into it, I think that certainly helps take the pain, the sting out of it. I think it'll just be sad. I don't know if it'll quite ruin it.
Yeah.
There's also they're not playing for anything. I don't know. I have a hard time getting thinking of a world where I get too worked up about it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's the only thing I think that can ruin.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say that.
What do you think I'm gonna say?
More injuries.
Perhaps say CJ.
Perhaps to number 7. Yeah.
I
think
that's the only thing that can ruin Christmas.
Yes, I am so.
But even then, does it really change your thoughts on anything that's going to happen over the next month and a half?
No, but I just don't want to pull. I don't. As a Houston Texans fan, I've seen a backup quarterback start my team's playoff games way more than I've ever needed to in my entire life. Even the years where it was a starter starting in the early afternoon Saturday wild card round. It was Brian Hoyer. It was Brock Osweiler. I mean, my entire life has been TJ Yates, Brock Osweiler, Brian Hoyer, watching them in a Saturday playoff game. I don't want a Davis Mills Saturday playoff game. I cannot abide by that. CJ Stroud must be protected at all costs. I don't even care if it matters. It probably won't swing if they win or lose. It'll swing whether or not I have a good time.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
They could ruin my January 9th. If CJ gets hurt, it would ruin 2 weeks from now.
Honestly, it's one of those where because of what happened this weekend, I'm actually I'm curious what the local TV ratings will look like. How many people are just kind of going to be? I already feel like Texans fans are already a little checked out.
Can they do local TV numbers for? Oh, I guess it is on.
Because it'll be local. Yeah.
It'll be on TV.
Yeah.
I was
so
going to say it's on Netflix.
If Netflix is a disaster, which I know they're banking on it not being for the Chiefs Steelers game. Obviously, I'm not confident that that's going to be the case.
No.
After the Jake Paul fight,
how can you?
Yeah. No, there's no reason to believe, and they just signed a deal with who? They have the WWE coming up, starting January 6th, I think it is. As the first Raw on Netflix, and then Netflix just signed a deal with the Women's World Cup, which honestly I think is crazy that they're getting new deals with these major leagues.
Yeah,
the fact that the Women's World Cup would agree to be on Netflix after the Jake Paul Tyson disaster kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, that is crazy. I wonder. They obviously believe in something I don't believe in, which is why does Netflix need to have live sports on their platform?
I don't get it either. I don't think it's.
I guess they always have to expand or whatever, but I don't know. I don't really think about Netflix as I need to watch something right now. I think of Netflix as I'm bored. I don't want to go to sleep right now. I'm going to browse the movies they have for 30 minutes and then fall asleep without watching a movie.
Yeah, I know Paul's going to be upset. I don't know if he's seen the news yet, but he was I don't want to totally put him on blast. He's not a big Noah Eagle fan.
Oh, yeah. I think he's comfortable.
Well, unfortunately, Noah Eagle is calling the Texans game on Netflix with Greg Olsen. So at least we get Greg Olsen. He's great.
At least we get Greg Olsen. At least Paul won't have to listen to.
That's true. He'll be there
if he's in the press box.
I cannot believe he's still going.
It is stunning to me that this is where this is the line that he can't cross is to not go to this.
Game. He's not doing a show from today until January 6th.
Do we know when he goes to
Mexico?
Mexico.
I think he said Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why he is going.
I was thinking maybe
and you know what? And you know what? Shout out to the Houston Texans. I haven't put out the photo yet. I got to participate in the My Cause, My Kicks this year, so I got these awesome Air Force Ones for Autism Speaks. They're really, really cool. I'm not going to the game on Wednesday. We're not using our season tickets to go to the game. I'm not going as a press member to the game. It is Christmas. I don't need it.
Yeah.
And I would have felt the same way if this was a Rockets game. Like, I do not need sports on Christmas.
Yeah,
I veto, don't need it, don't want it.
I'm cool with it on TV, but the spectator aspect, like going to a game on Christmas, I do think it like watching the NBA. I mean, because normally for the rest of my life, or for my entire life, it's been only the NBA plays on Christmas.
Yeah.
Waking up and seeing people file into the Garden to watch a crappy Knicks team play the Milwaukee Bucks on Christmas morning, I always was like, who the hell is doing this? Why would you sign up to do this? And now we're kind of getting a taste of it right now. And it's like if the Knicks of those days didn't have Amari Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony suiting up for them, and you're still having people go to the game. It's crazy. I wonder how many. It's hard to take a raw number for this and get a real answer. I wonder what the percentage is of Beyonce fans wanting to go to the game. Because if you're a Beyonce fan,
Yeah.
if you're like a big Beyonce fan, and there's plenty of them, I see them, that maybe buying a ticket to this game is a cheap way to get a 20-minute Beyonce concert.
They're expensive. At least they were at one point.
Yeah. Okay. Beyonce tickets are
and like it's going to be what 20.
expensive.
It's going to be like a 20-minute concert.
Probably the last actor.
I think it'll be about 20.
Okay.
I think
are they going to extend halftime?
Yeah, I heard they were going to extend
Okay,
halftime.
okay.
Yeah, for this. Like they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't bring in Beyonce first.
To do 8 minutes?
Yes.
All right, get off. Kaimi needs to warm up. Get off the field.
Honestly, just kind of like that is even funnier though. Like Beyonce is like in the middle of like the 30-yard line singing
Yeah.
Halo, and Kaimi Fairbairn's just like
It's like
kicking field goals over her head.
It's like when they have like Ja Rule or someone do like a random game where you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know if we need halftime entertainment for this, and they
No.
get some like washed up act, like they get
Yeah.
like I don't know, they get Montel Jordan to do This Is How like it's always a one hit wonder.
Yeah.
To do their one hit and then get off the field.
Yeah, but then because it's like what else do you have besides the hit? Like they're like the perfect NFL halftime show.
Yeah.
Just play your one hit wonder and then leave. And if you're Clay Walker, you sing the national anthem wrong.
Is he singing the national
I
anthem?
don't know.
again?
I just know he did that week too, and I think
we have to know who.
I think you should be banned from singing the national anthem at a sporting event if you sing it wrong once.
1 year suspension.
Okay, agreed.
I believe in second chances.
I think he said enough. All right, we'll take a timeout. We're going to do our Christmas movie draft in the next segment because DJ is going to join us in the 2:15 segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. DJ Bienemy from ESPN.com will join us in about 12 minutes or so in the next two segments after this. Talk about the latest with the Houston Texans. Obviously, we got an update from Tank Dell today that he has at least a torn ACL and other ligament damage to be determined how severe it is. We'll kind of talk through what the Texans' options are. D'Amico Ryans also said they are not going to add to the roster before Wednesday. So we'll kind of talk about like big picture this year, next year, all that stuff, the wide receiver position, and everything going on with the Houston Texans. But it is time. It's radio. We have to do hacky things at times.
Mhm.
B-Mac, if you want to participate with us, you can let me know. You don't have to. It's on the spot here.
Yeah.
We're going to do a 3-round.
We did not give B-Mac time to prep his movie list.
Hey, here's the thing. It's Christmas movies.
I pulled up a tab just to make sure I don't forget anything.
That's what I did too. I'm like, I would at least be looking at a list to make sure like I don't miss anything.
Or if you like steal mine or something.
Yeah. So B-Mac, do you want to be the judge or do you want to participate?
I'll be the judge.
All right. First thing, Judge B-Mac must rule on. Former boxing referee here. Is Die Hard a selectable movie in this draft?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sean,
That's
well,
big.
I just want to make sure, neutral party.
Yeah. No, that's gotta check with the ref first.
Sean, I'll let you make the call. You want first or second?
Give me first.
Okay, go for it.
Die Hard. Newly anointed, or not newly anointed, recently anointed as eligible for this draft. Die Hard, awesome movie. I think it really stands alone as a movie itself. The fact there is a debate, but people still love it, speaks to the strength of the movie. It's not just Christmas, nostalgia, all that stuff. You still have terrorists with a plot to steal bearer bonds, which I feel like is a plot in movies that doesn't get made anymore. Where I've only heard of bearer bonds in movies. I'm glad it plays such a big part in this movie. Also, when's the last time you've seen Die Hard?
Definitely this year.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
but I don't
mine's
know.
Last Christmas, so that's why I feel like it's especially a Christmas movie.
But I don't know if I watched it this year from beginning to end.
It's a big cable movie.
Last time I watched it all the way through would have been last Christmas, but it's always on TV, even though it is a Christmas movie. And if you think you're wrong, if you don't think so, you're wrong. I think last year when the for sure last all the way through. This year, I'm not so sure yet.
Do you know how much money?
Probably tomorrow.
Do you know how much money they're stealing from Nakatomi Plaza? Like they're basically holding up a CEO hostage.
Yeah.
And holding a Christmas party hostage. Do you know how much money they're trying to steal?
Isn't it like $40,000?
I thought it was like 16 million. Maybe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It was like
I thought it was like literally like a stupid amount of money.
It's like not that much money.
Yeah, it's
not that much money that they're trying to steal. Which is
how much
funny.
of the Die Hard movies did you like after one?
2's good.
Yep.
With Jeremy Irons. 3, I like 3. After that, we get into Justin Long territory.
The one where it's like, the one where it's this kid and there's like the helicopter and the highway scene.
Live Free or Die Hard.
Yeah, that one's a little much for me. That's like, where, like they jumped the shark, but like they didn't do it in the way that Fast and the Furious did. They didn't do it correctly.
Yeah, that's probably where I Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance. Live Free or Die Hard. I will say they get points for moving into incorporating the title Die Hard into a sentence.
Yes.
Not just going Die Hard 3, 4, 5.
I like that.
Good Day to Die Hard is the one you're talking about, 2013 classic starring Jai Courtney. I would say Live Free or Die Hard's about the last one I gave a fair shot to. And some of that's because it came out in 2007. I was 11 years old.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, 100%.
That was an easier target then.
Home Alone and Elf.
Oh, you get 2?
Snake Draft.
Okay. Oh, it's 2 people, but all right.
I feel like you got to declare that ahead of time, Joe.
I honestly, we always do snake drafts.
That would have affected. Normally, there's 3 people.
All right, veto myself. Thus, I will only take Home Alone.
Okay.
Which means you're probably going to take Elf away from me.
That's why I'm upset. That's the only reason I'm upset. That's 3 rounds. You took one of the ones I wanted. Okay, let's talk about Home Alone. Awesome movie.
Yes.
Completely awesome movie. That's another one where I feel like it also works as not a Christmas movie.
100% works as not a Christmas movie.
It could just be a vacation. It doesn't have to be Christmas.
Yes. I do have a recommendation if anyone is traveling to Illinois and that's on your bucket list of items to go to the Home Alone house. It's cool on the outside. They have remodeled the inside and it totally sucks.
Okay.
They kept the outside looking as the movie,
Yeah.
But the inside is no longer what it was, which is a huge bummer.
That is a giant bummer.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be declared some sort of historical monument, and it has to stay the same. Maybe even still have the Michael Jordan cutouts and the mannequins.
Totally agree.
Pretending like it's a party.
Just should have stayed there at all times.
Yeah. That sucks. That really does suck.
All right, so I took Home Alone. So now Sean.
Elf.
The only real Christmas tradition I have right now is watching Elf every single year.
Yeah, Elf, fantastic movie. Probably not peak Will Ferrell, but it was when Will Ferrell was cooking with the sauce.
Yeah, he was hot at that time.
It's in the run of just how many 6 straight great movies that he put out. Hilarious. Adult acting like a child always plays in a movie. His ridiculous get-up was very funny the entire time. Just seeing him walk around New York dressed as an elf, that in itself is very funny. So yeah, that's another one. That's another one where I don't know if I try to watch it every year, but I end up watching at least a good part of it every year.
Honestly, I think mostly Christmas movies are overrated.
Yes, I agree.
I think that we're going to take 6 movies here that I probably feel very strongly about.
You asked me if I want to do 3 rounds, and I said yes, only 3. I do not know if I could go past that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, in terms of I want this.
I start really stretching it.
Yeah, do I want this person to be on my team? I don't know. Or is this drafting Kenyon Green in the first round?
Hey,
is that
above
me?
Kyle Hamilton?
Don't remind me.
This time we'll pick Kyle Hamilton.
Nick Casario, don't make that mistake. Eventually, when Xavier Watts from Notre Dame is on the board, take him. All right, so you went Elf. I really should have discussed the wrap around here. Because now it puts me in a really tough spot.
I mean, you had a third pick in mind.
I did.
Now
but
just pick it with second.
I'll take Christmas Vacation.
Okay, good movie. Good movie. Really good movie.
One of my favorites. Definitely think it's of the franchise. It's not my number one, obviously, but
it's the only one that's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, so it fits. So Christmas Vacation.
All right, I'll take the How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Damn it,
starring one Jim Carrey.
Would you have taken Christmas Vacation?
No, absolutely not, or probably not. I don't know. No,
because that's what I was debating.
I had another one we probably would need a ruling. Nightmare Before Christmas. That probably would have been
Christmas is in the title.
That would have absolutely counted.
Yeah, it's Christmas is in the title.
Oh, it would have counted.
Yeah,
I thought you were saying it wouldn't.
No,
okay.
It's 100% a Christmas.
Yeah, okay,
movie.
good.
That really sucks.
It doesn't have the Christmas spirit though.
Don't care.
Okay.
That's what I was deciding between Grinch and Christmas Vacation, and I was trying to figure out which one you were going to take. I took the wrong one.
You didn't think I was going to take a Jim Carrey movie that came out in 2000, and you thought instead I was going to take a movie that came out in the 80s?
Yeah, that's what now I'm stuck between. It's
how
far?
Bad. I'd say bad scouting.
You know what? Gremlins.
Good.
Done.
Good pick.
Gremlins.
Good pick. I like that movie. We did pick a movie I didn't like.
Yeah, I was just. I don't know. I was like, do I want to go old Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Which there's still some classics like
Batman Returns. That's a Christmas movie.
I agree. Very much agree. So, all right. So final list here. Sean took in the Christmas movie draft Die Hard, Elf, and The Grinch, the Jim Carrey version.
Jim Carrey.
I took Home Alone, Christmas Vacation, and Gremlins.
That's a good list.
I think our list of 6 is strong.
Yes. Now it doesn't matter what we think, though.
Yeah. BMAC, who's the winner?
Oh, there's a clear and obvious winner here. I don't know if Joe meant to do this, but I think Joe, you putting the idea for Sean to take Elf was actually a smart move because Elf and Grinch both suck. Sean only took one movie I actually liked. Sean only took one movie I like. I don't know, Joe, if you meant to set him up to get him to take a bad movie. Your list clearly stronger. You win by knockout. Joe's your winner.
All right.
Because he picked a whole bunch of 80s movies. That's fine.
That's mean, man.
We only make the one movie he likes from me came out in the 80s. The 2 movies
we only make fun of Paul's age on the show.
Well, you don't listen to the bullpen. Where BMAC's age is
that's every week.
a frequent talking
The only
point.
time Sean doesn't make fun of my age is when one of his frequent days off.
Oh, hey.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, I want to spend time with my family, Brian.
You live in an apartment by yourself.
Yes, so that makes the time I get with my family mean even more.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. DJ Bianami at ESPN.com will join us next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes here with you for about another 42 minutes as Paul has already started his end of the year vacation. We're joined now in person at Nick's Place at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Christmas party. DJ Bienemy joins us. What's up, dude?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I'm back in warm weather. Kansas City was kind of cold, like in the 20s, but it wasn't like that bad. Because if you layer up correctly, you'll be okay.
All right, so I don't know how many people do you subscribe to? Like you get push notifications for on Twitter. Anybody?
It's really just Adam and Ian, and I think maybe Tom.
Okay,
I think that's about it.
So Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero.
Yeah. I think
So
that's
as you walk into the door, I get a push notification from Adam Schefter, linking to your article about Tank Dell. So we know dislocated knee, torn ACL, other damage. Do we know what other damage is or how significant this really is?
The other damage, not yet. I think obviously you got to include. So Texan PR made it very apparent. Like, yeah, he dislocated his kneecap, but he also dislocated his knee. So up to 3, we have dislocated kneecap, dislocated knee, and torn ACL. Like, obviously,
yikes.
Yeah, it's about as bad as it could possibly be.
That's next year in jeopardy.
Yeah,
range, especially the time of the year,
right.
just the rehab process.
Yeah, like we might not see him until like week 12 next year. Yeah,
If we're lucky, right?
If we're lucky,
because it does feel like that a little bit. Where like besides just the game Saturday, like you think about like the short term, the long term, which we'll kind of dive into all that here, what it means for the Texans. But like you got to think like there are now like big picture wise, serious long term concerns about your wide receiver room because of what's going on with Tank Dell.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they kind of told you what they thought about the wide receiver room last year when they went and got Stephon Diggs. Because in reality, none of us really thought that they needed to upgrade the receiver room. We thought like, okay, you could draft somebody, develop somebody, but you got your 1 and your 2. But they obviously felt like we need to add some more juice there. So to lose Stephon and Tank to season-ending knee injuries makes you have to reevaluate what you do in the offseason at the receiver room, right? Like, you have to go heavy in the draft. Like, now you have to say it's a need because a good chance you're not going to see Tank till, like, the end of next year. Maybe you bring back Diggs. Maybe you draft somebody high at receiver. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they got some questions for sure.
Yeah, that to me, it does seem like even before Saturday that the Diggs stuff was – we talked about it last week too with his dead cap number and how it kind of made sense that, well, if you're going to need a receiver anyway, bring back Diggs. It felt like everything, all the questions everyone had before the season about locker room stuff, it's complete opposite. From all accounts, he was awesome. And so to me, the Tank Dell injury basically means Stephon Diggs, in all likelihood, is coming back, or at least you'll have a Stephon Diggs-sized hole in your wide receiver room if he doesn't.
Yeah. So I think they got to make a decision. Like, do they want to commit to Stephon Diggs for the next couple of years coming off a torn ACL? Even though he was playing good football, his athleticism for sure was decreasing, and you could kind of see it on film and like just all the analytical data, like in terms of just his mouth per hour. I don't think he ever got over 9. He never got over, I guess, 19. He never hit 19 miles per hour or anything. Even on his touchdown run against the Jags, I think it might have been like 18 something. And he, the year before, like he was hitting 20s and 19s. Now, granted, like some of that might be because he never had to. But again, you got to take all that into consideration. Are you better off just trying to hit the draft, right, and get some guys? But then again, it's like, is that worth trying to hope that you draft a guy and hope that he works? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because the draft got. I mean, they drafted John Mechie. They drafted Xavier Hutchinson very recently. So like, it is easy, and we fall into this every offseason and go, oh, they have a need here, draft someone, and it's like, well, you also need to hit that draft. That draft pick needs to work out, or else you're in the same position that you're in, and you're, we're talking about putting a claim in on Deontay Johnson, even though he won't play on Wednesday, just to have a body.
That discussion is probably one of the dumbest discussions ever.
Yeah,
like, the Texans should try to get Deontay Johnson. Like, I don't like one. He got to learn to play. Like, I think a guy like Odell probably is a better option because he's been in this system before, Miami's Rams. So like he'd be able to like understand the terminology. Deontay Johnson has never been in this type of system at all. ever in his career. He's been with the Steelers, barely with the Ravens, barely with the Panthers, and they all run different offenses than Bobby runs. So, like, one, you bring in a guy, he's not going to even know the playbook, and he obviously wants his touches. So, it's not necessarily about destroying the locker room, it's just bad vibes. Like, that's just not going to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to be able to do much because what can he do?
Yeah. Unless you can pick up the offense like immediately. I mean, just with where you are in the calendar, like you're going to get maybe one game against the Titans, very limited, where you're probably not going to be out there very much.
Exactly.
And then boom, playoff game.
Well,
exactly.
And like, look at what's happening in Buffalo. Like, they've exploded, and people are misleading these headlines with since they acquired Amari Cooper. And week games like this last weekend, I think he had one catch.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's not part of the offense, right?
Right.
But like where are they at though with the wide receiver room though in general? Like, because I'm with you with the DeAndre Johnson stuff, but like bringing someone in like Odell and this one is even more like crazy, but like just it's a name we know like Michael Thomas. Like, is there do you bring someone in with a name or you just kind of rolling out your group as is? And hoping for the best, including the return of a healthy John Mechie at some point.
Yeah, I think the latter, man. Like, there's no name out there that's gonna change anything, right?
Yeah.
Like Michael Thomas hasn't played football since what?
Last year.
Since last year. Like
Yep.
he played a couple of games. Obviously, Odell can't run like that anymore. As Odell be fine, but like, he's not gonna. Nobody you can bring in at this point in week 16 is gonna make a difference. Or well, for week 17 or 18, it's gonna make a difference. Like, period. Like, nobody's gonna make a difference, So your room is what it is. You gotta hope that Mechie and Hutch can step up and make plays, and hope for the best in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Like, they unfortunately got hit with the injury bug, and they cut Noah Brown. Noah Brown be good right now, but he's out for the year. So even if you kept him, he would have been eventually got hurt. So it's just unfortunate, and they just got to roll with the guys that they have because it's better to see what these guys have. So you can make moves accordingly in the offseason.
Yeah.
Versus trying to bring in a stopgap guy that obviously can't play because if he could play, he would be on somebody's team right now.
Yeah, and there's the chance that, if Xavier Hutchinson has a big couple games, then, like you said, you have information going into the offseason.
Exactly.
All right, now maybe it's not as big of a need, or it's not a need that we need to sign and draft to get addressed.
Bingo.
Where do you think we're at with I know it's hard because it's a very different than a typical injury, but when you think about like the wide receiver room where it's at, like the walking corpse of Dalton Schultz, but also like where are we at with Cade Stover? Do you know with like the appendectomy that he had? Like, could he be back on Wednesday?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking to him today
because he was in Kansas City, right? He just didn't play.
Yeah, I was talking to him today. So I think
because that to me seems like the obvious solution a little bit is you go, okay, you have Cade Stover, who CJ played with at Ohio State. You have Dalton Schultz, and then you have Nico, and like maybe you go into more like 12 personnel, and you kind of have to totally adjust just what your offense looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that works. I mean, obviously they got Andrew Beck back. They'll probably re-sign Steven Sims, ironically, who they just waived. They'll probably have to re-sign him and put him on the active roster. But yeah, I think all those things you can do. I just think all your options are super limited because of injury. I mean, you kind of need like an efficient like offense that can just manage the game and like not blow it up, blow it away. But you need your defense to now play like the 85 Bears. But for what it's worth, at home, they do that, and they usually make quarterbacks play like. It's funny, like some of the Pro Bowl quarterbacks, you can literally look at their game log, not see the team, and know which game it was against Houston. Goff, Tua, Josh, Caleb, Anthony Richardson. Even though Anthony stinks, but his worst game though is against Houston. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's so easy to find like where these worst guys' worst games were and where it was at, and it's usually in Houston. So I think there's a chance that they could make life a little bit difficult for Lamar. But I do wonder why it doesn't travel on the road as well. That I wonder. The defense isn't as good on the road,
the
but at
Texans fans are just so loud.
Yeah,
home
field advantage. NRG.
I wonder
they're
what
out
it
there
is,
covering their ears.
I wonder what it is, though.
Yeah,
like,
it's like we saw what SMU was doing against Penn State. Like, couldn't handle it. It's the same thing when you come to NRG. When it's third down and they're telling you Texans swarm.
Oh God! But there might be something there.
It is interesting though that like I mean the cliches that like defense travels in the NFL whatever. And you are right that this team on defense is very different on on the road as it is at home. We've talked a lot about like the big picture stuff with the Tank Dell injury. In general, I was encouraged by what I saw from the Texans, like just taking out the injury bug that hit them, just how they looked against the Kansas City Chiefs. I thought they acquitted themselves pretty well.
Yeah, I know. It's like it makes you wonder what would have happened if Tank stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Like how does that?
I mean,
that game go?
Should have been a tied game after the touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. So that does. It kind of is going to be a little deflating because like, what if, But yeah, I mean, for me, it was more like, but why can't their defense stop Kansas City right now? But it's weird. Like, their defense just doesn't travel well on the road. But I think they acquitted themselves well for the first 3 quarters. Yeah. And then, obviously, the injury, it was kind of hard for them to overcome that for various reasons. I know they said, like, they kept playing on. But in the locker room, like, everybody was down. Like, Nico was in tears, Gerald Wayne in tears, Xavier Hudson in tears, Joe Mixon shaking up. Like, it's kind of hard for those guys to kind of shake that off and just go play. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder, like, man, what would have happened if they,
Yeah, it sucks that like none of that mattered. That like I thought they played pretty well against the Chiefs. They exceeded my expectations against the Chiefs. Even though we said they would lose by a field goal, they lost by 8. But but I still think watching the game, like the offensive line held up pretty well.
Yeah,
I was generally positive until Tank got hurt.
Any chance Desmond King comes back to replace Jimmy Ward?
Right after Gilmore, or not Gilmore.
No, he's a
Nelson.
chief. He's a chief. Remember?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Forgot.
No shot.
So how do they replace? Like what's that?
I mean, that's a good question though. I mean, they could always bring back Troy Pride, because he started doing some nickel work at the end. But they do got to search a little bit because, I mean, obviously you can do Kamari in the slot, Jeff outside.
because he's awesome.
Well, you're right, but again, like you kind of need depth there regardless. Because what if anybody goes down? Like you gonna put Chris Boyd out there? You know what I'm saying? That's not ideal. Obviously you got Miles Bryant. Basically, they guys just hope nobody gets hurt. I mean that if anybody in the secondary gets down now, like you're like finito. Like you're in so much trouble if anybody now goes down.
What do you think the next 2 games look like because of that? Because Shaq Mason, Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward, Petrie, all these injuries. Like
I think if they lose tomorrow or if they lose Wednesday, they'll probably finish 9-8.
But do you think they play them in Week 18? Like, do you think Davis Mills?
Maybe you play like a quarter. That's it. They'll probably finish 9-8. Yeah, which would be insane.
Yeah,
9-8 after. Yeah, like
I think Davis Mills can beat Mason Rudolph, but I get your point.
I mean, to be honest, like it's gonna be a bunch of backups at that point.
I was gonna say Davis Mills still needs help.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't even know who he'd be throwing to because, like, you don't want Mechie out there. Like, I can't remember the guy.
Mechie would be out there. Hutch would be out there.
Jared Wayne.
Yeah, Steven Sims would be out. Yeah, those guys are gonna be out there. Yeah, I think because you just can't risk it. Like after what's happened, you lost Tank, you lost Petrie, you lost Jimmy, you lost Steph, you lost Nico for 5 games. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you just can't risk it at this point. Like you lost Will for like 3, like 2.5, 3. You legitimately can't risk it at all. So I think if they lose this game, they'll finish 9-8.
We were talking to start the show. Joe mentioned that it's really important to him for the Texans to lose against the Ravens so that it becomes more likely that they play the Steelers for the wild card game. And I did not know if I was being too just down, just in general, just in a bad mood about the Texans, where I went, I understand what you're saying. I still don't think they beat the Steelers with the.
I don't think they'll beat the Steelers.
Okay,
either.
I was going to say,
so you don't think they want to play game?
No.
I think it's fair. I mean,
I think the injury
bug is too much now.
Yeah.
I don't like Russ would have to environment himself, which he did last time he played against the.
Josh Allen didn't play well against the Steelers.
Yeah, so I'm saying but like
you're trying to win 13-9. Like that's the kind of game you're trying to win.
Yeah, and then the Steelers defense has been pretty good this year. Yeah, it'd be a tough one. Because the Texans do match up well enough, but like it's one of those like fist fights that. Like how many fist fights have they actually won? Like against a team that also like
is good,
known like is known to also be in fist fights. I
can't think of anything honestly.
Yeah, like Like you can say maybe the Bills, but the Bills aren't really known to be like a fist fighter.
No,
type
I
of
mean,
team.
and look how bad their defense is
Yeah,
now. Like, I know,
yeah.
And it's funny because like they're the opposite of the Texans. I saw someone put out a stat of like percentage of your starting like 22 guys from the start of the year on injured reserve, and the only team at 0 was the Bills, which blew my mind. They have not a single guy they've lost for the season,
right?
In their starting on offense or defense,
right?
But it's like, how do you think because obviously like there's going to be like the the D-bag fans out there who are going to come after CJ for crying and everything, but I think it is fair to say that the Texans didn't handle the rest of the game after the injury well. Like you could tell.
It was hard.
Do you think that there's any lingering effects? Because even like watching CJ a little bit just on Twitter, like you can tell like he just still doesn't seem like himself.
Yeah.
Like it just seems like they're really specifically him, like mentally going forward, he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think he's in a really tough spot. I think like that's his best friend, obviously, and Tank. I don't see it's like the heart beat up the team, but like he's for sure like the second most popular guy on the team after CJ. So losing that is hard to overcome from a morale standpoint. Because like the whole concept of like we're gonna rally around this guy and blah 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 blah, like that's not really a thing. Like maybe if like a coach had like cancer or something, like we saw that with like the Colts.
Yeah,
with Pagano, right? Like that's different in that aspect. A guy because Chuck being out, he's just gone. But like you don't lose any players. I think the players got to make plays. You have the emotional letdown, and you lose one of your better players too. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like who clearly is an upgrade over everybody behind them. So I think that I can still. I mean, I think they'll probably lose this week. You just gotta hope that they can regroup just in enough time to get ready for the playoff game. Because I don't necessarily think it'll be the Steelers. I think the Steelers have a good shot at beating the Chiefs. Ironically, it just really comes down to like Russ can't have any bonehead plays. Because I mean, like they were playing the Ravens competitive until like he threw that pick six, and then the game was kind of over at that point. He had the fumble in the red zone, but I think it could still be it could still be the Ravens. So
I mean, hell, it could still technically be the Chargers and even the Broncos. Like it's totally up in the air.
They'll beat the Chargers and they'll beat the Bucks because their defense will always overwhelm the Broncos. They just overwhelm those guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
they'll overwhelm those offenses.
Now
but
vibes coming up a little.
Yeah, but if it's Steelers or Ravens, they'll probably be an underdog. They'll be an underdog against Ravens. They'll probably be like a pick 'em against the Steelers, or maybe like a 1-point favorite against the Steelers. To be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wednesday with the mood today, with the mood obviously Saturday after the game. What do you expect to like see? Obviously, we think they're going to lose to the Ravens, but what do we expect to like see out of this team? Like the mentality, how they try to play it. Are they going to play it not like safe or vanilla? Because there's really no way to play an NFL game safe. But do they have in mind of like there's not much to play for here?
Nah,
like okay,
they're not moving. They don't never move like that. Miko doesn't move like that. So they're gonna play to win. It's just. Do they have enough guys to play to win? Because the Ravens' defense has been pretty good since they switched Kyle Hamilton to speak to. I seen some stats. They're like fourth in like EPA per play or something like that. Those like super nerdy stats, but I guess it is respectable, whatever. But yeah, so they're gonna try to win, man. But it's just they might not have enough horses. And I think at the end of the day, like you need the horses, to win, which is why because basically like you're a worse version of yourself than last year right now because you lost Steph, you lost Tank. O-line is worse. You upgraded running back. The D-line is fairly the same. The D-line is pretty good last year, no matter what they say. The linebacker core right now is worse because no Aziz. And obviously there's,
I forgot about Aziz being out.
Dude, right. It almost feels like deja vu. Where like, from my view, it's like besides like Joe Mixon and like a little bit of the just right now temporarily with the Aziz suspension, it feels like they're in the same spot. Like, honestly, like they're improved at.
They're probably worse.
Quarterback too, significantly, I would say. Like, no offense to Steven Nelson, but like last year he's been great this year.
He's been great, but Steven was also pretty good last year.
But like,
too.
Petrie was like not great last year in his role. You're better.
Yeah,
last year you had Titus Howard at left guard and George Fant at right tackle.
Yeah,
he was better. He's probably better than Blake Fisher right now.
Oh, by far.
But like, you're kind of just in like the same spot.
Yeah, I'm saying. Like, I feel like like you're kind of worse.
Yeah.
Because like you're not necessarily comparing Steven Nelson you're more comparing Steven Nelson right now to Jeff Okudah.
Sure.
Because that's who's going to be out there in those nickel situations. Obviously, Kamara is better than I guess Desmond King was in the slot. But Steve is way like leaps and bounds better than Jeff
way
Okuda.
better.
Like it's not even like debatable, right? And at safety, I think obviously Kalen's an upgrade over whoever the hell is back there. Last year obviously with Jimmy, but now Jimmy's gone, so it's really like.
And Jimmy was gone most of last year too.
Yeah,
Like,
so I mean,
it's
like,
been tough,
yeah,
man.
like like the injuries have gotten them. So I wonder, like, how like the vibes and like the viewpoint will be once they're like, because they're trending towards one and done. To be honest, they're trending towards one and done. Obviously, you never know, and that defense could carry them to a win. But no Tank, run game stinks right now. Yeah, if they can't get the run game going, like the rest of the season will come down to the run game. I'll say that if they can get the run game going, there's hope. But if no run game, then you're kind of screwed.
Got to get Kenyon Green out there.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Patrick Dempsey was smooth against the Chiefs.
Mhm.
So it's just, but for me, again, if you want to win, like, win a playoff game, you're gonna need Joe Mixon to kind of take off.
With the Tank Dell injury, I have a hard time seeing them being able to have an effective pass offense no matter what,
Yeah,
like
because you can
blocking
just
or receiving.
Double Nico and just live with everything else.
Hutchinson beat us.
Yeah, like exactly. Like, and that's how other teams are gonna play it. Like, all right, we're gonna double Nico, try to take him away, and then whatever happens over there. Whatever happens over there.
And then, in my mind, then in that case, you would build the offensive line for run blocking because that's how you're going to win anyway. You're gonna have to get a great game out of Mixon in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and then your passing offense is going to be play action,
right,
move the
right.
pocket kind of stuff.
Yeah, but they just don't. They don't got no trust in Kenyon Green, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that when it was only for a couple plays or maybe a possession that when Blake Fisher got hurt, they didn't move Titus back to right tackle permanently, and they just left him in at left guard.
Right.
I thought that was very just interesting. Like I just assumed as it was unfolding in front of us, that was not what was going to happen. With how last season ended and then where the Texans are at right now, like obviously this offseason, CJ is going on podcasts and so is Tank, and they're talking about, CJ says he's him and all that, stuff. The way the year has played out, the injuries are the same. The problems are the same.
Right.
What do you think, like, Nick Caserio and this organization views their roster? Like, they don't have a lot of cap space. They kind of box themselves into a corner. What do you think the temperature is like in that room?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I would say they got some decisions to make for sure. A lot of decisions to make because, as you said, I have boxed themselves into a corner, which is kind of why, like, I've kind of, like, beat this drum a lot that as good as Daniil's been, like, getting a guy like Gennard would have cost way less, and you'd had more flexibility, Like, right now, you only got $14 million in cap space. You got to redo some stuff. Possibly got to let a guy like Titus go, which is probably why he wasn't thrilled about moving to left guard because, like, he's not stupid. Like,
they draft Blake Fisher, they move him back to left guard.
Exactly.
He
like,
knows he's not going to be a Texan next year.
It's a coin flip. You know what I'm saying? Like, of him being here next year, it's legitimately a coin flip. And you want to put film out of you at right guard, or right tackle versus you at left guard. So yeah, I think that he, they obviously thought the roster was close. That's why they went all in. Because they won't admit it, but they went all in, right? Like Diggs, Daniil, Aziz, Nico, Joe, trading away first round. They went all in. And obviously it didn't work out. And now they got to kind of regroup a little bit and hope that because they won't be able to make too many crazy. Obviously, you can still make some moves if you want to, but they can't really do too many crazy things that they did last year. They spent so much money last year and guaranteed money. They're kind of stuck with the roster that they have. Again, they can make some moves. Obviously, Shaq will probably be gone. Titus might be gone, and then that'll be that.
Yeah, so your terrible offensive line, you're going to lose the entire right side of it. I agree with you. It's what they should do most likely to save money.
Right.
But you have to then, and your left guard situation. So, like, you've got Laramie Tunsil, Blake Fisher, and then a Scruggs-Patterson combo at center. And maybe that's your center and left guard next year. And they're in a tough spot. Like I think they made the right decision to go all in because I think we all expected to see CJ not to have the sophomore slump that he's had. But they've now boxed themselves into a corner that if they weren't in the AFC South,
they miss the playoffs.
We all be expecting them to miss the playoffs next year.
Yeah, cause what division would they basically have gone 5-1 in?
Only the Souths.
Only the South, yeah.
Literally. Yeah, the AFC and the NFC South, that's it.
Yeah.
Even even the NFC South, I think, might
the way
have been tougher.
I mean, the way Bryce is playing
they
now.
went 2-2 against the NFC South last year.
I know, but this year, I mean, the Saints are pretty trash.
That's true, but
Panthers are trash.
It depends on when you get Kirk Cousins. Is he throwing
Yeah,
500
yeah,
yards?
they got 500-yard Kirk Cousins,
or is he? Or you get 4-pick Kirk Cousins?
Yeah,
That's true.
man.
But yeah, no, you're right though. I mean, like, yeah, they're in an interesting spot. They got to figure out how to get over that hump. You know what I'm saying? Because like, the vibes won't be great if they lose in the first round. It won't be great.
Cool. I don't need an off season of podcasting again. I said while it was happening.
I get what you're saying.
I
though.
planted my flag on that take in the offseason of like, if the season does not go well, all of that stuff is going to be old takes exposed, everything for those guys.
Yeah. You know, they're feeling themselves a little bit, but you know that's what young people do when they have success.
That is fair. I hope to have success one day.
Are you excited to see Beyonce on Wednesday?
Oh yeah, Beyonce. How do we not talk about that?
That's a good question.
We're so sad about the Texans. You're going to see Beyonce live.
Is there a no singing rule in the press box? Like there's a no cheering rule in the press box.
I don't think there is not a no singing rule.
Okay.
So you be up there just like
so if Beyonce
jamming?
singing one of them things,
Which,
I might be singing along.
What's the one
ladies?
you want?
Maybe
Halo?
if she play like Drunken Love or Halo.
I don't think
she'll
remember though. I don't think she'll do Drunken Love.
They don't at halftime. Like they don't perform that long.
No, it's gonna be expanded though. They said
it's gonna be expanded.
That's what I read.
Where'd you read that at?
Huh? I think it was
Facebook.
No, I think it was like SI.
Might be expanded.
Just like a little bit, not like a lot of it. Like not
Yeah, but I
like
see
a
what you're
Super
saying,
Bowl,
though.
like not a Super Bowl.
because they're gonna
halftime.
show it on TV. So they're not gonna have her out there for 6 minutes on television. Like, so it's gonna be an expanded halftime. You would imagine.
Or yeah, I might sing.
All right, so you and Paul up there, jamming.
If Paul's
he's going.
If his
voice is good.
If his
Yeah, he's
tonsils
alright.
are working.
He was good enough to be here and not do a radio show.
Yeah, he came on. He came out here. He drank. He did a segment with us, and then he left.
That's so Paul.
He had vacation time to use. I get it.
That's so Paul. That's so Paul.
I mean, I think next year we're gonna need to have you out here for the morning show, though.
The morning show.
You gotta see it in the
It was
morning.
chaos. There was an eggnog chugging contest.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did pass protection drills outside.
What?
Yeah,
It's
very funny.
Rusher versus
Do you guys have
end.
Do you guys have any video of it?
Yeah, it's all on
we
YouTube.
got some. Yeah,
And there's some clips on social media.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. Let's just say the eggnog ended up back in the trash can.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Who drinks eggnog?
They did a half-gallon chug.
That's disgusting.
3 guys.
I've never met a person that actually drinks eggnog. I might have met one person. It was in grad school.
I think it's like we have it like in my house. My parents like will have it in the house, and we'll have like I think we'll each have like
What is eggnog?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Like, what does that consist? Like, what's
It's
that made
dairy.
of?
It's dairy. Yeah, we'll
I
have
know
like
it's
a
dairy.
I think we'll each like have like a glass, and that will cover the single carton.
That is my
Does
move.
anybody know where the eggnog comes from?
I mean, I can.
I mean,
I
definitely
got a computer right
It's
here.
not real, whatever it is.
Yeah, it definitely.
It's artificial.
Humans put their hands on it.
So that's
Milk. It's also known as milk punch or egg milk punch. Ugh.
is made of.
Traditionally made with milk, cream, sugar, egg yolk, and whipped egg white.
That's disgusting.
So it's
Nice.
egg, sugar, milk, and cream.
That's disgusting. Who wants to drink an egg?
A lot of people.
I eat an egg. I had a sunny side up this morning.
Yeah,
where to
eggs
go.
are good. I don't want to drink an egg.
Yeah, drinking an egg is crazy. That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah, it's like the Rocky just chugging. Disgusting.
I'd almost prefer that to eggnog, but eggnog.
That's
has-
a crazy take.
I will say eggnog has been ruined for me because I saw so much of it thrown up at 9:00.
Yeah, I do think I'm out on eggnog for at
That's
least for
funny.
this year. Like I think
Of course,
it's
of course, they were throwing
yeah,
up.
yeah. Well, they chugged a half gallon of it.
The game is that you throw up. That's
Jeremy just walked in. He's probably going to complain about the refs again. The refs were fine at the
They
game.
were bad in the first half. Yes,
They were not bad.
Here's the thing. I don't care that.
yeah.
Okay, good.
We
like-
landed on it. Didn't matter. You're a
Yeah,
loser.
Cause
I
like
think the
even-
Tank Dell play is like that
Yeah.
was garbage.
Yeah, that was garbage. But like for me, it's like when people are complaining about the refs, the Texans literally got a whole touchdown because they didn't call a hold
Yeah.
on Jordan Kalafis.
But they also they were bad in the first half, and then you scored to make it a 1-point game in the second half, and then you were terrible the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So when the referees were bad, you overcame the obstacle, and you still lost. Like that's why I don't care.
Yeah. That's
Like
fair.
the only time I think it's like the only valid complaint I think in recent history is I think South Carolina had a
Against
real
LSU?
against LSU
Yeah, that
got
was a bad
screwed
one.
out of the college football playoff because of really terrible refereeing. But besides that, like normally, like it is my least favorite thing that happens in sports media.
Yeah, me too.
And fandom and everything.
Yeah, because it's like you didn't lose because of the refs.
No.
Like they miss calls all the time. Like it is what it is. Overcome it. You'll be fine. Like the best teams always will find a way to overcome it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like the teams that can't, well, that's why they're not the best. You know what I'm saying? Like I always get annoyed by the whole ref complaint stuff. That's just me though.
All right, DJ. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
No problem. Yep.
All right. That will do it for this segment. And we'll have one more very short segment of Garbage Time next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
final segment of Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you for a little garbage time. I think I heard you and Dell discussing this earlier. Travis Hunter's made his Instagram private.
Yeah.
Because, well, it looks like those parties that he would let his girlfriend go into where he would sit on the outside, not great.
No. So much of this Travis Hunter story is just like, if your friend was telling you this story about
yeah,
that's how his relationship goes, it would be red flag city.
100%.
And for some reason, Travis Hunter feels comfortable sharing it with the entire world.
Yeah, don't recommend. Whatever the betting odds were that she doesn't make it to draft day, I would take that wager.
Take the under.
Take the under. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say not there at the draft.
I don't know. They're dumb kids in love. Now it's us against the world. The world wants us to break up. I don't. I'm committed. I'm Travis Hunter.
I think I would want to know what happened at those parties after seeing the photos.
I would ask some questions.
Also, I think you can assume what happened at those parties after seeing some of the photos, but
I mean, you never. I mean, come on. That's a jump. I really wanted to defend
hand place on cheek.
That's
all I needed to see.
I really wanted to defend this woman just for someone.
Honestly, you know what? I don't think it's her fault. I think it's Travis's fault. He's oblivious to the world.
Yeah, you could tell he was really
honestly,
just good at football his entire life.
Don't you think it's kind of weird to take your girlfriend to a party and then stay outside?
Yeah, no, that's weird for anyone in America. If they told me that, I'd be like, that's bizarre.
For her, to watch out for her, to have her back, to make sure nothing bad happens to her. If she drinks too much, to get her home safely. To make sure no one's creepy.
Yeah, or just to also go to a party.
Yeah, but to sit in your car while she's in there, it's okay, dude. You'll be all right. If there's alcohol around you, you'll be okay, Travis.
Yeah, no, it's super weird. I've learned way too much about these two 21-year-olds relationship for my liking.
It's very.
I would like to know less. I would like to know less.
I do hope we're near the end of the story. I hope that
the next TMZ update is that they're separate or that they broke up.
I hope that when Paul and I return in 2025. That there will be no more Travis Hunter and his girlfriend updates.
I hope that for my sake and for Travis's sake as well.
Yes. All right. So that will do it for today's show of Gallant George. The last real version of Gallant George, where there's at least two of us here for the rest of the year. So I'll be on 12 to 3. Jeremy and I will be the only show on the station Thursday, Friday, and Monday. We'll be hanging out live on YouTube, on Twitch, on the radio as well. So for Sean, for Paul, thank you all for a great 2024. Hope to a great 2025. For that point, I'm done. Goodbye. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass and Gal. On-site engineering. I'm on-site engineering today. We're at Nick's place for the Christmas party. Happy to be here. Big C's ready to fight Twitchers. I think Big C, are you ready? Would you fight a Twitcher right now? A Twitcher that doesn't like you, walks into Nick's place, would you throw down?
Ooh.
There you go.
This is AJ Hoffman-esque. We could clear out the parking lot when White Magic and AJ were going to fight. We could clear out the parking lot and just have a battle royal. Al, who wants Clarence next? Let's go, baby.
I want it. I want to see it. Big C's ready to go, too. You see that? There was zero hesitation. He was ready to go.
I mean,
zero hesitation.
Clarence, don't take this personally, but you probably have a distinct weight advantage. It's on most. So you therefore probably would have a chance. You should just kind of tier this to get a prize for every time you beat another listener. And then maybe it's a Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, the Twitcher's taking shots.
I like it, though.
CC from way downtown. Bang.
I would like to know how else Nick or Big C was supposed to take that, though.
I mean, normally, like UFC and everything else, they tier. I mean, you're in category by weight
classes, sure.
But if Big C comes in and, I mean, look, if La Raza wants to fight him, there's a shot.
You up for it too? No.
Right now, La Raza needs about 56 ounces of water as fast as possible and nothing else.
All right, but Big C he'll fight any Twitcher that walks through the doors here at Nick's Place. We want you to get out here. Come join us, Nick's Place. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Come on out, have some fun with us, enjoy some really good food, some cold beverages, and hang out with all of us for our Christmas party. Bad news on the Texans front. D'Amico Ryan's the bearer of bad news earlier today. Tank Dell, dislocated knee, torn ACL. They think other things too. D'Amico didn't get into all of the details, but that hurts because not only from the personal element of like, hey, we all love Tank Dell, Houston guy, Houston Cougar, go Cougs, but played his best game from a production standpoint. He's electric with what he can do opposite of Nico Collins. From a team standpoint, it really hurts the Houston Texans' firepower offensively.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, as folks know, we watched the game multiple times. Knowing what we knew last night and then watching it again this morning to see how good he was yesterday and how he was a key spark in so many things that worked for them offensively, not just in the long game, but more so in the crossing game and in so many ways, being another comfort zone for CJ and knowing that that's now taken away. And now here we are just like last year when, you're going to go the final games of the regular season into the playoffs with just one of your big three receivers. And now everybody else is going to be left to kind of pick up the pieces. And you're hearing rumors, Deontay Johnson's out there. There's going to be a fight for him. And I just don't know that they're going to be willing to take a shot like that at a guy like that with 2 games to go in the regular season. And it kind of is what it is from a receiver room now.
Yeah, we'll dive into all of your options, what you want the Texans to do there. If you want them to do anything a little bit later on in the show. But that's the latest and not so greatest on Tank Dell. Texans lose at Arrowhead on Saturday, and I think we all kind of expected that. But what was your biggest takeaway? What did you feel after the Texans lost to Kansas City?
I felt in a lot of ways like empty from the standpoint of I think they left a lot on the table. I thought that there were still opportunities for them no matter what they had to power throughout the game. I felt like that game was still right there for them to be competitive in the second half and down the stretch. And there was a lot, you can sit there and say, for the people that want to blame it on Bobby Slowick and the play calling and too many screen passes, or just the fact that when they needed plays, they just couldn't seem to get over the hump. But I didn't think that they got their doors blown off. I didn't think it was as bad as some of the national pundits thought it was. But at the same time, I felt like they left so much on the bone that they could have actually been in that ball game down the stretch.
Yeah, I didn't have a terrible taste in my mouth from the outcome point of view. The Tank injuries where my bad taste was at. But from the actual, you lose the game, you weren't great in certain areas, you didn't play your A game. Like we talk about the Texans being able to beat any team in the NFL if they play their A game. They have to play their very best to beat the best. Whereas if you're Kansas City, you probably can get away by playing your B- game, right? I don't think Kansas City played their best game and they beat the Texans. I think that the Texans are capable of beating Kansas City. And in fact, even though they lost that game, my greatest takeaway was I feel like the Texans could beat the Chiefs. If they played 10 times, Kansas City probably wins 8 times at Arrowhead. It might be different on a neutral field or if it was in Houston. But I feel like the Texans are capable 20% chance, capable of beating Kansas City. I felt that way going into the game, and I still had the same feeling leaving the game.
And I would agree with that simply because of the fact that when we were getting ready for this game on Friday and we were talking about keys to the game with DJ, and it seemed to me to be as simple but also as clear-cut as it could be, which is who's ever controlling the defensive and offensive lines is probably going to have the advantage to win the football game. The fact that you lose 2 offensive linemen, you continue to play musical chairs across the offensive line, yet you still held your own. And you were hanging in there from an offensive line perspective. And on the flip side, when Kansas City and Orlovsky and everybody was talking about, they're just going to have their way with the Texans' interior offensive line. And I thought for the most part, they held up and they held their own to where that's part of the main reason why you were in that game in the second half and late in the game, and it was a one-score game.
Yeah. It is kind of weird that the offensive line held up even with the injuries that you had there too. Like, it might have been a blessing in disguise though, because I didn't love what I saw early in the year from Kendrick Green.
Right.
But I think Kendrick Green at right guard is better than Shaq Mason at this stage of their careers.
I hate to say it for what they've invested and how they've treated and looked at what Shaq Mason is supposed to be for this offensive line. But I think for the majority of the season, Shaq Mason could be labeled as a disappointment, regardless of health and otherwise, to where that's probably one of the areas, too, at the end of the year that they're going to have to address. And so, Kendrick Green doing what he did at least showed you, hey, look, it's not doomsday if you got to move on from him. It's just find the right guy to play right guard.
Yeah, I think he's your right guard going forward. Like,
really?
This year?
Oh, this year. Yeah, I thought you meant next year.
No.
Okay.
Don't get crazy.
Yeah,
on me.
okay.
Like,
All right,
no, the rest of this year. Like, with
I can see that.
The limitations that you have and the injuries that you have, like, they're probably going to get Juice back at some point. They're maybe not this week. They're probably going to get Shaq Mason back at some point. Maybe not this week. Kenyon Green is back.
Yeah.
I still think that I want Kendrick Green to be the right guard, as crazy as that seems. And I'm okay keeping Titus at left guard, and I'm okay keeping Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Yeah, the biggest question that I had was Fisher at right tackle, and I thought, well, now that they're going to really face a pass rush, we're really going to see what Fisher is made of. When he went down early, that was my biggest panic. Was like, if he's not back in the game, now they are really in trouble. The fact that he bounced back, he got back in there, and he held his own against a really good defensive line was all I needed to see in that. I'm fine with him playing right tackle. I'm fine with leaving Howard at left guard. I guess I'm okay because I don't have a lot of options at right guard to say Green can play there.
Like, who would you go with?
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's Kendrick.
Because I don't think Juice can play that position. I don't think Juice is great at left guard. Do I want him to play right guard?
I think he's capable. I'm with you. Like, I also don't want him in the starting lineup. But if you were just to throw the options out on the table, but when Bobby Slowick was meeting with the media a little bit earlier today, he said that Juice is capable of playing all 3 interior offensive line positions. So I think that he is at least an option. Again, I'm with you. Yeah. I don't want to see it, but I do think it would be something that maybe they don't even consider it, but his name would be an option at right guard.
But we're almost to the point now, because of where we are in the season too, and because of the limited options, that you just kind of go to that whole mindset that a lot of teams have done this year already and say, I just need my 5 best offensive linemen on the offensive line, because at a certain point it's going to be win or go home, and I've got to prepare my 5 best offensive linemen to be in their positions that they're going to be in for the playoffs, knowing that I can't worry about what your given position on the back of your football card says.
Is Kendrick Green one of your best 5 offensive linemen, though?
It's between him and Juice, probably.
And your pick is Kendrick?
So I think that if Kendrick didn't get his doors blown off yesterday against a better than average defensive line, I'll live with that.
I'm with you. Like, I'm with you too. Like, I think that's the question that you have to ask, though. Like, is if you are going with your 5 best offensive linemen, and I'm good with it because Titus has been good at left guard, and I think Blake Fisher's been pretty good at right tackle. Like, I'm pretty excited about the idea of Blake Fisher being your starting right tackle next year and maybe making room under the salary cap by moving on from Titus Howard, because you can give him that post June 1st cut and save like $14-15 million. Which, can you get a left guard for $14-15 million? That'll be the question that Nick Caserio has to ask himself in the offseason. But I think that would be my starting 5 offensive line. I'm going Laramie Tunsil, Blake Fisher at the tackles. I'm keeping Titus Howard at left guard, and he's played well at left guard too, by the way. Like, we've talked crap about Titus Howard at left guard in the past. He's actually playing it pretty good, whether it's the eye test, whether it's Pro Football Focus. You're not moving Jared Patterson from center at this point because it seems like he gets you in your best protections. He gets you in your best coverages. The question you have is right guard. And if Juice is healthy, Shaq is healthy, Kendrick Green didn't play a ton yesterday, small sample. I think he's your best of those 3 options.
Anytime you look at right guard, you need something that doesn't stink.
I guess I didn't mention Kenyon.
So, I mean, I'm with you.
What stinks here?
No, right guard. you use right guard so you don't stink.
Oh, gosh.
So anytime you need to use the right guard, you make sure you don't stink. So
grade the joke.
Yesterday, I didn't think
713-780-3776.
Green stunk. And at this point, this is where we've gotten to at this point in the season. I just got to make sure the lineman doesn't stink to be in the rotation to play offensive line for the Houston Texans the rest of the year.
If you have to explain the joke. Brian, what was the
I had
grade?
to because you didn't catch it.
Exactly.
Because you were talking.
What was your grade on it, Brian?
1.2, and I feel like I'm being generous.
1.2. Yeah, you're in the you're feeling jolly. You're in the
Don't ever feel generous with me.
He's feeling festive is what he's doing. I'll go 1.5 on it. I'll give it better than Brian, so I'm in your good graces. Remember that I gave your joke a better grade.
Respectfully,
than Brian.
it was a terrible joke.
Yeah. All right, we're just getting started. Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge, ESPN listener party. Get on out here. Have a great time with us. We want to see you. We want you to enjoy the fine food that Nick's provides, the cold beverages, the great company. It's festive inside of Nick's Place. You've already gotten the holiday started anyway, so get on out here. Join us at Nick's Place. We have a busy show this afternoon on the Killer Bees. We'll get into the Bobby Slowick conversation. I've already seen it go on. We'll get into the referee conversation that has been had. What will you do without Tank Dell? Do you play the starters on Wednesday, on Christmas Day, on Netflix? We'll dive into the Rockets Raptors a little bit as well. Talk some college football after the first round of the college football playoffs, and of course our Mailbag Monday. Busy show this Monday, live from Nick's Place. 713-780-ESPN for you to get in. The HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch. Big C wants to fight all of you. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
2713 Rocky Ridge, right off of Westheimer. Nick's Place for our Christmas party. Get on out here, hang out with us. We'd love to see you. Will you yell at What Up H-Town to anybody who walks in or anybody who comes up to the table and says hello?
No, they have to do it to us.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, they have to do it to us, and then we'll grade it.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
That's a better idea than my idea.
And normally Donna and CC take all the prizes well before their time, but
let's do it.
One way or another, there's got to be T-shirts or something we can give to the best What Up H-Town.
Yeah, walk up to Blankers, yell "What Up H-Town" right in front of his face.
No, not that close. No.
Keith from LA graded your joke a 0.5.
I grade most of his texts lower than that, so that's fine.
I can vouch for that. You do that.
Yep.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. A lot of talks of referees. I was defending. All right, what was I doing really? I got into an argument with a host at the Highway to Hell about how the Texans. I don't even know exactly what the argument was, but whatever. What did you think about the officiating in this game? Because that was a hot button subject. I heard from somebody here. We were talking about it last segment, said the Texans didn't lose to anyone. The ref screwed them. I don't know who said that, but yeah. So like, there's a lot of fan. You had the Pat Mahomes open hand, incomplete, roughing the passer, takes away the scoop and score touchdown. You had the Tank Dell offensive pass interference, which I thought was the worst call.
It was brutal. It was brutal.
I don't know what they saw there.
Did you catch, by the way, the other thing where the ball boy told the side judge that Andy Reid was trying to call a timeout, and then he immediately turned and called the timeout with like 1 second on the play clock. I'm like, how is that okay?
So I watched the game off of DVR. I was doing U of H basketball on Saturday, so I actually got home and didn't know the score. I was watching the game as if I had no idea what happened.
That's their best way to do it.
It was a win for me. So whenever I saw that, I was like, I took a note of that. I'm like, I'm going to video grab that for later. But by the time I got to Twitter later, it was already out there. I did notice that. Andy Reid was like 10 yards behind the line judge, yelling timeout. The referee didn't hear it, and the ball boy got into his ear and yelled timeout.
Like, hey, he's calling. He's calling. I was like, what are you doing?
It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It was really weird.
It's the weekend of ball boys because that ball boy let the referee know that Reid was trying to call a timeout. And then in the NBA, did you see it? That the ball boy went on the court for New Orleans to wipe up a wet spot in front of the official, and they gave him a technical.
Why?
Because the play was not dead yet, and even though the players were calling him out to wipe up a wet spot, they gave a tee to the kid, or the kid, he was more of a ball adult.
Like 28.
Yeah, he came out to wipe up the wet spot in front of the official while the ball was in play, and he teed up the home team.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's a mistake. Yeah. But is it worthy of a technical? I would say it's
not. It
not.
shouldn't affect the game like that.
That seems kind of ridiculous. But what did you make of the Zebras? And going into this game, there's already been the narrative that the referees give the Chiefs at least the benefit of the doubt.
Did you see Jason Whitlock? Jason Whitlock, who admittedly is a Chiefs fan, he's tweeting throughout the game about how sorry he felt for Texans fans for getting screwed like this by the officials.
Really?
And I was like, that's from a Chiefs fan perspective. That's a little different. But to me, the only one and there was I thought that the OPI on Tank was really, really bad. And I got to pull up some of my notes here. But for the most part, it wasn't going to be officials driven. The big thing to me, the holding on Stingley too, was really hurtful to the Texans simply because they had the Edwards sack. It got nullified by the holding on Stingley.
Yeah.
And then if you go back and look at it, Daniil Hunter was held on the same play, and they didn't call it. And I thought that was bad. On the Mahomes play, I didn't think there was any question his arm was moving forward, so I wasn't going to call that.
Yeah.
I just thought that's a real ticky-tack. Yes, he hit the hand of Barnett, I think it was, caught the face mask of Mahomes. But I would have said that was an incomplete pass, but I would not have called the roughing the quarterback there.
Yeah, I really didn't have a problem with that play. I guess you could question like how conclusive it was since the call on the field was a fumble. Like I get that element of it. I would have called the personal foul there because there was contact to the helmet. Like, and that's the letter of the law. Is it kind of soft? Is it kind of the wussification of sports? Sure. But that is the rule, and that is how it's officiated. So I didn't really care about that play. And in no way, by the way, do I think that the Texans would have won this game with fair officiating. Let's be very clear on that. I also don't think that officials have an axe to grind with the Texans. I don't think that there's this bias where they're out to get Houston. I don't even think that there's this narrative that the referees are like favoring Kansas City. the furthest I'm willing to go with that is maybe it's like a home plate umpire that gives Barry Bonds the benefit of the doubt on the strike zone. Like maybe there's a little bit of that, but I don't think there's this agenda to propel the Kansas City Chiefs because they're this best team in the NFL or anything like that.
Yeah, I didn't see it as much that they're out to get the Texans as there has been an overwhelming uproar in the last 4 or 5 weeks about Kansas City getting a lot of calls to go their way. But to me, my biggest takeaway was I don't care about the officiating because I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game. I think that the mistakes the Texans made, the penalties they committed, the way that they went about their business did not put them in the best position to try and win that football game. So I'm not going to sit there and bitch about the officials and say that would have been the difference maker.
Same. I'm right there with you. Now, I was just here. I got caught up in an argument where somebody was defending Kansas City and like how they don't get the benefit of the doubt. There's like nothing you can point to. And then you look up to see like total team penalties in the NFL. Kansas City gets called for the fewest penalties in the NFL. So, like, you can look at something to point out, here's a little bit of evidence. Not that I believe in it.
Yeah.
Just saying, okay, well, here is a piece of information that you're overlooking. All right, 713-780-ESPN. 7560 says another reason the NFL should just play flag football. Did you notice on the Pat Mahomes touchdown run on the first series of the game that Kalen Bullock, did you listen to Kalen Bullock and how he pronounced his name?
No,
Kalen Bullock.
We've been saying it that way for a while. You started it, and I've been saying it.
Do you remember the Mahomes play where he ran it into the?
Oh, there was contact for sure.
No, I'm talking about the touchdown where he ran into the end zone. And it looked like Bullock kind of peeled back a little bit, and I'm wondering if Bullock in the back of his mind, because remember he was on the delivering end of the hit on Dubose that left him unconscious on the field, had to get hospitalized. You're a few weeks removed from the Azeez Al-Shire hit on Trevor Lawrence that certainly ended in a 3-game suspension for Azeez Al-Shire. I'm wondering if Kalen Bullock peeled back a little bit because of those two things.
Who hit him after he crossed the goal line?
Christian Harris. He drilled him.
He drilled him. So I was like, that was what caught my attention, was like, you actually could have given him one more if you were really going to try and look, you're catering to him, because he did take a blow after he crossed the goal line. But to me, I didn't notice that one.
It was a big hit.
But I think across the league, to your point, and it started with us watching Tua, and I noticed how many guys, whether it's a combination of the Azeez hit and the fact that Tua's been concussed so much, and the players actually amongst themselves still look out for one another to a degree. But I noticed it there. I noticed that Murray was actually joking with Mahomes on the sidelines on the one where Mahomes kind of, deked him a little, almost faked the slide a little bit. That I think that whatever we want to say and being homers about the Texans in terms of the suspension and everything else, the league got the end result that they wanted. They got it to the point now where, from the players to the perspective of the fan base, that the quarterbacks are not going to take hits, and it's in everybody's best interest to ease up a little bit. You deal with it if they're getting cute and they're doing what they're doing, and you can change the rules at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I think it's obvious across the league that guys are easing up on quarterbacks.
And my point too is that it's just really hard for a defender. Like I'm not even anti what the NFL is doing, because I totally get it, right? Like they've been sued, they've had to have $1 billion settlement. They want their quarterbacks to be healthy. Like they're the reason that they, there's so many viewers that watch the game. Like I totally understand the NFL's perspective. My point is just like it's very difficult to defend nowadays in the NFL. Like you're just making it very difficult for them. It's a slippery slope to take there, as Joe George is done for the day.
Bye, George. Merry Christmas.
We'll see you, Joe George. He said he's been here since 9 a.m. He's very defensive about leaving early. Did you hear that?
That's the longest day of work.
That's
the longest day of work Joe's put in since he's joined Gal Media.
9 a.m. to 3. Yeah, it's a good 6.5
Hey, Donna,
hour
I know
day.
you're the assistant program director, but I'm not taking that from you today. I'm not stopping it.
It was a good 6.5 hour day for Joe. It's a good effort. Yeah, it's good effort. Christmas week, 6.5 hours. That's valid. That should be admired, I think.
For one day.
Bit. For one day.
For one day. That's fine. It's the holidays anyway, so we can be a little bit more season of giving-ish.
Yeah, it's the holidays. What did you think of the Texans defense overall?
I think to your point, I really do. I think that from a defensive perspective, I think the Texans hung well with Kansas City. I thought Kansas City had the ability to blow them out. I was worried about it. And what I saw was, again, you're without Azeez. You lost several guys throughout the game, where you look at it and you go, you know what? They can hang. I was worried all year long about when D'Amico said in the offseason, we're going to upgrade the interior defensive line. And the guys they brought in, I was like, did you really do that? But Edwards has played his tail off all year, except for this suspension. Settle has been great. Foley has been great. They all are doing their job, and we know how much pressure they get from the outside. The biggest thing other than that has been The two guys that stood out the most to me in terms of their tackling, their aggressiveness, their physicality are the two guys that they drafted. I thought that Bullock and Lassiter were all over the football field. They're not afraid to put their nose in it as a defensive back and deliver a blow.
Yeah.
And I thought that overall their defense held up really well. The guys that I worry about are the guys that you really saw get exposed. Those are the Murrays of the world and the Jimmy Wards and the guys that are a little older, can't hang with anybody in coverage. And a guy like Mahomes and Andy Reid are going to expose that.
And we didn't even talk about the Jimmy Ward injury, and
because he's done for the year now.
He's done for the year. D'Amico announced that earlier today, and you could get by with Ward being out for the year if you had Petrie.
Yes,
you can get by with Petrie being out for the year if you had Ward.
Right.
The fact that both of them are out now is really going to hurt you because D'Amico has three options. The first option, you play more 4-3 as opposed to nickel, which I think that's a lot matchup dependent.
Yes.
And the Texans are playing nickel like 95% of the season, roughly, eye test. The personnel option, if you stay in nickel, is you saw D'Amico do both of these things. I think he was trying to see what worked the best. Is bumping Kamari Lassiter inside to nickel, where he's going to be really good in that spot if he plays there. I love Kamari Lassiter inside. I think he'll be better than Jimmy Ward. I think he'll be better than Jalen Petrie in that spot. The downside of moving Lassiter inside, though, is that means Jeff Okudah is going to be your outside corner opposite of Singley.
I have belief in the abilities of Lassiter at both positions.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe that Jeff Okudah gives you a fighter's chance on the outside against some of any receivers on the outside with speed. I don't want to see that happen.
Your other option, though, because both you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because I'm with you. I don't like the idea of Jeff Okudah playing 65 snaps as your outside corner. I do love the idea of Lassiter inside, but just the domino effect of what that means. Your second option is you keep Kamari Lassiter out there, and your new nickel corner is Miles Bryant. So, which would you rather see? Would you rather see Lassiter outside, Bryant inside, or Lassiter inside, Okudah outside? Because those are your two options.
Yeah.
If you're not playing 4-3, which we think is matchup dependent.
I do. And I think that even when they get Aziz back, I think, the issue at hand is going to be in coverage. And I think that in coverage, no matter what you do, I believe that they stick with what they've known the best and run the most all season long. I guess I'm going to lean towards leaving Lassiter on the outside and take my chances more on the inside, because on the outside, you can get cooked for the bigger chunk plays. But, yeah, it's really not a good situation either way.
Lassiter outside and then
yes.
And then the Bryant inside.
Yes, Bryant inside, yep.
This is kind of one where I'm on the fence, and I concede and back off and just let D'Amico do his thing. Because I could go either way. I think you can make a compelling case either way. And I do think it's a darned if you do, darned if you don't scenario.
You do, and I think that the problem that you have is, even at this point in the year, it's the two most inopportune positions to try and go say that there's someone on the street that can help you. And I know Detroit's been doing this for a couple of weeks, but to say that you need corner help and wide receiver help with 2 games to go in the regular season and you're going to be a playoff team, it's virtually impossible, because who you get, no matter if they were once good in their career and or if they can play at all, they're not going to be in the shape and condition to be able to do anything to help you by the time you need them, and you need them now.
You can make a case that the Ward injury might be more costly than the Tank injury.
Yeah, because I think that, look, it's not ideal, but I think that Hutch and Mechie are guys, and Woods are capable of, they know all the routes, they know the route trees, they know where they need to be, and I think that they're decent, whereas I don't think they have a lot of anybody that's decent enough to do what you need them to do in either position defensively with the corner situation.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get into the Bobby Slowick angle of this game. Many are pleased with Bobby Slowick and his offensive play calling yet again. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
We have some breaking Texans news. They have a new wide receiver. They have claimed Deontay Johnson off of waivers from the Baltimore Ravens. That heavy laughter, big belly chuckle was from One Big C. What do you think of the Houston Texans claiming Deontay Johnson from the Baltimore Ravens?
I'm not going to lie. When I saw that he was released, that if you're the Texans, and I'm always the advocate that says you got to kick the tires on every veteran that might help you if you have a glaring need, because there's really nothing that you're liable for if you don't like them. You just let them walk back out the door. But then when they said that multiple teams were going to be interested in him, I was like, this makes too much sense. But then D'Amico came out, was it today, and said, for this week's game, we're not going to be active looking to pick anybody up. And now here we are.
Well, that
he
just
won't
means
play. He's not going to play this week.
And this is also,
ironically against his old team.
And this is also a waiver claim. It's also a waiver claim. So, like, you have no choice but to do it now, right? Or you're subject to losing him to the teams
they
that
said
are ahead
Kansas
of you in the
City
standings.
And a couple other teams that were higher up in the pecking order were going to be interested if the other teams didn't claim him. So to your point, you're probably right. They had to.
I expected the Texans to put a claim on him. I didn't think he would actually get to the Texans' priority. I thought that he would be picked up prior to the Texans. Why not? Why not? And if it doesn't work, you just do what the Ravens did. Like you can just cut them. You can put them on waivers. Like there's no risk here. There's absolutely zero risk of claiming Deontay Johnson. There is maybe there's a small chance for some sort of reward, but he is a guy who is capable. Like Deontay Johnson this year alone has had a 100-yard game. Yeah. Deontay Johnson in his career has had a 1,000-yard season 3 years ago. So like the guy's not a bum. Like the guy's pretty darn good.
Now, he was mad he wasn't on the field more in Baltimore because he felt like he could do more.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. This would be a classic Belichick move. He's playing his old team.
Sure.
You get as much intel as you can. You bring him in this week on a short week and say, tell us everything you know about their tendencies, what they do, what Lamar does, when they do this, when they do that, what they're telling you, because it can't hurt. I mean, all it can do is help you, whether he plays, a down for you or not.
What do they call that in the corporate world? Like a data dump or something like that? You bring him in, tell us everything, and they're like, hey, see ya.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to tell him, hey, see ya, though.
No, I think he'll be on this team until they can determine either he's a problem in the locker and we can't have him around, or that they can get him up to speed and say, if you can do this or that and play this wide receiver, even if it's this receiver or this 9 plays alone,
sure,
we can be better because you have ability.
Yeah, and they have time to get him ready before the playoffs. Like you're claiming him because you want some offensive firepower whenever you host that wild card round game. You're not claiming them because you want them to run, 10 routes against Baltimore. Maybe you want the information. You might not even – I imagine he'll be on the field against Tennessee, maybe not the full playbook to try to get him active, to try to get him acclimated. But the reason you're claiming him is for offensive firepower in the postseason.
I was going to say, he doesn't play this week, but he's on the sidelines and at practice this entire week and going into the longer week coming back. You are going to get into a situation where he's going to get a ton of reps. Tennessee is your dress rehearsal. He gets to get back on the field in a regular season game against another team, and he shows you what he's got. And then by the time you get to your first playoff game, you've got a guy that hopefully can at least, like I said, give you 9-10 plays at one of the receiver spots that's going to make you a better football team.
Cash or trash? Deontay Johnson's immediately your second most talented receiver.
At this,
which is, I think, a sad reality. Of
I'll cash it.
I mean, who's better? I mean,
I was going to
Nico's
say
better, and I think that's it.
After Nico, Woods is on the back nine of his career, and he might be playing the par 3 17th. I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot left. Mechie, no matter what you expected when you drafted him, and God bless him for everything he's been through, he has not been anywhere close to what he was coming out of Alabama.
Yeah.
To where I think that Deontay Johnson has proven in this league that he has more talent, and I think from a Hutch standpoint, he shows you glimpses, but he doesn't give you the consistency enough that I think he is your second best receiver.
Yeah, that's what makes it a no-brainer for Nick Caserio. And if it doesn't work out, well, you cut him next week. And if he comes in and he's immediately an issue, which I don't think he's going to be. I think what you said about not being on the field more is the reason that he kind of fell out of favor in Baltimore. Now, I am surprised that Baltimore cut him. I thought, who's the player that San Francisco suspended because he didn't want to play in the second half? And they're not cutting him because they don't want a contender to pick him up.
Right.
Maybe that changes now that they're out of playoff contention. But because Baltimore is a team that will be in the playoffs, Baltimore is also a team that could contend for the AFC Championship. I thought they would actually just hang on to him. I thought they would stash him so another contender couldn't pick him up.
And I think the difference between the two is, look, I want a guy that wants to be on the field. Now, you handle your business as a professional athlete differently, and he probably should have handled it differently in Baltimore. But I want a guy that wants to play, and I know the receivers can be diva-esque, so I get that aspect. From a Campbell perspective, if you quit on your team like that in the middle of a game, he doesn't deserve to be on the roster. I understand they didn't want him going where any of the intel gets out.
Yeah.
But at this point, with how disappointing their season has been, I don't think it hurts. I think it sends more of a message to the locker room that this guy should not. I think the locker room fully believed he should not even have any affiliation with the team after that game that night.
It's just, but they're keeping him because they didn't want to continue to pick him up.
Right.
It surprises me that that the Ravens were willing to allow Deontay Johnson to go to Kansas City, because by putting him on waivers, he could have easily went to Kansas City. Like, I don't think they're worried so much about the Texans claiming him, but Kansas City could have claimed him. They might play the Texans in the postseason. They might face Deontay Johnson. I'm surprised they waived him. I really am.
You're right, because that's the double whammy. The double whammy is he can give you whatever intel he can give you about the offense, everything that we talked about. But on the other side of it, that's even more detrimental. He also gives you a receiver that could actually hurt you against you in a playoff game when you're trying to slay the dragon, and the dragon just took one of your players that could actually be the reason why you don't get by them.
No, you're helping your own opponent.
Yep.
If you do face them in the post, and they're not worried about Wednesday, they might not even be worried about the Texans. But it was possible Kansas City could have picked them up.
And they said Kansas City was one of the teams that wanted him. They just didn't think he was going to get to them. And obviously he didn't. But if he did, you have to question Harbaugh and everybody involved in that decision going, that's the biggest nightmare you could have faced.
No doubt.
He didn't help you, and now he could actually hurt you twofold coming up against the Chiefs in the play. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's weird to me. Anyways, but the Texans claim Deontay Johnson. He is now a member of the Houston Texans. That helps the wide receiver room.
Yep.
I wanted to talk to you about where does the offensive firepower come offensively now with no Tank, which, by the way, everybody's been talking about how disappointing Tank has been this season, and he's not the same guy in all of this. Yet look at the reaction whenever Tank Dell goes down. That tells you everything you need to know about where the city really thinks Tank Dell means to this team. But
look at the first half.
Oh, yeah, he was dominant.
The first half, he showed you what Tank was all last year and more. Like, he was all over the field in different positions from a wide receiver perspective, just getting you yardage, making plays, getting first downs, key grabs. Like, if you had any question about Tank Dell's ability, which some people not rightfully came out last week and were talking about, he can play in the league. He could be a difference maker on the field, and he was starting to really get there like he was last year with just him and Nico as a tandem.
Hopefully Deontay Johnson can help with the firepower, but where does it have to come from, do you think, for this team to find some offense, some semblance of offense?
Well, and look, and I've got a lot of issues with Dalton Schultz right now, but I think that Dalton Schultz has to become a bigger role, have a bigger role in the offense. I think that you're going to have to exhaust Joe Mixon, and you're going to probably have to save him up the rest of the regular season to realize it's not just how Joe runs the football and all the things he does dynamically to create positive yards running the football. You're going to have to use him more in the passing game. You're going to have to get him more involved in space just because of the fact that you are limited offensively with the weapons you have to choose from.
Yeah, to me, it's got to be from Mixon, really. Like, you look at like what the Rams do, even the Eagles, like, they don't use a lot of their guys. Like, the Rams are very high volume with Puka, with Kyron Williams, occasionally Cooper Kupp, and then like they'll mix in everybody else. You pull up what the Eagles did yesterday. The Eagles used Saquon Barkley for like 98% of their carries. They targeted Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown for like 95% of their targets. To me, it's you got to ride your horses. Like, Nico Collins has to be the guy you're scheming to get open. Joe Mixon has to, maybe not in the last two games of the regular season,
right?
Because you need them to be fresh in the postseason. But once you get to that first postseason game, it's okay, Joe Mixon. You might have to get 25 touches. You might need to touch the ball 30 times because we're going to feed you. We're going to feed Nico. Now, Deontay Johnson does help here. To your Dalton Schultz point, he was somebody that I wrote down. Is it just me, or does Dalton Schultz run his routes at walk-through speed?
Jeremy, this is exactly what I was witnessing all game again, and you know I've been harping on this all year. The business decisions that he is making, or at least from my eyeballs perspective, are so frustrating because it's not even the speed he runs the routes. Once he catches the ball, if you're expecting him to run through and break a couple of tackles, get extra yards, and show you toughness and grit and determination, forget about it. The business decisions are being made on every play. Yeah, I'll catch it. Oh, there's two guys here. I'm going down. I'm getting out of bounds. I'm not putting my nose in. I'm not trying to get extra yards. The fact that he got his money, but yet he's not giving you nearly what you expect from like the attitude point of view on the field is so frustrating to watch.
Yeah, he's in my doghouse. I can't stand watching him play football. I think that he's walking through his routes. I don't think he fights for the extra yards. I think he has like one or two plays a game where he like tries hard to kind of get everybody on his side. And like they talk about how valuable his voice is in the locker room too. I don't see it. Like it seems like talk over action.
I'm screaming at the TV again, going, "What are you doing?" Because of the fact that he catches the ball and he goes, "Oh, there's two guys. Oh, I'm going to get down.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to get out of bounds. Oh, you're 3 yards short of a first down." The chances of Dalton Schultz putting his helmet down and trying to get you as much of that as he can are non-existent.
He moves like he's brittle.
He moves like he's 80. You're right, because once he catches it, he's already looking at his lower legs going, ooh, tiptoe. Oh, got to get down. Yeah. No, I don't want to take any contact.
And they can't get out of his contract either. Like, they're stuck with him for at least another year.
And that's the bigger problem, too. Who else could you turn to, especially now at this point in the season? Because he can catch the ball.
At this point of the season, there's nothing you can do.
No.
I'm looking more like next year, but even that his contract, like, it's got too much dead cap to get out of it. Like, if you could get out of it, you can't. Like, I would even be comfortable taking a lack of talent there. Like, if you want to go Brevin Jordan off injury, Stover, and then, like, sign a mediocre free agent, okay. That's better than watching Dalton Schultz dog it every single down.
I'm with you.
I think you lose talent there, but I don't care.
I'm sitting there going, of all the things that bothered me yesterday and the pain that you feel when Tank went down, I was so literally just pissed off at the lack of effort that Dalton Schultz gave all game when he caught the ball that I couldn't stop in my notes going, what are you doing after a catch? Show me some effort that you're worth what they're paying you.
He makes me sick watching football.
Oh, my
Dalton
God.
Schultz does. Texter says he is hands down Schultz, the most unathletic skill player in the NFL. Maybe. At least whenever he's walked through speed with his routes. Maybe like whenever you unleash him, he's not. But he looks like he is because it seems like he's dogging it all the time.
Forget the neck brace being the thing that's supposed to help prevent concussions. His play is going to help prevent him get concussions because he ain't getting close to a defender. He is bailing the first chance he gets.
Look how Tank's team reacted to his injury. He's a fighter and people love him. Yeah, I mean, Stroud was pretty emotional about it. He was beat up about it. The entire team's reaction to the Dell injury, they should have called the game then. I don't necessarily disagree with their reaction, but it just seemed too much for them to come back from. I think that they were obviously very upset and emotional. I don't think you're canceling the game for a knee injury. And I also think that I think they played, like, they didn't play well, but I don't think it was the injury that forced them to play poorly.
No, and I went back and watched it from the point that Tank got hurt too, because my initial reaction was twofold. I know that people were really critical of how long CJ was crying and his emotions. But overall, my biggest concern was if your quarterback, your leader, is a guy that has to be consoled by multiple players, both on the field where Tank got hurt and then on the sidelines, I'm like, when you've had a crying moment, like that your emotions and everything that you've been through, you just kind of, once you're in the middle of it and then coming down from it, you can easily have a reason to like check out. And I was concerned about, is CJ going to check out of this thing? Is he going to still be able to make the plays? And I'm not going to say that he wasn't able to make the plays because they did put some drives together. That he did make passes. But that was my main concern was like, if he's this emotional, can he come back and play at the level you need him to play at quarterback to beat the Chiefs?
I thought he played fine.
Fine is fine. I'm fine saying he played fine, yes. It's just that was my main concern was when Mixon and everybody else and Green and everybody were trying to console him, I'm going, good Lord, I need you to still quarterback. I know that, we don't know what you're going through in terms of what the significance of how big of an injury it was. But I've played with a lot of guys in my life where if your best friend gets hurt on the field, you're like, we still got to play the game without him, and I really want him to be okay.
Yeah. See, I'm not really one known for my kindness or
you're not.
I lack emotion, quite frankly. It's probably a weakness of mine. If my best friend got hurt like that, I'd be like, get him off the field, let's go. Like, not to say what CJ Stroud did was wrong. I'm just saying it's a lack of, like, that's a lack of my personality. That's a weakness on my point of view. But if one of my guys went down hurt like that, I'd be like, all right, let's go. We got to get
high
back on the
school,
field. We got to get a
college,
stop.
whatever. If my best friend gets hurt, I'm like, we're gonna win it for him. But let's get to the next. Let's get going. Let's get out there. Now I'm a little bit more ticked off, but I'm not. I that emotion from CJ was a lot.
Yeah, it was extreme. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to fault him or be negative about it. But yeah, it was more extreme than we normally see. There's no doubt about that. All right, a lot of people want to bang on Bobby Slowick. Bang on Bobby Slowick, 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
Brian's feeling festive. Have you noticed? Feeling festive. Big C, who's out here with us at Nick's Place. Big C says by claiming Deontay Johnson, he just you tell all the other receivers that they're not good enough, which is probably right. I mean, who cares?
At this point, grasping at straws is also under consideration, but if that's what you have to do, you have by any means necessary. If there's a slight chance you can improve the wide receiver room, you do it. You know you're going to the playoffs. You got to take every chance. And what's it hurt you if he's bad?
Yeah, I also don't care about ticking off bad receivers. You know, no. Sorry. I'm trying to win a game. I'm not trying to keep the feelings of Xavier Hutchinson on high spirits. even though it is Christmas. Texter, which fool said they should have called the game? Hamlin almost died and they played on. If I were on the team, I'd be fighting for a win for Tank. Look, it's too extreme to say they should have called the game when Tank got hurt, but they did not continue on with the Hamlin injury. They stopped the game. They suspended the game.
They did. You're right.
They didn't even resume it.
That's right. They never finished it. Yeah, because it was they didn't need it at the end of the year. I think there's two ways to look at this. Sure, we know that this, and D'Amico even said, I realize with the emotions of this, how tight this team is. No denying that. And for the people that said, well, now you really know how much Tank is beloved in the locker room. That's great. But the bigger thing that everybody also needs to realize is, as much as he's loved in that locker room, you should not be critical. You should be appreciative of the fact that when Tank is right and when Tank is on the field, Tank is a huge plus for you, and he is very, very talented. So he can play his tail off. And he's also, and that's great that he's a great locker room guy too. There's plenty of wide receivers that were divas that were complete pains in the asses in the locker room. But if you can play, you can play. Tank showed you, for anybody that was critical of him, how good he can be.
Yeah, it's just kind of a crazy take to say that they should have stopped the game or suspend the game. Like, don't resume the game. Like, that's a bit much. Key from L.A., Tank gets hurt again. Who will the Killer Bees blame this time? That was a fluke injury. I'm not blaming anybody.
No, this time it's not like trying to have him block on a goal line play. This is just something that happens. I know everybody wants to blame receivers running the wrong routes. It's just football. At a certain point, when they're scrambling around and doing what they do, stuff's going to happen. I know that guys that will remain nameless, Clarence, that wanted to come back and play, Monday morning quarterback and say, now what do you guys think about rest versus rust and not playing guys when you got it? There was still plenty to play for. And I don't change my perspective, and I don't think the players would either, that they want to be on the field. You don't have a microphone, so you're not talking.
If you're not going to play for 3 weeks, how are you going to be any good?
Right.
I don't really get that argument, Big C. Like, if you're gonna sit for 3 weeks and the time between games would almost be 4 weeks, it's almost a month. Like, how are you going to have any sort of productivity there?
I mean, 713-780-3776. You got your phone, Clarence. You've been banned from everything else. So,
we stunned him with
good
that
luck
question.
trying to get in here. But, yeah, I just think, yes, your Monday morning quarterbacks can come back and say, well, he shouldn't have been on the field. But there's so much to play for. You're trying to get better seating. You're trying to get more consistency with your offense. You know now that he's going to play an even bigger role than even when he kind of took a step back for Diggs at the start of the year. And he was playing his rear end off to where you're playing against the Chiefs. He's being effective. And hey, we're putting some stuff together here offensively to where we can really get it going for the playoffs.
Yeah, I did hope that the media would have asked either Stroud or Slowick today, though, where Jared Wayne was supposed to be on that route. Because
I am curious.
I want to know the answer to that question. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming Jared Wayne, but I would have liked Stroud, probably more specifically Slowick, to have been asked where was Jared Wayne supposed to be on that play. Because you don't want two receivers at the ball at the same time when the ball is about to hit a receiver in their hand. So I don't know if Jared Wayne was supposed to be there, quite frankly. Maybe he saw a ball in the air, broke his route, went for the ball in the air, trying to make a play, which I understand. I appreciate that. I would like to have known that answer, though.
I'm with you. But to say that this is just like an isolated, like it would be a Texans problem, or you could blame the receiver for that, go back earlier in the game and look at the play in the end zone when Kelsey is wide open waiting for a touchdown pass and Worthy cuts in front of him because the ball's in the air.
But at least that one, they were on different levels, But like they weren't going to run into each other.
No, but it was closer than you think because they're
Maybe
both in the end zone.
3-5 yards, maybe?
Yeah, but at the same time, that's just to kind of prove the fact that these things happen in the NFL.
Sure.
Receivers are ball hawks. They see the ball in the air. They're going to go get it. Scramble drill. They're going to break off a route and go, I got to get open for my quarterback. Sometimes that means they're going to be in the same vicinity. That's just a very unfortunate situation of friendly fire that happens as part of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would just like to have heard the answer. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you on that. Look, someone should be able to say, we're not trying to place blame, and we understand the kid's trying to have a spot on the roster and do the right thing. But it would be from a curiosity standpoint of, was he even supposed to be in that area?
Yeah, I would have liked to know, but it seems like we may never know the answer to that question. Bobby Slowick's been criticized for how many screens he ran in this game against Kansas City. Look, I think that the Texans have to run screens because their offensive line isn't very good, so it's kind of a slippery slope. Like, hey, Bobby, your screens aren't going very well. Maybe stop using them, but at the same time, you have to because your offensive line doesn't protect a whole lot. I don't care that they're running screens. My biggest takeaway from this, though, is that Bobby Slowick lacks feel. Like, if you notice the first 2-3 screens are doing nothing, they're giving you nothing. A lot of times it's a tackle for loss. Maybe either A, stop using that screenplay or screens in general, or B, use your counter. Like, if they're overcommitting to stopping that screen, maybe use a counter to the screen. They actually did it once where they faked the screen right, went to Joe Mixon left,
Yes.
they got a big chunk play. Like, that's where I'm like, Slowick to me feels like he lacks feel, quite frankly. And that the screen game to me is an example of that from Saturday's game.
You hit it right on the head, because that's the feeling that I took away from all of the excessive screens that were getting just nowhere and losing yards, was the fact that it was similar to where I've been critical in the past of they get rhythm, they start moving the ball down the field, they're moving the chains, the offense is working, and then he pulls the absolute wrong time to try a gadget play, and it fails miserably and lose like 10 yards, and suddenly they're behind the chains, the drive is stalled, and you're like, why the hell there and that at that point? And I think that's similar to what he did against the Chiefs in the fact that he just kept going to the well. And we see this with a lot of offensive play callers. Oh, that play works, but they're only going to bring it back a couple more times in the game, if at all, because they don't want to go to the well too often. He just kept calling screens that were getting blown up, and I was like, why? Go away from it.
If you have two screen plays where you get nothing, like maybe don't do that again, or use your counters. And then you see Kansas City's short game, quick game, like where they just quick running back swing play, 10 yards, 15 yards. I was so jealous of their quick pass game. Like it was executed so much better than the Texans.
Even not just the counter going the other direction, but leave Mixon in. Give the fake that you're going to throw the quick out, and then do the draw play late to Joe, and the whole defense is shifting towards where the ball's been going the entire time, and now you got running lanes open, and he can get to the outside on the other side.
Yep. All right, Rex Ryan says the Texans are the worst division winner in the NFL, and they'll be one and done in the playoffs. Do you agree with that? Also, should the starters play on Christmas? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You don't want to be in traffic. You want to do all that Christmas shopping. Come to Nick's Place. Hang out with us. Hang out with us this afternoon. Lamont said, should CJ sponsor some ads for Kleenex? Come on, Lamont. We're not going to read those kind of tweets. That's mean. That's insensitive. You're not being
I'm sure
empathetic.
Lamont was deep in his feels about CJ crying. I'm sure he was crying right there with him. I mean,
yeah,
if you're looking for the sympathy, you and Lamont would not be the two guys I go to if I'm looking for the sympathy vote.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to show emotion. I've been told that's not a strength of mine. I've been told that I could be a little bit more emotional, maybe a little bit more sensitive to others' feelings. So, like, I'm not going to bash a guy for being sensitive. I wish I was a little bit more sensitive from time to time. All right, Rex Ryan says the Texans are the worst division winner in the NFL, and they'll be one and done in the playoffs. Do you agree with that, Blankers?
I feel better about this team after the Chiefs game because I was really expecting the absolute worst. But I don't think he's wrong. I said it a few weeks ago and a few games ago that I felt like this team was going to get into the playoffs. They inevitably were going to win the division. And what I've seen all year about the fact that they've just been so blatantly inconsistent, whether you go the running game to the passing game or the offense to the defense, that that's why we started talking about, like, could they beat this team? Could they beat that team? There's a team or two that are going to make the playoffs in the AFC that I feel like the Texans can beat. But overall, if I had to call it right now, I'd say they're one and done.
I think they can beat anybody in the AFC. If there, so there's probably 4 options right now. Like, because one of the things we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes is, like, should you rest your starters on Christmas? Right. This little span of 3 games in 11 days. You've had a bunch of injuries, all of that. They probably have 4 teams they could play, right? Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Denver, and the Chargers.
Right? Yeah.
I would expect the Texans to be a home favorite against 3 of those 4 teams.
The one team that makes it very, very evident that I would think they'd be one and done is Baltimore.
Yeah,
I think that if, again, I pointed out how inconsistent they've been, but if they have any level of decent play, I expect them to beat the Broncos.
Yeah,
I would think that. Look, the Chargers are kind of like the Texans. The Chargers have the ability to play really, really, really well, and they can also play really poorly. I think that would be a good game if they're at home. I think they beat the Chargers. I agree with you. Overall, if I had to pick where my money would go on those 4 games, I think that it would go on Baltimore. Otherwise, I think they could beat the other 3.
What would the Texans at home against the Chargers, what would that spread be?
I think it would be less than a field goal. I think it would be 2.5.
Yeah, I was probably around 1.5 to 2.5, somewhere in that range. Same with the Broncos?
I think they'd be favored by 3. I think the Texans would be favored by 3.
Steelers?
2.5.
And then what about the Ravens?
They would be underdogs by 3.5.
They're 5.5 this week, but they're more injured than they would expect to be for the playoffs. What do the Texans have to do to avoid the Ravens in the wild card round? Like, what is the scenario that exists there? I think it would actually be beneficial if the Ravens were to beat them on Christmas to avoid them on in the wild card round, because that would boost the Ravens up the AFC North standings.
Yeah, I think, like, that's why you were a Ravens fan. I was a Ravens fan this weekend. I want them to beat Pittsburgh, and I want them to win the division, because I think that I want to stay as far away from the Ravens as possible. And if it means the difference between playing the Steelers or the Ravens, I want to play the Steelers. I want to play the Chargers. I want to play the Broncos. I want to be as far away from the Ravens unless I absolutely have to play them next to the Chiefs.
See, I think I would sit my stars Christmas Day, and the NFL would be ticked off about this
furious.
Because Netflix spent, $1 billion to have a couple of Christmas games on Netflix. So they would be ticked off. And in fact, it wouldn't shock me if the NFL didn't allow it. If you want to go like completely tinfoil conspiracy theorist. Yeah.
NBC that one year.
But to me, it makes sense on 2 fronts to sit your stars on Christmas Day. One, like, you don't want your dudes playing 3 games in 11 days whenever you're pretty much like you're guaranteed to play a home game in the wild card round. The only thing that's going to change is your opponent. So, like, I don't want CJ Stroud out there after the injuries we've seen, especially behind, if you have like this, if your offensive line's missing some pieces from your starting 5. I don't want Nico Collins out there. I don't want my best defensive players out there. What I would do if I'm D'Amico, and D'Amico I don't think will ever do this because it's not his mentality, which, certainly up for debate. I would sit my critical players that I cannot lose, and then I'd probably play them in the first half against Tennessee to keep them fresh, to try to build some sort of rhythm, and then I would sit them for the second half of Tennessee. So if I'm D'Amico and I'm planning it out, I'm sitting my starters against my stars. You can't sit all your starters. I'm sitting my stars against Baltimore. C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, all the big names. I'm playing them in the first half against Tennessee, trying to build some momentum, and I'm more interested in the offensive side of things there than the defense. I don't really need the defense out there. I know what my defense is. I'm not so sure about my offense. That would be my plan because it helps you in two fronts. One, it keeps you healthier. And secondly, it increases the chances that you avoid the matchup you don't want in the wild card round.
Not only that, but Jeremy, take it even one more step because I agree with everything that you said. And I think that you think about it, for anybody that fights either one of us on those points, do you have any chance at all of winning a game without C.J. Stroud? The answer is no. And if you now with the receiver room the way it's at, do you have any chance of beating anybody without Nico Collins? The answer is no in my mind.
Right.
And so that's where you have to be hyper careful. Same thing with Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon has been your bell cow on multiple fronts offensively all season long. Do you think Dare is going to come in and be the answer if he gets hurt? No chance. So that's where you have to be smart in terms of your decision making. And the other thing that I was going to add is, and Josh Allen finally said what we've talked about, which is the fact that at this point in the year, if you're going to play a team that there's a better than average chance you're going to play, you are as vanilla as possible. Because if you put it on tape before, run it again because they already have that tape. They know the formation. They expect it. But if you got new wrinkles that you've only been using in practice and new things that you wanted to implement, don't do it now. Just wait till the playoffs.
Because what is the goal right now for the Texans? The goal to me is to give them the best chance to make a deep run in the playoffs. And, we don't really expect the Texans to do that. Like, people were talking to me on Twitter today being like, well, you shouldn't rest your starters. The Texans have zero chance anyways. As a coach, you're not operating that way. As a coach, you're operating like we're going to do whatever we can to put ourselves in the best position to achieve the ultimate result. And we know the ultimate result is a Super Bowl. Again, we don't think that the Texans are doing that, but that is how the coaches have to operate. And if you're operating that way, I think the way that you can increase your chances of having a deep run is you play it safe against Baltimore because you can stay healthy, and then secondly, you increase the chances of the Ravens winning the AFC North because the Steelers have some games here. The final two, they play the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and then their final game of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers is the Bengals. Yep. I mean, at home, and Cincinnati hasn't been great, but that's an offense
they still have an outside chance,
and they're tied. They're also tied. Like Baltimore's not chasing. So if Pittsburgh loses to Kansas City, maybe that's what the game that you need to watch that ultimately makes your decision. Although it's tough to do because they kick off that day in front of you, right, and you have the game planning and all of that. But if Pittsburgh loses to Kansas City, I think that your decision should be, okay, let's help Baltimore win the AFC North. Yep. That way we can avoid them. And then at the same time, we're not risking C.J. Stroud with 3 games in 11 days. We're not risking Will Anderson with 3 games in 11 days. And then if you want to use that Tennessee game as like your get-right game or as your tune-up game, do it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the main thing that you have to take away from is to have a puncher's chance. You got to have your 2 fists in really good shape. You take away both hands if you lose any of the guys we mentioned. And yes, the significance is even greater with the C.J. Stroud. But if you take away Nico or Joe or Hunter and Will Anderson type guys, from an offensive or defensive perspective, you are so far behind the 8 ball that you probably have already dug yourself a huge hole to try and even have a chance to have a puncher's chance. So you want Baltimore to win the division. You want to give your chance because at the very end of the day, too, regardless of whether you care about outside perceptions or not, and most will say they don't. We know that some do. But at the end of the day, if you at least get to where you got to last year, after all you've endured, the injuries you've had to get over, and everything that you've taken on, and you get to the divisional round again and then you lose, no one's going to have a problem with it. But if you get beaten or you're one and done and that you kind of add fuel to the fire that you were fool's gold, now you're going to have an off season where it's not going to go away and it's just going to keep beating you over the head. And it's probably going to keep people sleepless at night. I think that's the way to look at it.
I think Baltimore's the big wrench in this though. Because if Baltimore was on the same level, in my opinion, of Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and the Broncos, I don't think I would have the same viewpoint. Because it wouldn't bother me as much about who you play in the wild card round.
Oh.
Because if Baltimore was equal with Pittsburgh, in my mind, if Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and the Broncos, I'm probably playing guys on Christmas and then not playing anybody in Week 18. But because Baltimore is on a different level, in my opinion, than the other 3 teams we're talking about, I don't care as much about my seed. Because a lot of people, I guess the counterpoint here would be, well, you still have a chance for the 3 seed. You should go play for the 3 seed. I don't want the 3 seed if I'm playing Baltimore, though.
Right.
I don't want – and also –
you want the path of least resistance if you can set it up.
And if you also win in the wild card round, who do you think the Texans have a better chance of beating? And you can answer this too. Kansas City or Baltimore? Who do the Texans have a better chance of going on the road and winning? Is it at Kansas City or is it at Baltimore? It's at Kansas City.
I was going to say, it's the team you just played.
If you have a better chance of beating Kansas City than beating Baltimore, it also makes more sense to be the 4 seed. Because if you're the 3 seed, you're not playing Kansas City.
You want
in the
path
round.
of least resistance, and you want the easiest way to get to at least where you were the year before. So therefore, from that standpoint alone, the last thing you want to do is play Kansas City and Baltimore if you can prevent it.
Yeah.
But at this point, with where you are and what your record is, you also have to be really realistic in the fact that, yes, in the opening round, you'd like to play the Chargers, the Steelers, or the Broncos.
Yeah.
But the last thing you want to do is set yourself up to play Baltimore in the first round and then play Kansas City in the divisional round.
Yeah, so I think that Baltimore's their worst matchup. And it's funny to say that because Baltimore might be the 5 seed, but I think they're the worst matchup for the Texans. Texter, am I dumb to think that this year's Texans match up well against Baltimore? I get they're a better team, but Lamar struggles in the playoffs, and we have a deep defensive line that can halt their run game any given week. I think it's the worst matchup.
I think it's the worst matchup, and I think it's not even close. You showed yesterday with all the mistakes that you made, you were in a 1-score game with the Chiefs, and you had opportunities to really make that game close. Whereas with the Ravens, they have a guy that has run roughshod over you when he was with Tennessee and Derrick Henry. So their running game is even stronger than it's been in the past with a running quarterback that has more receivers. And you could say on the flip side, well, they have a tough time guarding the pass on defense. They sure do, but your offensive line sucks, and you just lost your second best receiver.
Yeah.
You don't have the time to get away to capitalize on their pass defense as much as they can capitalize on all their strengths against you.
So am I crazy for thinking that the Texans should rest on Christmas Day? Because I'm kind of talking myself through this, like on the air. Yes, I had preliminary thoughts before going on the air, but to me, it makes all the sense in the world. I'm not sure what the win is by playing your guys. Obviously, it'd be to get the 3 seed, but I don't think the 3 seed's as good as the 4 seed unless that 4 seed's playing Baltimore, the 5 seed. But if you lose, you help Baltimore get the 2 seed.
Yeah, the main focus shouldn't be seeds. It should be the matchup that cannot be good for you, and that's the Ravens. And I think that the league would never allow this. The big fly in the ointment is and you touched on it earlier, from a DeMeco Ryans and in that locker room perspective, and the league perspective as an outside also opinion, they're never going to allow that to happen if they're healthy. And I think that DeMeco's going to go out there and he's at least going to start all the starters, and he's going to see where they stack up against Baltimore. So I think it's a moot point from that standpoint.
Sure.
But at a certain point in the game or behind the scenes, the discussions have to take place from a coaching and organizational standpoint, because it does set you up for failure if you handle your cards the wrong way.
Netflix spent $150 million for 2 games on Netflix this season.
Did you see how many announcers are working and how many people they brought in?
So many.
It's like 11 per game, and then they put money on Beyonce to be the halftime show.
Yeah.
They are going all in.
Beyonce charges a lot of money to show up. Imagine how much money Beyonce charges to sing.
Well, that's the thing.
A lot of money.
That's the thing. Most of the Super Bowl acts, don't get paid to do the halftime. They do it for the exposure. Netflix I'm pretty darn sure, is paying to get Beyonce to do halftime.
Oh, for sure.
Plus, it brings her home for the holidays.
That is true.
I mean, that's
good point. Yeah, $150 million. To your point, the NFL will not allow the Texans to sit started. But the NFL, the Texans shouldn't care about the NFL. They screwed them with a Z's. So screw you to the NFL. How's this for Christmas spirit? Texter, you do realize the Texans just signed Deontay Johnson, right? Yeah, but he's not playing Christmas Day. No. That's another reason. There's another peripheral reason to not play your starters against Baltimore. Sit them against Baltimore, get Deontay Johnson right, and then play them for the first half against Tennessee. That way you have your full collection of offensive firepower.
The Tennessee game is the dress rehearsal for Deontay Johnson. There's no doubt about it. You sit the stars that we've talked about. But on the flip side of that, I'm playing the entire offensive line, especially if this is going to be the next version of the next offensive line that might be the offensive line I go to the rest of the year. I need to make sure that Fisher's still holding up at right tackle. I need to make sure that if I'm going to make a change with Shaq at right guard, that whoever I'm going to play and consistently believe is going to be the guy gets reps with the other guys on that line, and it comes together as much continuity-wise as it can before you play a meaningful football game, because it's been musical chairs yet again.
Yeah, talk me out of this idea, because I'm all in. The NFL took away our best defensive player. Resting the starters is great payback. That's the advantage of winning the division, getting healthy before the playoffs. CJ should sit Christmas Day. Yeah, I think that everybody's on board with this.
I admire Josh Allen for saying what the league and everybody else doesn't want them to say, which is The honest answer is you're towing a very fine line about I'm not going to let you put on tape and see anything that I feel like could be a very effective play or a style for the playoffs. I hate to break it to you. I know your TV matters and your ratings matter and your sponsors matter, but at the same time, if we are truly going to give us the best chance to win in the playoffs, I'm giving you vanilla the rest of the year.
Yeah. Hopefully, streaming issue isn't a deal with the Mike Tyson Jake Paul thing. Now, I'm a little worried about that.
But you don't have to worry about that. It'll be shown locally here on one of the on one of the local channels. Sure? They did it earlier in the year. It was a streaming only game,
but it wasn't on Netflix.
But it was on Channel 26. No, but it wasn't on Netflix. But it was on Amazon or.
I hope they do that. That'd be great.
And the local audience still got the game on Fox 26.
I hope that happens. Maybe it's an NFL rule. Hopefully, that's
I think to the two teams in the game.
Yeah,
I believe that it's an over the air. It has to be an over the air option.
Dustin sources. I heard CJ wants Terrell Owens as his new wide receiver, and then he put up the gif of Terrell Owens crying, saying, "That's my quarterback."
I mean,
it's pretty funny though. I don't condone the GIF usage, but it got a laugh out of me. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Rockets. They beat the Raptors yesterday. How about that? One of the big takeaways you had, the Rockets win over Toronto. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
Yeah, we are. We're at Nick's Place. We want you to be at Nick's Place. Come on out. Join us for the ESPN 97.5 Christmas party. There we go. There we go. There we go. They really know how to make people feel special, don't they?
We just found the absolute recipe for the Ghost Pepper Challenge. Crystal Collins got roped into doing the hot pepper challenge this morning.
Yeah.
But evidently the Orange Crush, forget all the milk and the bread and the other things. You just get someone an Orange Crush in the boiler room, evidently recovers quite quickly because
she feels she's
good.
She's
feeling good. I don't know if her vocal cords are any good, but she's feeling good. I don't want to either. I can, knowing you as well as I do, I don't want to.
Yeah, there was a lot of innuendo there. How long did it hurt? How long did it hurt, though, the ghost pepper? No, I'm not lying, about an hour and a half. Yeah, zero interest in doing that. I am a wuss. I am soft. I have. Would you? Would you, Blankers?
I do not want to do it.
No, I would not.
No,
she's like you're giving her grief, but she's way tougher than both of us combined.
So, the people that have done it, including people that were affiliated with our station in the past, I know did it during the lunch hour show, and at 7 o'clock that night during Glenn Davis's show was still feeling the effects and complaining about how awful they felt. No chance I want to feel that way for 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Nope.
Like I like comfort way too much. I'm a big fan on comfort. I think comfort's underrated, actually. I mean, we should all aspire for more comfort in our lives.
If you have the choice between recliner or toilet, I'm going to take the recliner for comfort,
well, it depends
as
on what
opposed
you're
to I'm going to be sitting there and just hoping to God it all works itself out.
Yeah, you're
a recliner with a toilet really doesn't sound hygienic, but it does sound like you.
All right, moving on to the Rockets.
Hey,
Rockets in the. By the way, we have a bunch of textures saying that it will be on CBS locally.
There you go.
So the Netflix game will be on CBS, same broadcast. You don't have to worry about getting Netflix if you're. The Netflix doesn't like me saying that, but if you're in the city, you don't have to worry about getting Netflix if you don't already have Netflix. Rockets took on the Raptors yesterday, north of the border. They won the game. Raptors gave them some trouble in the first half. Still, I thought kind of won comfortably. Raptors made it tight late. The Rockets, last couple of minutes, didn't really take care of the basketball, but they were up like 7-8 points with like a minute and a half left to play. And then the Raptors cut it to 4. What'd you think of the win for the Rockets in Toronto?
Good win, tough place for them to play in the past. A lot of guys had a lot of extracurriculars going on to where Toronto's been a tough place to win.
In Toronto?
Oh, my goodness.
Really? I didn't know that about Toronto.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes, if it's chilly and the fine arts are very close by and they're inside, there's a lot of people that take part in the fine arts.
Did not know that.
Yes, and I can tell you stories. But at the same time, good win, no matter who you play against. But more so, it just shows you the depth of this team. Because the biggest takeaway for me, aside from the fact that Dillon Brooks played really, really well and gave you a very above what I expect out of Dillon Brooks' performance, is you got contributions from the bench. The bench played really well. A guy that I'm extremely high on that you and I have discussed over and over again. But Cam Whitmore looks like from a maturity standpoint, he just took what he was given. He was given an opportunity. He was given some minutes. He took advantage of that. And Jayshawn Tate, same way. As a professional that's being paid, Jayshawn Tate took advantage of the fact that I got time where I haven't been giving time, and I made the little things happen. I made hustle plays. I played defense. I got rebounds. The biggest takeaway from a negative for me was exactly what you mentioned towards the end there. The fact that you had an 8 or 9 point lead with less than 3 minutes and 2 minutes to play, and you let it squander to the point where you were in a one possession game with 16 seconds left. That was disturbing. Other than that, so many positives to take away from the depth, the talent, the ability, and guys that you needed to see mature, kind of take a step from a maturity standpoint.
Yeah. I've not been too high on Cam Whitmore. I think he's not really a team player. I think that Ime's trying to coach him into being a team player. Mm-hmm. I think it's a big reason why he got sent down to RGV.
It is.
And I don't know if you heard it on the broadcast, but I think it was Ryan Hollins that even said it. Maybe it was Ackerman, but I think it was Hollins. Hollins said that they sent him down so he can help the team win without the ball in his hands. And if the commentators know that, it's pretty clear what the message is for Cam Whitmore.
Well,
so
the fact that the commentators are willing to say that, because normally, you know this as well as anybody too, we know exactly why. You're just not supposed to say it publicly.
Yep.
But it doesn't take a rocket scientist, no pun intended, But to figure out that Cam has a ton of ability and his physical attributes and his basketball attributes, shooting the ball for a guy his size and everything, he has all the tools.
Yep.
But he has a refusal to play defense, and he has an inability to play an offensive structure that doesn't involve him being the centerpiece.
Yeah, when he gets the ball, he's shooting. He's not giving up the ball. As soon as you give him the ball, he's going to be taking that shot. So he's got to be able to get out of that. Hopefully yesterday is a sign of that. I wouldn't mind a 5-6 game run, though, for Cam Whitmore of him getting Reed Shepherd's minutes. Like, Reed Shepherd hasn't really done a whole lot his rookie year.
Well, he made a shot yesterday.
Sure,
So that's progress,
about it.
right? But look, I mean, standing on the court next to him this year, I looked at him and I thought, oh, my God, he has the body of a freshman in high school.
Did you tower over Reed Shepherd?
I didn't tower over him, but I was disappointed in the fact that when they said he's got some filling out to do, maturity, got to get stronger, I looked at him and I thought, oh, my goodness, he is literally a child amongst men. And that was worrisome to me. I know he can shoot. I know that he can handle the ball. I know he has ability. But I know now, based on what he's done with the minutes he's gotten, that he's probably a year away from being a contributor on a regular basis. So if Cam gets his minutes for a couple of games, but Cam continues to give you 8-10 points off the bench, but also can get some rebounds and pass the ball a little bit, I'm good with developing Cam because I think Cam is a guy that can find some minutes in meaningful games for you later in the year.
Yeah, let's see what it looks like for 5 games. Let's see if he learned from RGV. My biggest takeaway of the game, though, is that the Rockets should not have let Jamal Shed leave down. Go Cougs.
Should have drafted him,
remember what they did with that draft pick?
Oh, I do.
They traded it for Adrian Griffin's boy, who has since retired from the NBA. That was a miss. That was a miss.
And we didn't watch the draft together, but at the same time, as that pick got closer and closer, I kept thinking to myself, oh, my goodness, if you could keep Shed at home, and I know that there were guys in the building that watched him consistently this year that thought he'd be a really nice piece to back up Van Vliet and whoever else. And when they traded that away, I was so disappointed in the fact that I think they missed. And I'm glad he's playing his tail off because he's had to really fight and scratch to get any minutes. Now that he's got the minutes, he has been taking full advantage. I think the one game they were looking for energy, his first chance to get minutes, and they put him in like late third into the fourth of a game that they were significantly behind. And by the time he was off the court, it was a single-digit game, and he had busted his tail. And I'm like, this is exactly what every team in the league should want to have on their bench.
Rockets traded pick 43 for Adrian Griffin. Jamal Shed went 45. And he flirted with a triple-double yesterday, by the way. 11 points, 10 assists, 6 rebounds.
Yeah, that's just...
I mean, 4 rebounds away. Maybe flirting is too strong a word.
You know,
filled out the stat sheet.
The one thing that I was thinking about watching that last night, too, was these guys had to... I mean, I know that, you know this, that a lot of the Rockets came over to watch some of the meaningful games at Fertitta Center last year to see University of Houston play. But they had to play pickup with him at some point to say, this kid can play. We could use him.
Ime would have loved him.
Oh, my goodness. Because of the defense and the spark and the hard-nosed way he plays the game, there's no doubt he's Ime's type of player.
Yeah, it makes me sad. They let him leave. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday with the Bees. What's your question for us? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, look, it's the holidays. We know that whether you're avoiding annoying relatives or you've just eaten too much and you love watching sports on TV, there is a ton of sports going on over the holidays. And this week, you need to take full advantage. Even if they're not your teams that are playing, what's more annoying? Not having a stake in a game because you don't care for either team and not being able to do anything about it, or having to spend way too much time with that aunt and uncle that just can't do anything but rub you the wrong way. You can change how you view games over the holidays by putting a little money on it and having a little bit more at stake. That's why I always encourage you to go to mybookie.ag. It's the place you want to be to put money on games. They've been in business for over a decade. They take care of you in a variety of ways, always giving you opportunities with promotions and things that are going on for you to cash in on, and the fact that you can make the most uninteresting game more interesting, whether it is football this week, or if it's basketball this week, or it's hockey, or any of the other sports going on, you can probably bet on it at mybookie.ag. But always use our promo code BET975. That's what opens the door and gets you the deals that I'm always talking about, because they have all the different ways. When you use mybookie.ag and our promo code right now, a 50% sign-up bonus. You put 100 in, they'll put an extra 50 on it instantly. 150 in your account. More games you can bet on, more chances you can win. Same thing with their loyalty program. Once you're signed up and you use our promo code and you get in, every time you place a bet, they keep track of it. And the more you play, the more you're going to cash in with higher tiers and better opportunities to take advantage of better marketing things that are going on. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975.
Killer Bees at Nick's Place. Get on out here. 2713 Rocky Ridge off Westheimer. Total Arlington just walked in.
I see. Yeah, Total Arlington.
Everybody say hi to
Tis the
Total
season
Arlington.
to celebrate, and Total Arlington signed Jock Peterson, my favorite player of all time, for 2 years.
He's wearing a Total Arlington hat, too.
That's why he wore it, because they got Jock. Rangers are going to win the division. They got Jock Peterson.
Yeah, everybody throw eggs at Total Arlington.
Do the Jock Peterson.
Tall guy with a smile on his face. All right, what is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN. Question for the Bees, 713-780-3776. Texter Granado was complaining earlier today, Branham, that you complain too much. What say you? He probably complains more than he thinks, and he's literally complaining about me complaining. What does that say? He's complaining about me complaining.
What say you? Yeah, I agree with him. That must be true.
He's complaining about me complaining. Now, Granado is my hero, so I wish he would think highly, a little bit more highly than he
Just
thinks.
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Blankers, why did the NFL overstep the NBA, which was must-watch Christmas Day TV at one time not too long ago?
Because if you're the king, you can do whatever you want. And they played nice for a whole lot of years, and then they realized, why do we have to cater to anybody in any other league? We'll do whatever we want, whenever we want, and guess what? We'll have a bigger audience than whoever's competing with us.
The NFL doesn't care about any other sport, quite frankly. Like, yes, this is another example of that with the NBA and overstepping, I guess. But they also have no care at all about, like, college football. Like, they're playing NFL games on Saturday during the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Like, the NFL is going to do whatever is best for the NFL, and the NFL doesn't have to worry about it, to your point, because the NFL is going to be the highest viewed sport that exists in America.
Now, to their credit, because they didn't have to do this, forever they were overly conscious of what else was going on, and respectful is the word I will use. They were respectful, and I think a lot of it had to do with the relationships the commissioners had, to where they were respectful of, Christmas Day is always the NBA's day. We'll just be respectful and let them have that. Just like the NBA tries not to play on Super Bowl, which is wise from the NBA's perspective because no one's going to watch it anyway, their games anyway. But I think at a certain point, they just went, wait a minute. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, as good as our ratings are, we could have phenomenal ratings on Christmas Day.
Other sports have to worry about the NFL. The NFL doesn't have to worry about other sports.
No other sport.
Like, no one cares about golf. But even the PGA adjusted their schedule to try to avoid the NFL season. Like their FedEx playoff and how deep they go into the fall, they totally readjusted that because of the NFL.
And NBC luckily at least had one of the two NFL games, and it involved the Texans last week. Because when the minute that they threw to the whatever challenge with Tiger and Charlie, everybody flipped the channel to the Ravens and the Steelers.
Yeah.
They got crushed.
That was kind of fun watching Tiger and Charlie, though.
I mean, Charlie getting a hole-in-one is pretty special.
Yeah, I couldn't find it on TV for a second, but when I eventually did. It's too bad that they lost in the playoffs. I'm worried that Charlie doesn't have the clutch gene. I'm kidding.
The interview, boy, he sounds so much like his dad.
Yeah, he does. I hope he's going to be good. I hope he's going to be good. That would be so good if he's good. 1-970-713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Texter wants to know, how do you like your eggs?
In
my belly.
Sunny side up or
sunny
side up or scrambled.
You like them runny?
No. You gotta sunny side up, but at least cooked enough so that doesn't. What do they call that?
Like over medium,
over medium,
or over well, which is kind of just fried.
Over medium is fine.
You want yours what? Sorry,
I thought you said caramelized. I was like, what?
Does that just mean organic? Is that a fancy word for organic? What does unfertilized mean? Do you have a chicken coop? Do you raise your own? My wife will get the organic eggs though. Like
Lisa does too.
She'll get the organic. I like mine over medium to over well. I don't like the runniness either.
Right.
Which maybe makes me soft. I don't know.
No, I'm not a big fan of the yolk, to be honest.
The Branham kid likes his over. He likes his sunny side up, and he likes to dip his toast in the runniness.
Now, that was big in the Midwest. That was a staple, and my parents did it all the time. Dunk the toast in the yolk. I'm not a yolk guy.
I kind of love eggs, though. Like I'm a big eggs guy.
I do too.
And it's simple. Just a little butter, some salt, into the game. Like that's it. That's all I need. It's fantastic.
No, I can eat eggs for dinner.
Remember when they used to think that eggs were unhealthy? Like ruins your cholesterol
Honestly,
and stuff?
yeah. The yolk is the biggest thing for the fat and the cholesterol.
Yeah, but I think it's good. Laughing emoji. How do you like your eggs? We just get the questions and we ask the questions.
Answer them,
you give us the questions. We just answer whatever you ask us. 713-780-3776. Your question for the Bees. Which owner in Houston is more likely to sell their team? I won't point out that he misspelled there. I won't say that, but he misspelled there.
Like so many people on text message that are still calling him Tank Dale, but we won't point that out either.
Unfertilized.
Of the three, I think it would be Crane
to sell.
Yep, I think Tillman's a lifelong Houstonian that said he's wanted the Rockets forever. Now he wants to keep it as a family heirloom for as long as he can. I think the same thing with the McNairs and the fact that now Cal has brought Hannah in to finally figure some stuff out. They are lifers. I think from a Crane perspective, he's made some bad moves. I think he's so driven about the financials and everything like that too.
Yeah.
But I could see him at a certain point just going, yeah, I'm out.
I'm not sure Cal knows how to sell the team, so that kind of rules him out.
That's probably true.
Never quit.
There you go. And he not only does he not know how, but he's reluctant not to. Look at that. That kind of attitude. Never quitting. Cal's not selling the Texans. Hannah wouldn't let him either. Now, maybe you could lose it in the divorce. I should have said that.
Ouch.
I'm with you on Tillman. Like Tillman, I think Tillman understands the financial impact of owning a team so much that he understands it's a good deal to just let that kind of grow. There's also some rumors that he would be interested in the Saints if the Bensons ever sell, which he was interested in the Commanders, I believe.
He was. Yes, he was.
Which, I mean, it's smart business. Own an NFL team and great return on your investment. Why wouldn't you be interested in that if you had lots of money? Crane.
That's why you told him to buy a WNBA team, right? Because of the financial return.
I have no idea what kind of business deal that looks like.
It's not great.
I mean, if you get it for very, very cheap, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
And it is growing. It is growing.
Oh no, it is right now. Yeah, but even if it's growing, I don't know the profit margin.
I just don't know how cheap he could get the team.
The profits aren't going to be close to what he's getting.
Now you do have a lot of things already in your favor to own a WNBA team. Like you already kind of rent the building, right? You already have the TV network, so you have
own
stuff.
the building now.
Does he own it?
Yeah, at a
There you
certain
go.
point, it goes from the sport. It went from the sport. I think it was 20 years, and it went from the sports authority to the whoever owned the basketball team. At the time.
So there are some benefits of that because he already owns a lot of the infrastructure of what it would
that you need in
take.
the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess it would depend on the price to purchase. I would go Crane too. Now I do know that Crane has a son that works with the organization, so like that kind of makes me hesitant to say Crane, but I would still say Crane over Tillman or Cal.
I may be wrong. I've heard he's got 2 sons, I believe.
One
wants no part of the baseball team, and the other one was kind of forced into, or like they were forcing him into positions to find out where he fits. So I don't know if he'd want to do it long term.
See, I thought he did. I thought it was one of the reasons they got rid of Reed.
I mean, that's part of why Tillman did it, because Patrick wants to, do. He at first he was going to run the business side. Now he's being groomed as a general manager.
Not bad. Not a bad gig if you can get it. Has Joe George paid his bets? Not mine.
Mine either, and I thought about it the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. I was like, man, that hat. We were in the mall. I was like, oh, that hat would be great. Oh, that's right. Joe owes me a hat.
Yeah, I never think of Joe George. If you're the Astros with Crochet leaving the White Sox, would you see if you can make an offer of Fromber and something for Luis Robert?
I better get more than that for Fromber. So the answer is no. I mean, if you're interested in Luis Robert in your outfield, that would be awesome. I don't think you could put together a package and you have the kind of prospects to go get him. But I'm not trading Fromber for Luis Robert and a prospect.
Yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
And they're rebuilding. They don't want Fromber.
Yeah, they don't want Fromber in the last year of his deal.
No, if anything, they would turn around and try and send him somewhere else.
They would want to trade Robert for prospects. Robert's also weird because his production does not equal his talent. Like his numbers have been pretty poor for the course of his career.
We talk about Dalton Schultz with a whole lot of quit in him. Luis Robert, once they became a rebuilding team and sucked, he put a whole lot less effort in it. He was dropping fly balls. He was just checked out.
I do think that if he went to a contender, though, he would be massive.
Oh, he could be a really, really good player.
And I think that's why he's hard to trade, is because no team is going to trade the package that the White Sox won for the talent for the production that he's put up. I think that's why he's still a White Sox. Someone said hard scrambled eggs with cheese with picante sauce. Yeah, I'll eat that too. That sounds good. Give me a little salt on that. How far will the Rockets go in the playoffs this year?
If they get into a full playoff series, they would be in one and done territory.
Okay, I think they can get to the Western Conference semis. I think they're a dark horse for the Western Conference Finals, but I'll say semis. I'll go Western Conference semis for the Rockets. Key from LA. Now that Tank has had a few injuries, do you think the Texans renew his contract when it's time, or is it bye Tank?
I think the only stumbling block at all is going to be just the significance of this injury and his ability to recover from it, because some people were calling it catastrophic and career changing and altering. As long as it's not that, Tank Dell hasn't given you any reason to think that he can't play football, and that when we throw in what he means in the locker room and what kind of guy he's been, and especially if CJ's his best friend, I think that they want Tank Dell back.
This one's we need to see how he returns, because
not at wide receiver 1 money.
No. I wasn't concerned about Tank whenever he broke the fibula, because I broke my fibula and I came back to peak form because I'm a peak athlete. But I mean, it's a non-weight bearing bone. Like, I wasn't worried about Tank recovering from that. This is a lot different. And like in the NFL, you win the margins. Like the margin of error is so small. It's razor thin between being good and being bad. And you're talking about a guy with a dislocated knee, torn ACL, and then other damage. Like there's been some innuendo that maybe it's like the MCL, the ACL. What's the other one? The PCL. So, like, if all of that stuff is torn, that makes me very nervous about the future of Tank Dell. And then on top of that, when does he return? Like, next year will be his 3rd year in the NFL. He was a 3rd-round draft pick, so he's on a 4-year contract. So if he misses most or if all of next season, he's got just 1 year left to earn that second contract with the Houston Texans. And then also he's been injured in the first 2 years. So, like, how much money are you willing to commit?
Is he willing to take a stay-at-home, hometown discount, knowing all those things,
well, I mean,
too?
We don't know that. I mean,
right, we don't know what we don't know, but at the same time, that's also a possibility, because we've seen crazy – look at the Steve Francis era in basketball. If you're friends with the best player on the team, there's a chance that they're going to do a little extra to make sure you stay.
I mean –
he's not – look, the problem from the negative side is you've seen the difference in John Mechie. From John Mechie coming in from Alabama to what John Mechie's been since. And granted, I understand that there was a health problem involved too. It's a different kind of health than what Tank's going through. But it as a receiver, when you're predicated on just speed and quickness and all the things, you can take into consideration and say, John Mechie will never be the same player as he was at Alabama, just like there's a good chance Tank Dell may never be the player that he was before the injury.
I'm nervous. I wouldn't bet against Tank, but I am nervous. Like this is significant. I mean, this is a major injury for a guy who relies on his quickness.
Yeah.
And he's been hurt in the first 2 years of his NFL season. Like, to me, it does hurt his market value. I think it will hurt his market value. But maybe to your point, that brings him back into the Texans conversation. Hopefully he recovers well. Yeah, it's tough injury. But, yeah, you have to take into account that Tank Dell has been injured and lost for the season in his first 2 years of his NFL career. You'd be foolish not to. All right, 713-780-ESPN. College football playoffs, round 1 in the books. What do you believe after round 1 of the college football playoffs? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Do you believe now, after this college football weekend, we saw 4 playoff games in the first ever 12-team college football playoff? What do you believe? 713-780-3776. Blankers?
I believe that program director Donna is going to lose her mind based on how the college football playoff has gone so far, based on the earful I caught off air. I believe more than ever now that once they determine the 12 teams that get in, the reseeding is an absolute necessity because of the fact that whether you believe the matchups or not, I think that the top 4 teams in the country I think deserve the bye more than – it's one thing to get in if you're Boise or if you're Arizona State or teams like that. But, man, oh, man, to give them a bye versus some of the talented teams that are playing, for me, I just feel like you should treat it like the NCAA tournament. They got their berth in by doing what they did and the wins that they achieved, but then you reseed based on more of the rankings than you do just the fact that because you won that conference championship game.
Yeah, so instead of I guess it really would be the reseed. It would just be more of we're not going to give you an automatic bye if you're a conference champ.
Right.
So just you eliminate that caveat, just seed them 1 through 12.
That's what I want to do.
I was very against that at the start of the year. I liked what they did, but after seeing the bracket and how it's all played out, I'm willing to concede that I was wrong there. I would agree with you. I think that they should do just a 1 through 12, seed it how you seed it, and not worry about the and I'm with you. Like if you win the conference, that gets you a seat at the table. That gets you into the dance. Now go prove it. I'm okay with that. I really am. My first one is that the ACC. I believe the ACC did not deserve 2 teams. I was on this on Selection Saturday or whatever day they did it. There is no reason the ACC should have had 2 teams in. Clemson beating SMU, that should have eliminated SMU from the college football playoff. And I love SMU's story. But Clemson lost early in the year to Georgia. Not only lost, they got hammered early in the year by Georgia. They lost a home game to South Carolina. How are you telling me that conference, with Clemson as its champion, deserves a second bid over Alabama out of the SEC, over BYU, who beat SMU? So really what the first round of the college football playoff did for me was reaffirm my take that the ACC should not have had 2 teams in the college football playoff.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And in looking at it, and you look at the way the games played out, the way the teams performed, look, I think there's a lot of scrutiny that a lot of these teams can face. And I think that, my number 2 was going to be, and this falls right into it, is the fact that this is the perfect scenario in the perfect year for the NCAA, no matter what, when they want to they want to restructure the way they're doing this to add more teams, because all we keep hearing about is Miami and Alabama and the last teams again, and it's always probably going to be that way. But there's more parity this year than there's been in so many years, in the fact that the NCAA is going to review a whole bunch of stuff and probably make some different changes and adjustments, like the seeds and the buys. I think they're also probably going to push for 16 instead of 12.
I'm still not sure about the parity thing, though. I don't know. Maybe there's only 2 teams.
Now, the injuries are playing a big factor, too, because I think with Stockton at quarterback, in terms of back, as good as Georgia's defense is, I can't believe that they can't throw the football. And I think that they're going to have to at a certain point, but I believe that they have the best defense in the country.
I'm down with the 16 teams, too. Why not? Like more college football with the top 16 teams in the country? Yes, please. That sounds great. Brian, what do you believe?
I think we're getting the opposite of what we got in the opening round, in which all 4 favorited teams won easily, covered the spread, and made it really look like a cakewalk. I think we're getting the lower seeds winning 3 out of the 4 games this upcoming, well, not this upcoming weekend, but New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I think Notre Dame beats Georgia. You guys were just talking about it. I don't trust the Georgia offense right now. I'm picking Penn State over Boise State, and I think it's a coin flip between the other 2 matchups, Texas and upsetting Arizona. Well, not upsetting, but being the lower seed, and then Ohio State upsetting Oregon. It was just a 3-point game in Eugene earlier in the season. I think we're getting 3 of the 4 lower seeds going through to the Final Four.
I kind of like it, BMAC, and it's also to the point that I think that Penn State, no matter how much I haven't been a supporter of the anything other than Oregon and Ohio State in the Big Ten, I think Penn State is overall more talented than Boise. I think there's a legit chance that comes true, and I think that's just kind of a product of what we were already talking about. To me, I love the fact that we can get more football, and I love the football we've had. I was extremely disappointed with last weekend's games, and I hope we get better games this weekend. I love Oregon, Ohio State.
See, I think a big thing that would fix. I don't want to say fix because I don't think there's anything wrong with it per se. But I think one of the things that would lead to more competitive first-round games would be the seed 1 through 12 without the conference caveats of winning the conference championship. I think Boise State has the best player in that game, though.
Oh, they do.
I'm really rooting for Boise State.
He's really good.
Really rooting for Boise State. What else do you believe, Blankers?
I believe when looking at it, I think Tennessee was grossly overrated too. I think that we talk about the greatness of the SEC and all those different things. Tennessee, I don't care about the weather. You can miss me with all of that. The Tennessee to me was embarrassing to watch offense. I just think that they were a less than, and I think that they capitalized on their, catching some good wins. But I was so grossly unimpressed with Tennessee.
I have a buddy named Guy who we were arguing with each other about who could all win the national championship, and I left Tennessee off of my list, and he was like, "Oh no, you gotta put Tennessee." He's a big SEC guy because he has a polo. But yeah, I mean, it proved that right too.
No doubt.
Tennessee was, in my mind, never a team that could win the national championship, and they got hammered, absolutely hammered by Ohio State. For my final, I believe all college football playoff games should be on campus except for the final. Electric seeing these college football games on campus, seeing it in South Bend, seeing it at Penn State. Put all of these games on campus with the exception of a neutral site championship game. All the bowl. Who cares about the Rose Bowl? Who cares about the Fiesta Bowl, the Cotton Bowl? Who cares? I don't care about the tradition of those bowls. Couldn't care less. I want college football playoff games on campus. Give me that. I love it.
It's the season of giving our wish lists and doing all those kind of things, and you are right to wish. The finances, they're never going away from that, and those bowl games and all that money from the Capital ones and whoever's sponsoring all the different big bowl games. I could care less about the Toilet Bowl and the Weed Eater whatever bowls, but those bigger bowl games are always going to play a significant role just simply because of the finances.
Yeah, that is true. All right, what's your last one, Brian?
And I actually, that was going to be one of my takes. I wasn't going to go as far as you because I was going to go an extra round, then let the Final Four in the national title game be played on the neutral sites. I think that's more achievable because, like Joel said, they're not going to give up all of that bowl money.
Maybe that's a compromise there.
Yeah,
maybe that's a compromise.
I can see that.
There's definitely a compromise there. But my final one is kind of extending upon what I said in the last one. I think Notre Dame on their side of the bracket is the best of those four teams. They're going to play for a national title. Now, what happens, especially if they run into an SEC team, who knows, because we know how that's gone for them in the past. But that defense has been amazing. Obviously, Riley Leonard has been done enough. Not a great passer, but runs the ball pretty well. And their running game overall is great. I think Notre Dame plays for a national title.
The reason why I don't think they do, Brian, is exactly what you touched on. I just think Riley Leonard, he can run. I think that he can manage the game. I just don't think he can pass. And I think that Notre Dame's in a similar boat to Georgia in the fact that their defenses are super talented and really, really good. I just question either team's ability to pass the ball when they need to.
So you have four teams in that quarterfinal, right? Notre Dame will play Georgia, and then the winner of that game gets Penn State, Boise State.
Correct.
If that was group play and like pool play, like the World Cup plays, right, where you play everybody in that group, 14. Oh, Notre Dame would go 0-3. 0-3.
I think Georgia would still find a way to run the table.
Maybe, but like Notre Dame's like side of this, Notre Dame would lose to Georgia. They would lose to Boise. They would lose to Penn State. Notre Dame's going to lose to Georgia by 20 with a backup quarterback.
I don't think that they would lose to Penn State, and I don't think that they would lose to Boise.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Yeah,
I'm in the minority here because Brian thinks they would
Georgia's
win.
going to beat them by 20?
20.
Oh.
20.
I think
They're going to run them off the field at the Sugar Bowl. Yeah, Notre Dame.
I think Georgia's going to win fairly handily. I don't know about 20.
They're going to win by 20. They barely beat Indiana.
I think the best part for Georgia.
Barely. 10-point game. Barely.
It was garbage
barely.
time, and you know it.
Barely beat Indiana. They barely beat a basketball school.
That was
the best part about that game is it's
at home.
The two less than quarterbacks. All you got to do is play better than the guy on the other side, and it ain't going to be hard.
Notre Dame is going to see athletes they have not seen all. Well, they saw them in week 1 against A&M.
Georgia's defense is so good.
They're not going to move the ball. Georgia's going to kill the Irish. They're not going to be the fighting Irish. They're going to be the quitting Irish when Georgia has their way with them on New Year's Day.
You think Beck plays again?
I don't know.
Not in this postseason.
I don't know.
Not in this postseason? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think he could sit this one out, and I think that I could see him actually giving it a go in the semis.
Yeah. Joe wasn't saying that it was career-ending.
Right.
Just answering the question.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, hanging out at Nick's Place. Come hang out with us, 2713 Rocky Ridge off of Westheimer. The Astros announced Christian Walker today to the Houston media. A couple of reasons I feel better about the Christian Walker signing today. I liked it then, but I feel even better about it now. Dana Brown also said they might be interested in a couple of more pieces, too. What were those pieces? And what was the best and worst Christmas gift you've ever gotten? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are broadcasting live from Nick's Place for our ESPN 97.5 crew. Thanks so much for having us out, huh? It's always my favorite time of year. Coming out here to Nick's Place, enjoying the listeners, enjoying the drink, enjoying you, Blankers.
Appreciate you,
I do that when I'm in the Christmas spirit. I enjoy you this time of year. This time of year is when I enjoy
I'll take
you.
that as about the only compliment I might get.
When do you enjoy me?
That's a great question. I mean,
I'm kidding. Don't answer that. Please
Yeah.
don't answer that. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, you do know that Notre Dame is only a 1.5-point dog. Yeah, hammer the dog. Hammer the dogs. Texter, just like Ohio State against Tennessee, the SEC will be exposed. See, I do think Ohio State's one of the best 4 teams in the country. I think Ohio State can win it all. I think that Oregon can win it all. Georgia, I'm a little bit unsure about because of their quarterback situation with Beck. So I would have said 3 there, but with Beck, I'm on the fence, and I think Texas can win it all. I think those are the 4 teams that can win it all. Maybe even Arizona State. The Big 12 checks in the mail.
Arizona State's got to run the football, and even still, I don't put
they
them
can
in there.
though. Scadabo's a stud.
He is good. I think you might have the national championship game, the winner of Oregon and Ohio State. But I think that if you're going to pick 2 other teams other than Oregon and Ohio State, to me, it's Georgia and Texas.
And look, I'm not an SEC stan. I usually hate the SEC. I usually talk badly about the SEC, but I also have to present it from like a factual point of view and where I stand. Like, it was dumb to me that SMU got picked over Alabama, and it's dumber to me today that SMU got picked over Alabama. Hey, BYU should have been in the mix over SMU.
SMU's gave you nothing to show that they have any kind of resume to say they were deserving of being in that playoff.
Nothing.
They got their doors absolutely blown off, and they didn't even wait till the second half. I mean, from the word jump or kickoff, they were done.
But even before the college football playoff.
Yeah, that's one of those where
what is their thing?
I don't agree with Kirk Herbstreit, and I think he went way too far on the wins don't matter kind of aspect of it. But look, if you just look at on paper and on film, if you said neutral site, SMU or Alabama, it's a no-brainer.
Look, I don't think that's how you should be deciding teams, though. It's
No.
like to get into the playoffs is like who wins on a neutral side. I think it should be resume based. But SMU doesn't have the resume to me. The only thing that they had was wins. Every other metric was Alabama. I actually agree with Herbstreit to the point. Like, I do think that wins can be a little bit overrated. Like, if you win 10 games with the 150th strength of schedule, why is that greater than 9 wins with the 10th best strength of schedule? So, like, I do think that we overvalue wins a little bit too much when we look at it from that point of view. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Sorry about that. The Astros, they introduced Christian Walker today to the Houston media. I feel better about the Christian Walker signing today than I did when they signed him. And look, I liked the Christian Walker move whenever they signed him. I especially liked the whole $60 million for 3 years, $20 million AAV. But have you seen these contracts that have been given out lately? Jock Peterson today signed a $18.5 million AAV deal to go to the Arlington Rangers, my bad. So Jock Peterson's making $18.5 million. I'm not even sure he can play the outfield anymore. I think he's a full-time DH that can only play against righties. Paul Goldschmidt, who maybe the Astros could have been interested in him if they're still going to sign an outfielder, he signed for $12.5 million. Carlos Santana got $12 million. So, like, those bargain first basemen and those bargain players that could have been an option for the Astros really weren't a bargain. If Goldschmidt's making $12.5, if Santana's making $12, the Yankees.
Oh, my
If Goldschmidt's
goodness.
making $12.5, if Santana's making $12, if Jock Peterson's making $18.5, I like Christian Walker at $20 million way more today than I did before the signing of those 3 other guys.
Yeah, you got yourself one hell of a bargain deal then, because that's ridiculous money. Like, I understand the pitching market and the Red Sox looking to spend and giving Walker Buehler a 1-year, $20 million deal. If other first basemen that are way, way lesser than Christian Walker are getting that kind of money, you got yourself an even better deal. And Dana Brown, tip of the cap for that, because that's fantastic.
Look, and I could have entertained the conversation of Carlos Santana, Paul Goldschmidt at $6-7 million if it meant that you get like a better caliber outfielder, right? Like Paul Goldschmidt or Carlos Santana plus the outfielder, is that greater than Christian Walker? But once you throw out $12.5 million, that eliminates that conversation. So I feel better today about the Walker signing than I did whenever I actually liked it whenever they signed him. Now, the caveat that I will have here, the one provision I will have here, if the Astros don't sign a legit right fielder, I will not be happy. And I say specifically right fielder.
My apprehension is the fact that they don't want to go over the tax. They don't want to get into the tax threshold again. That they're going to be apprehensive about it. Crane's probably not going to want to do it. So I hope that they do, because I agree with you. Like, I've been adamant about the fact I don't want a starting outfield that involves both Chaz and Jake. But when I look at it, I hope that they learn their lesson in the fact that once they did what they did and it didn't work with Abreu at first base, I don't want guys on the downside of their career that you're hoping find at least 1 or 2 more good years. Stay away from Goldschmidt. Stay away from Arenado. Stay away from guys that look like they're well past their best years, and go for guys that seem to still have a lot left in the tank that could get you on a shorter deal, the same kind of returns or better than what you have. And that's why I like the signing.
Yeah. I mean, if you get Goldschmidt or Santana for a year and they're like a platoon option and you get them for a third of the contract.
Right, if they get them for cheap money.
It starts to make some sense. But when you're talking about it being over, it's not even half the contract. Santana at 12, Goldschmidt at 12.5, Walker at 20. Like, it does make it look like a better bargain today than it did at the time. Now that you see Santana sign, now that you see Goldschmidt sign, now the Astros do lose the compensation picks, and I don't love that. Second rounder, fifth rounder. Dana Brown also, when he met with the media today, he said they're not done yet with the offseason. He mentioned they could add a bullpen arm, which is a little surprising to me, and also a left-handed bat. That left-handed bat better be able to play right field, Blankers. Better be able to play right field.
This is look, I think you're right. I hope that regardless of what he says and the fact that they're not done, it's either a trade or it's some quote unquote creative, because he said we're going to be creative this offseason. Get creative as you must be, whether it be oil paintings or color by numbers. Be as creative as you need to be to find me an outfield bat, preferably, like you said, a left-handed bat that can play a corner outfield position.
No, not corner.
I know you just run right. I just need another outfielder that makes sure that I don't have to see Jake and Chaz in the same starting lineup.
Well, Jake and Chaz are still going to be the same lineup.
I think Chaz starts in center, and I guess you can. I don't even want to see that.
I don't mind Chaz in left and Jake in center.
If it's Chaz of 2 years ago.
Right, sure. But what I'm fearful of is those two guys in the same lineup and noodle arm Chaz McCormick trying to go throw runners out that are going first to third. If Chaz McCormick plays in right field, your defense has major issues. But you can it can get by in left field. You can't get by with his arm in right.
No, I agree. But look, ideally, it would be a left-handed hitting right fielder. That'd be fantastic. But at this point, if you can get as creative as you want to be, so that you can find me a way to give me two other outfield options, that'd be wonderful. Because I don't really like the platoon option of Chaz and Dubon and occasionally Yordan in left field. But right field's got to be addressed first.
Yeah, like I can't have Chaz McCormick playing right field. Can't have it. Christian Walker said that Josh Hader and Lance McCullers talked to him in his recruitment to the Houston Astros. Look at Lance McCullers just moving mountains to make this team better.
Well, look, we've made a lot of progress with Lance over the last week or two. We've got him out of uniform, full uniform, when throwing to let us know that he's making advancements towards coming back. We got him throwing off a mound again. We got him still supporting his team. I mean, what more can you ask for from Lance at this point in the season? Because, normally it's that there's going to be a lockout or something that's going to keep his personnel away from him, which is going to prevent him from being ready on time. Just be ready on time to show me you can still pitch.
Yeah. I see Toto Arlington's passing you notes.
It's like old
letters.
School, high school.
Check
He's
yes or
passing notes, hoping that they get airtime. Like, first it's Astros are going to finish in third place in the division. Now that we have too many outfielders, do you want Adolis? Is that with or without the vitamins?
I would take Adolis.
Oh.
If the Rangers paid his entire salary, I'd take it.
Look, he can still play, but he's also playing with enhancements.
He's playing with a what?
In his vitamins.
Yeah, there is. I'm not going to go there. I don't want to be sued for slander.
I said vitamins.
Yeah, I think we all know what you mean, though.
Right, but that's the point.
I think we all know what you mean.
That's the point. I didn't say it, but you know what I meant.
The Astros did have to DFA Greg Kessinger to make room on the roster.
No, say it isn't so. Look, the people are so upset.
Y'all don't like Greg Kessinger?
No.
Man, you are mean to Greg Kessinger.
50 Shades of Gray. Goodbye. No matter what color it is, we're done.
Who's going to be your backup shortstop?
Mauricio Dubon.
Probably Shea Whitcomb. The Texans also waived Steven Sims.
We thought that was going to happen about 8 weeks ago.
You're never going to guess who claims Steven Sims today.
The Ravens.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get their intel back.
The Baltimore Ravens claimed Steven Sims.
How about that?
The Houston Texans claimed Deontay Johnson. So the Texans basically traded Steven Sims for Deontay Johnson. That's a pretty good trade.
I'll take that.
Yeah. It's Nick Caserio.
That's a win.
Winning the day. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get into the best and worst Christmas gift you've ever gotten. And also, we'll talk about C.J. Stroud's performance. We'll grade C.J. Stroud as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
We just had a What Up H-Town How We Doing off during the break.
Who did the first one? I only heard CC.
Big C. Big C, dare I say, no offense, Blankers, dare I say, Big C, I think did it better than you do it. I think he did. I think he does it. What do y'all think? Do y'all think Big C is What Up H-Town? I think so. I don't know. Queen Bee was.
Wait, Donna. As wannabe program director, are you saying that he did it better than me?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
That's why you're not the program director, Donna. CC, I heard yours. It wasn't bad.
CC didn't say the right words.
Doesn't matter. She had
didn't say the right words.
She had the right delivery.
No, she said like, "Hey, how we doing?" or whatever. No,
hey,
you didn't. No,
how
you
we
didn't,
doing?
She didn't say. I know you didn't say how we doing. I think you said like, "How are you doing?" I think you did. Yeah, check the tape, Brian. Check the tape. You have been here longer than me. Yeah, you're right. That is true. I'm going to bite my tongue before I say anything else. I don't want to get in trouble. Big C's was still better than yours, though.
I could see the holiday spirits worn off. We're right back where we normally are. It's fine.
Now she's mocking me, which is deserved. It is. And I tip my cap because I do sound very much like that. I really do. What is the best Christmas present, worst Christmas present you've ever gotten?
Oh, boy. Best Christmas present I got when I was a little kid was a drum set. And the problem was that I actually broke the skins on it.
This was the worst?
No, that was the best. That was the best. I got in trouble at school a lot because I was always drumming with pencils on the desk. So my parents found one of those kids' drum sets, and I loved it for all of 5 minutes till I broke all the skins on it because I was pounding on the drums.
I'm sure your parents loved that.
Oh, yeah. At the time, they thought they were doing a solid and the right thing and would stop me from doing it at school. And then they realized how loud it was in our small little living room, and then they were pretty happy that I busted all the skins on it.
What was your worst one?
Man, I've said this before, and I'm not afraid to say it. The Twitchers will have a blast with it. But when I was at college, my mom used to always send me like the pre-Christmas, like Christmas box. And a lot of times it was like she made, cookies or fudge or whatever, and then other things. And you know what a dickie is?
No.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a turtleneck without the actual rest of the sweater. It is the worst gift anybody could get. And my mom thought because I went to school in a cold weather city, she's like, well, you always need a turtleneck, so you always keep your neck warm. So you could just get the turtleneck. I didn't realize that it was called a dickie and that it came without the rest of the sweater.
It's unfortunate.
It was extremely unfortunate. And I that will always be the worst gift I ever got.
You were in college and you were complaining about your gifts?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
You're in college.
It's my mom. My mom said instead of sending me stuff I could really use and need, I got that, which I donated immediately. I'm never wearing that thing.
I feel like once you have any sort of like thought or like once you're out of the house, you should be appreciative of everything you get.
Not that. There's no chance.
I don't think I have one gift that was like one that I remember being greater than all the others. And my parents always treated me well. I don't remember a bad gift.
I loved the when I was a little kid, the NFL pajamas.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
like with the teams.
Yeah, with the teams on it. Yeah, I thought those were cool.
Yeah, I don't. None really stick out to me. I can't believe you were complaining about Christmas gifts in college, though.
If you got that, would you be happy?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, well there you go.
I wouldn't complain about it. I think
my mom and I had a great enough relationship. I could tell her, Mom, that gift sucked.
Yeah,
I love the other stuff, but yeah, that's not gonna.
Don't do this one again.
Yeah, ever. And I don't do it for Dad or anybody else either, because that's awful.
Cousin Eddie was wearing one in Christmas vacation while he was drinking out of the moose mug. Is that true? Did Cousin Eddie have a dickie on?
I think so.
Did he?
I think it's possible.
Eddie
was a little off too, like my mom's judgment there.
I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I'm not going to Google this.
Seriously, all you have to do is think about the turtleneck of a sweater, and then like a napkin on each side. So if you're wearing like a V-neck sweater over it.
What's the purpose of it? To keep you warm?
To keep your neck warm.
Okay.
And,
you were playing ball
winter.
in the cold. This wasn't resourceful.
I'm not playing
for you?
ball in December. We're indoors in an indoor
start
field
in
house.
February, don't you?
We
February,
practice in
March?
December in a field house inside.
I mean, I'm sure you've had cold games.
Oh my God, yes. But I could wear a full turtleneck with sleeves.
I've called baseball games where it was snowing outside.
I played in them.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, Lake
few years
Superior,
ago.
Lake Superior State.
Yeah, well, you should have been grateful of the Dickie.
No, I had a wool sleeve,
You just
high-necked undershirt.
If it was named something else, you'd have liked it, wouldn't you have?
No,
it's the name you didn't.
No,
like.
I could never wear that thing. It was awful.
What'd you think of C.J. Stroud? His performance?
I thought it was less than. I mean, look, I still think there's always signs that show you that he's still the franchise quarterback. He still is got all the tools. He still can make all the throws. But the first interception was terrible. The second jump pass interception was terrible. I thought that what really got stuck in my craw later in the game was he self-inflicted a 5-yard sack by basically, instead of throwing it away, stepped out of bounds 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and that was extremely costly. And then threw the pick right after that. That little sequence alone right there was like, dang, CJ, you just have to be better, and you got to be smarter. We hear all these things about how smart he is with his X's and O's, how much he knows the playbook. Stepping out of bounds at a critical time in the game and putting it at 2nd and 15 as opposed to 2nd and 10. Those 5 yards are extremely important, and you got to be better than that.
That series after they got it 1st and goal at the 10 might have been the worst 3 plays all year.
It was terrible.
Stroud stepping out of bounds, taking a 5-yard loss. The next one I think was a quick throwaway, and then I think it was even a sack or maybe another throwaway before they had to settle for the field goal. Bobby Slowick said it was the best he's played all year. C.J. Stroud. He said it was the best he played. Pro Football Focus actually had a really high grade on Stroud too. I thought he played pretty well with some moments of not very good.
Yeah.
I was pretty pleased with Stroud for the most part, but there were some critical plays that they weren't good.
How about a critical play that turned out good that I don't really want to see ever again?
What's that?
When he's rolling to his right and he throws the ball with nothing on it that Schultz caught for a touchdown in the middle of the end zone.
But it was never a threat. Like, it was so open, though.
I kept looking, going, if that thing floated a little bit more, obviously the defenders had to cover some ground, but that was a duck.
I mean, there was no one around Schultz. When he caught the ball, there was no one within 5 yards of him.
I'd go back and look at it. I think
I
think maybe maybe right on the cusp of 5 yards, but there were defensive backs that give them an extra second, they'd have been there.
The guy that was defending Schultz was flopping out of the back of the end zone.
That was I don't think the defensive back. I think it caught
play.
the defensive back off guard too by the fact that was such a duck.
I like that play. I thought that was him showing that he is a game maker or whatever he says, not a game changer, not a game manager. That he had that quote. I thought it was a good play. The first interception to me was tolerable. Great quarterback, Brock Osweiler. He once said that every interception is a different story, right? And I agree with that. Like, there's certain interceptions that aren't as punitive as other interceptions. And if you want to go to both extremes, you throw an interception that gets picked off and the guy steps out of bounds at the 1 yard line. That's kind of helpful,
like
actually.
A punt, yeah.
And not only is it like a punt, it's like an elite punt because now the other team starts at the 1. The other extreme is you throw a pick 6 and you give the other team 6 points, right? So, like, that's your range between the worst interceptions in the world and the more tolerable interceptions in the world. The first interception was on a 3rd and 12.
Yeah.
Like, it was on a 3rd and 12, and it gave Kansas City the ball at the 34. Is that ideal? No. Do you want them to not throw the interception there? Sure. But whenever you're throwing it on 3rd and 12 and it gets picked off, oh, well. Like, if it's an incomplete pass, you're going to punt it to them anyways. Now, you give them a little better extra field position. But the first interception to me was more tolerable. The second interception, not so much. Now, I do think the Tank Dell OPI kind of derailed that drive, but 3rd and 20 from the Kansas City 40, under a minute in the half, and he's trying to force a ball in there. Like, try to take a check down, get a few yards, and try to kick a long field goal. And then Kansas City also got a field goal out of that. So the first interception to me was tolerable.
Yeah.
The second interception to me was not tolerable at all.
There was one that he threw into double coverage to Nico on a deep crosser that I thought he never should have thrown. He's just lucky that, I think Nico maybe got a hand on it or someone got a hand on it. They weren't able to pick it. But on the second one, the second interception, the other thing that it looked like it was the exact same play, only instead of to Schultz, they maybe had someone else in the slot. But it was derailed the first time by the delay, and they went right back to the same play, and then he jumped past it, and he got caught. It was like a basketball play where you say never get caught in the air passing the ball. He got caught in the air on a jump pass and just threw it right to the defender.
Yeah, that was atrocious. Like, that interception cannot happen. The first one, I'm willing to live with the first one. Like, it's 3rd and long, trying to make a play happen in their territory. Like, that one to me was more like an arm punt than an interception. Now, he was late in the play clock a lot. You mentioned the delay, but like, it felt like every play they were under 5 seconds when they got the snap off. Like, maybe it's a Slowick thing getting the play in, but the quarterback as the conductor of the offense needs to get the team out of the huddle. Like, they're so late in the snap count or in the play clock. Like that cannot happen.
If Patterson is truly better than Juice and he gets you into what you're going, then CJ's got to start shouldering the blame on that, because there were multiple times throughout the game that they got so late in the play clock that they got the delay of game multiple times. They actually had to rush to basically get the play off in the nick of time, and maybe they got it off a little late and the official let it slide. But it's still an issue for this team, and it hasn't been corrected. And here we are, 2 games from the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, it's you gotta get into your play quicker. That was something that I had as a negative. The 2 interceptions, both negatives. One less tolerable than the other. The positives I had was actually the touchdown to Schultz. I thought that was him being a game changer, not a game manager. And I actually thought he was good on third downs.
He was good on
7
third
for
downs.
13 on third downs. They were converting those at a very high level. I was pleased with his third down production.
I was too, because you think about it. There were a couple of the outs, one to Hutchinson where he made the diving catch, a couple to Tank, and then in the slot play to Tank where it was third and like 15 to 20. And the announcers were saying just how slim of a chance that they have of completing these kind of plays and getting the first down. And Tank takes it in the slot and goes for the first down. And you're like, yeah, take that. That shows you what this offense can be and do when they are clicking on all cylinders.
That's what they were doing a lot of last year, was converting those third downs, keeping the drives alive, which has not been their strong suit this year. Texter was delay of game immediately after the self-sack. I give the refs an F. And then Texas not being able to stop the dump-off short passes was so annoying. See, I was actually jealous of their Kansas City short passes, because you see the Texans trying to set up these screens, and then you see Kansas City, these quick short passes that are gaining 10 yards a chunk.
It's the setup and the formation that you use to get what you got. And Kansas City showed why Andy Reid is a genius with offensive play calling, because the set looked differently, because a lot of times it was almost disguised whether he was going to do it or not, whereas the Texans ran the same play. Take a step to a step and a half off the line of scrimmage, catch the quick shoot from CJ, and then try and make something happen. And the defenders were blowing it up. The D-backs were all over it. And they saw it coming out of the formation, out of the huddle, and going, oh, we know what this could possibly be. Whereas the disguise that Andy Reid used multiple times was very helpful.
Yeah. Someone's texting earlier about, remember the touchdown worthy where they knew that the Texans were in a zone?
Yep.
But they were motioning prior to that play, and they were able to recognize based on their motion that the Texans were a man or a zone. So that's kind of worrisome, I guess, going forward. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Tony the Handsome on Twitch says Stroud made some great throws. Alex said fire Bobby for saying that it was Stroud's best game of the year. 713-780-ESPN. Oh, what'd you make of him crying, by the way, CJ Stroud?
We talked about it a little bit. Look, I understand that it's your best friend and you can show emotion. How long the emotion was there, how many guys it took to console him, was extremely worrisome to me, because I need my quarterback to be my quarterback, and I need him to come right back and make sure that this team stays focused and maybe uses it as motivation to go back even with more to try and win this game. And I had deep concerns because of how emotional he got, if he was going to actually be worth a darn the rest of the game because of how emotional he was.
Yeah, I believe real men cry, Blankers.
You cry.
Real men cry. That's what I like to see from my quarterback.
I can tell you. So, quick story about my youngest.
Yeah.
But, we do
not a man, but.
No, my youngest, Madison, we do the whole elf on a shelf thing.
Sure. Same.
And we know that we use it sometimes. I use it with them, like, you're going to lose a gift or I'm going to talk to the elf if you keep acting this way.
Yeah.
And so they've been pouting a lot, especially with Lisa. And I'm like, if you don't stop pouting between now and Christmas, every time something doesn't go your way, you're going to be in trouble. And she started to pout. And I go, Madison, that's pouting right there. And she goes, no tears, no water, not pouting. And I went, for a 5-year-old, that was exceptional.
That's a pretty
that
good
was really
rebuttal.
well played.
Yeah, that's a good counter response. Yeah, but I think it shows great bravado to be able to put your emotions right in view of everybody. I think it shows toughness.
For how long?
However long it takes.
Really?
Who are we to judge?
So he could come out of the huddle still sniffling and
why not?
Sobbing?
If he leads me to a win.
That's the big if.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's give out our game balls from this past NFL week. Week 15 of the NFL. Who are you giving your game balls to? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are you giving your game balls to? 713-780-ESPN. Ocho says, I'll just say I would have handled the Tank injury differently than Stroud. Texture, I'm with Branham. Dude's crying over a teammate that's going through it. Only made me like him more. There you go. Difference of opinion for all of the above. All right, who are you giving your game balls to, Blankers?
I'm going to start with Jared Goff. 336, 3 touchdowns, a dominant effort yet again by Detroit. And as an extension of that play, you talk about creativity in the offensive play calling. That play in which Goff faked stumbling, Gibbs faked fumbling, the offensive line all yelled fumble, the defense bid on it, and they got an easy touchdown. That was genius. But the Lions continue to make up for injuries with stellar offensive play, and Jared Goff has been great.
Yeah, Jared Goff was very good in that game. 3 touchdown performance. I thought Jameson Williams was good, too.
Yeah, got
him
him on
a little
a deep ball.
Courtesy game ball. 5 for 143 and 1. He got called for a taunting penalty, too. Dan Campbell had to have him had to give him a little talking to. I'll give my first game ball to Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor's been kind of quiet all year for Jonathan Taylor standards. He went off yesterday. We've been talking about how do the Colts win games, and they win games by not letting Anthony Richardson throw the ball. I think he was in the teens yesterday with passing attempts. They gave it to Jonathan Taylor, 29 touches, 218 yards, 3 touchdowns for Jonathan Taylor. He gets my first game ball. Brian?
My first game ball, and Jeremy's probably going to see this one coming a million miles away, but James Cook, 100 rushing yards on just 11 carries, 3 catches, 2 total touchdowns. Really could have had a lot more, but I think Buffalo's saving him for the playoffs. They gave a lot of work to Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, but James Cook was explosive as he usually is.
It is interesting how much they're using Ty Johnson. Like I've paid attention to that.
James Cook was barely on the field in the second half.
I think Ty Johnson had as many carries as James Cook.
He probably did.
And maybe it is a saving thing, but I don't know. It's kind of weird, like the usage they have there in Buffalo with their running backs. Like Cook gets all the production, but he's not on the field a ton, like you would think.
Yeah, no doubt. Cook had a big first half, did he not?
Yeah,
he had like a 60, 75-yard touchdown run and caught a touchdown pass, and then they basically iced him the rest of the game.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that he was getting nothing in the second half.
It's kind of weird. Who's your next game ball to, Blankers?
Look, I think Jaden Daniels is such a dynamic player. Yes, he had 2 picks, and they had turnovers. But the fact that he led a comeback in which he did it with his legs, he did it with his arm, his ability to be elusive and still make the right plays, the right reads, and make big plays, Jaden Daniels is impressive.
Yeah, 5 touchdowns in that game, ran for 81 yards. Very good rookie. Justin Jefferson, my next game ball, 10 for 144, 2 touchdowns for Jettis. Top receiver in the NFL?
Oh, I think he is. Him and Chase, it's probably –
I'd probably
go wrong.
I probably lean Chase
because of his physicality.
A little bigger.
I think there's no wrong answer, and I can understand either side of it. But boy, oh boy, those 2 guys are good.
That college offense was stupid.
I mean, when you think
Jefferson,
about
Burrow, they had a third receiver too.
Oh yeah,
Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall, who was
Marshall.
a second-round pick by the Panthers. I mean, Burrow had 60 touchdown passes that year.
Was Edwards-Helaire the running back?
Yeah,
he was
first round running
pick.
back.
Yes. Late first round, yeah.
What was it?
32nd by the Chiefs.
Reddick thought he was going to win the MVP his rookie year. Lewis Reddick.
Lewis Reddick was a big fan.
Said that Clyde Edwards-Helaire was going to win the MVP in his rookie year.
That's right.
All right, who's your next game ball to, Brian?
I'm going to give mine to Brock Bowers, who has now smashed the rookie tight end record for receptions. It was like 86. It was set just last year by Sam Laporta. Brock Bowers with his 11 for 99 is over 100 catches with 101 catches with 2 games still to go. Brock Bowers is unguardable.
11 for 99 for Brock Bowers. I'm a big Brock Bowers fan. Love him. I got a lot of Brock Bowers stock, to be honest.
He's good. He's really good.
Next game, ball Blankers.
Chuba Hubbard, a win that they shouldn't have gotten, that they probably didn't need to get, but the Panthers beat the Cardinals in overtime. Chuba Hubbard, 152 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns.
Do you want him to embrace the suck?
Yes. There is a battle for the suck right now.
It's kind of weird, though, because you want Bryce Young to be playing well because you want him to give you an answer if he could be your starting quarterback next year. So they're kind of in a tough spot.
Because you think about it, it just changed hands. Right now the Giants have the number 1 pick. Otherwise, it was the Raiders.
The Jags,
the Raiders, the Panthers, the Giants are all in it. Is there one other team that's
no one wants it
in the mix?
No one wants Travis Hunter, just like his fiance doesn't want Travis
Hunter.
Hunter.
That is a disaster. Did you see Dez chime in?
No, what did Dez say?
Oh, boy, you need to see Dez.
What did he say?
He gave Travis Hunter some life advice, and it was basically kick her to the curb. And he did it in a very specific,
I think it's
very
good.
Des way.
I think it's good advice.
You need to see the way he positioned it.
I think it's great advice by Des Bryant. Was it your? Yeah, you gave Chuba. I'll give Lamar Jackson a game ball.
Yep.
3 passing touchdowns. D'Amico Ryans today said he thinks Lamar Jackson's is easily the MVP. So, on one hand, that's high praise for Lamar Jackson. On the other hand, it's low praise of Josh Allen, who, remember earlier this year after the Texans played the Bills, after they played the Lions, he said that Jared Goff was the best quarterback they've played to date. I'm not sure that D'Amico Ryans thinks too highly of Josh Allen if I'm reading between the lines.
I heard people, it's funny because I heard the same people that said Josh Allen wrapped up the MVP last week were the same people putting Lamar back in the conversation based on yesterday.
Yeah,
and it's like, come on, man, pick a side and stick with it because Lamar played really well. And he's staying true to his word that he said coming off of their bye that they are going to be even more focused. They're going to be looking to blow the doors off of people and win games. I think they're going to win the division.
That's how fickle, sports media is. All these talking heads. Who's your next game ball too, Brian?
CeeDee Lamb of the we should have picked them Dallas Cowboys, but you guys outvoted me. Was 7 for 105 in the Cowboys win. Who I think they've saved my. I was going to say Mike Holmgren almost, but I think they saved their coach his job in Dallas. They've really played well over the last 5-6 weeks.
I think they might too.
It is very scary that the writing seems to be not in pencil, but the writing's on the wall that between Jura loving the outcome and the players coming to his defense, that somehow Mike McCarthy's going to save his job.
I think it might. Like they're playing pretty well. Like they've actually been playing pretty well these last few weeks.
4 out of the last 5.
Yeah. I think Cooper Rush deserved the game ball there, though. 292, touchdown. Cooper Rush playing some good ball. Will he unseat Dak Prescott? 713. I'm just kidding. All right, who's your next game ball too?
I don't know that my computer just locked. I don't know that I had any other ones that.
What do you got, a Dell?
Yeah.
I'll give one to.
I got the same computer you got. No, I do. I have it. Yeah, we both have Apple.
Yeah. Mine's not locked up, though.
Yeah, mine's frozen.
I'll give mine.
I got you.
I'll give mine to Joe Burrow. 252 yards, 3 touchdowns for Joey. I love Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow might be
you met
my.
him in an elevator once.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we
Locked
didn't.
eyes.
Didn't you lock eyes?
We locked eyes.
Yeah.
We
Best
didn't meet.
friends.
We just locked eyes. We were. I mean, it was
soulmates.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same relationship as you had with AI.
No, AI and I actually talked
That's
a little
what I'm
bit.
saying, yeah.
I didn't talk to Burrow. I was
went deeper with AI.
I was tintillated, mesmerized by the eyes of one Joe Burrow. No, he's good, man. That touchdown he had to Higgins where he's like he's not laying. He's flying through the air parallel with the ground. Superman throw. Burrow's good,
and
man.
he shared the wealth. He got everybody involved. Chase had one.
Yeah.
Higgins had one. And I think the third receiver had one too. But, yeah, he continues to play. Look, if they were a winning football team, he'd be in a conversation for MVP.
I think so.
He's having the best season, I think, of any quarterback in the league.
And a lot of people were worried they had that limp wrist. He wasn't going to be any good. Never doubt a guy with a limp wrist. Brian?
I'll give my next game ball to Devon Achane. He was huge for the Dolphins. I mean, they're obviously not going to be in the playoffs at this point, but 120 rushing yards, 70 receiving yards, and a touchdown. Devon Achane is a fantastic player.
Was 4th round pick 2 years ago, right?
I believe so. Yeah,
4th round or 3rd? I think it was 4th round. What a pick!
He's so good.
What a pick!
He's so dynamic.
The
man,
Dolphins know their type.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I really want the Texans to use a mid-round pick on a running back.
Wait, Mostert really just kind of fell off the planet too.
He's like
Yeah,
32,
he got banged up early. Has kind of fallen out of favor. He played a little bit yesterday, more than he had been. But yeah, he's clearly behind Achane. Bijan Robinson, 22, 94 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then Kyron Williams.
Was my computer's back, but Kyron Williams was definitely on my list.
122 yards and a touchdown. All right, that does it for game balls. Time now for car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.
Guys, before we go to the break, we know that the holidays are going to be full of cheer and family, and maybe that's a little bit much for you. You want to focus more on some of the sporting events that are going on over the holidays. You want to put some money down on them to make it more interesting and maybe make this a really holly jolly Christmas where you can make some cash. I always tell you to go to mybookie.ag. It's the place you ought to be if you want to put money down on sports, because if you're watching sports on TV, there's a better than average chance you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. And when you go to mybookie.ag right now, they're doing a 50% match on your first deposit. That means you put 100 in, there's going to be an extra 50 in your account instantly. And more money in your account means more games you can bet on and more chances that you can win. They also have a loyalty rewards program called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more that they're going to add up and move you up tiers in the rewards program. with better offers and better promotions because of the fact that you're a loyal participant on mybookie.ag. Get the process started by using our promo code BET975. It's the only way to unlock all these bonuses, and you can get into all that good stuff. For the holidays and for the entire season and year to come, get into mybookie.ag and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
What are you nominated for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-ESPN. Thanks so much, Nick Place, for having us out for the ESPN Christmas party. Fantastic time today, as always, here inside of Nick's Place. Thanks to everybody for coming out tonight as well. All right, Car Wreck of the Day. What are you leading off with here, Blinkers?
Well, I'm going to lead off with this inter-family rivalry, Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. versus Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler. Evidently, Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit, I don't know if they care, but I love the drama. They called out First Take for being critical and saying that Ryan Day is going to lose his job if he doesn't win the Natty. And Stephen A. was diplomatic, complimentary of them, and said it wasn't the show that said it, I said it. And then Shannon came in and basically said, say it again and see what happens.
I saw that with Shannon. I didn't know what Herbstreit and Fowler said. Shannon was like, I'm going to be a team player, do all this, and then in like 10
Only
seconds
because
later,
of what Stephen A. said. He was going to come in guns blazing.
But it wasn't even his take?
But Stephen A. says it was just his take. But Shannon basically said there weren't enough higher-ups at ESPN to stop him if he has to come at them if it happens again.
Huh. That's interesting.
You like the drama?
Yeah, but I don't like ESPN morning shows.
I know. Well, so then there you could be on Team Herbstreit and Fowler. Dare him to say it again.
Herbstreit annoys me a little bit.
You know what? He annoys me more than a little bit.
Why's that?
Because I like the way he calls games.
Yeah, same.
But the more you get into like, even on Twitter, he's been very, very like harsh to people that were just like innocent people asking him questions and such. That you can feel a little bit of what that Columbus radio guy was talking about. Like, he's got a little attitude of talking down to you all the time.
I think he's a little pretentious.
Yeah.
I think he's a little pretentious. I'm going to nominate C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Got ejected for 2 unsportsmanlike penalties in the game yesterday, which is fine. I mean, I like guys that play hard and play tough. But he was he gave the double birds.
Double rods, yeah.
He gave the double rods as he left the field. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson, my nomination for car wreck of the day. Brian, what you got?
I'm going to nominate anyone who willingly participates in eggnog chugging contests like they do in the morning show. Like you will never catch me in an eggnog chugging contest. First of all, because eggnog is disgusting, but the idea of drinking it for sport and then obviously puking it everywhere, no, hard pass.
See, I wouldn't do it, but I like that others do.
Exactly.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, I like that others
so Joel,
take enjoyment.
Would you do it?
I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah, see, exactly. All right, we're three.
But I'm not. I mean, I'm not dumb enough, and no prize is worthy of.
Huh?
Did you see the offensive lineman challenge?
That was fun.
On pavement, dudes are like face planting, and
Yeah,
those guys
that's still
are just
curtain
dogs.
defense though. Still curtain defense.
Remember the onside kick one?
Yeah, they did. Did they do that this year?
I don't think they did it this year. No, they didn't do it this year. But in the parking lot at Klein's,
I do remember that.
That would get aggressive.
That was awesome. That's very good. No, I don't think it's a car wreck of the day worthy nominee. I enjoy the eggnog competition. I would also not participate in it, but I also wouldn't say that they're dumb for participating in it. Blankers.
It depends on the prize, Jeremy. You got to choose the risk versus the reward. If the reward is the diamond earrings, okay, and you want to get them for your wife, go get it. If that's the intensity you want to bring. But if it's for like a gift card, no, I'm not doing it.
The prize is my entertainment.
It's not worth it, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is worth it.
I don't care about your entertainment.
If it is worth it for 3 people I do not know to entertain me by chugging eggnog. Do you like eggnog?
I'm not a big fan.
I'm not a big eggnog guy either.
Nope.
Hey, that's the
Hard
other part
pass.
of that. Alex wants to nominate Total Arlington for passing notes during the show.
Total Arlington, you just got nominated for car wreck for your stupid school passing notes. Way to go.
Got nominated for car wreck of the day for passing notes. Ocho wants to nominate Travis Hunter after finding out his girlfriend was on video dancing with another man at a party. Yeah.
It was number 1, except we already talked about it on my list of nominations. Travis and his fiance and the whole thing. It's too late that they've now taken themselves off of social media. The damage is done, and everybody is looking for you.
Key from LA wants to nominate us. He said he told us at the beginning of the season that the 49ers will not make the playoffs, and we both laughed at him, and he kept the receipts.
Don't remember it.
Kiefer, I mean, even if you think about it, though, like, okay, congratulations, Key from LA. You were right because San Francisco had one of the worst seasons ever when it comes to injuries.
Yeah, seriously.
That's why you were right.
Yeah, way to go.
Yeah,
Clap for you. Happy holidays.
Way to predict the injuries of Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, that dude that wouldn't go back into the game. Wasn't Bosa out for a little bit?
Yeah, Bosa's missed multiple games.
Yeah, so I guess congratulations on calling that correctly, Key from LA. Any others do you want to nominate?
Yeah, Mark Sanchez was doing a game for Fox, and instead of calling for the official in the booth to give them the breakdown, he called for Gene Steratore from another network instead of Dean Blandino and Mike Pereira, and his partner called him out on the air for it. Adam Amin.
Yeah, that was funny.
It was funny to listen to for sure.
He goes, what did he say? He goes, we like our guys, Blandino and who is Pereira. He goes, Adam Amin goes, we like Pereira and Blandino.
It was very amusing.
He said Steratore. What a mess up that was. All right, what wins here?
I think the Herb Street Fowler and Stephen A. Shannon thing's pretty messy.
Not the Travis Hunter thing with the fiance?
Yeah, Travis Hunter, that's good.
What do you think, Brian?
Travis Hunter works.
All right, congratulations, Travis Hunter. He wins the Heisman and then he wins car wreck of the day. Not too far from that. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work at Gal. He's Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you next week, Houston. Merry Christmas, everybody. And thanks again to Nick's Place. So long, everybody.